Hi guys, this is Shadow. I am doing a very hard job to make these audiobooks for you guys. Please help me to grow the channel by subscribing and liking the video. It would take 2 seconds and it will mean a lot to me. Donation links in the description. Thank you and enjoy. Chapter 151, The Demon. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The tired man screamed in pain, but that didn't help him, nor did his anguish affect the girl licking a popsicle on a chair beside him. This was your fault. You could have been long dead with your brothers by now, and we could have returned home. But no, you had to go open that stupid mouth of yours to act rough and insult our young master? The girl sucked on her popsicle as she looked at the man's sorry looks. Please spare me. I didn't mean to say that. Please just kill me before that demon returns. Malcolm, I raised you for years. Help me beg, or just kill me already. The man who was bleeding begged a young boy who was shivering to the side. He has seen the gang killing people, but not like this madness. Oh, Malcolm, I thought you swore to be our little puppy from now on. Do you intend to help your old boss? Nora smirked as she talked to the boy while taking out a dagger from her pouch. No, not at all. I am all yours. He just kidnapped me from an orphanage. The little kid said as he shook his head in horror. He didn't know why these girls annihilated the gang he belonged to. All he knew is that they couldn't resist at all and that they were slaughtered like chickens. If it were not for one of the girls taking pity on him, and convincing the others to take him as their apprentice, he would have been long dead. Or worse, he might have ended up like his former boss, being cut by the demon girl, who after some cutting some flesh, got dissatisfied with her knives. They were hindering her art. She said that she would go get some surgical tools. He didn't know what surgical meant, but he didn't like the sound of it. Oh, what a good boy. I will tell you a secret then. He. Nora said as she teased him. Do you know that our big sister, despite her beauty, was never assaulted by any of our trainers? I guess not. You didn't see her real face, she said as the boy shook his head. That veiled girl is simply crazy. The boss only said that he would kill her and then cut her bastard master to pieces. Did she have to cut him open like a fish? Well, anyone who sees our big sister at work would naturally forget everything about her beauty. So remember, never betray her, or insult the young master, Nora said, chuckling as she saw his terrified eyes. This little boy would be the first assassin they would train. They took him in as a test subject. He had a background in crime already anyway. When Victor reached the mansion, he wanted to talk with Elle and ask her about the decline, but she was nowhere to be found, and according to the twins she was being educated by Hilda. Victor nodded. That girl has potential, but she needs a lot of education. So, after checking on everyone, and ordering Margaret to find more sexy clothing for Alex, he dragged Alpha to the study under the girl's envious looks. Does the young master need anything? Alpha asked him as he sat at his desk. Sit down. Did you get the data about that Connor? He asked. Arya sent me some preliminary data that she found. But, I needed more info, so I forwarded everything to Kai. He should call me when he finds anything useful, she said as she relaxed on a couch next to the desk. That's good. Create a full profile then trace him silently. This man should not be very powerful now, but he might lead us to others of his kind, Victor said with an evil smile. Luckily leveling up is not easy, and that demon would have to level up like any normal player. That idiot might be a good pawn to sacrifice when needed. I understand, Alpha said. She was also very curious about these otherworldly invaders. Now, let's talk about something else. Do you want to awaken your sisters, to make them players? He asked. You only have the 2 talismans that we got from that artist. I thought you were saving those for some future wife, she said with some sarcasm in her voice. She was right. I have another method. I found an unopened dungeon. Interested? He asked as he relaxed in his chair and Alpha tensed up. What? How do you know? Right, you have that powerful appraisal skill, she said as she squinted her eyes and answered. Yes, I want them to be players, she said. Being a player would mean that they wouldn't have to hide anymore. And with their bloodlines, they would definitely not be weak. How about your little girls? He asked. meaning the girls she took from the brothel and was training. I would have to transport them in secret. But yes, I want them to be players too, she said, trying hard to hide her smile. With that she will have a mighty army of players. Do you trust them enough? He asked. Don't worry, in the family base we have a tattoo engraving artifact. I used it on them, she said. Ugh. Is it exclusive to you, or would another von Richter be able to command them too? Victor asked, making Alpha a little nervous. This guy can't be tricked easily. It depends on the authority of the artifact master, she said, making him squint his eyes. Then rebrand the artifact again when you go there. Think of me at that time, he said, making her squint her eyes. He wants to use his authority through her. Can he do that? How many secrets was he hiding? How much authority do you have exactly? She asked. If she ever wanted to be free and dispel his enslavement skill on her, her authority must double his at the very least. That's a secret. But since you have been a good girl, I will tell you if you give me a kiss, he said with a smirk. Alpha frowned. She really didn't like to kiss him. She felt disgusted from touching any man. But she really needs to know his authority for her future plans. Taking a deep breath, she nimbly stood up, then leaned on the office and pecked his cheek. He tried to move his face to kiss her lips, but she was cautious not to fall for his little tricks. After that, she retreated swiftly, not giving him a chance to do anything funny. You are no fun at all, he said with a sigh. Fine then, my authority is a little more than 50. That's the only info that lousy kiss can get you, he said with a proud smile, making her gasp in shock. You are kidding. Even the first ancestor of her family only had an authority of 64 points according to the family literature. Now Victor was saying he had more than 50. That means she needs 100 points. I am not joking at all. Why would I fool you? You can get an appraisal talisman and use it if you want, he said casually as he smiled as he watched her sit down in shock for the next 10 minutes. She knew he was not lying. Her entire plan has just been crushed. How did you do it? She asked after a while as she weighed her options. This guy has just become a player. Did he gain something in a dungeon? Maybe she can do it too. I had a lucky encounter with a great treasure. It helped exploit a system bug. But I can't tell you what it is. It's no longer viable anyway, he said, making her frown. She heard of those bugs. It seems like she had to readjust her plan. Does she need to follow him for real from now on? He was not bad at all, being both smart and powerful. But what about her family's revenge? What about her plans to conquer the world? Damn it. Alpha cursed silently but made sure not to show it. I understand. How many people are going to that dungeon? She asked, changing the subject. Uncertain. I plan to let the assassin girls go too, and maybe a few other girls, he said, thinking of Myra, and maybe Elle if she was obedient. There was that dog too. Camellia. Would there be any guys? She asked sarcastically. Alex would be there, he said, making Alpha want to spit on him as if he didn't know that Alex was a girl. The chicks? She asked. No, not yet anyway. Even if I trusted them enough, I still need them to do things around for me. And I don't want anyone to find that they are players. That would raise too many unnecessary questions, he said as he knocked his fingers on the desk. So you want to go raid the dungeon with your harem? She asked with a disgusted look. I won't go there, as I have school to attend with Lillian that wins. And I want you girls to be less reliant on me. So you will lead the raid, he said, making Alpha raise her eyebrow. She didn't expect that. You trust me too much to give me such an important task, she said. Yes, you are my smartest and most obedient little wife after all, he said with a smile, making her look to the side, hiding her disturbed look. I want you to train the girls on dungeon raids for the next week, and we would choose a good time for the raid after they are ready. The dungeon is an E rank. It's called the Withered Snakes Dungeon. Expect snakes and poisons. So the girls might need to learn how to kill and cook snakes. You would also need to prepare some anti-venom vials, he said. I understand. She nodded. Then you are dismissed, he said casually. She is smart enough to figure out what else was needed. Alpha saluted respectfully and then left the room while thinking about what to do. Victor chuckled watching her leave, then turned on the computer on his desk. The overall situation has been getting a little messy lately. He didn't know if this was his effect or if his family was destined to be destroyed one way or another. But he must prepare for contingencies. For that he decided to write instructions for the girls to follow if something went wrong, like what happened when he was in a coma. A summer storm was rare, but tonight was one. Looking at the clock, it was 1:00 a.m. Time to act. She needs to get to the basement and get the mountain deed, and whatever light treasure she could find. Then she would leave this hellhole. Elle silently and nimbly jumped out of her bed. Ouch! Her butt still hurts. That old wrench beat her good. She will get her revenge someday. Leaving the room through the window, she nimbly crossed the wet ledge and re-entered from the corridor window. Locked doors can't stop this young miss. Putting her feet nimbly on the corridor carpet, she slowly made her way to the stairs. The rain noise outside hid her footsteps. Just as she was about to turn a corner, she heard a noise. Someone was heading in this direction. Looking to the side, she quickly hid behind a grand plant pot that was in a corner just as Mina and Mana turned the corner. "I can't believe the young master kicked us out of his room," Mana said as she pouted. "You can't blame him. It was all that slut's, Margaret, fault. I can't believe we are her friends. Did she have to reach her hand there? She knows better than us that the young master can't touch women," Mina said with a hateful tone. "Well, she deserves that punishment. I bet she wouldn't be able to sit at her desk tomorrow at school." Mana giggled. "Yes, we better be ready too. Tomorrow would be the first day at school. We would proudly show the world that we are." With that their voice faded. Elle waited another minute before moving out of her hideout, looked left twice and right twice. Thankfully, the corridor was only illuminated by dim ambient lighting at night, so keeping to the shadows, she went downstairs to the main hallway. Making sure no one was in sight, she began to make her way to the basement stairs across the dining room. A sound of yelp was heard, and the next moment she went under the dining table. Two girls were on the sofa. They were sitting in a very weird position. "Ouch. It's your fault. You get punished. You lose the wager anyway. You owe me $10,000. Theta laughed loudly as she applied some kind of ointment to Margaret's. Elle didn't see where exactly. "I didn't know that he was not asleep, and I only wanted to slip my panties into his pocket. I didn't expect him to catch me. He thought that I was going to give him a. Anyway, I didn't lose yet. The panties are still in the bedding. As long as he doesn't find them, the wager is still on. I will try again." Margaret spat. "Ouch, be careful." "Yes, right there." Elle didn't care about their conversation. She just took the opportunity as the lightning struck to crawl across the room until she reached the opposing corridor. Safe. Now, to the stairs. Hopefully, no one is in the way. She reached the basement door safely, and through the keyhole she could survey the situation on the other side. She almost screamed in shock. It was a long corridor that had 5 doors guarding them. 13 armed men were standing vigilantly. Each man had a hunting dog accompanying him. One of the dogs looked at the door. Elle stepped back immediately. What the fuck are they hiding in there? Elle frowned. If she opened the door, would those men notice her? Probably. What if she waited for the lightning? That would not work. She was not fast enough to reach the closest door without being seen or bit by a dog. Weighing her options, Elle decided to leave this place and return with Mr. Klein later. Uncle Black always said that you need to live to fight another day, and to never risk it, especially with high-profile targets. Stepping back, she gave the mansion a last look, searching for a treasure to take, but sadly, even the lightest treasure here weighed as much as her. She should have taken something from the upper floor. How about staying to try another night? No, absolutely not. Never. She can't stand any more lessons from that demon Hilda. Returning without any spoils would surely get her in trouble with the villagers. Maybe she can steal one of the gold-plated car bumpers. She saw them in the garage. Sighing in frustration, Elle sneaked toward the back door. Silently opening it, she stepped into the dark back pathway just as lightning struck, illuminating a veiled demon that was staring right at her. "Now, what do we have here?" the demon coldly said. Chapter 152. The Academy, 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The foreboding feeling woke Victor. This was the 3rd time. Something big was approaching, but he didn't know what. He sighed as he looked at the girl who was hugging him. Last night, Lily sneaked in through the window, and quietly drilled into his bed. Putting his hand gently on her head, he brushed her hair with his fingers, making her open her eyes and look at him with a smile. "Good morning, young master," Lily said as she buried her head again in his chest. She felt lonely sleeping without him the previous night. "You smell like blood. Were you hurt?" he asked, with some concern. "It's not mine," she replied. "Aha, who?" he asked. "Some guy who didn't know how to respect his elders," she said. "Oh, don't do these things yourself next time," he said with a sigh. He read her file. Kai, who was scared shitless of her, made sure to send it to him. Then get up and get ready, we have school today," he said as he kissed her forehead. "Just a few more minutes," she said, hugging him tighter. "Fine then," he said with a smile as he hugged her back. "Young master, when will you awaken your bloodline?" she asked timidly while keeping her head buried in his chest, although he could see her blushing ears. "Soon, almost all the pieces are in place. I found a suitable summoner 2 days ago. Now I just need the catalyst, and I already told Kai to keep an eye on that thing," he said. "A summoner?" she asked. "Yup. The blood awakening method I intend to employ requires a demon as an intermediary. You will see," he said with an evil smile. "Is this summoner a girl?" she asked as she raised her head to look at his face with her pretty squinting eyes. "That's irrelevant. Now just relax and let me hear what you did in the last couple of days," he said, quickly changing the subject. 30 minutes later, Victor was standing in the dining room in his new suit that was chosen for him by the twins. He was busy enjoying the sight of Lily, Margaret, and the twins showing off in their new school clothes. They looked amazing, especially Margaret, who was walking funny in a red short skirt. Victor almost chuckled as he touched his pocket where he kept a certain thing. He will tease her with this later. "Young master, the breakfast is ready," Hilda said respectfully. The twins were spared from the breakfast preparation duty as they also had to get ready for school. Victor nodded then frowned as he sat at the table. "Where is Elle?" he asked. He was busy the last couple of days and didn't see her yesterday. "Did they secretly kill her and stuff her somewhere?" "Yesterday she tried to escape after sniffing around the mansion. She tried to enter the basement but was fooled by the illusion array. I wanted to follow her more, but Miss Lily, who happened to have just returned, sensed something wrong and caught Elle just as she sneaked out of the back door," Hilda said. "Oh, is she still in one piece?" "Where is she now?" Victor asked, making Lily blush a little. She had just told him what she did to that man yesterday. Thankfully he didn't mind. She was a little shocked but otherwise fine. "She is now cleaning the pool floor with a toothbrush. The chicks used it last week for some training and left it in a miserable condition," Hilda said with disgust. "Good. She needs to be taught some life lessons. Keep an eye on her, she might lead us to a big fish. Oh, and let her hear you talk about the great treasure in the vault downstairs," Victor said with an evil smile. "Now where is Alex?" Victor asked, turning to Margaret, who was sitting with some difficulty. "I don't know. I gave him a new made uniform that I bought online from a shady, specialty website. He must be hesitating in some corner," she said as she adjusted her seating. Victor chuckled as he threw her a healing pull just as a pretty girl entered the dining room. "I am here, young master." The girl in a maid uniform walked in as the girls opened their mouths in shock. "Who is this chick? A new maid?" "No, Alex." They didn't know he had such an amazing body. "Isn't this uniform too revealing? Can this be called a uniform?" Visually, Alex looked exactly the same, but the air around him seemed much more feminine. Did he embrace the female identity at last? Victor smiled victoriously. He made her disable the disguise by herself. Wait, she only dispelled it by 20%. He didn't know that the treasure she used had this feature. Well, she still needed to hide her super curvy body after all. "Alex, very good. I don't know how you did it today, but you look absolutely beautiful. You almost turned me gay for real. If you were a real girl I would have made a fortune selling you to the top brothel in the capital," Victor said as he nodded, making Alex shiver a little. Maybe she had just made a mistake. "Unfortunately, I need you to be our driver today. So dress up as a guy, and keep your perverted hobbies to the nighttime," Victor said dismissively as he shook his head, making Alex almost lose her cool. She was a step away from bursting into tears or ripping this outfit and throwing it on him. "I did all of this for you, bastard," she screamed in her head. "Wait. Don't be impulsive, Alex. Isn't this better for you? He called me beautiful anyway. Why do I care?" She thought. "Can't you sell him as a male? There are places for that." Margaret asked with a smirk. "True, especially with this female personality of his. He would work wonders there." "I will consider it," Victor said as Alex sat down, and was trying hard not to look at Victor. This was definitely a mistake. "Interesting," Hilda said as she looked at Alex suspiciously with the girls. "How did he do it? Plastic surgery?" "But they saw him yesterday." "Can it be done this fast?" "Maybe the young master used some kind of a treasure on him." She heard of those. "But did he lose his ability as a man? Did he have such ability in the first place?" "Sit down and eat, we have a long day ahead of us," Victor said with a smile as Lily, who gave Alex a curious look, cut the steak in her young master's dish elegantly. She seemed to have got a new set of sharp knives. After finishing their breakfast, Victor ordered the girls to get ready to depart as he went to the study. Theta was waiting for him there. "Did it work?" he asked. "No, the system gave me a foul play indicator," she said. "They have been using poor Margaret to test her gambler class limits." "It seems like you should not be aware of foul play," Victor said. "It may have something to do with the odds." She added, "I don't know if it depends on the real odds or my feelings about them. And the alert only flashed when you caught Margaret. As long as it is fair play, it doesn't matter," she said. "True. Did you figure out how your skills work? On what can you gamble precisely?" he asked. "On everything. There are two types, system gambles and player gambles. The system gamble is very straightforward. I bet one statue whether something would happen. It is only limited to health, stamina, mana, coins, and maybe others and skills cooldown times. As for the player's gamble, it is very interesting. It requires the other party's approval. But everything can be wagered except level and authority. And the final transfer seems to be limited to my mana and authority, though I haven't tried it yet," she said with a frown. "Ugh, I will try to think of a solution for that." "Can experience points be wagered?" he asked. "Yes, the system gamble probably accepts those too, but I didn't have any to test it," she said. "What about non-system attributes?" "What do you mean?" she asked. "Non-system attributes are things that have nothing to do with the system. They are divided into two categories, internal like your hair or sight, and external like normal money and possessions," he said. "I don't know. Let me try," she said as she tried setting up a wager. "It says authority not sufficient," she said. "Did you try it on me?" he asked. "Yes. Try it with someone else as a target." "Ah. Trying again. Why? It says level not sufficient. And I have to wager something of equal value," she said. Do you have to be a part of the gamble, or can you be just an intermediary?" he asked. "Ah, it can be done. But the mana requirement is too steep. And the two parties must be very close," she said. "Do you have to clearly indicate to the other party that you are using a skill?" he asked. "Not necessarily. I only set the wager in the system, and as long as the other party approves it would work. There is no visual indicator. Margaret has already wagered her entire coins unknowingly. I just had to act as if it was a joke and tell her let's bet our coins on this. Then I added, I put $10,000 with it. She accepted, but didn't realize the play in words," she said with a wicked smile. After regaining her memories, she was no longer that naive girl. "Thankfully the bet was a foul play," Victor said with a chuckle. "I would have returned them to her anyway. I don't cheat my family," she said with a puffed cheek. "Good, don't tell anyone except Alpha about this," he said. "I will teach you a few tricks later, and maybe we can cheat some idiot out of his attributes," he added as he took a skill book from his ring. "This one is a skill to turn all your stamina into mana. It might be useful if your mana gets insufficient," he said. "Be careful with it though, as you will not be able to move after using it." "Ah, I understand, thanks," she said as she took the book and looked at it strangely. Young master, I thought that other players didn't have mana and stamina. Why is there a skill for that? She asked. Oh, true. This skill can't be used by normal players. My little Thetu is smarter than I thought, he said with a smile, making her blush. Well, I will tell you a secret. This thing was from my ancestors' stash. And that guy is not from this world, he added. Monica cursed as she was dragged into the car by the old butler whose head was 98% bald. Young lady, we have to go to school. I know that you were kidnapped yesterday, but they let you go pretty quickly, and the master had commanded that you should not miss the first day, he said. No, I don't want that, she shouted in frustration. Fine then, I will tell the master. He would find and kill that terrorist. The butler let her go and turned around. No, wait. I will go, Monica said, not knowing why she defended that evil man in front of her father. Well, he was nice to her after all. Monica was lost in thoughts when her car arrived at the massive academy campus. This place was huge, featuring many buildings and research labs. Sorry sir, cars can't enter the campus, a polite guard told the driver sternly. Young lady, please be careful, and remember your mission, the butler said as he opened the door for Monica, who stepped out of the car and entered the campus without sparing him another look. She was very annoyed. Hi, the pretty girl. Do you need a guide? A young man wearing an expensive suit asked her just as she entered. My name is Buck. I am a third-year student here. We were tasked with guiding the new students, he said as he flashed his sweetest smile. Hello. No, I am okay. Monica didn't like the smile of this young man, so she tried to step away from him. But you can get lost. Come on, let me guide you, he said as he grabbed her forearm. Let go, she said coldly. No, the man said, as the surrounding students ignored them. Some of the new students wanted to help, but they were quickly told not to by their guides. His uncle was the vice president for academic studies. No one dared offend him, so he was used to being arrogant and grabbing little girls of the normal class. He could tell because of the badge she wore. I said, let go, she said angrily, disappointed by all of those wimpy guys around. Make me, Buck said with a cheesy smile, that was the last in his life. At the next moment, a strong fist slapped his face, shattering his jaw and throwing him to the ground. Are you okay? A young man stepped forward and checked her arm with concern. It's you, she said with a bright smile. Yes, thank you for driving me home that day. I didn't get a chance to introduce myself. My name is Tom, he said as he stepped on the hand of the man who was trying to stand up. The man screamed. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Don't be like a cockroach crawling out of nowhere and scaring pretty ladies, Tom said as he kicked that man in his stomach, sending him a few feet away. Just you. Wait. I am. The man couldn't talk because of his broken jaw. He just gave Tom a threatening look and then ran away. The people around him quickly stepped away from him. Will it be okay? You didn't have to do that for me. They might kick you out of school, Monica asked with concern. Don't worry. I am a student in the special class, he said, pointing to the golden badge on his chest, making Monica open her eyes in shock. The big SUV soon reached the academy's campus. This place might be referred to as the academy, but in fact, it was bigger than most universities. The Players' Council opened 10 academies across the continent. This was one of them. On the surface, this was a place of knowledge, but the truth was that this institute was made by the players to train new players and non-player staffers to serve the great powers. In addition to that, most of the non-secretive research about dungeon materials and technologies was being done here, under the pretense of advanced technology. The families can't do all of the research by themselves. There's simply too much data. The players in the family didn't have to go here, as most of the knowledge was provided by the family, but most choose to come here. They can recruit their own team of players and forge relationships with other families, both big and small. And most importantly, There are many rare skills and treasures here for the best students. Things that only the elites in the families and sects are eligible to get. Stopping at the gate, the guard quickly approached them and asked about their identity. This is the teachers and researchers gate. The students should go through the other one, he said, just as a youngster with purple hair who was squeezed with 4 girls in the back seat flashed his purple token. Please go right in, young master. The guard bowed respectfully as he opened the gate. Although the school didn't belong to his family, it was under the influence of the player council, and elite members of the council factions enjoyed many privileges. Alex, take the day off, maybe go shopping. Just make sure to come to pick me up at 5.00, Victor said as he stepped down from the car and took a deep breath. He is back. This place was full of memories and disappointments. Behind him, Lily, the twins, and Margaret stepped out of the car and put on their special class badges. Alex nodded and then returned to the car. She needed some womanly products. She will go shopping. Where to now, young master? Margaret looked around with sparkling eyes. She had never dreamed in her life that she could set foot in this place. The auditorium. There will be an opening ceremony in a while. We arrived a little early, Victor said as he guided the girls on the campus grounds. It was 7:00 a.m. The ceremony should start at 8:00. When they reached the auditorium, the girls decided to go to the ladies' room. They needed to fix their clothes. They really liked hugging Victor in the car, but their clothes apparently didn't. Victor chuckled and decided to wait in the hallway. So he sat on a bench to the side and leisurely watched the flustered students enter one by one with broad smiles on their faces as they were being guided by upperclassmen who acted as guides. Victor didn't encounter those guides as he parked his car in the teachers section. Suddenly two familiar faces were entering the building. Why are those two together? Are they connected? Victor didn't know, as he never met Monica in his previous life. Don't worry, no matter who the man your father is forcing you to marry is, I will confront him for you, Tom said to Monica just as they passed by Victor, who frowned then smiled widely when Monica's eyes met his. Ah! She yelped. What's wrong? Tom asked as he looked to the side and noticed Victor. He wanted to say something insulting, but before he could, Monica beat him to it. It's you. Why are you here? She asked as she looked around. Are there other terrorists here? Why can't I be here? I am also a student, he said, pointing to the golden badge on his chest. Ah! She didn't know what to say, as Tom looked at her and then at Victor suspiciously. He didn't like the feeling he was having in his chest at all. We will be late for the ceremony. Let's go. Tom, who was getting a little jealous, nudged her. Ah, yes. She moved forward as her eyes stayed on Victor. Aren't you going? She asked, making Tom nearly stumble. In a minute, Victor said with a charming smile. You go first, I will find you later, he said as he flashed his white teeth. The same move Tom did when he charmed girls. Monica froze for a second, then nodded and hurried away while wondering why she said that. Victor frowned a little, then used his appraisal skill on Monica. Monica Davis, STR 9, INT 14, Luck 11, Charm 25, Fate, A+, Bloodline, Dragon Butterfly. The rank, Anna Fate. Could she be meant for Tom? Interesting. Victor smiled as he watched Tom and Monica enter the auditorium. This girl's bloodline is very unique. Its power is to attract men to her and then eat them. But its problem was that if she encountered a true dragon bloodline, the power would turn into a curse. She would fall for him instead. As Victor was lost in thoughts, suddenly, a loud shout rocked the hallway. It came from the direction of the restrooms. I finally found you, Beach. Chapter 153, Oliver, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fuka Piece of L was cursing as she walked toward the warehouse to get a toothbrush. She needed new one to continue to clean the pool with. Her arm really hurt, but she didn't dare to slack off. Suddenly she heard a noise. She shivered as ducked behind a table, thinking it was Hilda who heard her curses. It was not. Two chicks were leisurely walking around. So on Thursday night, you have to drive me with the other guys back to the base. We have our annual test. The first one said, yeah, but can we really leave the basement unguarded? The young master's treasures are stored there. The second complained, "Don't worry, the maids will keep an eye on it, and it's not like someone is planning a heist that very night." The first said, "Miss Hilda said that she would guard it by herself." He added, "Fine then, how is your ash?" Their sound faded. Elle left her hiding with a very thoughtful look in her eyes. This was her chance, but she quickly got the toothbrush and returned to the pool, where after making sure no one was around, she sneaked toward the phone. "Who is it?" a young man's voice asked. "Mr. Klein." "It's me, Elle," she said. "Didn't I tell you not to call me again? You are too young to join me." "I am busy," he said with a sigh. "Wait, I am not at the village. I have some news," she said. "I know about the mountain deal. I am finding someone to help," he said with an annoyed voice. "It's not that. I am at the new owner's house. I know where he is keeping the deed. There would be a chance to get it," she said, then proceeded to tell him everything about Victor, including how he can fly some kind of a personal jet. "This guy must be filthy rich," Mr. Klein said in shock. "Yes," she replied. "Next Thursday is it? I will see what I can do. You keep following their orders, and tell me if anything has changed," he said, then hung up. Elle smiled wickedly as she returned the phone's handset to its place quietly. "Damn witch Hilda, just you wait for this young Mrs. Revenge." Following the yelling sound, Victor quickly reached the ladies' room, where a few students were grouping at the door to watch the drama inside. Victor intended to push them aside, but suddenly they all stepped back in horror, giving Victor a chance to slip in. A young man was standing there, aiming a gun at Lily and the girls who stood there in shock. His eyes were red in anger, as if he was about to lose his mind. Oliver Goodman. Level, 0. Abnormal state, berserk. Class, gunslinger. Authority, 3. Strength, 20. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 20. Luck, 9. Charm, 20. Order, 10. Skills, firearm scan and materialize S, scanned. Toy pistol, AK-99. Piercing shot A. Homing bullet A. Bullet storm A. Shadow steps C. Gun nut C. Driving D. Swimming E. Quick draw F. Equipment. Protection talisman B. Protection necklace C. Add. Berserk curse A. Storage ring D. Add. Tracking device A. Fate's status. Fate's power S. Fate's direction, neutral. Fate's design, Cyan. From rags to riches, from weak to strong. Total, S. Victor frowned when he saw this guy's info, a typical overpowered Cyan. What was his relationship with Lily? And what's going on with his equipment? Was he being tricked into something? "Who are you?" Lily said with a frown as she put her hand behind her back, grabbing the dagger hidden there. "Oh, you beach forgot what you did to me. You." He froze a little and regained his mind when he saw that an audience was slowly forming around the door. Some things are better kept a secret. Just now, he just pulled his gun on an impulse. Realizing that he made a mistake, Oliver decided to retreat and take revenge later. "Ah, you are the pervert I castrated? It was your fault for attacking me that day," Lily said in shock, stopping the retreating Oliver in his tracks and causing the people who heard the scream and came to see what's wrong to look at the man. Then down at his crotch. "Ah, you beach!" Oliver screamed. "Now get on your knees and beg for forgiveness, and maybe I will grant you a swift death," he yelled, losing his mind again as his secret had been exposed. Victor didn't like how this guy pointed his gun at Lily. He wanted to do something, but assaulting a Cyan was dangerous. Even someone as weak as this one. "Wait, where are the security guards?" Victor frowned as he looked around. "That's weird. This place should be heavily guarded as many important people would be attending this ceremony." This was definitely a trap. Victor didn't know what to do, but after some thought, he decided to put the needle he had taken out away. Lily was powerful enough to deal with this weak guy. Whoever planned this trap must have wanted them to kill Oliver or get hurt in the process. But sadly they miscalculated. Even if he wanted to kill this eunuch he couldn't. Cyans can't be killed. It was a tested and proven fact. "Just wait for it," he told himself as he watched nervously. Indeed, at the moment when Lily had enough of this idiot's rambling and was preparing to throw her dagger at him, a girl shouted, "Stop! Oliver, what are you doing here?" A girl pushed the spectators to the side as she made her way toward them. Zoe? Oliver slowly lowered his gun and looked at the pretty girl. When? How? Why? He had many questions. He had not met her for the last 5 years. Ever since he left the village. You ask me why? I should be the one asking you. Since when did you become a thug? Zoe asked, with some disappointment. Ah, sorry. I lost my nerves there, he said as he looked at Lily with a clear hatred. A while ago I was very hurt, and that girl took advantage of that and injured me, he said as he had some difficulty controlling himself. He should probably leave this place to keep his sanity and dignity. What's left of it? Oh, Zoe wanted to say something just as a team of guards surrounded the room, headed by a fat captain with a balding head. They quickly pushed the students away. Drop your gun, the captain said as he raised his gun and aimed it at Oliver, who frowned, then slowly put the gun down on the floor, passing it behind his pants in the process. Never make trouble with the officers of the law. That was one of the player council's rules. This is just a toy. I was joking with them, Oliver said in a confident voice as he kicked it toward the nervous guard. Oh, the guard said as one of his men quickly grabbed it and checked it. It's a toy, sir, he said, making the captain relax. This was just a prank. What are you doing here? The ceremony is about to start. Go to the auditorium, the captain said, intending to defuse the situation. There are many important people here. If anything went wrong, it would be his responsibility. And you, I will tell the vice principal to issue you a warning. This better not happen again. Now get going, the captain added. Oliver shot Lily a murderous look, then turned around and headed to Zoe near the door, pushing Victor, who purposely stood in his way, to the side. But after taking a few steps, Oliver heard a shout. Stop. A commanding voice stopped the students and guards from leaving. Everyone turned around and looked at Victor, who pointed at Oliver, who turned around to look at him with a frown. Is this how you run this school? A pervert tries to assault the girls in the ladies' room with a fake gun, and all you do is let him go with a warning? Maybe I should get all my friends to come and assault the girls here since you guys are this forgiving, Victor said. It's not that he wanted to make Oliver his enemy, but this guy already wants Lily dead. Victor felt it in his eyes. How can he let him leave this easily? And wouldn't this idiot be a perfect practice target for him? In the worst case scenario, he can get Zoe to mediate the situation. She seems to know this guy well. What do you mean assault? This is just a prank, the captain asked. Captain, this young man is a known sex offender. You can check with the police. That girl castrated him in self-defense before when he tried to assault her. She didn't press charges back then because she thought that he was pitiful, and now he is doing it again, maybe for revenge. I'm just saying, why was he loitering here in the ladies' room anyway? Victor said, making Oliver get angry again, but knowing that Zoe was watching him, he cooled down immediately. True, the guard said. Why are you here? One dutiful guard asked. I saw her entering here and followed her, Oliver confessed to, making the girls in the back gasp. This is not a crime. I just wanted an apology from her, he said, making the guards hesitate. They should end this quickly. Then how do you explain that panty poking out of your right pocket? A girl's voice suddenly came out of nowhere, making everyone look at Oliver's pocket. There is no. Oliver took out a red sexy panty from his pocket in shock. When did this thing spear in his pocket? Ah, it is mine, Margaret said as she pointed at Oliver in shock, then ran to him and took her panty before slapping his face, making him fall to the ground. Bastard. How did you take it? I didn't feel a thing, she said as she ran into an open cubicle in shame, not forgetting to stumble a little, so that everyone could see that she was not wearing anything below her short skirt. Victor nodded. This girl got his intentions right, as always. Her mind was as corrupt as his. Wait, why is she not wearing any underwear? Everyone in the room was shocked. Men were cursing in anger, as girls touched their panties, making sure they were in their places, including Zoe. This guy might have become a eunuch, but he was still a pervert. You will come with us, the captain told Oliver as the guards surrounded him. He wanted to resist as his eyes turned red in anger, but even with his powers, he could not push away 7 burly guards, who handcuffed him and then dragged him away while gagging his mouth. He was biting everyone, head immediately to the auditorium. I will punish everyone who stays here," the captain said as sweat fell from his brows. This was a scandal and a big mess. He shouldn't have listened to that beach, Charlotte. Zoe frowned as she watched Oliver being taken away. She wanted to talk to him a little more. He was her childhood friend in the mountain village after all. Who did he become like this? When did he get so perverted? Was city life this evil? She must ask Lily for some info later. She must fix him. Victor was secretly chuckling as he watched Oliver being dragged away when he noticed a change in Oliver's fate. Fate's status. Fate's power. S. Fate's direction. Negative. Fate's design. Dark Scion. Suffer in misery. Live for revenge. Die in glory. Total. Negative S. What? Can this be done? Victor had no idea that a Scion's fate could be changed. The power was still an S, but the direction and destination have changed. From a Scion to a Dark Scion. What caused it? The repeated failures? Or was it his destiny? And what about his revenge? Would this guy bug Lily from now on? That's unforgivable. Was this a destiny arrangement because Lily avoided death at the family grounds? Maybe. He should have seen this coming. Victor was a little disturbed, but a little excited as well. How far can he manipulate this guy's fate? That was the question he was asking, and it was worth investigating. And he had the perfect test subject for that. Maybe he can also fix Alex's fate. That would be dangerous. He should ask the Book of Knowledge when it cools down. Hopefully, the cost would be reasonable. Now, he had to know who set this trap. That was easy, as he knew who to ask. Go reserve a good seat in the back for me. This young master has to use the restroom, Victor said as he ran away, under the girls' frowns. Wasn't the men's room in the other direction? The guard's captain returned to his office after handing Oliver to the police. The better keep out of this mess. He just checked the girl. She was registered under the Von Wise name. He was probably in deep shit. Throwing his fat ass on his chair, he felt a needle prick his ass. He jerked immediately, but couldn't stand up, as a hand pushed him down, making the needle drill itself into his buttocks. Ah! He wanted to turn, but couldn't. It was as if the hand on his head was made of steel, and he could feel a sharp dagger almost slitting his throat. On its reflection, he could see the face of an old ugly man. Who told you to ignore the trouble at the auditorium ladies' room? An old ghastly voice asked. I don't know. The man wanted to say but couldn't, as his mouth told the truth involuntarily. It was Lady Charlotte. She got me the job here, he said against his will. Good, the voice said as the fat man lost his consciousness. Chapter 154. The Academy, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The auditorium was still half empty when Victor entered, then leisurely headed to the freshman special students section at the front, where the girls kept a seat for him between Margaret and Mana. As for Mina and the sulking Lily, they were on the other seats to the side. Did they bet on this? Victor didn't ask. Zoe was nowhere to be seen, and Victor had the feeling that she went after Oliver. Science had the tendency to sniff trouble or attract it. Getting rid of Olive with her around would be troublesome. Maybe he can wait for him to come, then release the tom on him. Alex would work too. But as a female, there was a risk of her falling for him. When he reached his seat, he discovered to his surprise that in the seats right behind, Tom was sitting and glaring at him with Peter by his side. Monica couldn't sit in this section because she was a normal student and they were seated further in the back. After greeting Peter with a nod, Victor relaxed in his seat, totally ignoring Tom, who froze for a second as if he was reading some instructions from a hidden screen. Victor smiled evilly as he leisurely began to observe the students entering the auditorium, which was getting filled. It really brought back memories. In his past life, at this time he was suffering from the shock of being only a semi-player and his brother's taunts. He had no time to enjoy the sight of all those youthful girls walking around in sexy dresses. Ouch! He flinched as Margaret to his side felt the need to pinch his thigh. Jealous? He asked her as he caught her hand and pinched it. Why would I? You held my panties in your pocket for the entire morning, she said, not caring about the two perverts who were listening from behind. Ah, about that. I just found it laying lonely in my bed. I felt sorry for it, so I decided to give it some warmth, he said casually, drawing the attention of the rest of the students around, But the real question is, why were you walking around without one? He asked, making everyone who was listening want to ask, just to make sure. One what? Ah, well. She lowered her voice, causing all the surrounding students to turn their ears toward her to listen more attentively. You see, when we were in the car hugging you, I might have gone a little overboard and spoiled it, she said with a slight blush as she stuck her little tongue out, making the twins gasp. They noticed nothing. What a slut. Lily shot Margaret a really nasty look before looking away with a blush on her veiled face. This girl was getting more perverted by the minute. Was this her young master's effect? Probably. Can she do the same? Never. That's just too shameful for her. As for the ones listening, they almost bleed from their noses. Is this girl a student with us? Mommy, you were right. My childhood friend, who you always warned me about, turned out to be a complete pervert. Peter in the back was thinking in shock as Tom's drool began to drip from his open mouth. He refused her before because she was a slut. Now he regrets it. What's wrong with sluts? Victor chuckled as he squeezed Margaret's blushing cheek, then totally ignored her and continued to watch the girls going around to find their seats. Some of them he dated. Some he wanted to date. Some he never wanted to date. And a few who had the audacity to reject him. He also spotted Monica, who seemed to be very popular among the nerd boys who studied their heads off to get into this academy. Unfortunately for them, she kept glancing in his direction every once in a while. Was she looking at him or at Tom? Maybe both. He needs to fix her quickly. It took another 15 minutes for everyone to settle down and for the teachers and the VIP guests to find their seats. Welcome to the Elite Academy. The principal, who walked up and then stood at the podium in the center of the stage, said, My name is James Trove III. I am the principal of this academy. Today, we welcome a group of new students who will join us, some of which would be joining the special class, while others the normal class. The classes are different. While normal classes focus on academic excellence, the special class was meant to attract the most elites. Even their courses are top secret, as they contain the most advanced knowledge available to mankind. He lied proudly. In our school, we strongly encourage the students to know their place. Life is not fair, and no matter what anyone tells you, people are not equal. So you must do your best to know your status. That's why we divide you into such classes. You must learn to respect your elders. This is a lesson for your future, he added, causing some dissatisfaction among the students who came from poor families. After that, he proceeded to talk about the academy's rules, which can be summarized as, if your daddy is powerful enough, you can do whatever you want. If not, you better not cross any red lines or you would be kicked out. Oh, and if you died somehow, it's not our business. Then a newly chosen student representative gave a speech, followed by some teachers who encouraged the students to do their best. Victor didn't care about all of these, he was busy watching the girls and the teachers. Oh, sweet memories. Should he expand his harem? Some of those girls can be useful. He was still pondering on that question when the ceremony ended and the students were guided to their new classrooms. So hugging his entourage, he walked out proudly. Due to the limited number of students, the classes here were conducted in classrooms very similar to those in high schools. In fact, the freshman special class only had 32 player students. As for the normal class, they were divided into two classes with 30 students in each. Entering the large special classroom, Victor smiled as he saw the high-tech aluminium desks and leather chairs, truly fit to be a school for elites. The class was supplied with the latest laser hologram whiteboard and a computer on every desk. For an optimal bragging experience, he quickly took a random seat on the back as his harem sat around him. Sadly, only Lily and Margaret could sit to his sides as the other seats around him were taken, so the twins had to reluctantly get two seats a little far away. Victor didn't like that, but this was not the right time for trouble. Peter wanted to find a seat in the back too. He wanted to watch the girls from the back, but he was dragged by Tom to the front. Margaret wondered why Tom wanted to sit there. That's not like him at all. The answer she didn't know was that he didn't. It's just another system mission. When the class got full, Victor surveyed it quickly. The classroom had 32 desks, but only 29 students. The remaining ones must be for Oliver and Zoe. and the runaway Linda. 10 of the students were girls while the rest were males. This was a very normal ratio, as most of the players are usually males, especially in the minor families. The few chances to become a player they had were usually granted to the male heirs. 4 of the girls were his, so that only left 6 out of his grasp. Zoe and Linda were not counted. Victor casually inspected them, one by one. In his past life, he didn't date any of them. How can any girl be interested in him with Tom being in the same class? Scions always take all the girls, or at least their attention. Victor didn't really care. 5 of the girls belonged to weak minor families, so he had no interest in them. Only one was somewhat interesting. She became a player by chance after falling into an ancient cave while camping, and activating a buried formation. Her name was Madeline, and she was a really nice girl. After graduation, she would be one of the most successful players. She would go on to build a business empire and marry 19 husbands at the same wedding. The to-be 20th died the night before, because of exhaustion. Unfortunately, girls who were over 150 kg were not Victor's type, so he decided to skip over her again in this life. After settling down, the students looked around wanting to get to know each other, but were stopped as a charming yet cold female teacher entered the class and kicked the teacher's chair to the side, causing Victor to feel a headache that came straight from his old memories. In his ultimate list of the most annoying girls to ever exist, this idiot took one of the top 10 spots, right beside Officer Lee. "Listen up, brats. My name is Isabella von Miller, I will be your homeroom teacher," she said as she slammed her book on the table, causing it to creak. Name, Isabella von Miller. Level, 40. Abnormal status, injured, cursed beasting AAA. Class, Paladin. Authority, 7. Strength, 159. Agility, 134. Intelligence, 91. Luck, 31. Charm, 35. Order, 40. Skills, Cleansing Wave A. Energy Shield A. Survival A. Cooking A. Bartering A. Quick Steps B. High Sword Art B. Needle Arts C. Self-Defense Arts C. Shield Arts C. Dagger Arts C. Charm C. Teaching D. Poison Resistance F. Map Drawing F. Pillow Kissing F. Equipment, Demon Slaying Sword A. Defense Talisman B. Storage Ring D. Fate's Status. Fate's Power A. Fate's Direction, slightly negative. Fate's Design, Thomas Watson's right hand, and concubine. Total, A. Thomas Watson. Oh, right, that's Tom's full name. Victor remembers this speech. She kept acting all high and mighty, but in the end, fell into Tom's hands after he saved her from a berserk player and then cured her injured butt. She acted like a little girl when she was with him. She was not that old after all. Despite her bossy personality, she was merely 23. She came from the von Miller family, a minor independent player family. They only had 9 players in their family, and she was the most successful one, taking pride in climbing the impossible status ladder and proving the big families wrong. Victor was not really interested in her, but she would be a good specimen for a fate change experiment, as she has to teach him for an entire year, and he would have a lot of chances to interact with her, and maybe test the waters for the Nova and Monica problems he had at hand. Now, how shall he attack? The Tom way? No, it requires a science's luck to save a girl 5 times in a row, and to make her lose all reason. That idiot is already drooling in the front. This one was clearly his type. The system did promise him an excellent view if he sat in the front. The Victor way then, direct attack or a sneaky one? Why not both? He needed to try it. The students prepared themselves as this was supposed to be the time when they introduced themselves. But that didn't happen, as Miss Isabella had other thoughts. Now, no matter what the principal says, you can ignore him. I don't care what your background is. Right here you are all equals, she said stubbornly. So I don't even want to hear your names, she added unreasonably. Then how can you call us? A young man who kept looking at her curvy body asked. I will find suitable names. I will call you Pervert Number 1, she said coldly, making him shrink his neck, wishing he never asked. Now, let's begin, she said. You are now all players. Do you know what that means? She asked. We have a system. Peter asked. That's part of it. It means you are no longer part of the normal society. This is both a curse and a blessing. With great power comes great. Right then Victor fell to sleep. Her sound had that magical effect. Hey you sleepy in the back, stand up. A yelling voice woke him up. Raising his sleepy head he saw Isabella glaring at him. He didn't respond, just wiped his drool then put his head on the desk again. I said stand up you piece of shit. She yelled again, making him frown, then kick the chair of the poor student in front of him. She is telling you to stand up. Do as you are told so that I can go back to sleep, he said as the young man stood up, despite being unsure it was him. It's not you, the one in the back. She yelled. Stand up, or I swear I would kick your ass out. She yelled louder. Victor opened his eyes again and looked at Lily who was having difficulty containing her smile. Is she talking to you? He asked. No young master, she said, making him turn to Margaret who also shook her head as she pinched her own thigh to stop herself from laughing. Teacher, there are no sleepy students here, he said, just as the fuming Isabella reached his seat. You think you are funny, don't you? She asked coldly as she inspected him with a frown. I usually do. What does it have anything to do with you? He asked arrogantly. Oh, you think your daddy is very important, is it? No matter who you are, here, you better obey me, you little piece of shit, she said as she grabbed his arm intending to drag him off his chair. She failed. Of course, she did. Victor is now over level 100. How can a merely level 40 player drag him? Teacher, be careful, he said as he grabbed her hand, making the stunned Isabella fall onto his lap. Ah! She wanted to say something when his lips touched hers. Stealing her first kiss. Orange, he said as he licked his lips after letting her go. She didn't move. Tom and the rest of the boys opened their mouths and eyes wide in shock as the girls covered their eyes, except for a fat one, who licked her lips too. Teacher, do you like this young master's lap? If you are interested, I can reserve some time in my busy schedule for you. Let's say on Thursday maybe. No, I might have guests. How about? Ah, you bastard. I will. She screamed aloud as she struggled up from his lap, then lost her footing and almost fell to the ground if not for his firm arm hugging her waist. Be careful, pretty teacher, he said with a dirty smile as his free hand nimbly moved around her body, touching everywhere, and ending with grabbing her injured butt. How the students gasped. Ah! She screamed again but this time in pain as she struggled out of his grasp and then looked at him and the dumbfounded drooling students, before running away from the room in shame. Her picture as a teacher has been completely ruined. And no one, except Margaret and Lily, noticed that he stuffed a piece of fabric in his pocket. How did he get this thing? That's how little girls should act, Victor said proudly as he sat down again and returned to sleep under the astonished eyes of his fellow students. The ones coming from normal families almost lost their minds, as for the important ones. The ones coming from a player family, they have been warned by their families that they would be attending school with a pervert. It must have been him. Now they must find a way to get close to him. We meet again, pervert, Lee said as she sat opposite the handcuffed Oliver, then shone the bright light right into his eyes. Officer, this was a setup. Someone stuffed that underwear in my pocket, he said with some annoyance. I don't care. Do you think that I am an idiot? Did someone drag you to the ladies' room again this time? Lies, all lies. You will enter prison this time. And for a long time, she said. I will make sure of that. You can't do that, he said as he began to get angry. Just as the door opened and the chief entered. We will let you go, you have been bailed, and the school will not press any charges, he said, making Lee bite her pretty lip and angrily leave the room without saying a word. Oliver slowly cooled down as the chief uncuffed him and helped him out of the station. I don't know what kind of magic you did to get two girls from powerful families to help you, but hear my advice. Nothing good comes from rowing two boats at once, especially two that are going in opposite directions, the chief said as he returned to the station. Oliver looked at the station's parking lot with complex eyes. Two hot girls were waiting for him the while glaring at each other. Zoe, his childhood friend who grew up to be super pretty, and Charlotte, his newest beautiful ally and friend. For years he was faithful to his girlfriend who betrayed him, Never again. This is his chance to shine. He will make this work. Too bad, he can't touch either of them. Not yet anyway. Chapter 155. The Academy, 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The shocked classroom was silent, and the Tom was fuming with envy as he looked at the door, where the pretty teacher Isabella had just passed. Before the students could comprehend what just happened, a handsome young teacher entered the classroom with a frown and an iron ruler that he swung around. "WHODIDIT?" he yelled. "WHO is the pervert." WHO angered Miss Isabella. He added as he pointed to the students with his ruler. A timid girl in the front pointed to Victor, who was having Lily arrange a pillow for him on the desk. "You bastard." The teacher headed straight to Victor. "You." He didn't continue as Victor, who was sitting lazily on his chair, skillfully kicked him in the balls from under the desk. "Ah!" The teacher fell to the ground holding his crotch as his ruler fell to the ground. Victor has memories of this one. His name is Lucas something something. And he was not a player, but a normal teacher who adores Isabella and wants to court her. He probably thought this was his chance to prove himself. Back then, he didn't like Victor at all because he was more handsome than him. He bullied him once or twice. Victor was forbidden from acting as a family heir back then, so he was an easy target. "Listen, kid. This young master will not tolerate anyone calling him a bastard," Victor said casually, making the student gasp. Did he just call the teacher a kid? "Just you wait." "I will," Lucas shouted as he struggled to stand up, but was kicked again by Lily this time, who got Victor's signal. "You." The teacher wanted to say something when his nose hit a desk on his way down. "Ouch. Don't you me kid. Now crawl out of this classroom, you are ruining my good mood." "Cheat, you are bleeding. Get your dirty commoner blood away from me," Victor said as he stood from his chair and stepped away in disgust, to avoid the blood pool forming from the teacher's injured nose. The teacher quickly covered his nose. He wanted to stand up. "No, I better not," he thought as he crawled his way out of the classroom. Lily quickly took a napkin and professionally whipped the blood around Victor's desk, allowing him to sit down again. "Aren't you bullying them too much?" Margaret asked with some worry, as the students also listened. Two teachers. And this was still the first day. "Oh, well." Victor acted as if he was thinking for a few seconds. "Didn't you hear the principal? His speech has opened my eyes. This life is all about status and class. How can those commoners insult me without repercussions? That won't do at all. And I didn't hurt them. If they were not my teachers, their heads would be rotting on a pole somewhere for their insults," he said arrogantly, making her nod. His classmates didn't know how to react. This young master was really arrogant. Just as everyone was not sure what to do, the door opened and the principal, who was listening to Victor's explanation across the building, entered the classroom. A slightly fat, white-haired man, with a funny goatee. "Calm down everyone," he said with a calm voice as he looked at the blood pool, then at Victor. "Purple blood. By any chance are you Victor Von Wise?" he asked, as Victor politely stood up and bowed. "Yes, Mr. Principal. I am very honored you knew my name," Victor said politely, making Tom, who was watching, want to spit on him. Just now he was acting like this Victor was the type who bully the weak and fear the strong, he thought with the rest of the class, not realizing how scary the principal really was. Name, James Drove 3. Level, 149. Class, Wizard. Authority, 14. Strength, 388. Agility, 400. Intelligence, 434. Luck, 40. Charm, 35. Order, 47. Skills, Formula Magic, SS. Energy Storm, S. Elemental Bullets, A. Survival, A. Distant Hearing, A. Bartering, A. Chantless Magic, A. Teaching, A. Quick Steps, B. Fire Resistance, B. Charisma, C. Poison Resistance, C. Shock Resistance, C. Frost Resistance, C. Charm, D. Talisman Drawing, D. Knitting, E. Map Drawing, E. Sword Arts, F. Self-Defense Arts, F. Equipment, Hidden Staff of Trove, S. Defense Talisman, S. Storage Ring, A. Von Krona Family Janitor Token, E. Players Council Elder Token, F. The Elite Academy Principal Token, F. Fate's Status. Fate's Power, A. Fate's Direction, neutral. Fate's Design, neutral. Total, A. Bloodline, Crowned Crow. Good, good, the principal said as he fondled his goatee. Are you the one who harassed teacher Isabella? He asked. If you mean kissing, then yes. I couldn't help myself, as she was the one who tried to harass me first. She seduced me with her hot body. This might have been a misunderstanding, Victor said shamelessly. Hiding his distress, the rest of the students looked at the principal, waiting for him to kick Victor out of the school. I see. Then what about Teacher Lucas? Why did you do that? The principal asked. Who is Teacher Lucas? Victor asked. The one you kicked a little earlier. The principal said, without a hint of annoyance. Oh, he is just a commoner. Who told him to come screaming like a mad dog? I wish to submit an official complaint about this. He called me a bastard. How dare he? Does he know who my father is? That teacher is not good for the school's morals. Victor said, using his daddy professionally to cover his ass. I see. I will consider it. The principal said, try to be more considerate of those people of lower social status in the future. They don't understand how vast the world is, the principal said. But I wanted to educate them. Victor interrupted. Then don't do it here. If you must cause trouble, you are free to kill them outside. The principal said before giving the girls in the classroom a quick look and pausing for a second on Lily before leaving the room with a frown. The students were in an uproar. What is wrong with this school? Can the powerful really bully the weak here? The answer was of course not. Unless you belong to one of the top powers. You can do whatever you want then. Victor sat in his chair frowning. This man belonged to the Von Krona, damn it. He must be some hidden agent. He should have checked him early or at the ceremony. Did he discover Lily? Although she was wearing a veil, the air around her must have made him suspicious. Is there anything wrong, young master? Lily asked. The expression on his face was not good. I just didn't like the way the principal looked at you. Thankfully you were wearing a veil, or he would have discovered how ugly you are. That would have been disgraceful for me. He added in a low voice, making both Lily and Margaret frown. They quickly figured it out. The principal must be eavesdropping on them. Anyway, you keep close to me in the future. I might need you to whip a lot of stains. Blood, and you will understand later. He told her casually, but she got his true meaning. Don't wander alone without me. I will tell you why later. A minute or so after that a new teacher entered the classroom. This time, it was an old-timer who knew his place. Teacher Isabella would take the rest of the day off, so I will substitute her, he said after clearing his throat and avoiding eye contact with Victor. Now let's introduce ourselves. Call me Mr. Gold. How about you? Let's begin with you. Everyone feel free to say your name and afflicted power. You can also tell us your class if you want to sponsor yourself, but that's optional. But maybe some supreme power would hear of you and recruit you. He said, gesturing to Peter. I am Peter Ford. I am unaffiliated. My class is Archer. Peter stood up and said, I am Tom Watson. I am also unaffiliated. My class is a warrior. Tom naturally lied. I am Andrea Lang. I am with the Lang family. She didn't reveal her class. Most of those who already belonged to some faction didn't need to advertise themselves. My name is Madeline Roberts. I am unaffiliated. And my class is Enchantress. She lied. Making the class a little surprised as Margaret frowned. She had the same class. Victor almost spat on this dirty girl. She was not an enchantress, but a fucking rare succubus class. A super fat succubus who feeds on men's dreams and other things. I am Olodina. I am with the Clearwater sect. And my class is a healer, she said. Looking for a better employer maybe. I am Mina. I am a maid in the Von Wise estate, she said proudly, followed by her sister who repeated the same sentence, causing a boy who was trying to get close to them to lick his lips secretly. Are they mates? He. That's his fetish. He had no idea what Von Wise meant. Tom and Peter looked at each other, then at the twins with a frown. They always suspected that. Especially Tom, who realized how wise the system was. warning him about them. Dirty beaches. He should have never got close to them. I am Lily Von Wise, Lily said coldly, hiding her blushing face behind a veil as she took her husband's last name. Her affiliated power was clear. My name is Victor Von Wise, an elite member of the Von Wise family, and I am a merchant. He said casually as he sat down. A merchant always needs more advertisement. The boy who was making plans for the twins, at that same moment moved his desk 3 inches away from them. He has just realized what Von Wise signified. He was just someone from a poor family who got lucky, and he does not want to have anything to do with this madman. Lastly, Margaret Ringer, soon to be a Von Wise, she added as she sat down, moving her desk closer to Victor. As she gave Lily a challenging look, the teacher nodded, as he sighed in relief. Nothing too crazy happened, thankfully. Now let's start our course. What is a player? It is the user of great power. And with their first day at school passed peacefully as Victor enjoyed a blissful sleep, no one dared to wake him up at all. At the end of the day, Victor woke up and stretched his arms. That was a good first day. He looked around and watched the students collect their stuff cheerfully. They learned a lot today, especially about dungeons and how they worked. They couldn't wait for their first dungeon dive. Excuse me, young Master Victor. My name is Rebecca. A girl approached Victor, who looked at her with a frown. What do you want? He answered rudely. This girl rejected him 2 times in his previous lifetime. That was before he realized how much of a snake she was. Later, she became one of Linda's cronies who took every chance to slander him. He was a real idiot back then. I was wondering if you are interested in some ice cream. There is a shop, she said shyly. Oh, no, I only eat fresh ice cream. If you can produce some, I wouldn't mind, he said pervertedly as he looked at her bulging chest and licked his lips. This is the best way to get revenge and get rid of her at the same time. Victor knew well that this girl wanted to climb up to his family, like most of the girls here, but he didn't want any spies by his side. Fresh. She didn't get it, until one of her friends dragged her to the side and whispered something in her ear, making her blush angrily as she kicked the ground with her foot and turned to leave. She didn't mind if he told her that privately, but in front of all of her friends, she had no face left. Seeing the girl's magnificent failure, the other girls changed their minds. This guy was too perverted for them, and that was what Victor wanted. He is a hunter, not a prey. They decided to go for their other option, who was flashing his shining smile everywhere. Just as Victor was about to leave the classroom, he noticed a girl hesitating at the door. Monica. She has seen the entire scene where he humiliated that girl. She was looking at him, then at Tom, who had yet to notice her. She seemed hesitant. Making up her mind, she started heading in Tom's direction, just as Tom stood up and headed to Madeline's desk. Go out with me, he told her as he struck the desk firmly with his hand, making all the girls, who were gossiping about Victor, turn around and look at him in shock. No. Their other target chose that girl out of all the pretty ones in the class. Is an enchantress effect really this powerful, or does he have some crazy hobbies? Monica stood there, lost, watching as that fat girl acted coquettishly in front of Tom. Suddenly, a firm hand grabbed her waist, making her flinch. Are you looking for me? Victor asked. Are you really Victor Von Wise? She asked as she turned to look at his handsome face. Her father told her to go sell herself to him, and after asking around, she realized that her target was the same handsome terrorist who kidnapped her. Was this a coincidence or destiny? The one and the only. No, there is another Victor in the family, but he is already 90 years old, he said, pondering. Could it be him? It is you, she said bashfully. Then what can this young master do for you, pretty Miss Monica? He asked, making her blush a little. My father asked me to become your assistant. If you don't mind. She said it as softly as possible. In fact, her father told her to get him to impregnate her. But she can't say that. Oh, well, I told you that you will be mine before. Fine. Let's go then, he said as he threw his bag at her, and walked out of the classroom as his entourage dragged her with them, just as Tom glanced at them. What? Wait. No. Too bad for him, he couldn't chase after Monica. as a fat girl was hugging his arm firmly. The system promised him that this one would be of great assistance. He must endure. Damn you, Victor. Peter didn't witness any of that because the moment class was over, he hurried out heading to the normal class. The girls here were not his type. He liked normal girls who were weaker than him, so he would go hunt there. Who would refuse a special class student? Stepping out of the academy surrounded by his pretty harem, Victor quickly headed to the parking lot under the envious eyes of the school students. Just then a student who came running out of nowhere bumped into Lily, knocking her and grabbing her veil before he hurried away. His timing was too perfect that she could only stand there in shock. Victor said nothing. In a split second, he took out a gun and shot the young man's hand, forcing him to drop the veil and escape. He didn't kill him, because he was sent by the principal and has just used a high-level concealment skill. Everyone looked at Lily's face in shock by then. How can a girl be this ugly? Her looks were so ugly that it made a few faint-hearted students throw up. She was not a monster, but her nose was a little rotated to the left, and her mouth was a little bit wrong. Her lips were thin and her chin was like a cucumber. The combined effect created a unique face that would be perfect for any villain in a thriller movie. Everyone wondered at her hideous face as Mina quickly got the veil from the ground and then gave it back to Lily after dusting it. Margaret frowned a little as Monica put her hand on her mouth. She never expected this girl to be this ugly. Victor sighed as dragged the girls to the car. The principal was definitely suspecting something. But with this, he had probably managed to mislead him. He must hurry and complete the blood awakening. Damn it. When they reached the car, Alex was waiting for them with a smile. She seemed to have had a good day. How dare she? He will ruin it for her later tonight. Did you make any new friends? He asked the girls as he sat in the car's back seat, followed by Monica, who was dragged in forcefully. The girls shook their heads as they sat down. Only Monica wanted to say that she made many friends, but decided to keep her silence. That won't do. I know you want to stay with me, but having friends is important. Look, I already have a cute Monica here, he said, making her blush. Understood, the girls said. It's not that they didn't want to make friends, but no one dared to go near them with Victor around. His reputation was already rock bottom. Young master, where are we going? Monica asked as the car moved. She was not ready yet. I will drive you to your home first, then go to my mansion and enjoy a blissful night, he said with a smirk. Don't worry, when your father sees that you are coming out of my car, he will stop bothering you, Victor added, making her smile sweetly for the first time. He really cared for her. You are mine now, though. Don't get close to other guys, he added, making her smile freeze. She thought of Tom, then shook her head. Young Master Victor is much more handsome. Chapter 156, About Science, 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After dropping Monica off at her house with a reluctant goodbye kiss, Victor reached his mansion at 4:00 p.m. where he decided to have a quick lunch with the girls. This time Elle was there, sitting obediently as a cute little sister. She was not fooling anyone though. Everyone has already been informed of her betrayal, and they were waiting for a chance to spank her ungrateful butt. Elle, how was your day? Victor asked leisurely, as he appreciated his artfully arranged dish. It was fine. Thank you for asking, young master, she answered politely, the way Hilda taught her. Good. How about this? Camellia, take Elle out and go shopping for the night. She needs some new clothes, he said, making Elle a little jumpy. This was her chance to run, but she needed to be here to help Mr. Klein. She was conflicted. Wait, shopping for me? She wondered silently. Are you going to let her buy things for me, young master? Elle asked, a little unsure. Of course. Although you are not my real young sister, I will still care for you. I already promised, he said, making her feel a weird tingling in her heart, something she never experienced before. Oh, by the way, Hilda, I have a new buyer for the antiques in the basement, so make sure they are well wrapped and place them in an easily accessible place. I intended to offer them at Charlotte's auction, but I didn't have a chance. Back then, I am sure, they would sell for millions, he said, making Elle perk her ears. I will see to it, young master, Hilda replied. Victor nodded, then returned to his meal, ignoring the somewhat edgy Lily, who wanted to ask about the incident today but didn't want to disturb her young master's meal. Victor quickly finished his meal, then stood up as Mana helped him wipe his mouth. "Lily, follow me. We need to talk," he said. "Mina, prepare some coffee for me," he added before heading to the study. Lily ran behind him under the girl's curious looks. Sitting on his trusty chair in the study, Victor smiled and gestured to Lily to sit on his lap. "It's been a while." So she quickly obeyed. He gently hugged her, then removed her veil to look at her pretty face. "Do you know why I told you that you are ugly today?" he asked. "I don't." "Maybe someone was stalking me." "Was that guy who stole my veil a player?" "I didn't feel his approach." "No, I did, but I didn't perceive his danger. I felt strange." "What does he want from me?" "Does it have anything to do with that Oliver?" She asked one question after another, making Victor smile slightly. "One question at a time," he said. "First, that stalker was sent by the principal. He should belong to the von Kroner family, your original family," Victor said, making her open her pretty mouth wide in shock. "Did he discover that I belonged to them?" she asked with a worried tone. "No, I believe he is suspecting you. Your veil didn't cover your eyes after all, and those old monsters have real keen instincts," he added. "That's why he sent that man to remove your veil, and that's why I responded by camouflaging your appearance to look ugly," Victor explained. "Oh, what? Ugly?" She didn't notice. She finally figured out why all the students were looking at her with disgust. She thought they were acting. "Yes. Anyway, if my guess is correct, they should have already discovered you. Did you notice that he wanted to take the veil? He wanted your DNA," he said. "What? Would they? Should I stop going to school?" she wanted to ask. "No need, they probably already got a sample from your desk. It's impossible to guard against this. And if you disappeared suddenly, they might get a little agitated," Victor said. He never expected to see a von Kroner agent so soon. Weren't they supposed to be hidden away? Is this a fate backlash too? Then. Lily hesitated. "Don't worry, I didn't want them to find you so soon. But that won't affect our plan. I know a lot about those guys." "You are 17, right?" he asked. That guy would begin his search for her after another year anyway. "Yes, 17, and 2 months. The family used an artifact to measure it when I joined the assassination squad." Lily nodded. "Oh, you are older than me. That means we have 10 months. You see, the von Kroner family has this crazy test for their heirs. After the age of 5, all heirs would have to live outside the family in an orphanage, where they would rely on themselves to survive. The family would provide them with a scholarship for education, but that's it," Victor said, as he squinted his eyes, remembering the royal family's code. "The boys would have to complete 20 years, while the girls 18. That's if they want to gain a good status," Victor said, pondering on this crazy method to manufacture scions. The probability of one of those heirs awakening as a scion after this test was about 0.1%, but that was enough for them. The normal probability for a scion in the general public was 0.00001%. The secret of the von Kroner family's power was their mass production of scions to serve them. Their patriarch is a scion too. Is that why they threw me away?" Lily asked. "They should have told you the truth when you turned 13. They take the heirs back for a tour in the family and a crash course in family secrets, before throwing them back into the wild. But if my guess was correct, something happened and caused them to lose track of you. That's just my hypothesis though," Victor said. He heard it all from her brother. Losing her was a plot from another faction in their family. As her bloodline was tested to be one of the purest. "Then they would not come for me?" she worriedly asked. "They will. But that would be stupid, as they only need to wait 1 more year for your sake. So I believe they would wait until you are 18. We should get married before that. Unless you want to return to your family," he said. "No. You are my only family," she said in a shy tone as she hugged him to hide her blushing face. You better remember that," he said, not letting her see the worried look in his eyes. Their intimate moment was broken by a knock on the door. It was Mina bringing the coffee for her young master. When she entered, she was not surprised by the intimate atmosphere. On the contrary, She wished it was her instead. Put it on the table, then call your sister, Alpha, Alex, Margaret and Theta too. I have something to explain, he said, making Mina nod and then go to call them. What do you want to explain? Lily asked, annoyed by the fact that her special time with her young master was ruined. Your second question. About Oliver, he said with a sigh. What about him? She asked. Wait for the others, he said as he pinched her puffed cheek. After 5 minutes the girls and Alex, who was dressed as a girl, were all sitting in the study, waiting for their young master to finish his cup of coffee. Putting the cup on the table, Victor licked the cream off his lips and then looked at them. Did the twins tell you about what happened today? He asked. No. Alpha replied. Victor nodded and gestured to Mina to tell them what happened as Mana prepared another cup of coffee for him. So after another 10 minutes, the girls were all briefed on the Oliver incident. In addition to their young master behavior in class. What a bully. Now, what do you think I should do about that, Oliver? Victor asked as he took 2 strange talismans and activated them, making all the girls except Alpha wonder what it is. Kill him, Alpha said, beating the girls to it, and wondering why Victor activated an S-rank isolation talisman. Does he want to tell them some important secret? And what was that second one? She had no memories of that design. Then what if I told you that Oliver is a scion? He added, making Alpha gasp as the girls looked at him with a frown. They never heard that term before. What is a scion? Margaret asked with a frown. Well, that's a complex question. Do you girls know what my class is? He asked, deciding it is time for them to know something. Those girls would form the nucleus of his future team. Wasn't it a merchant? Mana asked. It's not. Victor said, that's a fake class. Take it as a life lesson. Don't let your enemies know about your powers. And everyone who is not your ally is your enemy. Take your good friend, Tom. For example, he kept telling you he is a warrior, but in fact, his class is berserker. He added. What? He was lying to us. Also lying in school. Margaret said in shock. Of course. He is lying. Even that girl Madeline was lying. She is a succubus, not an enchantress. He added, making the twin gasp, then giggle with a blush as they thought of the way she was hugging Tom's arm when they left. Now. You will have to keep this a secret and never talk about this after leaving this room. My real class is called Fate Weaver. I can see people's fate, a part of it. Anyway, my class's level is still too low, he said. Fate? Mina asked. You will not understand it completely. But simply, fate is the power to change the world, and enforce your will on it and on others. In plain words, it means that if you have a powerful fate, you can make your desires come true, he said, as he sipped his coffee and watched the girls' expressions. Some people have more power to influence the world than others. People with weak fates can't change a thing. They can only swim with the current, getting affected by others. But people with strong fates can change things to their advantage mostly. But not always, he added, remembering how dark science caused trouble to the world around them. Are you like a fortune teller? Can you see that? Are you going to tell us our fates? Margaret asked, her interest piqued. So did Alpha, who had never heard of these things from her family. Chapter 157, about science. 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Well, not a real fortune teller. Victor smirked at Margaret's question, but I can see some interesting things. And I can tell you about your fate's power, he said, but, first of all, you must understand that my class makes me fate neutral. This means the fate of others can't influence me. And while my effect on others still exists, it is still minimal due to my insufficient level. That's for now anyway. My class allows my fate to gradually strengthen, he said as the girls frowned, not understanding a thing. That means that by working for me your fates also become undetermined. So what I will tell you now is your fate before you knew me, he said, looking at Lily. For Lily, I know nothing. I saved her life before getting to my class. So her fate was connected to mine, and it became too foggy for me to see anything. He told the truth, making her a little disappointed. But she liked the fact that they were connected. What about me? Margaret asked as she looked at him with anticipation. Well, Margaret, I am sorry to tell you, but your fate was E rank when I first met you, and it was going downhill. That's a very weak fate. There is no set destiny. But most likely, you would have ended up leading a miserable life. Or dead. Victor said with a sigh, making her look down at her feet with distress. She knew he was telling the truth. She knew it long ago. Don't worry though, your fate is C+ now. It is slowly rising. He said, cheering her up a little. Climbing into him was probably the smartest thing she ever did. Am I the same? Alpha asked. Her entire life has only been a series of unfortunate events. No, you are the opposite. You, the same as Mina, Mana, and Alex. You all have an A-ranked fate. It's very strong, Victor said, making them frown, not understanding how this works. Then why was our childhood so miserable? Mina asked, a little unconvinced. Fate represents the power to change. Look at both of you, Mina and Mana, escaping your family's demise, and finding a new home. The same goes for Alpha and Alex. If your fate was weak, you would have already died. He said, your bad luck was the result of your destiny. Victor said, no matter how strong your fate is, it will always lead you from and to your destinies. And, do you really want to hear this? Victor asked. Yes. Alpha and Alex replied at the same time. Your original destiny had nothing to do with me. The same goes for the twins. I changed it. He confessed with a proud smile. What do you mean? Alpha asked. Well, let me explain what a scion is first, as your destinies have something to do with it. He said, making them a little tense. A scion is someone who has at least an S-ranked fate. That means, whatever he wants, he will get it. The world would make sure of that. Victor said. Ah, you said Oliver is a scion? Lily asked. Yes. And that is the problem. Scions are very strong, they get powerful really fast, and usually can't be killed. The world itself will protect them and defend them against their enemies. Didn't you notice how Zoe arrived at just the right time today, just when you were about to throw your dagger at him? Victor asked Lily, making her nod. He was right. A second later, and that Oliver would have lost his life. But I castrated him earlier. Nothing happened. Lily said. That was his destiny. He couldn't escape it. If you didn't do it, someone else would have done it. Victor said with a frown. He never heard of Oliver in his past life. Let me tell you something else. Every scion has a destiny, something the world gave him all that fate to accomplish. No one knows what it is. But as long as you do not stand between them and their destiny, we would only suffer minor consequences by confronting him. That's as long as he doesn't target us, Victor explained. That was his understanding. Then, what should we do about him? She asked. An enemy that can't be killed. Lock him up? No, that may stop him from accomplishing his destiny. And he was already targeting them. Well, usually, we would be in a mess. But I might have caused his fate to change a little after framing him today. I didn't even know that this could be done. But in the end, he became a dark scion. That means that the world has decided that he was a loser that can't accomplish anything by himself, so his fate will not be able to influence the world anymore. On the contrary, it would turn everything against him, pushing him toward his destiny. So hurting him would be. We just have to make sure not to maim him too bad or kill him. Victor said, making Lily frown and then nod. She can leave him with an arm and a leg. What does that have to do with our destinies? What did you change? Alpha, who didn't care about Oliver, asked nervously. Oh, well, you see. The world will always give the scion the tools he needs to fulfill his destiny. And that includes followers with high fates, like you. Victor told the truth. I was destined to be a scion's follower. His lover maybe? Alpha asked. Yes. Both you and Alex were supposed to be Sebastian's faithful followers. Victor said. He hid Alex's scion status on purpose. He doesn't want it to affect her at all, as he wants to change it. If he told her she was a scion, she would probably be so happy that they would suffer a disaster, and on the contrary, if she knew she was a dark scion, that might make her so sad, that her fate would solidify. So for her, ignorance was a blessing. Ah, that's why you were acting like a beach in heat back then. Alpha yelled rudely as she stood up and pointed at Victor. You made him hate us so that his fate would exclude us. She had just understood what happened back then. This young master has outsmarted all of them. Yup. Don't get me wrong, you don't have to like the scion. He is the one who has the initiative. If he doesn't like you, the world would find him a better girl to befriend. Victor said, making Alpha bite hard on her teeth as Alex frowned. She didn't like Sebastian at all. She can't even imagine spending time with him. Thankfully her destiny had changed. What about us young masters? Mina asked, as her sister held her hand. Maybe because we are compatible. I could easily see your fate the minute we met. He lied. You were also supposed to be a scion's lovers. Your destiny was to give your life voluntarily to save his stupid life. This time he told the truth. He heard of their heroic demise. Tom published it in an autobiography that became a bestseller and earned him a lot of coins that he spent to build a brothel in their name. Does the young master know who was our destined one? Mano asked, curious. Yes, it was Tom. Victor said, making Margaret, who was thinking about some random things, turn to look at him with her mouth opened wide in shock. Ah, are you sure? He doesn't seem all that impressive? Margaret asked. He is. Don't you think that his rise from a poor boy to a rich player is a little unbelievable? Even if you wanted to be rich as a player today, without my support, it would take you 10 years at least. Victor explained, making her nod. She was convinced. Then, does a scion know he is one? Does Tom know? She asked. No, I can only tell because of my skill. But normally, it would be discovered through observation. But most people didn't even hear of this term. Victor said, is that why the young master asked us to choose only one of us to date Tom? You knew all along. You. Mina said, interrupting him. She wanted to say you were scamming us, but she didn't say it. Yes, I told you, Tom's destiny would have hurt you badly. I didn't want you to die. And that was the first time I tried something like that. He said truthfully, making them ponder. But we might not have dated him anyway. Only one of us. Mana complained. No, you were destined to be both in his bed sooner or later. I want you to remember how you felt about him before you met me. You liked him very much, didn't you? Victor said, making her blush a little. Now tell me, when was the moment you stopped liking him? Victor asked, making them ponder. It was when we watched that movie of his on the balcony. Mana replied with a blush. No, it was earlier. Victor corrected her, making her pause and then look at her sister for an answer. It was after we left the dungeon. He was acting strangely. At that time I thought that maybe he was not really the one for us. Mina said after thinking for a minute or so. Exactly. At that time, I tricked him into thinking that you were sleeping with me. Victor confessed proudly. Is that why he called them beaches? Margaret asked as she got excited. Yes. And he hated them, so they were no longer being brainwashed by his fate. Their true feelings prevailed. They never liked him in the first place. Victor explained, making the twins, who were disturbed by the truth, calm down a little. They need time to comprehend all of this. Can't we let Tom get rid of Oliver? Maybe I can trick him. Margaret suddenly proposed. No, because if their destinies got damaged, we would be the ones suffering the backlash. Victor explained. And, Oliver is being protected by another scion, who is much more powerful. Victor explained. Who? Lily asked. Zoe. Victor said, making the girls gasp. You girls might never have heard. But Zoe, my cousin, grew up in a mountain village. That Oliver must be her childhood friend. Victor guessed correctly. Then, what should we do? Margaret asked nervously. Stay alert, and respond to every move with caution. I will find a way to get rid of him sooner or later. In the worst case scenario, we would have Lily play dead. Victor said, with a smirk. He doubts that the von Kroner would let someone who tried to kill their princess roam free. So that Oliver's happy days were numbered. And that snake Charlotte too. She messed with the wrong target. Then, what was my destiny? Is it Sebastian's? Follower? Is that all you could see? Alpha asked, ignoring the girls. She only wanted to know about her family's problem. Yes. But, isn't everything else obvious? Sebastian would have helped you out of the dungeon with the Jewel of Horrors, then helped you avenge your family, taking all of your riches as his own property. Victor said. The same as you did? she asked with annoyance. Exactly. Didn't you also have some goodwill toward him when you first saw him? You thought he was cute maybe? He asked, making her look away, hiding her embarrassment. Didn't all of that change when I told him that you are a bully? Victor said, making her nod. He was right. Those signs are simply scary. Her memories had some incidents like that from her family's archive. He was absolutely telling the truth. But she was still a little annoyed because he fooled her. What about me, young master? Thitu asked. Was she destined to marry a Scion too? Your destiny is a C rank. If my guess is correct, you should have been killed and got your body taken by that painting. Meeting me, you survived. This was probably because of your luck, not fate. Those two can usually interact in some crazy ways. Victor explained, making her a little disappointed. She wanted something more dramatic. But being with the young master was not bad. If only she could spend more time with him. Young master. What about me? Alex asked lastly, after some hesitation. Was her secret discovered? It is too foggy. But there is something about getting raped by a goblin army to help Sebastian escape. About 100? No more than that. I don't even know where such a gay goblin army can be found. Victor lied with a frown, making her shiver. She knew it in her heart. That army should not be gay at all. Chapter 158, The Beggar. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Tom woke up in high spirits. He had a smile on his face when he looked at the sleeping pretty girl by his side. This was the same fat girl, Madeline. She was no longer fat after a tiresome night. Yesterday, she dragged him to a hotel, where he experienced a new world. Despite it being her first time, this girl was wild. That was before he felt that something was wrong. But it was too late by then, as she began to suck away his life force. So he used his berserk skill to overpower her and beat her at her own game. He succeeded. The defeated girl told him the truth. She turned out to have a succubus class, and she wanted to make him her slave and suck him dry. Luckily he was able to defeat her because of her inexperience. So her skill backfired, and she became his slave. Not only that, the energy she drained from him was returned purified. Both of them benefited by the way, as she got thin after getting rid of all of that excessive unwanted energy. She only needs the purest yang energy and doesn't care about the rest after all. Who knew that she was this pretty? Now, Tom was feeling very energetic, but looking at his status screen, there was no difference. But something had definitely changed. He can feel it. System. Did anything change? He asked. He felt all that energy last night. Semicolon. Dot. Dot. The whimsical system is out of words. Dot. Your mana has risen by 50 points. Your health has risen by 50 points. Your stamina has risen by 50 points. Dot. Dot. Don't be smug. This is because this was her first time. Dot. Dot. Damn you. Tom frowned. What was that for? He wanted to ask about this mana, stamina, and health, but the system started being whimsical as always and stopped responding. Never mind. The system was very good. He guided him to this girl, whom he would have never considered. Good morning. Madeline opened her eyes and looked with affection at her new master, earning herself a kiss. After texting his girlfriends to tell them that he was fine, Tom took a taxi with Madeleine to school. With a stop at the mall to get new clothes for her. The old ones were too big for her now. Reaching the class, he was welcomed by the surprised eyes of his classmates, looking at him and at the blushing Madeline with shock. Who is she? They only knew her identity when she sat at her desk. Damn, what did they do last night? Tom smiled proudly as he sat next to Peter, who was busy texting his new girlfriend at the normal class before getting shocked by his friend's deeds. What did you do to her? He asked, checking her out. Nothing. Just some excessive exercise. Tom said proudly, making the blushing girls who listened into their conversation swallow hard. Can they handle that? Just then, the hateful Victor entered the classroom swaggering with his harem. Today, the twins sat in front of him, as two poor students that voluntarily gave up their seats. And to no one's surprise, he brought a pillow this time. After a few more minutes, two new students entered the classroom. It was a young man with healthy bronze skin, following a pretty girl with a heroic air around her. She seemed to be ignoring him. "Come on, Zuzu. She is just a friend. You are always my number one," the man said in a low voice just as they passed Tom, who felt strange looking at them. It was as if those guys were not easy. As the new students settled in and then introduced themselves to their classmates as Oliver and Zoe, a teacher entered the classroom. It was teacher Isabella. She kicked the chair to the side, then struck the table with her notebook, making the class go silent. She gave them an inspection look, then took out her marker pen and threw it at a student to the side. "Look at my legs for more time and I will kill you. Now give me my pen back," she threatened, making the students who were planning to check her butt out change their plans. Tom didn't. He expected her to yell at Victor too, but to his surprise, she seemed to have decided to do what every sensible girl does when facing a guy she can't defeat. She completely ignored him, not even sparing him a glance. "Now, Mr. Gold must have given you an intro yesterday. We will talk about attributes today," she said. "Many of you might be wondering if strength affects how powerful you are, and intelligence affects how smart you are. The answer is, that it does, but not in the way you think. Strength makes your body able to withstand and inflict more force. So think of it as raising your body's capacity. So you need to train more to learn to use it efficiently. It also increases your healing capacity. As for intelligence, it does not make you smarter, but it helps you have a more clear thinking process. It enhances your comprehension and memory. But if you are an idiot, there is no cure for that," she explained. "Agility is connected to muscle reflexes and stability. And how many times can you perform the same actions before getting tired?" she added after looking at her carefully arranged notes. "Charm is a matter of debate. As you can find ugly people with high charm. We tend to think of it as charisma. But it affects beauty too. Over time, people with high charm seem to tend to get more pretty. Luck would affect your chance-based skills. It might have an effect in the real world too. But we are yet to find a player with a luck of 50 or more, so the research on it is still theoretical. Authority is the most important attribute, as it affects many skills and limits your leveling." She continued explaining how leveling works. Every time you level up, your attributes would increase by 4 to 9 points. That would be distributed on all your attributes, mostly on strength, agility, and intelligence. Authority increases are very rare after 9. Many big people's levels stagger due to lacking sufficient authority. She explained. Luck grows fast before 30, then it stagnates. Charm seems to have some limits too, but it is not clear. She added. "Any questions?" she asked after finishing her lesson, still ignoring Victor who was snoring now. "Teacher, what is the order attribute for?" Peter asked. "No one knows, but there is a hypothesis that it affects some rare skills." She answered briefly. "What is mana?" Tom asked. The system was ignoring him. "Where did you hear that?" Isabella, who was getting a little bored, opened her eyes wide as she asked him, making him flinch a little. It happened after clearing a dungeon. The leveling screen told me that my mana, stamina, and health have increased," he said, making his classmates, especially the girls, look at him with interest. "They have never been in a raid." "You were in a raid before? Where?" she asked. "I am sorry, I am sworn to secrecy." He lied again. It is not uncommon for some dungeon owners to make participants sign an NDA because they don't want other powers to know about the secrets and minerals the dungeon had. "Oh, that's okay. Did you feel anything different after the increase?" she asked him, getting curious. "Yes, I felt more energetic," he said. "I see. Well, this is a somewhat unpopular theory, but some researchers think that there are hidden attributes in the system. They are partially built upon the others like strength and intelligence. Think of it as the hidden health bar in modern shooter games. You see your character getting bloody, but you can't see the numerical value. Stamina should affect physical skills, and mana is for magical. That's the theory anyway," she added with a nod. Tom's question was really good. Maybe he can help her write a paper on this subject. She will find him later for that. After a usual school day, Tom took Madeline to eat with Peter, who wanted to introduce his new girlfriend. Before leaving class, Tom glanced at Victor, who slowly woke up and stretched his arms lazily as Lily wiped his drool. Wait, why is that new girl Zoe looking at him like that? Did this one also fall for him? Damn him. I wish I were in his place. The summer sky is fickle like a woman's heart. Sometimes it rains out of nowhere, sometimes it burns. In a slum filled with a foul smell, the beggar was singing under a plastic shed. A white-haired man with a unique goatee walked out of the shadows and stood in front of him. Are you not going to donate? The beggar asked, kicking an empty tin can in front of him. You know I can't help you, young master. The last time I helped, I was punished by getting demoted to a janitor, James said. Yes, this one was James Trove III, the principal of the academy. What do you want then? What brings you all the way here from Vane City? Is my test over already? As far as I know, I still have to suffer like this for another year. The beggar asked, with a lazy yawn, as he rubbed his dirty toes. It's not that. I found her, young master. Your esteemed sister. James whispered with some excitement, causing the aura around the beggar to change from that of a poor lazy bum to that of a king. Even the disheveled hair and the tattered clothes failed to hide his regal bearings now. Are you sure? The beggar asked as he sat straight up and looked around, making sure that no one was listening. Definitely. I met her by chance at the academy. I instantly recognized her eyes. They are similar to your esteemed grandmother's. And my feeble bloodline boiled at her sight, just as it did when I saw her as an infant. James replied as a man passing by them wondered why this rich man was talking to that smelly beggar. Did you do a DNA test? The beggar asked. Yes, although getting the sample was troublesome. It is definitely her, he said, making the beggar get a little restless. Is she okay? How is she doing? The beggar asked. Well, she is fine. Unfortunately she became a player, and she won't be able to use the family awakening altar anymore. James replied. It doesn't matter, as long as she is fine. As my sister, no one can bully her. How is she doing? Where is she now? The beggar asked with some excitement. They thought she was dead. She is now a maid in the Von Wise estate, belonging to their elite heir, Victor. If my guess was correct, after she was misplaced at that orphanage, someone kidnapped her and sent her to be a servant to that family. They didn't know of her identity. A maid? Is her life in any danger? She seemed okay. But the Von Wise family is not stable nowadays. If the other families decided to attack them soon, that might put her in danger. Does the young master wish for me to extract her? James asked. That depends. Is that Victor treating her well? You know what I mean. As a maid, she should have already warmed his bed. That would lower her status in the family. It's all those bastards' fault. The beggar said with complex eyes. He hated those arrogant young masters for making their maids do dirty things. He would never do that, probably. I don't think the young master needs to worry about that. Let me say it like this. Your esteemed sister, despite being pretty as a doll when she was an infant, now, other than her eyes, her esteemed face looks like your third uncle's pet, so no one would probably touch her. James said. The cat? The beggar asked. No. The pig, James replied with a few sweat droplets on his forehead, making the beggar open his eyes wide in surprise. Does anyone else in the family know about her? The beggar asked. You know the rules, young master. I had to report it, James said. Oh, what did they decide to do? Bring her back to the family? He asked. No. Despite your esteemed mother's objection, everyone else, including your father, decided that she should stay outside for another year, to complete her test as per the family rules. She's 17 right now, James replied. Damn it, those from the other factions would probably find some way to hurt her. Will she be informed of her true identity? The beggar asked. No. James shook his head. Being with the Von Wise family, she must have a servant too. So we can't tell her anything. We'll have to wait for the end of her test to extract her. James replied. I see. Well, she might end up being safer with the Von Wise than in the family where all those snakes are fighting. I also need one more year to finish my test. After that, I will go get her by myself after I become a player and be powerful enough to protect her. One of the few memories I have of my childhood is she cutely clinging onto me as a baby, he said with a caring look in his eyes. Exactly, young master. I will also make sure to keep an eye on her," James said while wondering if his young master was a siscon. "Now, if you are not planning to donate, get out of here and stop blocking me. This young master needs to make a living." The beggar shouted. "Understood," James said and turned around, preparing to leave, then paused. "Oh, I don't know if I should be telling you this. But someone tried to attack her. It seemed to be a personal grudge, and a girl from the von Geldstadt seemed to be instigating this." James turned and told him, "Get rid of them both." Quietly. "No, that would not work. We must not help her." "Damn it, just let him and that beach experience one of your curses. Don't let anyone know," the beggar replied, making James smile evilly. Chapter 159, Oliver, 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Zoe was seriously pissed off. Oliver was supposed to be her best friend, and maybe more. He turned out to be a repeated sex offender. She wanted to defend him, but Officer Lee showed her the evidence. He didn't stop even after getting castrated by Lily. Just how desperate was he? Was it her fault for telling him to wait until they were older before he left the village? She did wait, but that bastard didn't. "Ah!" she screamed. "Big sister Zoe, are you okay?" Mia, who was eating breakfast with her, asked Zoe with concern. "It's nothing. Just this crazy friend of mine. He assaulted girls in the ladies' room." "Do you think such a man is evil?" Zoe asked with a sigh, making Mia freeze, then hesitated. "Big sister, such a man must be castrated as fast as possible," she replied. "He had already been, and he was caught in the ladies' room again, stealing panties." Zoe sighed again. "What?" Mia opened her mouth. "Does such a creature really exist? Is that the fabled lost cause?" she asked, wondering if Zoe was messing with her. "Never mind. I will go to school. Tell big sister Iris that I will be late for lunch," Zoe said as she ran out of the house with a plan in her mind. For the last 2 days, she didn't give Oliver a chance to explain himself, because she was a little annoyed by that Charlotte. But today she will clearly hear from him and investigate the situation by herself. Arriving at school, Oliver was not there, so she quickly headed to her seat after greeting Victor and the girls who were busy massaging his shoulders. He seemed a little tired. And she had a very clear idea why. A man can't have all those girls without getting tired. At first, she was a little disturbed when she saw her cousin surrounded by girls. She was raised in a very conservative village, where men were expected to have only one wife. But after meeting her family, her worldview crashed. Each one of them had 10 wives at the very least, and they seemed happy. She didn't like it, but didn't oppose it either. That's their choice. But no matter what, she wants her husband to be loyal only to her. But looking at the girls' happy expressions as they teased her cousin, she was a little jealous. Why do they like him so much? Sure, he was handsome, smart, and manly. Not like her Oliver. "Damn it," she yelled, making the classroom look at her, so she quickly hid her face in embarrassment. Due to the trouble with Oliver, she didn't get a chance to make any new friends. And the way the class was looking at her, they probably thought she was crazy. She sighed and got lost in her dark thoughts when the man she was thinking about entered the classroom. Oliver walked slowly. And kept scratching his ass. "Is there something wrong with him?" The class looked at him and started whispering. They heard the rumors. He didn't care, just heading towards Zoe. "Will you hear from me now?" he asked as he scratched more, making her a little displeased. "Can't he talk like a gentleman?" "Only if you tell the truth." "What is your relationship with that Charlotte?" she asked. "I told you, we are normal friends." "Ah," he said as he began scratching his ass with the desk behind him, making his classmates, including Victor, who had a weird expression on his face, look at him. "What's wrong with you?" she asked with concern, forgetting about her anger. I don't know, I feel just a little uncomfortable," he replied. His ass was very scratchy. "You must have found a new way to earn a living. If the work is no longer usable, you can work with your back." Tom, who was a minute ago busy flirting with Madeline, turned to Oliver and began to rudely make fun of him. What happened next, no one expected. Oliver, who was talking with Zoe as he scratched his ass, suddenly turned around and jumped at Tom with angry bloodshot eyes. He punched him in the face, or at least he tried. He failed. Tom defended easily, then slapped Oliver only one time, sending him skipping into the corridor. Zoe screamed and ran after Oliver to help him, but to her surprise, Oliver slapped her face, sending her crashing into the wall. Then he slowly stood up and took a gun out of thin air. Just as 5 big school guards appeared out of nowhere and handcuffed him, then dragged him away. It took mere seconds. Zoe wanted to follow, but at that moment, Teacher Isabella reached the class and ordered her to go in. After giving Oliver a strange look, Zoe could only obey and attend the class obediently, but she couldn't concentrate at all. Thinking about Oliver, after class, she asked around, and Oliver was sent again to the police station. Should she go after him again? No, not this time. Let that harlot go get him, she thought as she sat at her desk, then stood up and headed toward Victor. Lily, can you tell me what happened when you injured Oliver? She asked as Lily was feeding her young master from a lunchbox that was prepared with care. Ah. Lily hesitated. Tell her everything, Victor said. Well. Lily slowly told Zoe everything, including the fact that Oliver might have been drugged back then, and that's why she didn't press charges. I see. Zoe said with a sigh. She should have believed Oliver. But why did he just act like this? He even slapped her. I don't know if I can tell you this, but I believe that Oliver is being tricked. Victor suddenly said, making her look at him with some hope as he looked around, making sure no one was listening. You know that I am a merchant, right? He asked her. Yes. She replied, not getting his idea. Well, don't tell anyone, but my appraisal skill is very good. And I didn't notice this a few days ago, but the necklace that Oliver is wearing seems to have a berserker effect. It's a piece of cursed equipment. It might be the reason why he is getting angry very fast. Victor said, making her open her eyes wide in shock. This changes everything. Not only that, the ring on his finger is a storage ring with tracking ability. This can't be a coincidence. Victor added, making Zoe stand up and run out of the room, not noticing the smile on her cousin's face. Victor was both surprised and annoyed by Oliver's situation. His appraisal returned only one new line: abnormal status, the OLD nanny's punishment curses, 14 days. He knew this one. It was a little obscure curse that caused the target to start by scratching their butts. Then it would grow so unmanageable that they would need to tie their hand to stop it from scratching their asses into nothingness. This curse is temporary though. It seems like whoever did it didn't want to be discovered. It was a form of punishment. Oliver, as far as the report prepared by Kai goes, had no enemies other than some stupid young master who stole his girlfriend and Lily. So the culprit behind this curse can only be that siscon best friend of his, Julian von Kroner, Lily's brother. And that would also mean that his predictions were correct. They found her and decided to leave her to continue her test. As for the reason he told Zoe about Oliver being used, it was because he knew the future, and Zoe was a man-hater by then. So no matter what, those two would probably fight each other sooner or later. And when Zoe loses all hope in humanity, she might fall for him when he swoops down to save her in her darkest moment. Or at the very least, he would be one of her few friends. And that's good enough, as his harem was getting a little unmanageable. Maybe she can even make Oliver forget about his revenge on Lily, although that would be hard. Ouch. Yes, right there, Victor said as Mina used his delicate hands to massage his back as he lay on a massage chair in the gym. Why doesn't the young master take a healing pill? Mana asked as she helped her sister spread some oil on his back. That would be detrimental for muscle growth. And for skill scoring. He added. For the last few days, he was training hard in sword and different martial arts. He was pushing the system to register them as skills for him. He had already got the advanced sword skill, but he had to swing the sword 1,000 times perfectly to get it. Now he is working on the pain tolerance skill. The training involved him being kicked around by Alpha. Lily wouldn't do it. I see. Mana said, not understanding his point. Aria has just tested you. She found a suitable project to launch Monica as a superstar. But she is asking if you are sure, as it would be costly. Lily, who was sitting by his side playing with his phone, suddenly said, absolute. That girl has amazing potential. And Bloodline. Tell her to go ahead. It would be a shame not to use her, he said as he enjoyed his massage. Lily nodded, then began to write. Then stopped and looked outside the gym's glass dome. nothing was there. Young master, I have this weird feeling that someone is watching the mansion. But despite scanning the perimeter multiple times, I found nothing. Lily, who was watching from the window, said, "Oh." Victor frowned. "From now on, you will always stay with me. Leave the outside work for your sisters," he said as he decided to put the array in the active mode and scare them away. He didn't mind them watching, but if they got too close, they needed to be punished. "Does the young master know something?" she asked. "They are here to watch you," Victor said, briefly, making Lily swallow hard as she understood his meaning. The twins were a little curious but didn't ask. Suddenly Victor's phone rang, and as usual Lily answered. "Yes, Yes, master. He is right here," she said as she handed the phone to Victor. It was his father. "Hi, Daddy. I am a little busy now. Can we talk later?" Victor said. "Ouch." "Yes, there. He told me no, this is more important than your perverted games." "And call me father," Theodore scolded him. "Fine. What can I do for you, father?" Victor asked as he gestured to the twins to take it easy. "Your mother and sister will be arriving tonight. You will be responsible for hosting them," Theodore said bluntly, making Victor remember that he did invite them when they were on the island. Then he fell into a coma and forgot all about this. "My house is a mess today. Can you host them for 2 days? I can get them the day after tomorrow," Victor said. "That Mr. Klein is supposed to attack tomorrow night." If he swallowed a bait. "No, I am having a hobbyist party here, so it is not appropriate for a little girl to be around," Theodore said with some embarrassment, causing Victor to curse at his perverted father. "How about Iris's house?" Victor asked. "I said it must be yours. George will deliver them to your doorstep, so take care of them," Theodore said. He sounded a little impatient. "Fine. Anything else?" Victor asked. "He will have to adjust the illusion array." "Yes. The dungeon raid was delayed indefinitely, so you would have to go to New Leo City by yourself and get your new concubine Nova," Theodore said. "Ah, why was the raid delayed?" Victor asked. "Not now." "No, I am talking to you," Theodore said as Victor could hear the sound of a slutty girl across the phone. "We will talk later about that. Bring your mother to the Lovers' Den tomorrow and we will talk. There is an update about Linda that I think would interest you." "No." The vibrating one. His father hung up. He sounded busy. Victor sighed as he looked at the twins. "Quickly go prepare 2 rooms on the upper floor. My mother and little sister are coming for a visit," he said, making them both excited and worried. What if she didn't like them? Oliver was very angry. Charlotte was refusing to answer his calls. And his butt is too scratchy. The doctor could not help, and that Officer Lee was eyeing him suspiciously. "Officer, please uncuff me." He really wanted to scratch. "No way. You already assaulted 2 officers," she said as she eyed him with disgust. "He has been losing his calm very quickly lately. It must be because he met that slut, Lily." Suddenly the door of the interrogation room opened, and to his surprise, Zoe walked in with the police chief, a burly guard, and an old man with thick glasses. "Officer Lee, please leave the room." "This is an order," he said. Lee looked at the chief and Zoe, then left, after making Oliver a threatening gesture that only he could see. "I am sorry." That was the first thing Oliver said. He didn't mean to slap Zoe's face, but he was very angry. Zoe said nothing. She just gestured to the burly man who held Oliver in place. Oliver wanted to activate his skill or the defense necklace to push the man away, but strangely nothing happened. "The man has stuck some kind of a talisman on him." Zoe quickly approached him, then took his storage ring and the defense necklace on his neck, then put them on the table. "Zoe, what is the Mia he screamed, but the guard quickly stuffed a cloth in his mouth. "They have come prepared, Master Yun. Please analyze those 2 for me," she said politely to the old man. "Of course, my lady," the old man said as he began touching the necklace and then the ring. "Oh, found anything?" she asked, as Oliver frowned as he rubbed his butt on the chair. It started itching again. "The necklace is cursed. I can't analyze it, but I happened to see this one before at an auction. It should be the Berserker curse if my memory serves me right, and the ring has a simple tracking array," the old man said as he adjusted his glasses. "Where did you get this stuff? The necklace is the reason you have been losing your mind lately, haven't you?" she explained to Oliver, then asked him in a bossy manner as she displayed a character he has never seen her in before. "That's of a young noble lady. 1,000,000 times better than that slut, Charlotte," was the first word he said after his mouth was unrestrained. That beach fooled him, and he was really angry now. Chapter 160, Troubling News. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor went to the basement where he started to adjust the array scanning for intruders. Wow! There were 9 spies around his mansion. Were those all from the Von Krone? Probably not. Charlotte would have some. And the family would have some too, and maybe others. This is a big problem. Victor didn't like his moves being watched. What should he do about them? The first option would be to use the array to eliminate them, but that would reveal his cards. Should he do it by himself? No, he had a better idea. Why not just use them to eliminate each other? He needed to find good timing for that. After quickly making some adjustments, he went upstairs where he got dressed handsomely, then headed to the mansion's door as his mother and sister arrived. It was already 8:10 p.m. George stepped out of the car and then saluted Victor with a nod as he professionally opened the door for Elena and Lara to go down, followed by a sneaky-eyed handmaid, Rose. This one was his first stepmother's spy. Mom. Victor quickly ran and hugged his mother and little sister just as they stepped down. "Victor, your father told me that you were a little sick, so he said that I should come here to stay with you. Is everything okay?" his mother asked with concern, making Victor curse silently at his perverted father. I had a little cold, but I am fine now. Please come in," he said as he held his curious little sister's hand. She was looking around the house. This was her first time outside of the island. "Esteemed brother, is this all yours?" she asked. "Yup. If you perform well in the ceremony, you will get one too," he said with a smile. "I want to live with you," she said in a low voice, that he acted as if he didn't hear. He quickly invited them inside, where his harem servants were waiting. They were standing in 2 lines to salute the new guests, headed by Hilda, all according to the family protocol. "Madam. Young lady, I am Hilda, the head servant here." Hilda introduced herself. "Allow us to transport your luggage to your rooms as you relax in the living room. Your journey must have been tiring," Hilda professionally said as she dragged the handmaid who was beginning to sniff around away. She got Victor's signal. Elena nodded and then began to examine her son's harem servants. She knew Lily, who smiled politely at her. Next were 2 crimson-haired maids. Twins. They were pretty. Did her son spend time with both of them? Maybe. After that there was a red-haired girl. That gave her a familiar air. She was a slut. She met a lot of those when she first met Theodore. Like father, like son. The other maids were pretty too, but 3 of them caught her attention. A one-eyed blonde girl that had a noble air around her, a butler that was dressed in a maid uniform. He was not fooling no one. And a little girl. Was she a maid here too? Her son's dirty fetishes were showing. Should she take Clara and go find a hotel? Elena said nothing but a sigh. She just nodded to the girls as she was guided by her son to a lavish living room. She decided to stay. His son was obviously, like the rest of his family, a pervert, but he would not dare to do anything dirty while she was around. Probably. Lara didn't have her mother's insight. She was just curious as she looked at the girls. They were pretty. Were they really just servants or bed-warming maids as Brother John said? She wondered. Victor smiled secretly as he could easily read his mother's thoughts. As they sat on a couch in the lavish living room, Mina and Mana quickly brought some refreshment, as the rest of the girls and Alex returned to their posts. "How have you been doing? Lily kept telling me that you were busy for the last couple of weeks," his mother asked as she looked at Lily, who was standing politely behind her young master. "Yes. You know that I have a lot of business, and school started a few days ago." He nodded. They didn't tell her about the Kuma. "Good. But you must take care of your health. Having too many girls around is not healthy," his mother added, making him fake a blush. Should he tell her that he didn't touch any of them yet? Absolutely not. "I know, mother," he said. "Don't be like your brother Luke." "What a shame," she said, making Victor look at her. "What happened to Luke?" he asked. "No one told him anything." "Well, he was in a coma and the family was a mess." "Your father didn't tell you?" "Well, about a week ago, He was caught with Rex's fiancée. He seemed to have made her drunk then. She paused as she looked at her daughter Lara. I already know, Mother. I am not a child anymore. Lara complained. Brother Luke. F. The well-mannered girl couldn't say that dirty word after all. He slept with her. His mother explained using a neutral word, as she slapped the back of her daughter's head. Getting Rex to teach her was a bad choice. He was filling her head with some unnecessary knowledge. But she could not do anything about it, as this was Theodore's decision. Victor was surprised. He knew why this happened. It was probably his fault. Lily should have applied the aphrodisiac to the sword's handles. It shouldn't be that effective being applied through the palm. Unless his brother had some very perverted hobbies. Mother. Why does my esteemed brother have a weird look on his face? Lara asked, waking Victor out of his stun. What happened to Luke? Victor quickly asked as Lily behind him got nervous. Realizing that this should have something to do with what she did back then. Was it really this effective? She had diluted it 10 times. The family guards took him. He broke the family rules after all. And until his ceremony next year, he would have to live in some punishment camp. I couldn't learn more. But I heard that Rex broke his leg before they shipped him off. What a disgraceful act for brothers to fight over a woman. A hooker, that's what the background report said. She said with a sigh, as Victor nodded. He always knew that she was a prostitute, as she was destined to marry his big brother Mike. As for the punishment. This was not about Luke sleeping with someone, as this would only lower his chance of becoming a player. The orb must be already broken anyway. It was about the rules. The family would never tolerate any rule-breaking behavior, especially on their turf. His father must have been very angry. So that poor Luke would probably be spending the rest of childhood in a dungeon mine. Those are dungeons that were already cleared and were left to be mined by the family for rare minerals and plants. Those are not happy places to be in, as the dungeon air was usually not healthy for non-players. So most of the miners would usually be criminals, disobedient slaves, and unawakened family members who broke the rules. So the social situation there was not something a spoiled brat like Luke could adapt to. Who knows, he might be able to survive by using his hobbies. Anyway, after coming out, Luke would probably be given a healing pill before attending his ceremony. That's if he was able to get a ceremony. That would depend completely on Rita, who was getting better at the soul arts he taught her. Esteemed brother, why do you keep getting distracted? Lara asked him again, bringing him back to the present. I was just thinking about some irrelevant things, he said. How is your training in family art? He asked her as he appraised. Lara von Wise. STR 14, INT 20, Luck 10, Charm 28. Fate's power, E. Fate's direction, positive. Fate's design, neutral. Total, E+. Bloodline, Elder Dragon 27.3% purity, stable semi-exhausted. I have been doing as you told me to, and my neck no longer hurts. But I still get very tired, she said as Elena frowned. She didn't know about any of this, as a family art was a secret. She probably should not be here listening to them. I will go check my room. You can take your time, she said as she stood up. This way, madam. Mana, who was waiting by the door, quickly guided her. Victor chuckled, then returned to look at Lara. Her bloodline had stabilized. It was no longer decreasing, but the increase was minimal. Other than that, her fate seemed to have changed. That's to be expected, as he had destroyed the orb which was the instrument for her demise. You are getting better. You did good, he said as he patted her head. In the next few days, I will be giving you some more exercises. How long does mother intend to stay here? He asked. Esteemed mother wanted to go see her family. She told me that it has been a while. So I don't know, Lara said, making Victor frown a little. He always knew that his mother was missing her parents. But those guys were wolves in sheep's clothing. No, now he has become the wolf, and those bastards were just pigs in sheep's clothing. He should inquire about this at the dinner table. Did you have dinner? He asked Lara. No, not yet. She shook her pretty head. The dinner would be ready in 30 minutes, young master. Mina, who was standing nearby, stated as Victor looked at her. Good girl. Good, Victor said, then looked at the door. Come here. Victor yelled. A few seconds later, a little girl who was eavesdropping behind the door entered the room. Lara looked at her with curious eyes. She never had a girl younger than her around. She always wanted to play the big sister role. Like her bossy, esteemed big sister Alice, and Elle, who looked a few years younger than her, seemed interesting. "Does the young master need anything?" she asked politely. "Endure, Elle, endure. Just one more day and you would be rich." "Lara, this is Elle. She should be your maid while you are staying here. Let her show you around the house," Victor said to his sister as he shot Elle a threatening look. "Okay," Lara said as she jumped from the couch. She quickly took reluctant Elle's hand and then dragged her to explore her brother's house. She wanted to do so from the moment they arrived. She always liked detective dramas and was wondering what secrets her brother hid. Brother John made some bets with her. "Keep an eye on them," Victor told Lily, who nodded and then disappeared. Now, should he go prepare some blood-enhancing potion, or shall he wait for that item? If he used the blood-enhancing method on Lara too, wouldn't its effect be better than just a normal blood replenishment? Victor quickly called Kai. "Did you find the item I asked you about?" Victor asked. "Ah, the blueberry-eating slug?" Kai asked. "No." Victor froze, then opened his eyes wide. "Isn't it a blackberry-eating slug?" Victor asked. "No, it's blue, the libido-enhancing drug. I found it, young master." 2 weeks later, there would be an auction in Tetraquad City where that item would be presented. But I thought that it would no longer be needed, as Mrs. Ann's birthday party was cancelled, so you don't have to go out of your way to buy a gift, Kai said. Tetraquad. "Oh, cancelled? What happened?" Victor asked with a shock. "Nothing." The patriarch was angry about his wife's spending, so he punished her. "Those are the rumors anyway," Kai said as he lowered his voice. "Oh, serve her right." "How is the situation on your side?" Victor asked. "As usual, but the finances are a little tight," Kai replied. "I see," Victor said as he hung up with a very ugly frown. Kai was using codes. Their conversation was being recorded, and his finances were being watched. Something bad must have happened in the family, and his grandmother must be in trouble. How would the patriarch punish her for overspending? She was the one giving him his allowance. This must be a cover-up. But who was moving the pieces? He must question his father about this tomorrow, as maybe this might be the reason why Theodore asked Elena to come to stay here at this time. As for the auction, he must go there no matter what. Maybe he can use the excuse of going to New Lure and getting Nova as an excuse. Chapter 161, Confessions in the Night. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Elena was a little amused that her son allowed his servants to have dinner with them at the same table. She was not upset. On the contrary, she hated the rigid protocols in the family and liked eating with others regardless of their status. Most of those girls would probably enter his son's harem anyway if they were not already there. She could tell from the yearning looks in their eyes when they looked at him, including that man dressing in a maid uniform. Why was he here again? Did her son have some weird fetishes that she didn't know about? Looking at Lara, Elena was surprised to see that she was enjoying playing the big sister to that little girl, who seemed to be a little annoyed for being bossed around. Should she try to get her a real younger sister? That pervert Theodore was a little busy lately though. "Mother, Lara told me that you want to go visit your parents' house," Victor suddenly asked. "Ah, yes. I didn't tell you about your grandparents before. You see, when I married your father, it was very sudden. Back then your grandfather wanted me to marry the only grandson of his late army colleague. You see, that man sacrificed his life to save your grandfather in some battle. So your grandfather always felt indebted to him. So after returning home and working his way from poverty to riches, he took care of that man's offspring. He wanted our families to unite. But I didn't like the groom. He was a little ugly. So I ran away from home," his mother said with a light blush. She really acted like a spoiled brat back then. Those were dark days. As a spoiled girl, I didn't know how to survive outside. I got scammed into working as a model. Life was tough. Then, luck smiled upon me when I met your father. He saved me from the clutches of an evil man. I fell in love. Then I got pregnant, and had to marry Theodore and move to the island after your big sister was born. I tried to contact my father back then, But after hearing that I got married, he hung up immediately, calling me ungrateful and that I am no longer his daughter. He no longer answered my calls. My mother seemed to share his view. I couldn't even tell them who I married to because they didn't even listen. Elena complained with a sigh. However, I still miss my parents. I need to go visit them. It has already been 22 years. I didn't leave the island before because you kids were still young and I couldn't leave you alone with your stepmothers. And your father was against me leaving the island. But now, there is a chance, she said with a yearn voice. Victor nodded. His grandfather was not bad, just a little stubborn. His grandmother was a little vain and snobbish but still manageable. The problem was his 3 greedy maternal uncles and aunt. In his previous life, after he was kicked out of the family, his mother instructed him to go visit them and ask for some help. That didn't go well. His grandparents wanted to help him a little, and maybe give him a manager job. But their sons and daughter convinced them otherwise, saying that he came here to scam their money and give it to his father who stole Elena. In the end, his grandfather gave him a job as a security guard at a family restaurant, earning just enough to stay alive. Too bad that after his grandfather's death a year later, his uncles not only kicked him out but also framed him and got the police to arrest him. Fortunately, his sister sent Kai to help him run away. Brother, are you sure you are not really sick? You keep zoning out, Lara said after she ordered Elle to swap the vegetables for the meat in the latter's dish. Yeah. I am fine. Victor said, I have school tomorrow and the day after. How about I take you to see them after 3 days? I wish to meet them. Where do my grandparents live again? He asked his mother casually, pretending not to know. In a town a few miles west of here. They own a hotel and a series of restaurants there, Elena said with a smile. She never expected her son to escort her himself. Her older son and daughter were a little distant from her. They got that way after the ceremony, as they had many family responsibilities. Why is Victor so carefree? Don't you have a company to run? She asked him. Oh, I leave all the business to Arya. She is better than me at that. I just want to relax and enjoy life, he said casually, making her mother shake her head. Her son inherited a lot from his father. But that's better than being like her workaholic eldest daughter. By the way, tomorrow we will go have dinner outside. Father wants to introduce you to his new wife, Victor suddenly said, changing the subject. Wife? Did one of his mistresses give birth to an heir? Elena asked with some annoyance. Not yet, Luna is pregnant. But father really likes her, and wants to declare her as a wife no matter what. She is a really nice woman. I hope you can give her a chance. Victor said he really hopes they become friends. Fine. But I need to go shopping in the morning. Since you have school, how about I take Lily with me? She asked. Lily has to go to school with me. You can take Alex, and I will call Iris and tell her to accompany you. Father gave her all of the family's malls around here, Victor said, making Elena nod and look around following her son's line of sight to see who Alex was. It was that skirt-wearing guy. He was smiling stupidly at her. She really didn't like him at all. Does he have to dress like a maid? Will he be dressed like that tomorrow? Elena had to ask. No, he just has this hobby here at home, Victor replied casually, causing Alex to almost burst into tears. Wasn't her young master the one who ordered her to dress like this? When did it become her hobby? Should she deactivate the gender-swapping ring again? No, the way he looked at her when she did that a few days ago was too perverted. What if he wanted her to sleep with him, on with someone else? Can I come and take little Elle too? Lara suddenly asked. Don't you have your training? Elena asked. You promised your father not to slack off. She added, it's okay. I already tested her. She is doing fine. Victor said, let her go and have fun. I will also send a few guards with you. And Theta, you go with them, Victor said, pointing to Theta, making Elena sigh as she looked at her. She didn't examine this one before, she was young. But compared to Elle, her age was not a problem. And she didn't notice this before, but the air around her was not that of a maid. This girl definitely had a story. And what kind of name was Theta anyway? She didn't care enough to ask. After dinner, Victor joined his mother for some random talks in the living room about his life in the city. Then it was time to sleep. Lara wanted to sleep with her esteemed older brother, but Elena, who decided not to expose her daughter to her brother's nightlife, dragged her away. She noticed that the room he chose for them was a little far away from his room. At least he had some decency. Elle was dragged away too, as Lara never let her go. She was her new doll who didn't dare to resist after seeing the threatening look in Hilda's eyes. At least she would be spared from doing the dishes tonight. Margaret pulled the bamboo armchair, then sat on it, as the twins passed around some refreshments to the girls. Let's get on with this. Why did you invite us here? I could have been long asleep in the young master's embrace by now. She bragged to Alpha, who was sitting opposite her with Theta and Alex by her sides. You can do that later. We need to talk. Alpha, who didn't care, said, you two sit down too. She turned to the twins and said in a commanding tone that they couldn't resist. You want to discuss what the young master told us 2 days ago? Margaret asked. Yes. We all had the chance to think it over. What do you think? Alpha said. Are you really okay with someone manipulating your fate? For all I know, the young master was telling the truth. But everything, I had the feeling that he was hiding some things and lying about others. But I couldn't tell exactly what. Alpha said. Margaret sighed. She expected this. I don't care. You met my cousins. What future could I expect for myself if I didn't meet the young master? We are all clear, and he gave me a choice after all. She added, shouldn't Lily be with us for this? She asked. No, Lily is different. She wouldn't care even if Victor told her to kill herself. Alpha said, maybe it has something with him saving her life. But this girl always gives me a strange feeling. It is as if she is of a superior breed. Alpha said with a frown, as she looked at the girls. Alex and Theta nodded. They had that feeling too. I didn't feel a thing, Margaret stated. The twins also shook their heads. Lily is a little possessive of her young master, but that's it. Never mind that. Mana, what do you think? Are you upset that he manipulated you? Alpha asked, instigating them. Mina said, then looked at her sister, who nodded. We were upset at first, and we've been discussing this for the last couple of days. But yesterday, we tried something. We monitored Tom at school and tried to have some fantasies about him, she said as she blushed. But strangely, we didn't feel a thing, just some disgust. In school we had such thoughts before, and we couldn't sleep at all thinking about him all night. She added with some embarrassment, making the rest of the girls open their eyes in shock. It was as if we were brainwashed before. I can't even imagine that I can like someone like Tom now. So we are really grateful to the young master. Mano added. Is Tom aware of his effect? She asked. Probably not. He might just be thinking that he is super hot. Knowledge about science is not common. Alpha said. Well, for me, I am really upset that someone changed my destiny without my permission. But there is nothing I can do about it. What's done is done, she confessed, making the girls a little conflicted as they understood her point. What about you? She asked Alex. I don't mind, Alex said. I think the young master meant us well. No kidding, she would have been assaulted by goblins otherwise, some very straight goblins. Me too. He saved my life after all. I think he is very good to us. And Hansa, Theta said, making Alpha sigh. Those girls are a lost cause. I think the young master is planning for us to be the core of his team. That's the reason he told us that. It also means that he trusts us. So we should trust him a little with this. Margaret suddenly started, making the girls agree. Even Alpha had to nod reluctantly. Now we have something more important to discuss, Margaret said as she looked at Theta. The bet a few days ago. I won. And you owe me $10,000, she said. But you didn't manage to put it in his pocket, Theta complained. He put it there himself. He confessed to everyone in the school auditorium, she said. You heard him, right? She asked the twins. Are you talking about that? Yes, he really did confess, Mana replied with a blush. What did you bet on? Alpha asked curiously, as Alex also tuned in, on whether I can put my panties in his pocket. I won, Margaret said proudly, making Alpha confirm her guess. These girls were beyond redemption. Oliver scratched his butt, then looked up at the moon, adjusting the backpack on his shoulder. "Sorry, Zoe. You know that I can't stay here, not after the trouble I caused at school. And that Charlotte. If only I was strong enough to kill her," he said. "I told you, you can join my family." Uncle Falcon had told me that we can go after Charlotte after the family's situation stabilizes. She insisted as she looked at him with reluctant eyes. "No, I wouldn't be a man if I did that. I can't push my revenge onto a girl," he said, adding Charlotte next to Lily on his revenge list. And that beach Keisha, his former girlfriend, and Lulu too. All of them were beaches that he would kill when he returns. "You still treat me as a stranger after all," Zoe complained, pouting. "Not at all. You will always be my number one. Don't be sad." He turned around and used his finger to wipe away a teardrop off her swollen cheek. "Where are you going then?" she asked, looking him straight in the eye. "The army is creating a players unit. I overheard the principal all about it when I was sent to his office. I will join them and be a man deserving of your love. See you," he said as he ran into the night, hiding his blushing face. Zoe froze for a second. Was that a confession? She blushed as she looked at his departing figure, still feeling the lingering warmth of his touch on her cheek. Wait. Wasn't he using that hand to scratch his butt all night? Chapter 162, About Dungeons. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Isabella was very annoyed. That bastard Victor von Wise was testing her patience. He was definitely doing this on purpose. Too bad she couldn't do anything about him. The principal scolded her for being incompetent when she complained about his behavior a few days ago. What a bully. Does having a big and powerful family mean that you can do whatever you want? Sadly, yes. Now, Victor was soundly asleep on his desk, as that girl who always sat by his side was carefully giving him a massage. Isabella shot her a threatening look, but the girl ignored her. She only had eyes for her young master. Damn it. Deciding to be the better person and ignore them, Isabella started her lesson. "Now, let's complete yesterday's lesson about skills," she said as she looked out of the window. A dirty beggar was hanging on a tree next to the building. He was biting his lip with aggrieved eyes as he peeked into her class. "1 minute please," she told the students as she texted the school's security captain. It only took him 1 minute to find the beggar and shoot him down. Oh, he missed. The beggar attempted to run away. They caught him. "Now, let's talk. Where were we?" "Yes, skills," she said as she looked at her notes. "Skills are 2 types, some that the system recognizes you for performing them, and others you get from the system itself," she said. "For example, I have a sword arts skill. I didn't get that from the system, but from training for years," she satiated proudly. "That's why I keep telling you not to slack off, teacher." "Are these registered skills useful?" "What's the point of registering it in the system?" Tom asked. He was not convinced. He had no such skills. "No. He has that captivating smile skill." Was this a system skill? Probably not. It's not his fault that his smile is so captivating that the system considered it a skill. A big difference. If the system recognizes a skill, you will be able to perform it no matter how injured or tired you are. We call it a system assist, and it would be done perfectly every time with a 100% success rate, she explained as she looked at Tom. "This guy is really good. He is always paying attention to her lesson and asking the right question. And he has a really great smile." What am I thinking? Now, the other kind are system skills. Some skills are granted on awakening and by class. These relate to the player's personality and life experience. And there are skill books. Those are granted in dungeons, she explained. "Teacher, a while ago, I got a skill book from an dungeon, but when I activated it nothing happened. The skill was not added to my menu." Tom asked. "That is because the skill only gets registered after you level up when clearing a dungeon," she said while wondering how lucky was this guy to get a skill book. Those are usually monopolized by the big families. Now, skills are rare, so if you find any in dungeons, if you weren't planning to sell them, use them immediately. This is my advice," she added with a bitter expression. She lost one before. She shouldn't have shown off. "Now let's talk about dungeons," she said as she watched the students' eyes sparkle. They were waiting for this subject. Don't look at me like that. Dungeons are dangerous, even the lowest ranked one can cause your death if you are not prepared. She said as she looked at Victor. Hopefully, he would miss her advice and perish in some random dungeon. Not likely, those young masters enter the dungeons with an army of bodyguards. How can we rank dungeons? A female student asked. Later. Wheel. First, when a dungeon opens, whoever beside it would be dragged inside, be it mortals or players. The mortals would awaken as players, so would the semi-players. She explained. That means if we take a semi-player there, he can become a player? A student from a very minor family asked. Yes, but we can't know where a dungeon is before it opens. Many tried to find a pattern, but all of them failed. And even if we locate one, how can we make it open? That is one of the unanswered questions in dungeonology, the science of dungeons. For the last 500 years, only 10 such incidents were recorded, as dungeons usually open in uninhabited regions. Isabella explained, making that student nod with disappointment. Only 3 in his family have awakened, and only he was a player. Margaret and the twins who were casually listening looked with astonishment at their soundly asleep young master. How did he do it? He opened a dungeon to make them players. They thought it was common for that to happen. Now, they knew the truth. Although he acted as if this was a chance, it was not. They could tell from his actions. Their young master was hiding too deep. Tom and Peter had the same doubts. Teacher, I awakened in a dungeon opening. Peter said, reluctantly, after being jabbed by Tom. What? When? Where? Isabella asked. It was about a month ago, on the Cloudy Mountain. Young Master Victor. He went there saying he wanted to search for treasures because the mountain was very mysterious. We reached a very strange clearing in the forest there, where he began to poke around the rocks searching for something valuable. We thought he was a little unusual, Peter said as he looked at Victor, making sure he was asleep. Then suddenly a dungeon opened after he poked a very strange rock and it swallowed us. Tom was the 2. Peter explained, deliberately not mentioning the girls. A gentleman should not reveal a girl's secret. Isabella looked at him with doubting eyes. Then she looked at Tom. He nodded, making her a little annoyed. Isabella didn't like being contradicted this quickly. Damn that Victor, she thought. Well, cases of dungeon survivors turning into players are very rare, but they do exist. Isabella corrected herself, as she eyes Victor. Could he know a way to find an opened dungeon? Student Victor, can you enlighten us on this? She decided to test her luck. He ignored her, making her want to give up. Just as a female student in the front decided to try her luck too. She was also from a minor family, and such knowledge would be very important. Fellow student. Victor, could you answer the teacher's question? She asked loudly, making Victor open his eyes, then whisper something to Lily, then return to sleep. Fellow student, please respect our young masters and only call him using his young master title. And also respect his privacy, and refrain from upsetting his sleep. Lily scolded the girl and then returned to her massage duty. The student was stunned. Isabella was stunned. The entire class was stunned. This is a new degree of shamelessness. Let's continue with our class, Isabella said with some embarrassment and resentment. One day she would make him pay. Now, after a dungeon opens, we must be very careful, as we can't know its rank without an expert appraiser, and even then, it might be appraised wrongly, as this is not dependent on a system skill, but scientific measurements. So usually, we stay away from dungeons until a team of experts arrives. Of course, some people take risks and enter early, because once a stronger power arrives, all rights for the dungeon would be transferred to them. She explained, a dungeon would belong to whoever owns the land. If no one owns the land, then it belongs to whoever clears it. There are other rules too, but they are beyond our course. Isabella added, what ranks are the dungeons? The girl from earlier asked again. They rank from F to SS. That's the highest rank we know of. F-rank dungeons are dangerous, but they can be conquered by a team of 5 experts. Usually, they are safe as long as you hide and wait for help. So are E-rank dungeons, although they tend to be a little more dangerous. And like that, the difficulty increases depending on the rank. So does the size of the dungeon. she explained. An F-rank dungeon is the size of a normal big cave. It requires from 5 to 10 hours to cross from one side to the other, while the E-ranked ones might get much bigger, requiring about a day or two to cross. The smallest D-rank dungeon required 5 days to cross. She added, "What about higher-ranked ones?" Peter asked. The highest ranked dungeon to ever be conquered was A-ranked. Its size was on the small side, requiring only 20 days to cross, and it took them 6 months to conquer it. She explained with a proud smile. "I was a part of that expedition," she said, gaining herself the admiration of her students. "What about S and SS ranked dungeons?" Tom asked. "There exists 5 S-ranked and 1 SS-ranked dungeons now. The last one opened 20 years ago. None of them were conquered, despite the families launching many expeditions. So no one goes there nowadays," she said. "Anyway, the Academy would let you all experience a dungeon raid. We are working to secure a suitable F-rank dungeon for you," Isabella said, making the students' eyes sparkle. "You better start to practice. Surviving in a dungeon is not easy, even if it was an F rank," she warned, making the students nod. "Now, when you enter a dungeon, you would be teleported to a random position inside. You must first make sure of the safety of your surroundings." Isabella continued her lesson. And like that, another uneventful day passed. "Now, class is over. Tomorrow is a holiday, so make sure you study well and train in martial arts," Isabella said as she planned to leave the class. "Teacher, I have some questions," Tom said suddenly. "Come to my office later," Isabella said as she left class in a hurry. She needs to go to the ladies' room now. "Young master. You shouldn't be here," James said as he dragged the beggar Julian through the school. "I just wanted to see my sister," the Julian complained. "Still, you can't be here." "How did you get here anyway?" James asked as he wondered if he shouldn't have told him in the first place. "I grabbed onto a train. Anyway. How dare that bastard let my sister give him a massage?" "Does he want to die?" the Julian asked as the principal removed the cuffs binding his hands at the school's back door. "We can't do anything about it. Remember the family rules," James said with a sigh. "Yeah, there is nothing that forbids watching my sister from afar. Just you wait. I am going to cut that bastard to pieces someday, then pee on his corpse," Julian shouted in anger. "I see, but young master. You just broke into the academy, and I can't bend the rules. I apologize," James whispered as he pushed Julian out of the school's gate, where 2 cops caught him and handcuffed him again. "Please don't be too hard on him. He is just a poor young man. We will not press charges," James said to them as he closed the door. "Sorry young master, that's all I can do to help you." "Don't worry, we will just ask him a few questions," Officer Lee said as she eyed the beggar. "Did he just say that he wanted to kill someone and piss on his body? That's conspiring to commit murder, not to mention defiling a corpse and tampering with a crime scene." Chapter 163, Mine. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor opened his eyes and watched as Tom followed Isabella out of the class. It has begun. Should he stop him? No, on the contrary. He should let him interact with Isabella more. This way, he would be able to get her to fight with Nova later to see if that would affect any of their fates. Fate was a strange subject, that despite living long and reading a lot, he barely knew anything about it. Now he has more pressing matters to attend to as the situation was progressing faster than he anticipated. He didn't expect that Julian would appear and follow Lily to school. When he met him in his previous life, he was a decent gentleman. Plans needed to be changed again. He must find a way to marry Lily ASAP. But still, there were many problems. First, his father would oppose her being the main wife. The solution for this would be to give her a concubine position first, then elevate her later. But that would still be difficult with his family's current situation, as they want him to marry Nova first, and maybe Lynn. The second problem would be the von Krona. They would take her away immediately if they heard anything about marriage. And he was sure that their spies were already listening everywhere by now. The only reason they left her in his hands was that he displayed no interest in her, and this was good for her test. The harder the test, the better the rewards. Anyway, He already had a good plan, but his moves must be as natural and hidden as possible. He must not arouse any suspicion. If he played his cards right, he might even be able to make Principal James be a witness to the marriage, and maybe Julian too. That would make things interesting, as the von Kroner would not be able to back down after that. Victor slowly stretched his arms as he sat up while the girls packed their and his unused notebooks. "Lily, thanks for the massage," he said with a smile as he used his phone to message his mother and ask about her location. "Tomorrow it will be Margaret's turn. Now go wait for me in the car. I will be there in a moment," he added, as he stood up and put the phone in his pocket, then headed toward Zoe, who was also packing her stuff. "Cousin, are you all right?" Victor asked her as the girls left the classroom after giving him a curious look. Yeah," she said absent-mindedly. "I am heading to meet my mother, and Iris is the too. Do you want to come with me?" Victor asked. "No, I am not feeling well," she replied as she stood up. She seemed broken-hearted. "That won't do," Victor said as he suddenly appeared in front of her, and before she could do anything he bent down, then grabbed her legs and carried her as a princess. "I will take you to the infirmary," he said. Let me go," she said as she tried to get off him, but to no avail. He was stronger than her. "No, you looked pale and absent-minded all day. I have to make sure you are okay," he said. "Cousin, I am fine. Let me go," she complained again with a blush as she looked around. Thankfully her classmates had already left. "Are you really okay?" he asked. "Yes," she replied, a little pouting. She had long realized that he was joking with her. He was cheering her up. "Are you worried about Oliver?" he whispered in a low voice that surprised her. "Did he know you?" "Yes, I sent someone to tail him. He threatened Lily after all, and I read his file. He is your childhood friend. You really protect him a lot," Victor whispered. She said with a blush. Her secret crush was discovered. "Don't worry about him, I will no longer pursue him. And you should not too, he is a man after all," Victor said with a smile that nearly captivated her. Yes," she said. Just like a girl who forgot her wallet as if she was destined to, came back to class and ruined the romantic moment. The girl gasped, then quickly took her wallet and ran. "I saw nothing," she yelled. Let me down," Zoe quickly whispered in embarrassment as her ears turned red. She has never been carried like this in her entire life, as she always acted tough when she was a kid. "Will you be a good girl if I put you down?" Victor asked jokingly. "You?" She just glared at him angrily as she did not want to answer that. No matter what she replied with, it would carry a dirty meaning. She was not stupid, as she had to survive being a lonely girl in a gang of village boys. Victor chuckled at her response and put her down. "As I said, Oliver probably left because he didn't like being helped by a girl. You should let him grow and then return to you when he is ready," Victor said as he looked at her rearranging her messed up skirt. "I know," she said, still pouting. "Do you wanna come with me?" he asked again. "No, I am fine. I have something to do," she replied. She needed some time alone. "Oh, too bad. Maybe another day then," he said. "See you," he added as he walked leisurely out of class. Zoe sighed. Why wouldn't Oliver be like her cousin? Smart and decisive. She really felt his strong muscles under his shirt when he was holding her. He was very strong. If one day... No. Zoe, what are you thinking? Victor whistled his way to the parking lot, where the girls and Leo, who was secretly inspecting them, were waiting for him. Alex had to drive his mother, and as a young master, he can't possibly drive himself to school. So he called Leo this morning. "Finished scamming little girls?" Margaret asked him as she hugged his arm. "No, I would never finish with that." "You were scammed by me too. You don't seem to be very upset about it," he said as he opened the car's door. "I never said I hated it. But I can't speak for others," she said cheekily as she entered the car. "Young master, we also don't hate the fact that you scammed us," Mina said as she quickly dragged her blushing sister inside the car. "He never asked." Victor sighed as he entered after Lily, who was thinking naively that her young master had never scammed her. "Where to, young master?" Leo, who got into the driver's seat, asked. "Go to the White Crane Mall, Victor said as he relaxed his head on Margaret's lap, causing her to be a little surprised. That's unusual. Did she say something that he liked? Victor chuckled as he began to check his stats. Name, Victor Von Wise. Level, 119. Titles, Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Dungeon Conqueror X2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Savior, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag. Avenger, killed a stigma title holder. Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. Status, Authority, Health 4645 4645. Stamina 3570 3570. Mana 3915 3915. Strength 331. Agility 297. Intelligence 370. Luck 46. Charm 55. Order points, 121. Class, Fate Weaver. Subclass, None. Class skills, Eyes of Destiny, X, +2. Destiny Shield, SSS, +1. Fate Tracker, X, +1. Fate Instinct, X, +1. Recognized skills, Womanizer, A. Face Slapping, C. Butt Slapping, E. Silky Tongue, E. Orme, E. Pain Tolerance, E. Poetry, E. Creative Writing, E. Songwriting, E. Sword Art, C. Sleeping, E. Poison Brewing, E. Evading, F. Self-Healing, F. Dagger Arts, F. Needle Arts, F. Movement Arts, F. Martial Arts, F. Piano, F. Guitar, F. Quick Reading, F. Acting, F. Lying, F. System Skills, Admin Appraisal, SSS, +3. Admin Merchant, SSS, +2. Master Seal, SS, +3. 5. Contractor of Doom, S. Unlimited Disguise, SS, +3. Eidetic Memory, A. Super Enhanced Senses, A. Silent Blade, A. Fire Breath, A. Disabled due to the lack of fire magic affinity. Dagger Throw, B. Health Regeneration, E. Magic Affinity, None. Bloodline, Elder Dragon, AAA. Fate, C++. Equipment, Defense Talisman, S. Dragon Storage Ring, S. Levitation Necklace, A. Hidden Armor, B. Not bad at all. His health, mana, and stamina had all grown a little. The effect of his extensive training these days. Not only that, thanks to his upgraded system, he no longer needed to wait for a dungeon clear to update. So his collection of skills has grown greatly too, especially after he added some skills from his ancestors' stash and made the system recognize some of his skills. Even some he didn't expect, like creative writing. All he did was write, plagiarize some very successful movie scripts and songs from the future. Now, he needs to quickly upgrade his bloodline to get some of its skills and magic affinity. Victor suddenly squinted his eyes. He just noticed that Lily was a little uneasy. He knew what was wrong. She was a little curious about the way he is treating her. And she wanted to ask about that beggar. She must have felt something when she noticed him. Blood is thicker than water, especially SS-ranked blood. Don't worry about it. It is what you think. It's all because of them. We will talk later at night, Victor said vaguely, making Lily flinch and look at him, then nodded with a sweet smile as she was happy that the young master was able to understand what she felt. He is the best. The rest of the girls frowned, not knowing what he was talking about. We have reached the mall, young master, Leo said professionally from the front. That was a quick ride. You girls head back to the mansion, including you, Lily. We will speak later. I will let Alex drive me back home, Victor said to the reluctant girls, then signaled the elated Leo to drive them home. Young master, be careful, Lily told him as the car drove away. Victor looked around the street, then adjusted his jacket, and headed inside the mall. He wanted to bring Lily too, but chose not to, as to not let the von Krone family realize that she had a special place in his heart. He had to treat her as an ordinary maid until he formally wed her. Yulian would probably commit suicide when he realized what happened right under his nose. But Victor didn't care. Long ago when they were drunk, Yulian promised that if his sister were alive he would have wedded her to Victor, his best friend. First, when Victor met Lily, He wanted to use her to get close to her family and maybe get to know Yulin again through her. But he didn't expect that he would fall for her this quickly. So it would soon be the time for him to fulfill that promise. Everything would depend on his power of persuasion and Lin's tolerance. Victor was lost in thoughts when he entered a double-story cafe on the 3rd floor of the mall and accidentally crashed into a girl. Of course, Victor didn't flinch as the girl backed away and was about to fall. If not for Victor's slender hand catching her. It seems like we are destined to be together, he told Myra, who was surprised to meet her young master here. Let go of Myra. He is mine. A young man in an expensive suit shouted from the side, making Victor frown and look at him. Just an insect. He looked back at Myra. Are you busy? He asked. As many passers-by and cafe attendants looked at him with horror. That young master whom he just ignored was the son of a big gang in the city. A super rich and evil man. No, I just came here for a promotion. I have already finished, she said. She was being pestered by that second-generation rich young master. Good. Come with me, I want you to meet my mother, he said as he helped her stand up, but kept holding her hand. You bastard. Do you know? The young man who lost his mind began to yell but didn't continue. His jaw was being clenched by Victor, who lifted him from it, just like a fish. Insects should keep their silence and should not keep talking nonsense. Look, your jaw is already broken, Victor said, squeezing hard on the man's mouth. The young man screamed in pain as he tried to kick around, but failed as Victor knew how to hold him in a way that he was rendered harmless. Please let go of the young master, a security guard suddenly said from behind as he put his hand on his gun holster, making Victor notice the team of 5 guards who surrounded him. He didn't care. He wanted to take the family badge, but his hands were occupied. Take the badge in my pocket and show it to them, he told Myra. She said with a blush as reached for his pants. Not that one, idiot. The inner one in my jacket, he said. Her face blushed as she quickly took her hand out and searched his jacket's inner pocket for the badge. She quickly got it and flashed it in front of the tense security guards. We have seen the young master, they said as they bowed. A new guard didn't know what to do, but quickly followed suit. Kick this idiot out, and then kick each other's nuts once. Only I and other family heirs can be called young masters here, Victor said as he kicked that young man's crotch, then threw him to the ground, then dragged the surprised Myra to a private room on the upper floor, not caring what happened behind. Remember this, you are only mine, he said proudly, making the astonished cafe attendants all hear. And Myra blushed deeper. Charlotte was sitting in a weird way. She really wanted to scratch her butt, but in front of the man in black sitting next to her, she didn't dare to. Miss Charlotte, isn't it time for you to accept our offer? Your position in your family is already rock bottom, and it's a matter of time before they take away your privileges, an old man wearing a mask said. It's not that, I just need more resources, she asked as she wiggled her butt, making the man wonder if she was trying to seduce him. Miss, our young lord is already angry that you made us lose the Wild Lotus gang for a minor feud. He will not give you anything before you swear allegiance to him. He explained. Can you give me some time to decide? She asked. Your brother's auction will be in 2 weeks, and as long as nothing bad happens, he would be considered the winner. So you better give us an answer very soon, so that the Dark Council can help you. The man said. I know. You can leave now. I will call you in a few days with my answer, she said, moving sideways in a strange way. He ignored her with some difficulty. He is a married man after all. I will, the man said as he escaped the room, just as an old servant entered to see his young lady touching herself in a very dirty position. He froze. This better be good, she said as she took her hand out of her skirt. Oliver failed again. He got help from Zoe von Wise, who discovered that we were scamming him. Has left the city, intending to join the army, the servant said. Anything else? She asked impatiently. No, that's it, he said, intending to leave. He didn't get a chance as his head exploded. No one must see the young lady in this position and stay alive, unless he was stronger than her. Chapter 164, Pervert Son. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Victor reached the room, The two chicks guarding the entrance respectfully bowed as they opened the door for him. They were sent by him to protect his mother and little sister. Inside, his mother was enjoying a strawberry ice cream parfait as she discussed some random things with Iris. Lara was doing the same with Elle, who seemed to be quite happy eating her ice cream. Alex was standing respectfully behind them and perfectly hiding her annoyance. She wanted to try that ice cream too. Iris's little sister Mia was there too. She was discussing something with Theta, who seemed to be disagreeing with her. That reminded Victor that those two should be around the same age. "Victor, we have just been talking about you. Iris had just told me that Theodore gave you a media production company. Why didn't you tell me about this?" his mother asked, just as he entered the room, causing the girls to look at him, including Mia, whose face became a little disgusted. "Yeah, the family gave me a lot of stuff, including some investment companies and a few stores. Nothing major." "I didn't think you would be interested," Victor said, as he sat down and then dragged Myra to sit on his lap. "You know that I worked as a model before. I always wanted to be in a—" "Who is that?" his mother interrupted her speech to ask as she inspected Myra. This girl was not only pretty but had a very pure aura around her. Elena didn't watch a lot of TV and there was no cinema on the family's island, so she didn't recognize Myra. "This is—" Victor wanted to introduce Myra but was cut by Mia. "You are Myra," she shouted as she stood up in shock. She just realized who this one was. It was her idol Myra Elven, the rising star singer and actress. "Why is she with that perverted young master?" "Yes, this is Myra. I plan to make her my concubine too. She is already mine," Victor explained with a broad smile, making Myra blush lightly and Mia gasp as her hatred for Victor multiplied. "No, not only her sister but also her idol has fallen." "Oh. Come here then. Let your mother-in-law have a look at you," his mother said with a curious look, making Myra leave her young master's lap and find a seat near her future mother-in-law with a heavy blush. "Not bad." "Where are you from?" Elena asked as she inspected the blushing Myra. This girl was to her liking, both shy and pretty. Her son's taste is very refined. Most of the girls he keeps around proved to be to her liking, except two, that is, Margaret, who had a slut aura around her and reminded her of her beach sister. The second is the one calling herself Alpha. Elena's instincts told her that the one-eyed girl didn't like Victor at all. "Madam, my father and mother work for the Von Wise family, so I am also technically a servant too," Myra clarified respectfully. "Oh, that's why my son declared that you are his. I didn't expect him to get another good one from the family," Elena exclaimed. "That's better. Like Lily, this way she can talk to her about some secrets that must be kept in the family, and inquire about Victor's actions." "Lily has been too tight-lipped lately." "Was her son's punishment working?" "Yes, I belong to him now," Myra replied politely, hiding her sadness. It's not that she hated Victor, on the contrary, he treated her very well. "But who likes giving up their freedom and returning to be a servant?" "Well, I really like you, so if Victor bullies you, you should tell me. I will discipline him for you," Elena said, making Myra smile a little as Mia was fuming with anger. Iris was surprised. She knew about Myra, and like her sister, she also was a huge fan. She never expected her to be a servant in her family. As for her being Victor's lover, she didn't care. On the contrary, she was now her sister-in-law. "Isn't that better?" "How is your movie shoot?" Victor asked, casually changing the subject. "It's finished. Mr. Silberberg had it all planned so that I could shoot all my scenes in a few weeks," she replied. "So you are free now?" he asked. Not quite. I have 2 other movies," she replied with some embarrassment. She knew that he wanted her to move in with him. "That won't do. After about a week, I might need you for a couple of days. I will tell Arya to rearrange your schedule," Victor said as he gestured to a waiter that entered the room and ordered a blueberry ice cream parfait for himself, with a vanilla one for Myra. Wouldn't that be bothersome for the film shooting?" she asked with embarrassment. She was keeping her schedule full on purpose. She was hesitant about moving in with Victor and having to give him some night service. It was inevitable, but she wanted to take it slowly and get to know him better, and maybe fall in love with him. How did he know that she only likes vanilla ice cream? No, I will need you to take a trip with a few of my girls and get to know each other. I will not be there, he said, reading her dirty little mind. Ah, I understand, Myra said as she blushed. Mia was angry. Very angry. What did he mean with a few of my girls? How many girls does he have? She wondered as she eyed Theta. Is she one of them? She was praising and defending him earlier. It seems like it. Damn pervert, she thought. Mia, don't glare like that, it's rude, Iris whispered in her sister's ear, making her look away while pouting. Iris ignored her and looked at Victor. Brother, I want to create some advertisements for my new mall. Do you think Miss Myra can help? I want her to act as our spokeswoman, she asked. She was wondering who she should use, but seeing Myra here gave her a great idea. Would you do it? Victor didn't respond but asked Myra directly. It would be my pleasure, Myra replied with a smile. She was very pleased that Victor took her opinion. It might seem minor, but being granted a choice, even a fake one, meant a lot for her. He was not treating her as a property but as a human being. Her father told her that it means a lot in the family, and she believed him. Victor nodded, then looked at Iris. Then call Aria and let her arrange it, he said. Brother, why do you leave everything to Aria? Don't you want to run your own business? There are already many talkies around the business circles saying that you are too useless and only know how to chase skirts, Iris said with some embarrassment. Her brother gave her the impression of being a very smart and responsible man, especially when he saved her from the demon that day. But since they returned from the island, he kept acting like a snobbish young master, which made her feel strange. I always delegate the responsibilities I find too troublesome, and Aria is way better than me in this. That girl is a business genius. I like it better this way, he clarified as Myra helped him scoop some ice cream and put it in his mouth. You eat yours. Theta would feed me, Victor said to Myra, making his mother shake her head. Her son has inherited too many unnecessary things from his father. Brother, I can feed you too, Lara, who was being fed by the annoyed Elle, said. That's not your responsibility. Act like a young lady, his mother scolded. Hopefully, Lara will grow up decently, unlike her eldest daughter, Alice. It has been 3 years since she last called the family saying that she found a new husband. The 15th one in 3 years. Where did she go wrong in raising her? When should we go meet Theodore? Elena sighed and asked. He asked me to head there for dinner. It is still a little early. Did you finish your shopping? Victor asked. Yes, thanks to Iris I was able to pick a lot of nice stuff. It's been a while since I went shopping, and my knowledge about fashion is a little outdated, she complained. It's my pleasure to help you, Iris replied with a smile. Between all of her new mothers, Elena was the nicest. The other two totally ignored her when Theodore brought her home, and only began to treat her well after she passed the ceremony. You are the best, Iris. Anyway, most of the stuff is in the car. We would need some help taking them out later. Elena sighed and said. Don't worry, Alex can do the heavy lifting, Victor said, making Alex glared at him, then looked away in annoyance, as Victor spelled in a skirt. Silently. Brother, do you have girls locked up in your basement? Lara suddenly asked. That question came out of nowhere, making the room go silent at once. Her mother, Myra, and Iris looked strangely at her, then at him. Elle was listening attentively after hearing the term basement. Where did you hear that? Victor asked as he looked at Alex, who was trying hard not to laugh. She knew what this was about. Earlier, Mia was telling me that you are a pervert who kidnaps girls and locked them in your basement, Lara explained, making Mia lower her head as her sister glared at her. This girl Lara was more sheltered than she anticipated. She can't take a joke. Elena sighed. She wanted to rebuke her daughter, but on second thought she decided to hear Victor's answer. His father and big brother had some hobbies like these. Well, don't tell anyone, Victor whispered. I have a lot of girls in my basement. They are my treasure, he said, making everyone in the room, except 2, gasp, including Myra, who had complex eyes. Lara was surprised. Brother, you shouldn't do bad things, she said, pouting, not noticing that her new friend Elle had other thoughts. Are the girls locked in the basement too? She must tell Mr. Klein. Elena and Iris were shocked, but they quickly noticed Theta and Alex, who were holding their laughter with difficulty. This must be some joke. Don't worry, they are safe there. I will not let anything bad happen to them until I find a good buyer, Victor said, earning himself a head slap from his mother, who understood what this was about. As Theta, who was already letting her giggles escape, made a hidden gesture to her. He was talking about erotic magazines. Damn it, she was fooled too. Iris and Mara noticed that too, and couldn't help smiling. Mia, who was sitting beside Theta, didn't notice her gesture, and didn't get the joke. What was wrong with them? Was this bastard involved in human trafficking? Why no one was angry about this? Damn it. Lara was frowning. Her brother had some other meaning that she didn't get. She wanted to know, but seeing her mother's stern gaze, she didn't dare to ask any more. She will go down later tonight to investigate. Elle had the same thoughts. Enough with the chit-chat. It's already sunset. We must go see your father. His mother, who was a little annoyed, said, yes. Victor said, Myra, do you want to come with us? He asked, already knowing her answer. No, I have an appointment, Myra said with some embarrassment. She didn't dare stay with him late into the night. She was not ready yet. Oh, what about you? Victor asked Iris. I will come. I haven't seen father for a week and I want to ask him about some things. But I need to send Mia home first, she said, giving her sister a certain look. She would have to educate her when they got home. Well, how about this? Alex would drive the girls home. They can drive Mia too, Victor proposed. It is not appropriate to bring outsiders into a family dinner. Many secrets might be discussed. That would work. But who would drive us? Iris asked. I will call George, Victor proposed as he finished his ice cream. That was delicious. Chapter 165, The Secret. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Victor and his group entered the lover's den, they were greeted by Luna, who went down to greet them despite her bulging pregnant belly. This woman knew how to make friends. Hi, I am Luna. Nice to meet you. You must be Madame Elena. Master Theodore always talked highly of you. She lied with a confident smile, making Elena smile back politely. Yes, nice to meet you too. M''S. Luna, she replied. Yes. Just Luna is fine. I might become your little sister very soon. This way please. Theodore is waiting for you. Luna invited them inside. Oh, call me Elena then. You should be resting instead of coming here to greet us. Elena greeted Luna, then began to ask about her pregnancy as they headed to the top floor. Some women talk that Victor had zero interest in. When they entered the top dining room, everyone respectfully saluted Theodore according to the family protocol. Oh, come on in, forget the formalities here, just sit down. We have a lot to talk about, Theodore said as he inspected Elena and then Lara. Her constitution is a little better. Rex was teaching her well. Too bad what happened to his new wife. He must get him a new one. Too bad he is just a semi-player. Luna quickly dragged Elena to Theodore's side, letting her sit on his right as she sat on the left as the servants came in with the food. Lara, who feared her father and didn't know what to do, was dragged by Victor to sit down at a chair on her mother's side, as Iris took another chair. After asking about Elena's and Lara's health and exchanging some random talks, Theodore turned to Victor, who was busy tasting the fried rice prepared by Luna. He really enjoyed her cooking. I was contacted by the von Rosen family. Amelia has an illegitimate daughter. She wants to present her instead of Linda. I didn't give my answer yet. I wanted to hear your thoughts on the matter, Theodore said, making Elena tune in. What happened to Linda? Wasn't Linda her son's fiancée? No one told her anything. She didn't dare to ask now. Well, I don't mind, but this time I will do it in a way to humiliate them. Doesn't von Astrom want me to marry that slut Nova too? Let's do it in a double wedding. They would be both concubines anyway, Victor proposed with a lewd smile, making Theodore frown, then freeze for a second and nod. This would be a good punishment for them after the engagement scandal, and a double wedding would be a good show of the family's power. Elena was shocked. Did she hear that right? Was this really her humble and sweet son? When did he become a pervert? Luna was a little dumbfounded too, but she didn't let her show. Iris, on the other hand, has already been introduced to Victor's shamelessness, so she didn't care. But she wanted to know the bride's reactions. Lara didn't find it strange at all. Doesn't her father also have many wives? Her brother should have a lot too. The von Rosen would probably agree if we pressured them. It was their fault the last time. And they seemed very desperate. As for the von Astrom, his father thought for a moment. I am sure I can force them to do it if I ask a favor from my friend in the sword sect. We would present it as Nova's punishment for cuckolding their young master. He added with an evil smile, having two girls from the major family marrying his son at the same time would give him a lot of faces. I will arrange everything. The family's situation is problematic and we need these alliances. But you would need to go and formally propose by yourself when the time comes, Theodore said. Victor nodded with a smile. The first hurdle of convincing his father had been successfully passed. I will do my part. I wanted to ask though, what's wrong with the family? Victor asked. Well, there was an accident, then another. Theodore sighed. Anyway, the situation among the elders has changed and the patriarch lost his support. He added. What happened? Victor asked. Well, this is not a secret, but the High Elder Council in the family is composed of 7 Supreme Elders, 4 of which helped the Elder take his seat and belong to our faction. One of them has gone missing. But the situation was stable because of the remaining Elders. 2 were opposing while the last one was neutral as he belonged to the Black faction. That was until a few days ago. Theodore said. What happened? Victor asked. Elder Sam was killed by mistake by the Patriarch's assistant. Elder Sam's father is the neutral Supreme Elder. You can guess what happened next. He explained. Was Elder Sam really killed by that assistant? Victor asked with a frown. Most likely not, as there are some rumors about his daughter-in-law poisoning him. But the one who is supervising the investigation is the head of the Inquisition Hall, Supreme Elder Alfred, who totally ignored that information. This must be a scheme. But we can't interfere in this investigation according to the family rules. Only the Supreme Council can. He added with another sigh. Even so, the situation should be a tie with 3 elders on each side. Victor stated. That was the case. But an accident happened that flipped one of the elders. Theodore stated with some annoyance. As Iris and the women listened attentively, they never knew that the drama in their family is more intense than any TV show. What happened this time? Victor curiously asked. That Peach Linda happened. Theodore scolded. Bill is the only grandson of Supreme Elder Bruce. Technically he didn't break any family rules, but if the Patriarch stayed in power he would surely be punished severely. So Elder Bruce was convinced to go to the other side. He is acting more on the edge though. But it is only a matter of time. Theodore added with annoyance. And? Victor asked. The Patriarch's power is now severely limited, so any alliance we can get can act as a pressure card. The balance is very delicate. Theodore said. Too bad your brother had to go and rape that beach at this time. I couldn't help him at all, he added. Luke? Victor asked. Yes. I don't know where Rex got those training swords from, but someone had coated their handles with an aphrodisiac. Theodore said with annoyance. And I don't know what training method that one was. But your brother had to go and put it in. Theodore stopped talking as he saw Lara's innocent eyes looking at him. He said too much. He licked that dirty handle. He clarified with a cough as he avoided Lara's eyes. Anyway, he was shipped to the mines. He will stay there until his ceremony. That if there ever was another ceremony. Theodore said. Not explaining any further. He spoke too much. Iris. He turned to his daughter intending to change the subject. Did you deal with that Lucas, the one who scammed you before? He asked as he ignored the curious look on Victor's face. I didn't do anything yet. I am not sure he meant to harm me after all. Iris replied. She was not a violent girl after all. That won't do. Being too nice would get you killed. How about you test him? Act weak for a few days. If that bastard dared to do anything to you, you can kill him without remorse. Theodore proposed. His daughter was not decisive enough, and that was a problem if she stayed in the family. Iris hesitated, then nodded. If Victor didn't save her that day, She didn't know what would have happened, but she will give Lucas one last chance. He was her schoolmate after all. If he acted like an honest man, she would spare him. If he had other thoughts, she didn't know what to do. I will send George with you. He will tell you what to do. Theodore proposed when he saw her hesitant face, making her nod. After that, they continued their meal, as Luna and Elena came to know each other, and as Victor predicted, they had a lot in common. Father, let's go to the secure room. I want to tell you something, Victor suddenly said after finishing his meal, making Theodore frown. This room was good enough. What did his son have to say? Follow me. Theodore stood up and said after he gestured to his wives and daughters to continue with their meal. This would better be quick, he doesn't want to miss the dessert. Victor also stood up and followed his father to the basement, to the same room where he killed that demon. This was the safest room in the building. After closing the heavy steel door, to Theodore's surprise, Victor activated an isolation talisman. This thing is not cheap. What happened? Theodore asked with a heavy frown, wondering what his son wanted to tell him that required all this security. About Linda. Victor took a deep breath and then told his father what he did about her pregnancy with Titus's son. First, his father was frowning, then, whoa. Theodore opened his mouth wide like a fish. He stayed shocked like that for the next 5 minutes. What the fuck? You bastard. You! How dare you do that? Do you know? Theodore yelled as he pointed at Victor, then stopped as the thoughts settled in. And he realized what this meant. When did his son become this scheming? This plan is pure evil. All we have to do is to wait until she gives birth, and they return Bill to the family. Victor said, all we have to do is to spread the photos about Titus and Linda, and ask some questions about the baby's father. He added, Bill would definitely kill Titus. That young man has a really short temper. Theodore added, and Titus's grandfather is the second supreme elder of the opposing faction. This is a big feud that would send Elder Brewis back to our side if we promised to spare Bill capital punishment. This is good. Very good. I will have to go around and make sure that there are no loose ends though. George can do it perfectly. Just tell your butler to send him all the data. Theodore said as he smiled evilly. Yes. All we have to do now is wait another year, Victor added as he laughed evilly with his father. Miss Isabella, why do you keep standing up? Tom asked. They were in the teacher's room. Isabella had a standing desk there, but he felt strange. She didn't sit down at all for the last hour. He was getting tired but didn't dare to sit down if she didn't. It's healthier this way, she replied with some annoyance as she looked at a dungeon raid report he presented to her. It was about the Goblin Dungeon. From what I take from your description, the elixir you drank was very effective. Do you have anything left of it? She asked. No, it was only 1 drop, and my stomach was hurting very badly. But I remember what it looked like. It was red but had a purplish shimmer to it, he explained. Isabella frowned. She had never heard of anything like this. She quickly headed to a bookcase near the door and began to look around for a certain ancient book. She found it, an old book with a leather binding at the bottom of the bookcase. This book might ... As she screamed, the room's door was opened by a student just as she bent down, and it just happened to bump into her butt. Tom was shocked. What has just happened? He thought as Isabella stood with difficulty and glared at the student, who quickly put the stack of paper he had in hand on another teacher's table and then ran away. Are you okay, teacher? Tom asked. Yes, I am fine, Isabella said as she walked with difficulty, and just so happened to step onto a paper that fell from the stack earlier. She slipped. And like in every cliché situation that only happens when a cyan is in the room, she fell onto Tom, who took the chance to hug her and accidentally grabbed her butt. Ah! She screamed again as she glared at him with teary eyes and tried to stand up only to fall again, but this time backward on her butt. Ah! She screamed a third time as she stayed on the ground, this time, holding her butt in pain. Tom didn't expect that. What's wrong with her? Wait, this might be his chance. Teacher, your butt seems to be injured, he stated, expecting her to deny it. She looked away in shame. What? Really? He swallowed hard. Would you mind helping me stand up? She said with an aggrieved voice. This was the worst humiliation in her life. No, the second worst. Tom quickly reached his hand and helped her stand up. Isabella was moving with difficulty, and he noticed it. "Teacher, do you need my help getting you home?" he asked. "No," she replied as she let go of his hand and slipped again to the floor, then began to cry. The pain was too unbearable. Tom was flabbergasted. "What the fook, teacher? Can I help you with anything?" he asked. "There is a white jar in my desk's drawer," she said with some difficulty as tears fell from her eyes. Tom quickly got it for her. It was some custom-made ointment. Could it be that the teacher had some kind of a problem? "I will leave you alone," Tom said as a gentleman, intending to leave the room. "It is not appropriate to stay here, as he would be able to peek better if he quickly ran and hid in the tree next to the window outside." "Ah, no, I can't do it by myself." "Can you?" she said with a heavy blush, making Tom's heart skip a beat. Chapter 166, Intruders. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Isabella was in her bed, busy hitting her pillow, when her roommate finally came home and looked at her frustrated friend. "What's wrong, Bella?" the short-haired cheerful girl asked. "Ah, Naomi, nothing, I was just thinking about something," Isabella replied as she readjusted her pillow. "Oh, do you need me to help you apply your medicine for you again?" Naomi asked. "Ah, no, I managed to do it myself," she replied as she buried her face in her pillow, hiding her blushing face. "Ugh, that's fine then," Naomi said as she yawned. "By the way, I checked that Victor for you. A total pervert, but I can't touch him. He is an elite heir in the Von Weiss family, the real cream of the crop. We never even got near him. We are still too weak for that. Why don't you hook up with him? He is really rich, and you would no longer have to hang out with poor players like us," she said, joking. Isabella didn't laugh. She just turned her face and glared at her friend. Hee. "Now, tell me, did you find any suitable recruits? The organization is taking shape, and we need more free players to join," she asked. "Ah, I have someone in mind. I will get you his file later," Isabella said, not daring to look at her friend. "Oh, good, just be sure he doesn't belong to any major powers," Naomi said as she left the room. Isabella didn't reply. She just sighed. What happened today? Why did she act like that in front of Tom? Thankfully, after applying the ointment, she heard another teacher in the corridor, and managed to pull back her skirt in time before he entered the room. But how could she let a student touch her butt? What was wrong with her? Sure, she was in a lot of pain, but still, why was she okay with Tom? Is she just some loose woman? He was her student, damn it. Why is everyone taking advantage of her? First, that Victor stole her first kiss. Then Tom touched her butt. And why did he run away like a scared chicken after that? Was her butt too ugly? Or was he embarrassed? Thankfully no one saw them. But how would she be able to face him tomorrow? Damn it, she screamed as she bit hard on her pillow. When Victor arrived at his mansion with his mother and sister, it was already 10:30 p.m. The girls had already eaten and gone to sleep, so only Hilda was waiting for them. He asked about the day's events, then quickly excused himself, telling his mother, who was pestering him about Linda, that he would explain everything tomorrow, and that he was really sleepy. His mother had to reluctantly let him go and drag the sleepy Lara to her bed. "Young master." Lily began to talk just as they entered his room. "Did you succeed?" he asked. "Yes. I was a little late, but managed to get some photos," she said. "Oh, it's my fault. I didn't expect the situation to progress this fast. He has real talent." He sighed. "Young master, I need to ask you something," she said. "You want to ask about that beggar?" he interrupted. "Yes." I felt strange looking at him, she replied with some embarrassment. "If my guess is correct, he should be your brother. His name is Julian von Kroner." Victor told the truth. He didn't want to lie to Lily too much. "Ah." Lily, who was surprised, didn't know what to say. "He is still doing his family test, so he will not contact you for another year. So ignore him for now." Victor sighed. "Now let's focus on the present," Victor said as he hugged her. "Well, the reason I didn't take you with me and have been treating you a little coldly today, is because I am really afraid they would take you away if they noticed how much I love you," he whispered in her ear, making an involuntary shiver run through her body. She already knew that it was something like that, but it felt different hearing these words from his lips as they kissed her ear. She began to breathe a little heavy. "Young master, I." She stopped as her watery eyes turned ice cold. "An intruder," she said as her mood changed. She was angry. Couldn't they delay their arrival? "You just noticed?" he asked leisurely, making her pout a little. "They are outside the fence now." Did he really notice them before her? "Don't worry, I have already activated the array. And that's why I found them. They are already in our net." He smiled as he watched Lily take out a new shiny dagger from her ring, in addition to an earpiece that she placed in her still blushing ear. Victor did the same. This earpiece was a communication device for emergencies in the mansion. They didn't want to leave anyone tied up in their rooms in case of emergencies. "Everyone, the food is here. Are you ready?" He then waited for confirmation from everyone. They were all ready. "I 29 targets, 7 mortals, I 22 semi-players. Take your positions. Eliminate all targets outside only when they cross the 3rd parameter. Leave the ones who sneak into the mansion to me and Lily. And ignore Elle and Lara. Alpha, it's your mission to keep an eye on them. Pun intended. He instructed with a smile as Alpha cursed him silently. Victor carefully manipulated the array to shield his mother's room. He didn't want her to hear anything. His mother might ruin his plan after all. "Lily. Go and take out the one heading to the kitchen. Make sure he kills that maid Rose first though, I will guide him to her. Cut his head and keep it clean. Hilda would be angry if we made a lot of mess. After that, head outside and kill anyone who tries to escape. And make sure to keep your veil on at all times." Victor instructed Lily, who nodded and then disappeared into the darkness outside his window. Thanks to the array, he could use his appraisal skill throughout the mansion, as if it were a part of him. He could easily see who his intruders were, especially semi-players. One of them was Mr. Klein, while the others were death warriors. Who do they work for? Wait, Troy Wyron. Another piece of shit. Anyway, this guy was not a scion, so no need to be afraid. Name, Roma Klein. Level, 0. Class, Authority, 1. Strength, 21. Agility, 25. Intelligence, 20. Luck, 14. Charm, 21. Order, 10. Skills, Business Sensei. Dagger Arts D. Charm D. Mass Hypnosis F. Equipment, Defense Talisman B. Vanishing Cloak D. Storage Ring E. Hypnocoin F. Fate's Status. Fate's Power A. Fate's Direction, Neutral. Fate's Design, the right hand of Troy Wyron. Total, A. Name, T123. Level, 0. Class, Abnormal Status, Slave, Low. Authority, 1. Strength, 1821. Agility, 1618. Intelligence, 1315. Luck, 710. Charm, 36. Order, 10. Skills, Needle Arts D. Silent Steps C. Wall Walking E. Equipment, Poison Needle F. Fate's Status. Fate's Power, DE. Fate's Direction, Neutral. Fate's Design, Unspecified. Total, DE. Anyway, first, he would need to get that Klein inside. As for the rest, he would use the array to guide them to spies surrounding the mansion. Let them kill each other. Or at the very least scare those guys away. Elle was sneaking professionally. She already learned where it was safe to hide here in the mansion. 1. 2. Now, she jumped from behind one vase to the other. She ran down the corridor, into the drawing room. She quickly reached for a wooden door to the side and opened it, to see the face of a handsome young man with a handsome moustache on his face. "Mr. Klein," she said with a sparkling eye. He quickly put his hand on his mouth, instructing her to stay silent. "The basement. Stay close," he whispered. Put his cloak around her. Elle nodded with a smile and began to silently guide him to the basement. They quickly reached it. Mr. Klein silently inspected the lock, then professionally unlocked it using high-grade military picks he had. Opening the door, Elle peeked inside. It was a long corridor, with no guards and no dogs. "Are you sure this is the place?" he asked with a frown. She nodded. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to go in after all. "Go ahead in front of me. I will protect you if someone attacks you from the back." he assured her. She nodded while wondering why he used the same line she usually uses to scam the other village boys to enter a cave before her. No, Mr. Klein would never do that. There is only one door in the front. It was also locked. Klein again tried to use his picks, but they failed. He tried again, failed, making him frown as he slowly inspected it with his flashlight. There is definitely something precious behind this gate. He took another set of tools from somewhere. It was a strange key with no grooves. He put it in, then took it out, looked at it, and filled it with a file that was in the kit. Elle didn't understand what he was doing, as she had never heard about key impressioning before. But she knew to keep her silence and learn. After 35 more filings and another 15 minutes, the door was opened by Mr. Klein, who was sweating a lot from his forehead. He seemed tired. She quickly helped him wipe his sweat, but pushed away. Sneaking into the room, it was full of boxes. This must be the treasure. Elle quickly followed behind. Klein approached one of the boxes and opened it. Inside, it was full of magazines. Porn magazines. Elle opened her mouth wide. What is that woman on the cover doing? Why was she on that man's? Klein didn't speak. He just froze for a few minutes, then began to open the boxes one by one like a madman. After another 5 minutes, he turned to look at Elle. Beach, he said, and slapped her face, making her small body fly and hit the wall on the other side. This was his fault. He should have never trusted this idiot. Thankfully he came prepared. The other guys would search the entire mansion, and take everything valuable. And hopefully, the mountain deed too. His master was reluctant to let him buy the mountain for just a sketchy wine. But a few days ago the lab results came in. This wine has many uses. Not only does it make people smarter, it has a desirable side effect. It makes them temporarily more gullible too, and makes them more susceptible to his master's prolonged hypnosis techniques. No wonder the villagers were so quick to trust him. They drank a lot of this shit. His master told him that this was a great contribution. Too bad by then the mountain was already sold. He can't tell his master that, so he had to take it back by himself. This mansion's owner was a member of the von Weiss family. But so what? His master had already told him that they would soon perish, and this guy was just a perverted young master, with no value. His master had already seen through their scheme of granting him an elite status. Would an elite live in a mansion without a dedicated team of player guards? Would an elite get his fiancée stolen? What a joke. As long as that Victor was not dead, his family would not cause any trouble. They don't have the resources to spare to do that anyway. Now he needs to check on. Mr. Klein fell to the ground unconscious as Victor struck him with a steel baseball bat. Well, that was very anticlimactic, Victor said as he dusted his hands and then looked at the terrified Elle. You betrayed me, he said, making her slowly stand up as she leaned on the wall with blood seeping from her mouth. She looked at him with teary eyes. She was crying. It was when Klein slapped her. He promised to take care of her. He promised that he would give her a family. He lied. She didn't know what to say. She could only weep. She also betrayed Victor, who promised her a home. I don't want to do this, but I have to keep my promise. I told you before, if you betray me, I will kill you. That's the rule, he said as he flashed his dagger. Elle cried as she looked at him, just as a little girl ran and stood in Victor's path, spreading her small arms wide in front of him and shielding Elle behind her. Don't kill little Elle, Lara shouted, stuttering. Oh, Victor was shocked. You are here too. Did you see that? She helped a thief enter my house. I can't let her live. You know the rules, he said, making Lara flinch a little, but not give way. I already promised Elle to take care of her. You have to pass over my dead body if you want to kill her, she said bravely as tears began to well in her eyes. Ah, where did you learn that line from? That won't do. Alpha, get her away, he called, making Alpha appear out of nowhere and grab Lara, then drag her to the wall. No, Lara shouted as Victor approached. The shaking Elle then stopped and looked at Lara. It is too late, Victor said, as he slowly approached the crying Elle. You already gave me Elle. You can't hurt her now. It is my responsibility to punish her, Lara suddenly shouted. Alpha, who was grabbing her, gave her this tip. Victor froze. True, but I didn't complete the transfer. So, he said as he looked at the crying Elle, then sighed. Fine, I promised Elle to be my little sister anyway. I can't kill her. I will give you one more chance. The last chance, he said to Elle as Alpha let go of Lara, who ran and hugged Elle, who began to weep, making Lara shed some tears too. From now on, Elle will be your personal servant. But if she ever betrayed you, I will kill her myself. Remember that. Victor said to Lara, who looked at him and nodded with determination. Go back to your room. I have some cleaning to do, he said. Lara nodded as she was escorted with Elle to her room by Hilda, who no one knew when she appeared in the room. With this, Victor would be more assured of Lara's safety. Elle, although young, has more experience than Lara, and would be able to benefit her a lot and maybe help her avoid many schemes. As for her betrayal, it was probably the effect of those guys' hypnosis and her youth. She would never do it again. He was sure of it. Now, what shall he do with this trouble? He was not in the mood for interrogation. Alpha, take him to the mountain base with any survivors from the battle outside. And get your girls the two. Then give him to them. Let them use the wine on him. Be careful though. He has some hypnosis techniques. Consider this to be their training. I will want a good report in a week. And we need to make the players too, he instructed as he took Klein's ring and treasures. He even took the cloak. This would be a good gift for Lily. Alfie nodded, then tied Roma Klein before stuffing him in a body bag. Did she keep a lot of those in her ring? Maybe. Victor sighed as he checked the status of the battle outside. Intruders, 20 dead, 9 captured. Spies, all kept their distance. Casualties, none. No. Wait. 2 chicks lost a few teeth. And why was Alex fighting in high heels? Did she just sprain her ankle? Chapter 167, Intruders, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Linda stepped elegantly out of the dirty one-star hotel's bathroom and sat on Bill's lap as he threw his phone on the table and took out a cigarette, making her light it for him. The family stopped the search order on me. I can move freely now and use my finances, he said. Ah, that's good. As long as I am with you, she said with a smile. Finally, she screamed in her mind. She had to live on some savings for the last week. She was about to dump this man and find a better target. But she kept reminding herself that this one was a patriarch candidate. It was only a matter of time for him to regain his glory. She gave him 3 months. If he didn't recover his status, she would have left him. Would you be able to return to the family now? She asked. Not yet. The situation is tricky, but my grandfather assured me that it would only be a matter of time. I didn't break any rules after all, he said as he looked at her with a smile. Of all the girls he dated, he liked Linda most. Not all did she give up all of her wealth and status to be with him. She even abandoned his loser cousin Victor. This girl was not after money like the others. Not only that, she was beautiful, sweet, and caring. He could swear that she would always know what he was thinking about, like how she was now moving her hand on her thigh, just as he desired. Ah, that's good. I want a big wedding, she said as she blushed. Don't worry, I will throw you the biggest wedding of this century. Now let's continue, he said as he put out his cigarette. He was now in the mood for round 2. Can't we find a better place first? She asked. She just saw a cockroach on the ceiling, but didn't dare to scream. Bill liked strong girls, and she was not really disgusted. As a summoner, she has seen worse. Far worse. No, I like this place better, he said as he began to kiss her body, not noticing that she was making certain gestures with her hand. Victor's mansion, 30 minutes ago. The girls were nervous. This was their first battle against semi-players. They were a little excited too. Even Beto and the others who were not players were participating in this battle with guns. They were separated into groups, each party taking a zone. Although Victor could eliminate all the offenders using his array, he wanted to use them to train the girls, so he already told them that he would separate the attackers into several groups for each team to fight separately. Team 1, Margaret, Alex, Beta, Gamma, and Delta. Is this dress really necessary? Their young master had already said that I no longer needed to dress like this. Alex said. Oh, you can take it off. But my tongue might slip. He might know what I saw that day in your room. Those sexy Margaret didn't continue as Alex forcibly closed her mouth with her hand as Beta returned. "The others are ready." "What are the two of you bickering about?" she asked. "Nothing," Alex said, as she let go of Margaret and gave her a warning look. "Why are you wearing a short skirt?" Beta asked Alex. "This is completely unsuitable for battle." "What's next?" "High heels?" "You are taking your hobby too seriously," she scolded with annoyance, making Alex look away. "Ah, that's a good idea," Margaret suddenly said with an evil smile. "What?" Alex asked. "High heels." "No way." Alex refused immediately. "How about we make a bet? If you can fight in high heels, I will stop pestering you for a week. If you fail, you would have to wear the thing I saw you wearing that day, and accidentally run into the young master," she said, making Alex squint his eyes. 1 month, 2 weeks. "Deal," Alex said. Then under the shocked eyes of both Margaret and Beta, she took a new pair of high-heeled sandals from her ring and wore them. "Do you keep those with you?" Beta asked. "I bought them the other day and forgot to put them away," Alex said absent-mindedly. "The young master ordered me to," she lied. "Oh, anyway, let's get ready." Margaret chuckled as she looked at the dark path in front of them. "They are here," she said as 5 men in black entered the small clearing and looked around, then focused on the girls. "How did we get here? Wasn't we heading to the mansion?" one of them asked. "I don't know, but it seems like we found some treasures," the second said as he eyed Alex and the girls. "Well, let's get rid of those. The boss told us that we can, everyone except that young Master Victor. Maybe we could also have some fun." "Wait, that guy in the short dress is a man," the third said to his colleagues, who also looked at Alex. For a second there they thought he was a woman. "A very hot woman." "It must be the moonlight playing tricks on them." "Surrender," their boss said as he stepped forward. "We will make sure you." He stopped as Margaret's robes slipped from her body and activated her seductress skill. Her perfect body was the last thing the Death Warriors saw before they lost their consciousness as Delta and Gamma, who were hiding behind, shot at them with special tranquilizers. The 5 men fell to the ground without any trouble. "What the? We were supposed to fight them," Alex complained. "Too bad. You couldn't fight in high heels. You lose," Margaret said with a sneaky smile. "What number?" You didn't give me a chance." "That's a play on words," Alex argued as he pointed at her. "I don't care. Now help me drag those guys away. Others might come soon," Margaret said as she put her robes back on. Beta and her sisters, who came out of their hideout, were a little stunned. They quickly nodded and began to drag the sleeping assassins. They couldn't. Those muscular guys were too heavy for them. "Let me help," Alex said as she dragged men easily. "And ouch," she said as she fell down. "What's wrong?" Beta asked. "I just sprained my ankle," Alex said. She was not used to wearing high heels. "This is not a battle," she shouted at Margaret, who had a creepy smile on her face. Team 2, Lily and her dog. Only one intruder managed to get into the mansion. He was guided to a room on the first floor where a maid was sneakily writing a report on her phone. This assassin didn't wait for her to turn around before slitting her throat. "What a hideous monster! How can a woman be this ugly?" he exclaimed as his head left his body. "What an idiot! Falling to the young master's illusion array this quickly," a sweet girl said as she gestured to her assistant Camellia, who quickly arrived and began to drag the bodies away. "Oh, the blood spluttered on the wool rug. Hilda won't like this." Team 3, Mina, Mana, Hilda. They were sitting in their swimsuits on a bench near the pool when a team of 3 intruders came and began to look around. "Where are the doors? How did we get here?" one of them asked. "Someone in the front." "Oh," a second one said as he saw that wins. Then swallowed hard. "Those 2 were pretty. Hi girls," he said as he took out a dagger from his belt. "He likes cutting girls." "Be careful," Mina said to him as she ran barefooted toward him with her sword. He quickly parried to the side, but the floor was too slippery for that, so he couldn't help but stumble and fall into the pool where he made no other sounds. "If you parry you would lose," Mana said. "Now the numbers are even. Let's fight," she said as she attacked another warrior. The two men looked at each other and began to fight the twins. They couldn't parry as they just noticed that the floor was just too slippery. So they had to keep their feet a little further apart, making them only defend using their sword arts. They felt as if they were training dolls for those twins. They were. That was Victor's intention of arranging them here. The battle only took 17 minutes. The twins were able to behead the two men and then throw them into the pool where another 9 of their friends were waiting. As for the one who fell earlier, he was already dead, shot by Hilda. That's enough for today. Hilda, who came out of the shadows with a rifle resting on her shoulder, said, "You did good, but you must work more on your technique." She noted as the girls nodded. "Aunt Hilda... Did you record it all?" Mana suddenly asked. They wore swimsuits specifically to be recorded. They wanted the young master to see their fight. "Don't worry, I am sure the young master would have a good time watching this," Hilda said with a sigh. "What happened to the nice girls she raised?" Team 4, Theta, Eta, Zeta and Epsilon. "Look, another one is on the northern wall," Eta said as she looked from her sniper's optics and pulled the trigger. Bang! He fell. She said with a triumphant look, "It's my turn," Zeta said as she aimed from the top of the mansion. Bang! "You failed," Theta said. "Show me your skills then," Zeta retorted. "Fine." Theta aimed then fired. The bullet didn't hit the man who noticed something and hid behind a tree. It hit a beehive on the opposing tree, which in turn released its army to attack the man who ran out of his cover, earning himself a bullet in the forehead. "More money for me," Theta exclaimed. "What money?" Epsilon arranged her glasses and asked. "Nothing. Just a random bet with myself," Theta said. "It's your turn." She added, "Do you feel bad about killing those guys?" Zeta suddenly asked as she searched for targets. "Not at all," the girls replied. "Don't you find it strange? Like on TV they all say they feel bad after killing a guy. I felt nothing," she explained. "I think it was because of what we have been through," Theta explained. "Yeah?" Zeta said. "They saw Titus kill their sister after all. And some other girls. They used them to threaten others not to run away. They would never forget those. But I think it is because we are too far away." She added. 3 o'clock. Near the post. Bang! Got him. The girls began to search for another target when a sound came from their earpiece. "Good job everybody. All targets have been eliminated. Team 4 keep on the lookout for another hour. The rest including the chicks would collect the bodies. And Hilda, go to the mansion and make some noise to wake my mother," Victor said. Team 5, Arya and the chicks. "Oh, I am late. I should have left the company earlier," she nagged as Leo stopped the car in front of the mansion's outer gate. Looking out of the car, Arya was surprised as she saw that the 2 chicks guarding the door were injured. "What happened?" she asked them. "Nothing. Just some intruders. The young master asked us to play the weak guard role, but those guys had to go and humiliate us," Chick 33 complained. "Are they still inside?" Arya said with a worried voice. "No, the young master got rid of them. The mansion is clear," Chick 34 assured her, then spit blood. With a tooth. "Mistress, does the young master cover our dental?" he asked with a worried voice. "This will be expensive without insurance." "Not yet. He should do it." "I will speak on your behalf," she replied as she ordered Leo to head uphill. "Bastard!" Amelia yelled as she threw a stack of papers from her desk. "What's wrong, Mommy?" Lynn poked her head from behind the door and asked. "Ah, Lynn." Amelia sighed. "I just got a reply from that bastard Theodore," she said. "They refused me?" Lynn asked with a frown. "Not at all. But they want you to get married to Victor with another woman at the same wedding. They want to humiliate us," she said angrily as she kicked a pushchair that did nothing wrong, sending it toppling to the floor in pieces. "Oh, what do the elders think?" she asked. "They don't mind. It must be that peach cousin of mine. She must be instigating them." "Sorry, Lynn. Your mother is being unfair to you again. I couldn't even secure an elite heir status for you, and now you have to suffer through this because of my incompetence," Amelie said as she brushed her daughter's silky hair. "It's okay, Mommy. It's not your fault. It's all because of that P. Lynn said, grabbing her mother's hand and squeezing it. "And I don't care about their schemes. As long as you are okay with it." she said with somewhat insincere eyes. "Oh, you are the best, Lynn," Amelia said as she hugged her daughter and then sighed. "Now, I have to teach you a certain family art. This is your duty as a von Rosen." Chapter 168, Rewards for Who? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Mother, are you okay? I got very worried about you when Alpha told me that a few assassins attacked the mansion, Victor said as he ran into the living room with an anxious face. His nervous mother was sitting with Lara, who looked strangely at her esteemed brother while shielding Elle behind her as if Victor still wanted to harm her. Elle was shrinking her small body behind her small mistress's back, trying very hard to act invisible. "Yes, I am fine. Don't worry." Thankfully, they didn't get to our rooms, his mother reassured him. Poor Rose was killed by them. That girl was still young, she didn't even get a chance to get married. She sighed, making Victor sigh. "That's what you care about?" "What did those people want?" she asked after a few sighs. "I don't know yet, but I am going to find out, and whoever is behind this will have to pay a very steep price," he said. "Hilda, I want a full investigation." He yelled at Hilda, who bowed respectfully and left the room with a serious face. "Why didn't you call the police?" his mother asked. "No, in the family, we deal with our problems by ourselves. You know that." He started, making his mother sigh. True, the family was more efficient than the police. "Lara, are you okay? Did anything happen to you or to Elle?" He turned to his sister and asked as he eyed Elle was shaking behind her. "Nothing happened. Elle was just a little scared," she said as she glared at her brother. He was not telling her mother the truth. Why? She better keep out of this, or they might take Elle away from her. Alpha clearly told her to keep everything she saw and heard a secret. "Good. Now, you better go back to sleep. Tomorrow morning we will have to go visit grandfather's house," Victor said, then looked at his mother, who nodded with some nervousness. After making sure his mother returned to sleep, Victor headed to the basement, where the girls had been waiting for his evaluation of their performance. "Everyone, you did mostly good. The operation was a success," Victor said with a smile as he looked at the exhausted girls and then sat down at a chair that Lily prepared for him. "Now, I have been monitoring the situation through the mansion's array." "Lily, you did well. Camellia, you stained the carpet when you moved the body. You would be punished by cleaning the chick's dormitory for a week," he said, making poor Camellia want to correct him that Lily was the one who spilled that man's blood. But looking at Lily's threatening eyes, she decided to say nothing. She was her mistress after all. "Next is Margaret. Your charming skill has improved. Those guys died with perfect erections. But you don't have to strip completely. I don't like other people looking at you. And you can be more charming and interesting for your target if you cover some areas." He started, making her blush a little. "I understand the young master." She nodded with a sly smile. "He is being a little jealous, and that means he really cares about her." "Mina and Mana, you did great. Your footwork and movement have improved. I will give you a few manuals later to train in. As for the recording, I will watch it alone later," he said with a perverted smile, making them blush as Lily looked away in annoyance. She wanted to make a recording too. "Now, Alpha, good job," he said briefly, causing her to utter a humph. She was tasked with monitoring and protecting Lara, but nothing happened to her, so she basically did nothing. "Now, Beta, Gamma, and Delta, not bad. Your aiming has improved, and your hiding skills are fine. But your footwork is rubbish, and you need to train more, as your insurance is too low." "That can be fixed later though," he said as he gave Alpha a look. She nodded. They needed to become players. They will head to the dungeon next week, once the assassin girls return. Next is Theta, Eta, Zeta and Epsilon. You did fine too, but you suffer from the same problem as your sisters. Train more. And Theta, gamble more carefully next time. Relying on your luck all the time might get you in trouble if you face someone with a higher fate, he stated, making Theta nod seriously, and Margaret looks at her with a slight frown. "And Arya, you were late. Take more care of your health. Working up late is not good for you," he said. "I understand, young master. The chicks need medical insurance. Some of them lost their teeth," she said. "Okay. I am too lazy for that, so you arrange it," he said, then looked at the last member of his harem. "Hilda." "No, Alex. Finally Alex. You were mostly useless today, only good as a distraction. Not only did you sprain your ankle, but you also lost the bet with Margaret. I don't even want to know what she was blackmailing you about, but it better look good on you by tomorrow's breakfast, or I will punish you by making you drive the car naked," he said, making her blush and look away with aggrieved eyes. "Damn you, Margaret. How was she going to wear that thing? Damn it. Now, as a reward, all of you will enjoy sleeping in my room tonight." Hilda should have arranged the room by now, he said, making the girls have very different reactions. Lily was jealous, but she was sure that she would take his side, so it didn't matter. Margaret had the same feelings as Lily. The twins only sighed. They were the ones who arranged the matrices in the afternoon, so they have long known all about his perverted plan. Theta was excited. Her sisters and Arya were nervous. Alpha was annoyed. How can this be considered a reward? Wasn't he rewarding himself? Alex was hesitant. "Why are you acting like this?" Victor asked her. "Although I really like you, you are a man. You can't sleep with us. Don't be sad. I will give you a sleeping bag to sleep outside my door," he said with a nod, making her want to cry. Why the fuck was she sad? And why does she have to sleep by his door? "Young master." "Just that?" Batu asked. She wanted something of more substance. "Of course not. Next week I will take you on a trip to the sea, to Tetraquark City. How about that?" he asked, making all the girls excited this time. Except for Alpha, who cursed at him again. Wouldn't he be the one enjoying himself watching them in their swimsuits? He is only rewarding himself. Bastard. Only Lily, who overheard her young master's conversation with Kai, knew that he was using them as a cover to go to the auction. But what did he want to get from there? Now, the guys who got captured would be sent to the stronghold by the chicks. They will also dispose of the corpses. But before that, check them for tracking devices. Lily and Alpha, this would be your mission. After that, make sure to extract as much information as possible. And keep this discreet. Those guys probably belong to a very annoying guy, he stated. It was 6:30 in the morning when Victor opened his eyes and enjoyed the view in his room, where 14 scantily dressed girls were sleeping around him. He made sure to adjust the thermostat so that the room was a little warm. Too bad that the assassin sisters were outside, or the situation would have been better. Too bad he couldn't touch them yet, or their yin energy would interfere with his blood awakening. Hopefully, that thing in the auction is the one he needed. "Young master, you are drooling," Margaret, who seemed to have woken up, said. She was hugging his left arm. Before he could wipe his drool, someone gently did it for him. It was Lily, who was hugging his right arm. He couldn't move at all. "Good morning, young master," Lily said, causing all the girls except Arya, who was too tired to wake up and cover their exposed skin a little too lazily. They didn't mind him looking at them, but I just felt a little shy. "Good morning, young master." They saluted with blushing faces. Their young master looked very charming in his bed. "Just a greeting? Don't I get a morning kiss?" he asked, making them freeze. Then, to Alpha's absolute annoyance, a new kind of morning ritual was created. Breakfast was served as usual, with Victor sitting at the head of the table and blushing girls sitting on both sides. "Lily, is there something wrong?" Elena, who came down, asked Lily, who was glaring hatefully at Margaret, who stole her young master's first morning kiss before her. "Damn slut." "Nothing, mistress," she said. "Victor has instructed her to act as a maid all the time." As for the action in his room, all the spies saw was Lily sleeping on the floor near the door with an aggravated face. Poor girl. This was her family test. "I told you, call me mother. You are too stubborn, like my son." Elena sighed, making Margaret a little jealous this time. She knew quite well that Elena didn't like her. But why does she like Lily? The breakfast started quickly as the twins prepared the table. Someone was missing. "Where is Alex?" Victor suddenly asked. "Here, young master." A nervous voice made everyone look at the door, where a girl in a bunny suit was standing nervously. It looked good on him. No, on her. Elena was stunned for 1.4 seconds before quickly covering her daughter's eyes. "What atrocity is this?" she yelled at Alex and then looked at Victor, who was a little stunned as well. Why did she buy this? Alex was frozen, not knowing what to do. She bought this on a whim, intending to find a chance to scam Margaret into it and then make fun of her. Why the hell did it turn out like this? Alex, go switch to something appropriate. You would be our driver today. I told you already, keep your perverted hobbies to yourself. Victor said. Too bad you are a guy. This thing looks amazing on you. If you keep tempting me like this, one day I will surely ... Victor stopped talking as Lily stuffed an egg in his dirty mouth. Ah! Alex ran away with a heavy blush. Victor, you must discipline this perverted guy, Emily told Victor as her hands left her stupefied daughter's eyes. Yes, I will leave that to you, Margaret. Don't be too rough on him though, every man has some hobbies, he said. Even you, young master? She asked, earning herself a glare from Elena. She quickly looked at her dish. Even me, last night was. He didn't continue as he felt his mother's eyes drilling holes into him. He better not say it. Let's finish this quickly. We better leave early to avoid the traffic. Mother, did you get any gifts for your parents? He asked. Those guys were a little snobbish. Yes, I bought a few gifts yesterday. Hilda should have already arranged them in the car, Elena said, getting nervous a little. Chapter 169. The Wyron Family. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The woman in black gracefully entered the principal's office, saluting respectfully as she stood waiting for her master's attention. Is there anything? James looked up and asked, putting down the stack of papers in his hand. Reporting about the young lady. The Von Wise mansion was attacked, the spy said. What? Is she okay? James stood up and asked angrily. The young lady is fine. As we reported earlier, she must have had some assassin training in the Von Wise family. The spy replied, making James sigh in relief. Who were those bastards who do not have eyes? He asked. They belong to Prince Troy. The spy replied. Oh, that fool is still around. Did he get retarded enough to attack a Von Wise elite heir? His men might have acted without informing him, the spy suggested as she stretched her slender arms. Maybe, as long as the young lady was not harmed. Let's stay out of this. We just need to watch from afar. Anything else? James asked with annoyance. We may have to reduce our surveillance, as they seem to have activated a surveillance array. We can't figure out its type, but it is very professionally made. The spy said. Oh, it seems like that brat, Victor, is more important to the Von Wise family than we expected. I will report this to the family. Yes, that bastard made the young lady spend her night on the ground like a dog next to his door, the spy said with hatred in her voice. Oh, James frowned, then shook his head. She has to survive this. It is the nature of the test. The more she suffers now, the more rewards she will be able to reap later. Too bad she will only be able to attend the latter half of her ceremony. He trailed off. The spy nodded as she watched her master wander in thoughts. How is the young master? Did he find a good shelter tonight? James asked in some concern, changing the subject. The young master didn't leave prison yet. The spy replied. What? Why? We didn't press any charges, James asked. That cop who caught him was a little unreasonable. She found some weed on him. Then he threatened her to return it to him and she recorded it. Anyway, it was a quick case. The judge ordered that he will be spending the next month in prison, the spy said, making James open his mouth wide, not knowing what to say. Despite his mother's objection and desire to act low-key, Victor insisted on taking the most luxurious car in his garage, a Q12 Wheeze Steed. A car that was meant to be the definitive symbol of high status. Only 25 were made every year. And as the car brand suggested, it was made by the one and only Von Wise family megacorporation. Incorporating the latest technology and security features, the car was practically a tank. It even had a hidden mini railgun for emergencies. Relaxing in the comfy leather seats of the car with his mother, his sister, Elle, and Lily, Victor ordered Alex, who was dressed as a normal driver, to start the car. The trip was a little long, as his grandparents lived in a town a little far away from Vane City. Elena was very nervous as her daughter was excitedly watching the views out of the window with Elle, who will be her personal maid from now on. This was all new to them. After 5 minutes, Victor chose to nap on Lily's lap as usual, causing his mother to glare at him but say nothing. He wanted to take Margaret too, but his mother didn't approve as she didn't like her at all. He should have made Margaret save her life last night. No, he better keep out of this. Nothing good ever comes out of interfering in women's relationships. The uneventful trip took 4 hours, in which nothing important happened, as no car even dared to bypass theirs after seeing its brand. The reason Victor took this car was that he was worried about his mother's safety after yesterday's attack. Although the interrogation of the captured assassins didn't begin yet, Victor already knew who was behind him. Troy Wyron, the heir of the Wyron fallen family, the princely family who used to rule the country they were in right now, the Principality of Wyron. Although they still held the prince title, they had no power at all. As this country was a democracy nowadays, it was 300 years ago when the royal families in the world tried to take advantage of the infighting between the families and destroy them. They overestimated themselves, failed, and were destroyed instead. Since then, many kingdoms fell and were replaced by new democracies. The textbooks called this the Democratic Revolution. Only the families who set this system knew better. Of course, the world was not ruled by the families directly, as this was one of the things they agreed upon to spare the world from destruction due to their battles. They decided to keep the status quo and only interact with the world through financial and business means. They even spared the remnants of those old royal families, granting them empty titles, all for the sake of stability. Of course, not all players and families were content with this arrangement. Some wanted total domination while others wanted the families to stay hidden. But those voices were the minorities. Troy was part of the prince family who used to rule this country. They had an artifact that made people semi-players which they seemed to be abused to create armies of assassins. But that made Victor think, where did Troy get the energy for this? The ceremony in the family can only be done once a year for a reason. It costs a lot of gems. That guy needed to be taught a lesson. Victor decided maybe he should check his vaults for any treasures at the same time. Should he go there himself or let Lily and Alpha do it? That would depend on the information that Klein might provide. In his past life, Troy Wyron was a nobody until the reckoning. Just a fool who wants to revive his defeated family and conquer the world. But when his army of semi-players turned into players, used it to conquer all the smaller families around him and carve a small kingdom in the early days, he succeeded in large because of the collapse of the von Weiss family. Of course, like the rest of the guys who wanted to play king, he was killed and cut into 1,000 pieces when the von Krone family rose to power. Victor sighed and closed his eyes, enjoying Lily's delicate hands on his temples. Lately he couldn't enjoy her care as he wanted. Damn that von Krone spies. It was noon when they reached a prosperous town. It was called the Golden Waterfall Town, due to it having a very amazing huge waterfall that attracts many tourists. His grandparents own 3 restaurants and a luxurious hotel next to it. They could see the grand waterfall and the colorful buildings on its side from the car as it drove beside the valley. Lara and Del were stuck to the window looking at it with excited eyes. Victor chuckled softly. In his past life, he worked around here as a security guard for one of the restaurants. He always thought that the waterfall hid a big secret. It didn't. It was just a big waterfall. He made sure to come here and search for it after becoming a full player after the reckoning. Wait, what if there was something and some lucky bastard took it before? He should maybe take another look. After 5 minutes, the car reached the address Elena gave to Alex. The Carlson mansion. It was a luxurious villa surrounded by other small-sized villas and acted as the king of the hill. This was the most luxurious neighborhood in town. Of course, if this were to be compared to Victor's mansion, it could only act as a dog's house. We should have called, his mother said nervously as the car stopped next to the villa. This way is better, Victor interjected, then opened the door and stepped down without waiting for Alex to do that for him. His eyes were full of memories when he looked at the villa, whose door was opened as a young man he didn't know stepped out accompanied by a woman in her 30s and a teenage girl around his age. They were Victor's Aunt Olga and her daughter Marley. She had stars in her eyes as she looked at the young man. "Oh, young Master Archie, is this your car?" his aunt asked when she noticed the car and Victor, who was opening the door for his mother. No, Archie wanted to say no, but after seeing the amazing car he said yes. but after glancing at the white steed on its front cover, quickly corrected himself. No, my car is the R.R.Red sports car on the corner. He said with sweat dripping down his forehead. He likes to brag, but didn't dare to claim this one was his, as he knew quite well that only the real powerful people could drive this, like Miss Alice, who broke his 3 legs for offending her a few years ago. He had just recovered his ability as a man a few months ago. Could it be her wanting to punish him again? He thought as his legs shook involuntarily, especially when he noticed Victor's purple hair when he stepped down. Only one name appeared in his mind: Von Wise. Archie watched nervously as a beautiful woman in her 30s stepped down the car. She looked very similar to his future mother-in-law and had 2 little girls stepping down behind her, dispelling his fear. Elena. Olga yelled in surprise when she saw her sisters. What? You have been kicked out of the house. What are you doing here? I will. She yelled, then stopped in shock as Archie, out of nowhere, ran to Elena's side. Young Master Archie, don't. She didn't continue as she watched Archie bow deeply to her sister Elena and present his card respectfully like a servant. I am Archie Stone, young Lady Marley's fiancé. Nice to meet you, he said, a little out of breath, to the surprised Elena. She never met Marley, but from the look of her she quickly figured out that she was her niece. Victor frowned as he looked at the bowing young man. Archie Wyron. STR 15, INT 19, Luck 4, Charm 22. Fate, Fate's power, E. Fate's direction, negative. Fate's design, death by the hands of Troy Wyron. Total, E. That Troy again? Was this a coincidence or fate? Victor thought as a shiver ran through his spine. Klein attacking his mansion was definitely not a coincidence. This was definitely a world backlash as it was setting him against Troy, but for what? It was definitely connected to this guy. But how? Archie was a Wyron and has not been awaked. That means his position in the family is not very high. But the destiny of getting killed by Troy is proof that he is important enough. Would Troy be a scion? No, that's impossible. Victor witnessed the execution by himself. What then? Victor didn't like the feeling of being in the dark at all. His instincts were telling him that the world was putting him to oppose Troy no matter what, and this would probably lead to his death. But that guy was too weak. With Victor's current attributes, even a bomb would barely leave a scratch on him. What the hell was going on? Victor gracefully stepped in front of his mother and took Archie's card from his hand, startling him. He didn't meet this guy in his previous life, but he has heard that his cousin Marley was dumped on her wedding day after getting discovered by the groom's friend. Stone, you think I am an idiot? You're definitely a Wyron. What's your relationship with Prince Armand? Victor asked nonchalantly, exposing Archie's secret, and making him shiver a little. He wanted to deny it, but looking at Victor's cold eyes and purple hair, he didn't dare to. He is my esteemed grandfather. I am forbidden from using the family name. He hesitated, then replied with a hidden hatred in his eyes, making Olga, who was about to get Archie away from Elena, gasp with her daughter. What? Really? They only thought that Archie was a very successful young entrepreneur. No one told them that this rich future son-in-law belonged to the prince's family. They have just struck gold. Although their country was a democracy nowadays, it was still called a principality. The stars in Marley's eyes grew larger. Who doesn't want to marry a prince? Elena was surprised too. Not because of Archie's background, she has seen her husband curse at leaders and presidents in their face before, but because her natal family knew someone this important. Oh. And that Troy should be your cousin then? Victor added calmly, making Archie nod nervously with deepened hatred. Yes. Does the young master know him? Archie said with complex eyes. Not yet. But I will very soon. He owes me a few legs, Victor said calmly, making Archie shiver as he remembered his past. A hidden smile appeared on his lips as he pondered his hateful cousin's fate. Victor watched the changes on Archie's face with amusement and curiosity. Now, where are my manners? Let me introduce myself. I am Victor von Wise, an elite heir of the von Wise family. This is my mother, Elena. We were just passing around here when she wanted to visit her parents, so we made a little detour. He spoke, making his mother want to spank him for lying with a straight face. Archie shivered a little. He was right, this guy had the same evil eyes as Lady Alice. He is even an elite. Damn, when did his fiancée have an amazing aunt? He really struck gold. He deeply loves Marley, but his father was against him marrying her, calling her a slut. For that reason, he forbade him from exposing his true heritage and told him that his grandfather, the current head of the family, had ordered that he would be kicked out of the prince's family on the night of his wedding. He didn't care. He had enough private money to live happily with his beloved. No need for any of that anymore. His grandfather would never expel him from the family for a slut with a connection to the Von Weiss family. Wait, did he just think of his Marley as a slut? She is not. Ah, nice to meet you, young master, my lady. Archie said respectfully as he bowed to Elena and kissed her hand in royal etiquette, making Olga, who was watching in surprise, grit her teeth. What is wrong here? Is this some kind of play or a misunderstanding? Young Master Archie, this is my sister. She is. Olga wanted to correct Archie that Elena was just a slut who was kicked out of the house, but her daughter, who had eyes that her mother completely lacked, stopped her. She also knew that Carbrand is that her cousin. Didn't her mother work as a hooker outside and was picked up by some pervert? When did she score this big? Let's go, Elena said embarrassingly. She knew her husband was very strong, but she was not used to this. Archie, you follow us too. I want to ask you about something, Victor commanded, making Olga, who didn't get what was going on, a little angry, expecting her future son-in-law to get angry for being commanded like a servant. To her surprise, he didn't. He just lowered his head and followed behind that purple-haired guy, who was ordering a veiled girl by his side to adjust his suit. One of the little girls was doing the same to the other one. Sister, nice to see you again, Elena said, making Olga break away from her thoughts. She didn't notice it when her sister approached her. Don't get near me, slut. Don't expect us to forgive you. You made us lose a very important business by running away back then. Father and mother had never forgiven you, especially after marrying some dog outside. Olga spat with hatred as she scowled at her prettier sister. Elena didn't know what to say. She was angry, but what do you mean, you filthy beach? Do you want to say that some random guy is better than my esteemed father? What blasphemy is this? Victor yelled angrily, interrupting his mother and stunning his aunt. He might have used some of his aura as a player on her. Victor, don't make trouble. His mother scolded him softly. He spoke the words she didn't dare to utter. Aunt. Cousin, let's go inside and talk. Marley, who found out that the situation was getting out of hand, smartly said as she eyed her handsome cousin, whose angry look only added to his charm. Indeed, mother, Victor said with a sigh as he looked at his mother, then took her hand, then guided her inside the mansion. The curious Lara, Elle, and Lily followed quickly, totally ignoring the stunned aunt. Marley, sorry that I was fooling you. Family orders. A soft voice startled Marley. It was Archie. It's okay. I trust you, she said with a stutter. Was he really a prince? I know you do. Don't tell anyone about my status yet, and you too, Aunt Olga. Don't say anything. My father might get angry if any of this leaked, Archie added to the stunned Olga as he hurried after Victor. Yes, Marley said, then ran after him to the villa, not knowing what to think. Olga just stood there stunned. What just happened? Why was she shaking? Why does her skirt feel wet? And why was that sissy driver watching her with a sly smile? Chapter 170. Players 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Entering the villa, Victor was forced to stop at the entrance hall, where he bumped into a middle-aged woman. What are you? The woman began to question him, then gasped when she spotted Elena behind him. Elena? She asked in a shaking voice as she looked at her daughter. This was Victor's snobbish grandmother Willow. Hi, Mommy. Elena raised her hand and greeted her mother shyly. She didn't know what to say. Willow hesitated for a second, then stepped forward and hugged her daughter. Her face was not smiling though, it was just relieved. She stepped back a minute later, quickly wiped her tears, then glared at her daughter, not knowing what to say. It has been 20 years. Mother, is she my esteemed grandmother? An innocent melodic voice asked curiously, breaking the ice, and making Willow look at Lara. Are they your daughters? Willow asked, looking at Lara and Elle. Let me introduce them. This is Lara, my daughter, And this one is Elle, her maid. And this is my son Victor, and that girl behind him is Lily, his maid also. She added with some embarrassment, making her mother inspect Victor and the girls as her eyes grow wide. Mates, are they rich? Didn't her daughter marry some small clerk? Inspecting them thoroughly, she didn't recognize the brand of clothes they were wearing, though the material seems decent. Were they scamming her? Wait. She looked at her daughter's purse. Isn't that a LW purse? Could it be fake? It looked genuine. She needs to investigate. Let's go and talk inside, she said with a complex look, guiding them to the empty living room while giving a maid who stood to the side some signals that the maid understood immediately. After entering the room, Elena, Victor, and Lara sat down on a wide couch as Lily and Elle stood behind them respectfully. Willow also sat down and began to eye them as Marley and Archie sneaked into the room and sat on a side couch together. Willow ignored them. She was busy inspecting Lara's shoes. They didn't have a brand but didn't look cheap. Custom made. How is Daddy? Elena asked timidly, making her mother look at her face. He is fine. I heard you married. Willow asked her daughter, expecting her to explain what happened since then. Ah yes. Elena said, I called you back then, but you refused to answer my calls. She blamed her. We were busy. Willow replied, not elaborating any further. We were not. We just didn't have anything to say to unfilial daughters. A voice denied Willow. A man with a valiant face and white hair entered the room. This was Victor's grandfather Calvin Carlson. The maid had just informed him of Elena's arrival. Daddy, what are you doing here? Didn't I forbid you from coming home? He asked angrily with a harsh voice, but his eyes revealed something else. He really missed his favorite daughter. Elena, who stood up nervously, didn't know what to say. They froze like this for a few seconds, neither the stubborn father nor the hesitant daughter knowing what to say. Mother wanted to come before, but my esteemed father forbade her, Victor said lazily as he dragged his mother back into the couch, professionally resolving the situation, shifting the blame to his father, and making his grandfather curious enough to want to hear her story. Oh, you are? He inspected Victor with a complex gaze. My name is Victor von Wise, your daughter's son. Victor said, knowing willingly that if he said your grandson his grandfather would scold him. Oh. Calvin said, not knowing how to reply to this young man whose eyes were not scared at all. He reminded him of his youth. Let's hear what you have to say then, Elena. If I don't like it, I will kick you out again, he said as he sat beside his wife, who didn't dare to speak when he was angry. He also gestured to the maid to bring them something to drink. When I left home that day, I was wrong. I made many mistakes. I had to sleep in the street a few times. She began. Didn't you go to that Nelly? Her father asked. This was a little different from what his son reported. I did. But when she found out I ran away from home, she kicked me out first. Then she introduced me to a certain man. And that man introduced me to another. She said, keep it short. Her father ordered, not wanting to hear a sad story that was his fault. After a series of mishaps, I ended up falling into the grasp of a very evil man, having to work for him. First as a model, then. She stopped as she watched the unchanging looks in her father's eyes. Though his knuckles were getting whiter, he knew what she meant. Things happened. I will not speak of it. But by the end of the year, I was to be sold to a brothel if I didn't get him enough money. Luckily, I managed to attract the attention of a very powerful man at a party that I was forced to attend. That man saved me, she said as her eyes grew firmer. He killed that evil man and swept me away, and I got pregnant that night. So we got married, she added with a blush, making her father look at her with complex eyes. She called asking for help back then, but he was very angry and didn't realize how dangerous her situation was. That bastard son of his. He knew he was lying, but didn't think it was this bad. Then, why did you not come before now? It has been 21 years. His father asked with a calm voice, as he inspected Lily and Elle who were standing behind. They were maids. He knew by the formal poses they were standing in. That one wearing veil had dangerous eyes. He met people like that in the army. people who knew how to kill a man with a pencil. She must be a bodyguard too. He turned to inspect her after that. Can a maid be this young? Why are her eyes darting around? Is she searching for a threat? No, she is appraising the room for valuables. He will just keep an eye on her for now. Due to my husband's family circumstances and security reasons, I was forbidden from leaving for the first 10 years. After that, I would have had to leave my sons and daughters alone in that residence if I left. So I had to stay there until their seer. They became old enough. Elena said. You didn't answer my calls. She complained in a soft voice, making her father look at her again, not knowing what to say. Who is your husband exactly? He asked, changing the subject. And getting a little curious, what kind of families lock up their daughters-in-law? Wasn't he a clerk working in an oil company offshore? His name is Theodore von Wise. He is a businessman. He should own some companies around Vane City. She said, making her father frown. He never heard of this man. No, he did. In the only letter he read from her she managed to mention something like that. He didn't care then, as his son told him that the man was some small employee and that Elena was deeply in love with him. Feeling relieved about his daughter's safety, he ignored her. Was his son lying? Archie on the other hand, tensed, making Marley frown as she felt that. She didn't dare to speak and ask. My mother might not know, but my esteemed father goes by the name Theodore White. Victor clarified, making his grandfather think for a moment and then freeze in shock as he looked at his grandson. The Theodore White of? Yes, the sole owner of the Pyro White Group. Victor clarified arrogantly, making his grandfather gasp. Calvin froze. Was he telling the truth? His grandson didn't seem to be lying. And his purple hair really resembles that man. He might have made a mistake, but he will investigate this later. This is big trouble. You should have sent a letter and informed me earlier. He blamed his daughter. As his wife wondered why he changed his tone. Was that Theodore, her son-in-law, really important? She wanted to ask, but decided to keep it for later. That grandson-in-law Archie was fidgeting too. Did he know something? I did send you letters, she complained. She didn't know her husband used the surname White outside. Oh, Calvin said with a frown, not knowing what to say. He only read one and then told his sons to take care of the others. Why didn't your husband come with you? He asked. Elena didn't know what to say. The answer was, you are not important enough. But she didn't dare to say it. His new wife is pregnant, so he chose to stay with her. Victor explained. New wife? How many does he have? His grandmother, who couldn't keep silent anymore, had to ask her daughter, who blushed and looked down. 3 official ones, now 4. About 20 concubines, another 100 lovers. And uncountable side women. Maybe all the hookers around Vane City. Something like that, Victor replied, making his grandmother open her mouth wide. If his grandfather was surprised, he didn't show it. Although he was not very familiar with Theodore White, he heard tales about him sleeping with 9 women every night. Now it turned out he was his son-in-law. Is he treating you well? Calvin asked his daughter. That's what mattered. Yes, I am one of his main wives. And he really takes care of me when he is not busy, she replied with a blush. Good, Calvin said, not wanting to know anything unnecessary about his daughter's love life. Are those 2 my grandchildren? He asked, looking at Victor and Lara. Yes, this is Lara, my youngest daughter. Elena, who was a little relieved by the change of subject, said as Lara stood up and gracefully bowed to her grandfather, who smiled softly then hid it quickly. No one can resist her cuteness. And this is my youngest son, Victor. He has already introduced himself, she said. Victor didn't stand up, he just nodded arrogantly, making both his mother and grandfather want to slap him. You have other children? Calvin asked. Yes, 2. My oldest son's name is Mike. He is 20 this year. He lives in New York City. And my oldest daughter, Alice. She didn't continue as a glass shattered on the floor behind them. It fell from the hand of Archie, who was listening to her. Sorry, he said with a slight shake, as the maid ran to clean the glass from the floor. Calvin felt something but ignored him for now. He didn't know what to say. He wanted his daughter to apologize for escaping back then, but he also wanted to apologize for forcing her to marry and then ignoring her. He was a little angry and guilt-ridden. "I brought some gifts. You might like them," Elena said, changing the subject. "Should I?" she asked Victor, who just yelled, "Alex, bring the gifts." He shouted in a somewhat loud voice, making them involuntarily put their hands on their ears. "Who dares to yell in our house?" Two men appeared in the living room. Victor's first and third uncles. The family usually assembles at this house on weekends, and they were having a bowling match in the basement. Elena. Before they could reply, Victor's third uncle Larry ran quickly and hugged Elena, his big sister. He was a hypocrite, a total and an absolute hypocrite. Victor learned that the hard way, as he was the one who got the police to arrest him on fake charges merely hours after his grandfather's death. "Larry. Nice to see you again," Elena said with a sweet smile. She loved her small brother. He was just a teenager when she left. "What is she doing here?" The other middle-aged man, Victor's first uncle Bob, said sternly, not noticing the dangerous look in his father's eyes when he looked at him. Elena didn't know what to say. "It's okay," their father said sternly. "The past is the past. It is time to forget it," he said sternly, making both of his sons look at him with surprise. Their father was the really stubborn kind. What made him change his mind this quickly? Damn. Would their sister get to inherit again? That changes all their plans. "But father..." Bob wanted to say something, but noticing the look in his father's eyes he chose to swallow his words. He might be in trouble. He lost track of his sister some 20 years ago, but chose to hide this from his father. He told him that she went abroad with her new clerk husband. Hearing her father, Elena smiled sweetly. Just as Alex crossed the door carrying two big bags, pushing Uncle Bob to the side, making him almost stumble and fall. Then casually, he put the bags on the floor and left. Calvin was a little surprised. Others didn't notice it, but he did. Those bags were extremely heavy. How could that sissy driver carry them this casually? Elena coughed a little as she opened one of the bags, hearing the gasps of her mother and elder sister, who had silently sneaked into the room after changing her skirt. The bag contained many expensive clothes and trinkets. "I thought those would suit father and mother, so I bought them," she said, ignoring the stars that appeared in her sister's and grandmother's eyes. Marley too was stretching her neck, but she didn't dare to leave her new golden goose Archie, who was sitting as an obedient elementary school student. Calvin coughed a little. "I have something to do in the study, you guys enjoy yourselves," he said as he retreated, keenly aware that he was completely ignored as his family clamored for gifts. Chapter 171, Players 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Grandpa Calvin, deciding to take care of his unfilial sons later, left the living room and then quickly headed to his study, where he called one of his men. "Roderick, do you have a terminal near you?" he said. "Yes, sir." The man replied. "Do you know about Theodore White?" he asked. "Sir, is this line secure?" Roderick asked. "Yes," Calvin replied. "He is one of the targets for our surveillance. He is very dangerous." Roderick replied. "I already know that. He is on the blue list. I want to know a few things, like his wife and children's names." Calvin said. "One moment," Roderick said, then quickly proceeded to search for the relevant info. Calvin heard the sound of a keyboard typing from the other side. "Yes, the information is scarce. No official wives list. But the unofficial list of partners contains 3,154 entries. As for his children, let's see. Nick, Nicky, Max, Roxy, Roxanne, Rex, Pan, Mary, Cara. About 317 registered under his name. He might have unregistered ones. Search for Victor, Alice, Mike, and Lara," Calvin asked impatiently. 1 second. There is no Lara, but the others exist. That's strange. Some of his children were registered in the system when they reached 17 or 18. Roderick said. Some hidden powers seem to have rules like that. Now, tell me about the names I asked you about. Yes. First, Alice White. Blue list. Mother is Elena. Father is Theodore. Very successful entrepreneur in Black Fountain City. She has some dark activities, but nothing too brazen, just some underground arena. She enjoys extreme sports and likes powerful men. Many young masters around the city might have been castrated by her. And she rarely appears in public. That's about it, he said, swallowing his saliva. Apparently looking at her photo. Second, Mike White. Mother, Elena. On the green list. He runs a casino and a few strip clubs in New York City. A pervert who likes to collect whores. He also sponsors many orphanages. He drank some water. Lastly, Victor White. Mother, Elena. On the red list. He appeared last month in Vane City. He is attending the academy where some people reported him for indecent behavior. And he has many properties around town. Wait. Red list. Calvin opened his mouth wide. He knew well what this meant. The lists were created to categorize the people that belonged to the hidden powers. White meant no power, blue for economic power, green for those who do minor illegal activities, yellow for the media power, red for maniacs and terrorists. What did he do? Calvin asked. Well, his car blew up first. Then a few weeks ago he blew the sports car of his half-brother, Nick, killing him. And a week after that, he threw a grenade on the highway. There were even reports of some weapons transfers to his mansion. And his media company had some bombs purchased for the special effects, but they went missing. Roderick explained. Did the government do anything? Calvin asked. No, apparently. His family took care of it. All charges were dropped. Roderick said. What about their mother Elena? He asked. No info. We only have the name, not even a surname. Do you have any idea? No. That's all for now. Take care. Calvin said as he hung up with complex eyes. 30 years ago, when he worked in the Special Forces, they were following a very nefarious international human trafficking organization. They fought with them many times, almost annihilating them completely. Then they were ordered to back down. No explanations, no questions allowed. They didn't want to. But as soldiers, they could only comply. But he and his team had questions, so they began to do some little investigation. Every time they found a clue, the plot got thicker. They couldn't even imagine that something like this was hidden in plain sight. After going all over the data they had for the third time, they were forced to believe the terrifying truth. The government that ruled the principality was a puppet, controlled by some force from the shadows. Not only their government, all the governments around the world, it seemed. They couldn't believe it at first, but the more they searched, the more they confirmed their guesses. Who was this force? And how did they do it? It took them 3 years to know that. The force was a conglomerate of families and hidden powers that slipped inside the system, controlling everything from behind, using agents that they put in place, using various means. Even the many resolutions and assassinations around the world were their work. The president, the leaders, the army, and police commanders all worked for them. And the criminal organization they were following belonged to one of those as well. They controlled most of the major criminal organizations around the world. His team was shocked, but after seeing the atrocity that gang did, they decided to do something about this. But how? The government refused to act. They were even demoted after asking. So they formed a secret organization with the goal of collecting information about those guys and then eliminating them. They used the armies and the government's capabilities for this. Secretly, of course, they have discovered that those forces had lists of names that the government could not interfere with. As if they belonged to a different class. They policed themselves. And from those lists, his team started their search. All went well until they were discovered. No, those guys were aware of them from the start, but they ignored them, as a lion ignores a fly. Calvin doesn't know what exactly happened, but his best friend found something that caused those powers to kill him with most of the team. Their bodies were cut into pieces and then thrown into the sea. He only survived because his friend was smart enough to split his organization into 2 parts when he created it, one active and one passive. Calvin was one of the leaders of the passive section, which remained hidden. Or were they ignored on purpose? He didn't dare to think about that possibility. His friend only left one sentence before he died. IT is a game, players. What does that mean? He didn't know. but it caused his friend's death. He decided to keep a look and only collect information that is available in the public records and social media lately. Nothing that would make them think of him as a threat. It has been 20 years. His organization has grown a lot, and they recruited many others who also discovered the same truth and wanted to fight it. But still, they didn't dare to make a move. They saw others try and die miserably. Now, his daughter turned out to have married one of those hateful guys. Damn it, he should not have been this stubborn. He shouldn't have let her go back then. Calvin sighed as he left the study. Waking in the corridor, he noticed something. Victor was dragging that grandson-in-law, Archie, somewhere. They headed upstairs. Calvin, despite his age, followed them soundlessly as they entered an abandoned room and closed the door. He eavesdropped on them. But what does the young master want to ask about? Archie asked just as Calvin placed his ear on the wooden door. A man his age shouldn't be doing this, but he couldn't resist. You seemed scared when my sister Alice's name was mentioned. Have you met her before? Victor said arrogantly. I had the honor a few years ago. I might have offended her. It didn't go well. Archie didn't elaborate. She is the decisive type, but she has a good heart, or you would have been dead by now, Victor said, making Archie cough. He didn't agree. Calvin wanted to see Archie's face at that moment, but he didn't dare to move. Now, since you belong to the prince's family's direct line, why are you still not awakened? Victor asked, making Calvin almost gasp. He didn't know that his grandson-in-law was this important. What did he mean by awakened? Awakened? Archie asked. It seemed like he didn't know either. Doesn't your family have a secret ritual? Why didn't you do it? Victor asked, making Calvin listen more attentively as Archie seemed to be thinking of an answer. I made a mistake when I was younger. I was forbidden from attending the ritual, and I was demoted in the family. I can't even attend their meetings. Archie said with clear hatred in his voice. It was Troy who baited you, didn't he? Victor asked, making Calvin's eyes narrow. Troy Wyron. He is on the blacklist, which was reserved for the worst of the worst. Does the young master know anything? Archie asked. No, just the way your face distorted when I told you his name earlier. Seems like I was right. Victor said. Yes, he tricked me into giving away one of the family's heirlooms to a girl I liked. A beach. Calvin didn't elaborate. Calvin didn't need more info either. It was the classic trick. The pitiful girl asking for help. You are an idiot, Victor said. Calvin outside nodded. I know. You don't have to rub it. Archie replied. No, I mean seriously. My cousin Marley is probably working for someone too. I am not sure yet though. Victor added. Impossible. Archie said, making Calvin nod again. Marley might be a slut, but she is a good girl. How did you meet her? She wanted help. No, you won't fall for the same trap twice. Oh, you must have been in trouble, and she saved your life, Victor said. Archie didn't reply. Victor was telling the truth. Don't worry, now that she knows your status she would never sell you off, not cheaply anyway. Victor said. Archie didn't reply. I am not telling you to abandon her, she might have some feelings for you after all. She is still young. Kids nowadays don't know what's good for them. Victor said, making his grandfather want to slap him. How old are you to say that Marley is young? She is older than you. What then? Archie asked. He seemed to be beginning to believe Victor. She is my cousin, after all, and I don't want her to be hurt. So, you just need to be more vigilant around her and only feed her select information. You know what I mean. I don't hire idiots. You see, I am planning to let you work for me. Are you interested? Victor asked. You want to use me to get at Troy? What do I get in return? Archie asked. Yes. Now, a few of Troy's men attacked my mansion yesterday. He needs punishment, and I decided that he is no longer fit to be a heir to the prince's seat. Do you want his place? Victor asked casually as if he was replacing a chair in a dining room. Yes, Archie replied immediately, with clear anticipation in his voice. But in return, I will need your full obedience. You would be my dog. The Wyron family would buy my beach. Victor said plainly. I am willing. Archie didn't hesitate, making both Calvin and Victor a little surprised. Troy did something else other than taking your position in the family, didn't he? Victor asked calmly. He killed my sister. He doesn't know that I know. Archie didn't say any more. Oh, well, That's your business. Anyway, I have to say this. If you have any thoughts of betrayal, you better back down now, or your end would be miserable. This is your last chance to back down. Once I speak my next word, there will be no way back. Victor warned again. I am willing, Archie said with firm words as Calvin pressed his ear harder on the wooden door. Fine then. First, we need to make you a player, Victor said, sending a shiver in Calvin's back. A player? A player? Archie asked. Yes, your cousin should be a semi-player, your grandfather and father the same. You will be better than them. But you will have to keep everything a secret though. If anything I will tell you now gets leaked, not only you, your entire bloodline might get executed, Victor said. Calvin had the illusion that Victor was talking to him. Yes. What is a player? Archie asked. I will only tell you the outline, but, simply, we live in a world that has game-like rules. And people who can use those rules are called players. Like video games, Victor said. Ah! Archie didn't say anything. Then he yelled. You are flying. Calvin thought that they were scamming him for a minute there. He really wanted to open the door and have a look. He better not do that. Yes, some of us can fly, shoot fire, and teleport. Like superheroes or villains, mostly supernatural skills. And almost every awakened have superhuman strength. Your family are only semi-players. They are slightly more powerful than normal humans and they can only use about 3 or 2 skills per person. If you become a full player you would be far stronger than any of them. You would be able to level up. They can't do that. That's all I can tell you for now, Victor said. How can I become a player? Archie asked with anticipation. Calvin, who was in a little disbelief, listened. When he fought with that gang in the past, all of them were inhumanly strong. And one of the men breathed fire. He remembers that. But he thought it was some kind of an exotic weapon back then. What if it weren't? Impossible. At this moment he remembered many things. Becoming a player is very hard. Your family has been trying for centuries. But I happen to have a method. But it depends. Can you fight? Victor asked. Yes, I can use a spear. Family training, Archie said. Then you would be fine. There is a risk of death. But this is the fastest way, Victor said, or you can wait for a year or 2. I might find you a better method. No, grandfather might abdicate this winter. And Troy is the only candidate. Archie refused. Oh, then first, take this, Victor said. A contract? How did you get it from thin air? A skill? Archie asked. Yes, this is our agreement. You will be my slave and not tell anyone about my secrets, and in return, I would help you get rid of your cousin Troy and then help you take his seat, Victor said. How do I sign it? There is no place, Archie asked, not caring about being a slave. You can't sign it, only players can. After becoming a player, drop some of your blood on it. Remember, after becoming a player, Victor said, if you leave that place without signing it, I will make sure you die like a dog. He added. I understand, Archie said, as a paper folding sound could be heard. Then go there. This is called Dungeon Awakening, Victor said, apparently giving a paper to Archie. They will give you what you need and tell you what to do, he said. There was silence after that. What are you waiting for? The ritual can only be done once and it would start by sunrise. You need at least 6 hours to get there, Victor scolded again, making Archie run out of the room and then leave the house without even saying goodbye to his beloved. Calvin was not in the corridor. He had successfully returned to his study just in time. He was breathing rapidly. Grandpa, you also better keep this a secret. Calvin, who sighed in relief as he closed the door, heard a voice from behind him, scaring the shit out of him. It was Victor. When did he get there? His instinct as a soldier told him one thing. His grandson was dangerous. Too dangerous. He remembered Red List. Is it true? He asked. Found a seat. He was too old for running. Every bit of it, Victor said. Didn't you see the mantises in the news? That guy who fought them was a player, Victor added, making his grandfather open his eyes wide. Wasn't it an army experience? Some people even said that it was aliens. If that guy is a player, what is the mantis? Calvin asked. A monster from another world, Victor said briefly. Anyway, the reason I let you hear my conversation with Archie is for your benefit. You belong to Sunrise, right? Victor asked. making his grandfather sweat, but he did not answer. Anyway, the things you heard will be leaked to the public very soon, and the situation in the world is about to change, so the hidden powers would probably start to search for the leaker. So you better stick your head in the sand and keep your little organization hidden for now and focus on information gathering. That's all I can tell you. You might be able to be more active later, Victor said as he headed to the study's door, making Calvin sweat more. Not knowing what to think, he better calls his partners and ask, as he was just one of 7 leaders of the organization. But if those guys decided to eliminate them, they wouldn't be able to resist. Oh. Victor stopped leaving the room as if he remembered something. Then he threw a bottle of some liquid to his grandfather, who caught it in midair. "Drink this now," Victor ordered. Calvin hesitated. "If I wanted to kill you, you would have already been dead," Victor said. Calvin didn't move. He just eyed the bottle. "I have to do it myself, it seems," Victor said as he disappeared. In the next moment, Calvin felt like the bottle in his hand was forcibly moved and pushed into his mouth. He didn't dare to swallow, but a light press on his throat forced him to. "You need to be more trusting, you know. I am your grandson," Victor said as he materialized in front of his grandfather. Calvin opened his eyes in shock and then felt as if his body was getting rejuvenated. Every old injury in his body was healing. His back no longer ached, and his joints were more flexible. Even his was working again for the first time in 10 years. "What is this drink?" "This is my meeting gift to you, a healing elixir," Victor said as he headed to the door. "Keep it a secret. People with loose mouths tend to lose their heads a lot around here," he added with an innocent smile that sent shivers in his grandfather's back. "What is a player?" Calvin managed to ask just as Victor reached the door. "Oh, I already explained it to Archie," Victor said, then stuck his head with his hand. "Sometimes I forget how old some people are. Sorry." "Well, I noticed you have a new box station 7 in the living room," Victor said. "Oh, that thing. Your uncles bought it to let their children be less noisy when they visit here." "They are still noisy." "Why are you asking?" Calvin asked with annoyance. Did this bastard just call him old? Try playing a game called World of Truth. I am sure it is already installed. You will know what a player means. It was made to teach potential players about the rules, Victor said with a smile as he stepped out of the room, leaving his confused grandfather. Chapter 172, Players 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. In his past life, Victor only realized that his grandfather belonged to a secret organization after many years when he was tasked to rearrange some old reports in the Royal Library. There he was flabbergasted to see his grandfather in a report about the founders of Sunrise, one of the most amazing spy organizations after the Reckoning. Too bad his grandfather died long before realizing how amazing his life's work was. Now, he just needs to wait for his grandfather to swallow the new info. Then he would be ready to cooperate. Now, Sunrise is just the seed of what it would become in the future. Their information is now messy and unorganized, but unlike the family and the family's info, they are uncensored, revealing things that others might be trying to hide. As a first step, Victor intends to trade some info about the families in exchange for granting him access to their database. After that, he would build a cooperation relationship between Sunrise and his own team. This would make things much easier, and save him a ton of time. Now hopefully, his grandfather would act as he expected. Calvin in his past life died of some chronic sickness. Or that was the official narrative. He suspects it was a slow-acting poison. Now that he had given him that potion, Calvin not only would be cured of any hidden poisons, but he would also become younger slowly. Not only in his body but also in his mind. That thing was a life extension potion that was created by combining some very normal herbs with a healing potion. It extends life for 100 years for only one time. The next time he takes it, it would be 10 years, then 1 year, then a day, then an hour. This thing was precious, even after the Reckoning when people's life expectancy skyrocketed. Victor discovered the recipe in the Royal Library, inside the cover of an old book that was taken from some unorthodox sect that did human experiences. He quickly took it to one of his close friends who know about medicine, and with her help, they developed this potion. Too bad it was useless once someone used it multiple times, and could only be used to cure erectile dysfunction after that. Will Grandma be able to satisfy him tonight though? Victor asked himself with a smirk as he walked into the corridor. Probably not, Lily, who materialized behind him, stated with a smile that her veil hid. This girl's mind was getting filthier by the moment. Was this his or Margaret's influence? Are you worried about your sisters attempting their first trade alone? He asked when he noticed her haggard eyes. Yes, she said, her veil hiding her true emotions. I understand, but the spies around the mansion are either dead or have already followed us here. So we can't waste this opportunity, he said with a sigh as he returned to the living room. He found that the room was a little crowded. His uncles, their wives, and children had all gathered here, chatting with Elena and checking the gifts. Victor sighed as he looked around, checking everyone. First his Aunt Olga. Her husband had passed away a few years ago. She had 2 daughters, Marley, whom he met earlier, and Miley, who was about Lara's age. They were both here. After that his first uncle Bob, an idiot who thinks he is smart. He had 2 sons and a daughter, Bob Jr., about Victor's age, and the youngest Rob. The daughter's name was Keisha, Victor's sluttiest cousin. She was now helping her aunt appraise the beauty products in the second bag. His second uncle Carl was standing to the side smoking a cigarette. Among his brothers, he was the one who treated Victor the best in his past life. He was not that influential in the family though, as his wife died young, and he refused to marry again. So he had no children, and in a patriarchal family, this was a death sentence. His third uncle, Larry, a snake. He married 3 years ago. His wife was holding a child to the side. She is a snake too. The child would be a snake when he grows up too. Victor ignored everyone as he entered quietly and slid into his seat. He really wanted to be with the girls raiding the dungeon right now, but he had the important task of luring the agents away. His phone rang. Young master, I am Hilda. Miss Myra has just gotten here. She was delayed by a manager at the filming set. She said, oh, it is okay. I already sent Alpha a message to delay the raid for a few hours. Take Myra and follow them immediately, and tell Arya to fire the manager and ban him forever. He said. Understood, Hilda said as she hung up. With this, all of his girls should become players. Hopefully, no one would get hurt in the dungeon. Victor relaxed in his seat and began to enjoy Lily's shoulder massage as he listened to the conversations around him. Elena, why don't you have a maid like your children? His grandmother, who noticed Lily massaging Victor's shoulders, asked Elena, who was sitting by her side. I had one. Yesterday some thieves broke into the mansion. She got injured, Elena said with a sigh. Poor Rose only worked for her for 2 years. She didn't like her, but didn't hate her either. She didn't deserve to die young. Oh, too bad, Willow said, not entirely believing her daughter. Doesn't your mansion have guards? Ah, I am staying in my son Victor's mansion, and he has guards. They got the intruders, she said. Oh. Her mother said, glancing at Victor and wondering how she could ask about his mansion. Victor decided to ignore her for now. He lazily looked around the room and noticed that his young cousins Rob and Miley were busy arguing with Lara about something. They were bragging, calling Elena a coward for running away. Lara was about to burst into tears, and just as he expected, Elle valiantly came to her rescue, educating his cousins on the use of some very vulgar words that no children should hear before they turn 25. His cousins froze. Then after a brief explanation from Elle, they burst into tears and ran to their mommies, who were too busy dividing the spoils to take care of their children, who began to ask about some words that they didn't know the meaning of. That's why he wanted Elle to be next to Lara, to teach her how to stand up for herself. Not the vulgar words. He would have to warn her about those later. Ah, what a wonderful family atmosphere, he said softly, when an exclamation voice sounded in the room. Grandpa, what are you doing? It was Victor's cousin, Bob J., who had just discovered that his grandfather had sneaked soundlessly into the room, and was trying futility to start the box station 7 in the corner. That's not your damn business, Calvin scolded as he scowled, then fumbled a little with his gamepad. How the hell do you start this thing? Calvin said as the room froze. Here, Grandpa. Lara, who really wanted to act as a good girl in front of her grandfather, ran to his side and began to help him navigate around. "How do you launch World of Truth?" he asked. "Like this." She began to show him, as Rob and Miley also clamored around him to watch the fun. "You play this a lot?" Lavin asked Lara. "Yes. My esteemed father only allows me to play this game," she said, pouting a little. "Now, choose your character." The family was surprised, but not daring to ask any question. They decided to treat this as just Kevin wanting to bond with his grandchildren. Victor chuckled silently and relaxed. His grandfather couldn't hold himself until later. "Elena." 10 minutes later, Calvin's voice startled the room. "Yes, father?" she asked her father, who didn't lift his eyes from the screen. He was wandering aimlessly around the starter town. "Will you go to Vane City tonight?" he asked. "No, I was planning on staying in a hotel. I wanted to stay here for a couple of days to see some friends and show Victor and Lara around town," she said. "Then stay here. We have many empty rooms in the mansion," Calvin said, making her smile. "But father..." Bob wanted to say something. "Don't distract me, damn it. Now the other one, a fucking goblin." Calvin yelled at his son as he professionally launched a fireball. Bob looked at his brother Larry, who shrugged. There is nothing they can do now. Their father was as stubborn as a mule once he decided something. After 2 hours, the appraising of the spoils was finished and the family was sitting at the dinner table. Even Calvin, who was reluctant to leave his game, but managed to do so after Lara repeatedly promised him that his game would be auto-saved, unlike the old games where you would lose all your progress every time your younger brother tripped with the wire. Sitting at the dining table, Elena smiled. Her father had ordered that the best foods should be served as a celebration for her return home. He had completely forgiven her. The family was making some small talk during the meal when Victor's cousin Keisha suddenly turned to him. "Cousin, I heard from my aunt that you work for your father's company in Vane City," she asked, making Victor glance at his mother. She had returned to her dirty habit of staying low-key. "That's true to a point. My father gave me some business to manage," Victor answered casually. "Oh, well, my boyfriend has several companies in Vane City. If you want any help, feel free to ask." She began to brag. "Really? What companies?" he asked. "Do you know the Pyro White conglomerate? My boyfriend's father is the CEO," she said proudly, causing both her grandfather and grandmother to bite their tongues at the same time. "Really? My father owns 97% of the Pyro White conglomerate." "What a coincidence," he said. "You think I am kidding? How dare you make fun of me and my boyfriend?" she snapped. Keisha. Her grandmother wanted to intervene and make sure which one was telling the truth when Keisha's phone rang. Keisha quickly answered. "Hi, honey." "Yes, I am at my hometown, in my grandfather's house having dinner." "Really?" "Of course. How about you do it here? My father runs the Golden Hotel. We have a grand hall overlooking the waterfall. It would be perfect for that." "Come on, honey. I really need this. And the trip here would give you more time to get to know him," she added with a soft voice. "Exactly." "No. Well, yes, my cousin here was making fun of me, doubting your identity." "I know, right? Thank you. I love you. Mwah, mwah, mwah." She hung up and turned to her father. "Bob, father, my boyfriend Lucas will be hosting a big VIP tomorrow night. I just convinced him to use our hotel," she said, earning a nod from her father and her grandfather. Carla was a little slut. No, troublesome like her grandmother, but she had some sense of business. "This is your last chance to stop your bragging. You might be rich, but you must know your place," she said spitefully to Victor, who was wondering where he heard the name Lucas before. "I was telling the truth," he said. "We will see tomorrow how long you can keep pretending," she said. Those who knew the truth decided to stay out of this. Every one of them had some hidden agenda. Elena wanted her son to slap her brother's face. Calvin wanted to see how Victor will handle this, and Willow wanted to know who was lying. Marley decided to wait and see the mega face slapping tomorrow. A man that her boyfriend grovels to was not a liar. When did her boyfriend leave? Why didn't he say anything? "We will have to get ready for tomorrow then," Bob said with a bragging smile, changing the subject. "Yes," His brother nodded while wondering if there would be a chance for him to meet that VIP. Both of them had thought that Victor was bragging. They had already met Keisha's boyfriend, and he was really the son of the CEO of Pyro White. There is no denying that. Mother, I plan to stay at a hotel tonight. Victor suddenly said. Why? His mother asked. We already have a reservation, and I might need to run some errands. He said, earning himself a disdainful look from his cousins who considered him a liar. Oh, would you return here tomorrow? His mother asked. Not very pleased. Of course, I will leave Lily here with you. He added, I will just take Alex with me. He can't sleep in the car. He said casually, you are going to a brothel, aren't you? Calvin suddenly asked, causing everyone to look at Victor. Waterfall Town is known not only for its scenery but for its brothels too. I will not answer that. He said casually as he set down his fork with a grin that Lily, who was standing behind him, did not like. Neither did his mother. Father, I think the children were punished enough. Uncle Carl suddenly said after a cough, changing the subject. Fine. Calvin said as he eyed Victor while his son hurried outdoors. The children, Rob, Miley, Lara, and Elle, were doing push-ups on the lawn outside. Earlier, Calvin was enjoying his game when he heard his grandchildren uttering some very filthy curses. They reminded him of the words his drill sergeant used on him in his younger days in the army. So after knowing what new vocabulary his grandchildren have learned, he ordered them to do 30 push-ups each as a punishment before having dinner. Outside, the spoiled kids had already reached their limit after a couple of minutes. They didn't dare to disobey their grandfather though. Only Lara was still relaxed. Only 30. Her brother X usually punishes her to do 100. Chapter 173. Watch and learn. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After watching Victor leave in his car, Calvin turned to look at his two sons Bob and Larry, who were standing respectfully in the study with their heads down. I expected better of both of you, he said sternly. Father, we just lost track of our sister, and we didn't want to make you upset. We expected to find her really quickly. You didn't, Calvin said coldly. Don't think that I am too old and snail to see. It was my fault for trusting you. She is your damn sister, damn it, he scolded. If anything bad really happened to her, he would have killed those two. It all turned out okay, didn't it? Larry said hesitatingly, earning himself a glare from his father. Listen carefully, you two. I don't care what filthy games you two have in your minds. Don't try anything again, or I swear I will kick you out of the family. Calvin said. You should be thankful that nothing too bad happened to her, and that I am in a very good mood today. So your punishment would be light, he said as he took a whip and a leech from under the desk. Father, your back injury. You shouldn't overtax yourself, Bob said as his legs shook. The last time he suffered this punishment was 20 years ago when his father caught him smoking some weed from Calvin's own secret stash. Wait, Father, why is there a leech and a collar? Larry asked nervously. Oh oops, I took them out of habit. These are not for you, he said with some embarrassment, putting them away. Then changing his mind and placing them in a nearby drawer. Don't worry, I feel great today, and I have been looking for a chance to flex my muscles since the afternoon. Now, both of you take off your shirts and put your palms on the wall. It's been a while, Calvin said as he flexed his muscles. Let's start with 10. If I was not satisfied, we will try another 10. He pondered. And like this, the children who were playing video games downstairs, and those in the neighboring villas, began to wonder if Calvin's house was haunted. Where to? Young master, Alex asked, wondering why did Victor leave at this hour, and without Lily. That's too unusual. Follow the road until you reach an establishment with a sign in the shape of big pink lips inside a golden triangle, Victor said as closed his eyes, checking on his blood slaves' situations. Tom was enjoying his youth in his house as usual. with 3 girls this time. Victor quickly issued him a mission to make them 7 girls. Let him have no energy for a couple of days. Alex was driving the car to her doom. Carry on. Alpha was getting the girls ready for the dungeon raid. She gets a little too domineering sometimes. Rita was still learning the soul fighting arts. She was getting better. Still naked though. Lynn was having another family meeting to discuss the marriage proposal. They were wondering if it was worth it to sacrifice Lynn at this stage. They seemed to be in favor of that. All were advancing according to his plan. With this, Victor relaxed his body and mind. Young master, is this the place you wanted to go to? Alex's voice asked hesitatingly, waking Victor up. Yes, Victor said as he stretched his arms. This was a good nap. Too bad Lily was not here. But he can't bring her with him to a brothel, can he? Maybe her hidden bodyguards would lose their minds. Stepping out of the car and looking around at the lavish golden fountains with statues of naked women, Victor nodded in satisfaction. That's the place. Come on, Alex. You will go with me to enjoy the best night of your life. This is the biggest and the most luxurious brothel in all of the principality, one of the top 20 around the world. Victor said with a broad smile, causing Alex to freeze. I am okay right here, young master. I will stay in the car. Alex said decisively. They have men if you prefer, both straight and gay. Victor clarified. I am fine here, young master. Alex repeated. Come with me. This is an order. Victor coldly said at last. Alex hesitated. Then dispelling the shaking in her hand, she stepped out of the car with a really frightened look. She can't disobey him. Listen carefully. Victor's whispering in a serious voice, making her calm down. This is training for a critical future mission. You have to watch carefully how I act and move here, as you will have to impersonate me later. Understood? Victor asked seriously, making Alex nod. She was still hesitant, but she now knew why Victor brought her here. Wait, why would she be impersonating him in a brothel? What would he make her do? Victor didn't give her an answer. He just strode in as the guards opened the doors respectfully for him. Although this place needed an invitation and a membership to attend, people who drove a Vice Steed car would easily get those things inside. Can I help you, young master? A semi-dressed receptionist asked. Although she was a little old, she lost none of her glamour. I need girls. And I heard you had a room submerged in the lake where you can see the waterfall like no other. I want to enjoy it there. I want an unforgettable experience, he said as he licked his lips. Young master, can I see your membership card? She asked him politely. The room's availability was by membership rank. What membership card? He asked. Ah, young master, this place requires a membership, she said coldly. Get me your manager. Someone with a high enough rank, Victor said. The woman hesitated, but looking at a guard to the side who pointed at the car out of the window, she quickly used her phone to make a call as Victor took a look at the lavish paintings of naked women in the hallway. He made sure to look at every one of them, savoring them in his eyes. He even made some indecent sounds using his tongue. Young master, can I ask for your esteemed name? A fat short man with a bald head ran out of a side room and asked after he bowed respectfully. The one and only, Victor von Wise, Victor said proudly as he took out his token and presented it to the fat man, who quickly returned it to him after glancing at it, not daring to hold it in his filthy hands for too long. Why are you not fulfilling the young master's command yet? He turned and yelled at the woman, who shook a little and then quickly played along. Ah, sorry, Manager Wang. I didn't recognize our esteemed guest. I don't deserve my eyes, she said beggedfully. It's fine. Don't do it again. Now escort the young master to the finest room, the man said. Manager Wang. He requested the waterfall hall. It was reserved for young Master Chen, she said. Is young Master Chen here yet? Wang asked with a frown. No, not yet, she said. Then give the room to young Master Victor. When young Master Chen comes, send him to me, he said after hesitating for a moment. This one understands. This way, young master. The woman nodded and then quickly guided Victor to an elevator to the side. Let's go. He gestured to Alex as he swaggered to the elevator proudly, making sure to check every inch of the receptionist's curvy body. Would the young master want to reserve a room for your assistant? She asked, making Alex avert her eyes in embarrassment. "No, I want him to watch and learn. And he will enjoy my leftovers," Victor said proudly, making Alex frown a little. She knew well that Victor can't touch women. What leftovers? Isn't he leaving the entire meal for her? What was she thinking? How many girls does the young master exactly have in mind? The receptionist asked with a smile, seemingly enjoying his dirty eyes on her. "I will need 10. The sluttiest and prettiest 10 you have." They must be very experienced though. This young master wants to enjoy his time, not teach some noobs, he stated. They must not be less than toms. That would be easily arranged, young master, she said as she used her phone to write some words and send them while hiding her sarcastic laugh. All young masters who come here bragging about their manhood end up lasting only 5 minutes under the girl's professional hands. After walking inside a water tunnel that ran under the lake and then going up, Victor and Alex entered a lavish room that had a glass wall that overlooked the amazing view of a waterfall hitting the lake's surface. Whoever designed this was a genius. The room had a gilded ceiling and a floor that was covered with a red carpet leading to a huge heart-shaped soft bed. "Our grandest room. This room is fully secure and sound isolated, overlooking the best view in town," the receptionist said proudly. "Amazing." Alex couldn't help but exclaim as she looked around. "Wait until you see the girls," Victor said, making her return to her miserable reality. The girls were not late, as 1 minute later 10 slutty pretty girls in very scant clothing and professional makeup entered the room one by one and bowed to Victor and Alex, flashing their huge busts. "Is the young master satisfied with our goods?" the receptionist asked flirtingly. 100%. He said as he began to inspect the girls while drooling on the velveted floor. "Does the young master need anything else? Any props?" The receptionist chuckled charmingly and asked, "No, just don't let any idiot interrupt." He swallowed, then said, not lifting his eyes from the girls. He was even moving his finger lewdly. Even Alex was a little disgusted of him. "Don't worry, young master. The door has an auto lock. It can only be opened from the inside, on with a special key that only the manager has. If the young master needs anything, feel free to use the interphone to the side," she said as she exited the room elegantly and closed the door behind her, not letting anyone see the disgusted look on her face. Victor smiled lewdly and looked at the girls, ignoring Alex, who was shaking a little to the side. "All of you, strip and climb on the bed. Make sure to do it slowly," he said, as he secretly pressed a button on his phone as the girls smiled as they were told. It took his phone a minute to scan the room. No cameras or recording devices were detected. He expected none, as this establishment is for the cream of the crop. But he can't be too sure. He slowly looked at the girls who were relaxing on the bed, stretching their curvy legs while wondering how long this one will last. They didn't have to wonder a lot, as they were in a deep sleep a moment later. Alex was surprised as he noticed the gas in the room. "Eat this quickly. This one works slower on players." Victor, whose expression returned to normal, gave Alex a pill and ate one himself. Then he activated 2 talismans, just to make sure the room was secure. "Is this the same one we used at the brothel back then?" Alex asked as he checked the snoring girls. "An enhanced version with an extra ingredient. Did you learn how to act like me?" Victor asked, totally ignoring the sleeping naked girls on the bed. "Somewhat, young master," she replied. "Good. Now, I will have to go out and enter the lake to search for something that I missed a long time ago. It will take me an hour or so to return. While I am away, make sure to satisfy every one of these sluts," Victor said, making Alex freeze. "Satisfy? As a man?" she asked a minute later as Victor changed into some swimming clothes. "What else?" Victor asked as he began to do warm-ups. "But they are asleep, young master." "How can I?" Alex said after some hesitation. "You are fucking man, aren't you? They will feel it in the morning. They might be loose, but they are professionals," Victor scolded. "But young master," Alex wanted to complain, "do you want my reputation to be tarnished? What would people say if I can't even complete this simple job?" Victor asked angrily. "If you are not man enough for that, you are not suitable to be my bodyguard. I might even sell you to this brothel." Victor scolded as he used his shadow-shifting ring to pass through the glass wall and dive into the lake. Alex froze. She wanted to complain more, but Victor was no longer there. Will he really sell her? She shivered. Looking at the sleeping girls, she felt disgusted. They reminded her of Margaret. What would that slut do if she were in her place? The dirtiest thing possible. Suddenly Alex had an idea. She took out a spare spear from her storage ring. The spear's shaft would work. She would give it to Margaret as a gift after that. Chapter 174. Players 4. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Ruby was tending to the campfire while looking at the old factory building behind her with complex eyes. Neither her nor her sisters know what their mistress Alpha's thoughts are. Why did she bring them here? After saving them from that brothel that day, their new life began. Ruby touched her forearm, where a tattoo of a strange faint symbol was drawn on their first night. Mistress Alpha had told them that the tattoo meant that they would die if they betrayed her. Ruby didn't know if she could believe that, but Mistress Alpha can get very scary when she gets angry. Other than the mistress's random outbursts, life on the base was not that bad. They could eat their fill, wash and have some fun. But the training was true hell. They were made to run for half an hour every morning, then train with wooden swords and spears after that. In the afternoon, they were expected to study reading, writing, and arithmetic. At night they studied music, art, and dancing. It was like a university camp on steroids. For the last 2 days, they have been teaching them about first aid and dealing with snakes, though. The teachers were some experts who were kidnapped by their mistress. At first, they were annoyed, but after knowing how much the mistress would pay them, their smiles reached their ears. They could only leave after finishing their course and Alpha approving of the results, so those guys were very professional and strict. Ruby didn't hate it. She always loved to learn when she was in the orphanage, before those bastards sold her. But this lifestyle was taking a toll on her body. She began to notice some black lines under her eyes. Her sisters were the same. This morning, while they were doing their morning exercise, their mistress returned to the base with 2 buses. She made them board them and then brought them here without an explanation. Was she going to be sold again? Probably not, as they were made to wear these strange clothes and long boots. Are they going to explore some jungle? Robin eyed the bald men guarding the factory. They were not wearing anything like that. They probably were not coming with them. That made her feel a little relieved, as those men looked similar to the gangsters who bought them from the orphanage that day. Although those guys were very friendly and polite to them, it made her a little uncomfortable. As they called them the young master's girls. Was he the same young master Mistress Margaret mentioned that day? The one that Mistress Alpha would punish them if they asked about? She sighed. What is this place anyway? Looking around, she noticed that there was a lot of construction work being done around here. A lot of pits were being dug and a lot of cement bags were stacked to the side. But there were no workers. Were they on vacation today? There were other girls here too, dressed in black and wearing masks with demon faces. Those girls felt dangerous, so she and her sisters didn't dare to approach them. It was half an hour later when Mistress Alpha returned with a few more girls and a young man who had a black eye. Was he the fabled young master? He didn't seem impressive at all. Listen, all of you. This is Archie. He would be our guest. No, he is the young master's new pet. Treat him like a punching bag if he asks any unnecessary questions, she said, making the young man shiver and involuntarily touch his blackened eye. Ruby suppressed her giggle. Her mistress was as violent as ever. She looked at the pretty girls who walked with the Alpha. Ah, Mistress Margaret was with them too. In addition to her, there were some pretty twin girls. Is that the actress Mara, or does she just look like her? And that is Robin. Ruby yelled as she saw a familiar face, who looked at her back with astonishment, making Alpha look at her with a frown. Ruby. Robin smiled broadly as she ran to Ruby and hugged her tightly. They knew each other from the orphanage for about 2 months and were together when they were sold to that gang. As the youngest girls around of similar ages, they became sisters. Then that evil fat man Baron came and took Robin away. She thought she was dead, or worse. Theta, do you know her? Alpha asked. Yes, she is like a sister to me. Can I have her? Theta asked in a cheerful tone, as if she was asking for a kitten. Ruby didn't mind. You will have to ask the young master. But I don't mind. Alpha said with a sigh as she eyed her a bit, then looked at the girls gathering around. Robin, how have you been? Ruby whispered as she got near Theta. Call me Theta. I have been fine. The young master saved my life, and now I work for him, she said proudly. The young master? I haven't met him yet, she said while wondering why her best friend changed her name. It sounded mysterious. Too bad he is not with us today. He is the coolest person in the world, Theta said with stars in her eyes. Ruby shook her head. How can a man be good? They were all evil perverts. Sister, do you know why we are here? Ruby asked suddenly. Yes, don't worry, if you follow Big Sister Alpha's commands, you will survive, Theta said, sending a shiver in Ruby's back. Survive? Survive what? Listen up everyone, Alpha shouted as the girls stood around her. That guy Archie was the two. You have been training for the last 2 weeks for this day. Your training is barely enough, but we only have this window. So you better listen closely and be careful. Each one of you will be given a bag. It contains food, a sleeping bag, and many necessities to survive, she said as a few bald men started moving around them, giving them a bulky camping bag. Theta didn't get one. We are going to explore a cave that has poisonous snakes, Alpha added, making the girls involuntarily yelp. Whoever backs down will be killed by me, she added softly, making them shut up. You have been training in the use of weapons, so you can defend yourself. Each one of you would get a spear and a dagger, she said as the bold men proceeded to give them the weapons. Still, Theta got none. One more thing, strange things will happen in the cave, so if you find yourself overwhelmed, hide and wait. In no more than 3 days you will be able to leave naturally. And if you get useful skills, try experimenting with them. And if you killed some snake and it dropped a gem, you may collect it. I will give you rewards based on how many you got after exiting. But don't risk your lives for that, she warned. What did she mean by skills? Gems? No one dared to ask. Now let's get moving, she said, making the girls head to the bus. Ruby sighed as she sat in her seat. She was really nervous now. Don't worry, as long as you survive for 3 days, your life will change for the better. Believe me, Theta, who sat beside her, said with a smile. I doubt that, Ruby said softly as she looked around at her nervous sisters. That guy chose to sit next to the girl that looked like Myra. Is that Myra the actress? She asked Robin. Theta. Yes, she is the young master's maid. I was surprised too when I met her a few days ago, Theta said. I should probably get her autograph, she added. Ruby looked back at Myra to find out that the occupant of the seat next to her had changed to Mistress Margaret. That guy Archie was holding his crotch while shivering on the floor. He had the look of someone regretting his life's decisions. What are skills? She asked. Oh, you will get those once you are inside. Just be cool with it. You will not be dreaming, Theta said mysteriously, revealing nothing more. The bus started soon and drove them across a mountainous road, then stopped after a while as it could not go up any longer. They had to walk in the woods for another half an hour to reach a valley that looked magnificent in the sunset. They quickly noticed a rope ladder going down into a safety net of many layers that were stretched below the valley's face. The cave is below. Come with me, Alpha said, making the girls go one by one. When Ruby reached the net, she stood on it with some difficulty and looked around. There was no cave, just a big boulder that had many beautiful flowers poking from its sides. It took everyone another 15 minutes to get ready. The net was amazing. It could withstand the weight of everyone without even stretching a bit. Now, all of you, once inside, you will be stuck for 3 days at least. In your bag, there is a mushroom. Take it out and eat it, Alpha commanded, making the girls quickly find it and eat it, then regret it. If any of you spit it, I will shove it down your ass. This thing will relieve your hunger for some time. If you get hungry inside, eat another. And don't eat any random shit that you find inside, it might be poisonous, Alpha threatened, making the girls swallow the mushroom with difficulty. Ruby could see that Archie was struggling too. Theta didn't. She just took out a piece of candy and ate it after the mushroom, then offered one to Ruby, who gladly put it in her mouth. This thing tasted like sheet. No, sheet tasted a little better. Don't ask why, she knew. Okay. Now, everyone, there is a snake repellent spray in your bag. Quickly spray each other. Alpha commanded. The girls complied, not daring to slack off. Next, make sure you hold your bag tight. And if you spot snakes and get bit, don't panic. Just run away and take the antidote in the bag. And if you find a big door or a big entrance inside, don't enter it if you don't wish to die. Just wait beside it. I hope we all survive. She said, I will leave the outside protection to you, Alpha told two bald men who were helping around. Don't worry, mistress. One of them said as they began to climb up while giving the girls some envious looks. Theta, the young master ordered that we should strike at this together. Alpha said, making Theta hold the large pickaxe with her. Get ready. We will be sucked in. Be ready to become players. Alpha warned as she approached the boulder with Theta and struck it with the pickaxe. The world turned blue. Chapter 175, It's a Trap. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor squinted his eyes and looked around carefully after entering the cold lake water. Although the darkness was surrounding everywhere around him, he could see dimly due to his powers as a player. This was not a good place to use a flashlight. Looking up, he could see the water falling from above and hitting the lake, creating a strange mist that flowed with the wind. He had to confess, this brothel had a very good location. He only entered it only once in his past life to deliver some pizza. Now is not the time for memories. He dived underwater and began to head somewhere specific, toward the waterfall. Behind it, any normal human would have been dead after withstanding the falling water's pressure and debris. He would have been swept away and crashed on one of the rocks that rose from the lake's floor, like the teeth of some vicious monster. No real monster existed. He checked that thoroughly. It was just a natural phenomenon, swimming in a way that would render any Olympic swimmer speechless. Victor reached the bottom of the waterfall 15 minutes later. Looking up, he could see a normal concave rock face. He took a breath and began to climb upward using a climbing axe. His only light was a dim flashlight minted on his head. This place was too dark, even for him on this moonless night. 10 minutes later, he reached the place he was looking for, a small cave entrance. It was so small that no one could notice it from the ground. On top of that, it was so small he would have to bend in an unnatural way to enter. He found it at last. Taking a deep breath, and adjusting the dagger in his hand, then crawled inside, hoping that it was not empty. Victor didn't know exactly what he was looking for, but his hunch was telling him this place had something. Places with strange phenomena like this one always held an otherworldly secret, like the Misty Mountain in which he found the Goblin Dungeon. In his past life, after becoming a full player, after the Reckoning, he came here wanting to take revenge on his mother's family. They were all dead. This place was ravaged after a dark dragon liked this place and decided to make it its nest. The dragon was killed, but the land never recovered after that. Back then, he was sitting atop the half-collapsed waterfall, when he noticed the strangeness in this place. Having nothing better to do, he decided to explore it, and that is when he found it. There was a cavern behind the waterfall. Behind it was a cavern that had a unique shape, with a stone pedestal in the center. It was empty, as if someone not only took the treasure but also crushed the room's walls and floor for some reason. Even the gateway was damaged. Victor only discovered it back then due to the destruction left by the dragon hunting team. Crawling inside while trying hard not to break the gateway, he reached the chamber inside. It was different than he remembered. A lot different. The floor was covered with dead animals' bones and some strange sparkly material. The walls had an amazing colorful sheen as if they were covered with glass, and in the center, a colorful pearl was placed. Victor knew exactly what it was. A treasure that immortals would battle for. The soul pearl of IOSSS. Soul nourishing, passive. Soul protection, passive. Soul storage, passive. A soul nurturing and protecting artifact. Victor stood there looking at the pearl with a drooling mouth when out of nowhere a monster bit toward him. It was a huge viper with 4 eyes and sharp teeth glittering with a shiny green poison. Victor didn't flinch as the viper bit the wall beside him and then lost its head by a swift cut from his trusty dagger. He quickly made sure to finish it off with another cut and then recheck the perimeter. Safe. Was this thing a mutant python? The system gave him no EXP for killing it, which meant it was not an otherworldly creature, it was domestic. Was it protecting the pearl? Probably he was using it to nurture his soul. But that does not explain the mutation. Using his identification, Victor only saw one line, semicolon. Crotalacidrox, age 90 years. Demonized 57%. Demonized? What could be the cause? That's a stupid question. There was only one thing of value here. He swiftly stored the python's body in his ring as his eyes darted back toward the pearl. Wiping the drool off his mouth with his sleeve, he began to inspect it. It didn't have any curses or demonification effects. Interesting. He said it has been a long time since he found anything this intriguing. He was sure of one thing. This was a treasure from another world. The glass-like material on the walls was a silicon-based mineral that can only form when a rapture in the world happens, when an otherworldly object enters. And since this thing was not living, the world didn't destroy it or create a dungeon around it. First things first, this pearl did not belong to him yet, and he had to make sure to fix that. He quickly used an ink brush to draw a series of strange symbols on the pearl with his blood, making sure not to touch it. The pearl shone with dim light for a second. Then a soft breaking voice could be heard as the pearls shone again with a stronger light that lasted for 10 seconds. Its ownership had changed. This thing was now his property. Even if someone else equipped it, they can only use it with his permission. Victor used the identification again, and as he expected, more information appeared. Semicolon. Status. Souls contained inside. 1 plus 35,957 hidden. Cheat. This thing was packed full of souls. What are they doing inside? Having a party? Victor shook his head. His father's hobbies were giving him some really bad thoughts. But still, nothing that might cause demonification. Did the viper come from somewhere else? Victor scowled as he watched it, carefully recalling everything he knew about soul artifacts. 1. They were rare. Only those on the top of the food chains had one. Maybe others like science did, but they knew how to hide them well. 2. They were precious. The soul was the weakest point in a human. If someone faced an enemy specialized in soul attacks, it was a one-hit KO unless he had suitable defensive arts or equipment, like what he did with Duke and that demon using the soul poison. 3. Soul's storage artifacts without other specifications usually meant two-directional transfer. It meant whoever inside could occupy the body of the equipper if their soul was weak enough. Victor squinted as he realized something. This thing was pure evil. It's a trap to lure idiots. Was it natural or was it made by someone? Probably a bit of both. The pearl was probably a natural treasure that was built into this by a master artificer. He could imagine some evil expert in another world using it to get a new body after his body was damaged or destroyed. He will hide his soul inside and wait for some idiot with a weak soul to get hold of it. Who needs a soul-nurturing artifact if he didn't have a weak soul? But souls are very hard to destroy when they are in their natural bodies. When he got into a coma, that pussy demon tried to trick him into surrendering his body. But once he realized what it was, destroying it was very easy. Now, that's when the demonification plays its part. Victor squinted his eyes as he began to see the big picture. Demonification usually corrupts the soul, making it weaker, easily destroyed, but on the other hand, the body would be corrupted too, making it invulnerable to other souls. Unless the soul inside belongs to a demon. It all made sense. But how was the demonization being activated? A soul can't demonize a creature, even if it took over its body. That can only be done by a real demon or a curse, like what happened with Iris and Lynn. Victor could see none here. And souls can't use curses and skills. They do not have attributes or authority, so the only interesting things in them was their energy and knowledge. And that viper didn't equip it. Sentient creatures can't equip artifacts. That thing must have just touched it. Was that enough to make it a demon? Victor found a nearby rock and sat on it thinking, wondering what to do about this. He didn't dare to pick up the pearl. He just stared at the emptiness of the cave. Wait, there was an empty space at the end of the skills description. Oh, so that's how they did it apostrophe. He smiled as he knew how this thing was done. He heard about this trick in the past. By the time he returned, this trick was so overused that only idiots would fall for it. Now he would have to take a risk if he decided to make use of this thing. Is it worth it? Of course. A soul artifact would allow him to play many tricks and would provide a contingency in case he was killed. The possibility of that was minor, but not trivial. Whatever he wanted to do, he had only until morning. Looking at his watch, Victor made up his mind. He would let poor Alex take her time and develop some new hobbies while he resolved the situation here. After throwing around a bunch of talismans for hiding and safety, Victor took a bottle of soul wine, then added a drop of his blood to it after emptying it into a bucket that he also took from his ring. He didn't expect this wine to be so useful so soon. He must prepare some batches of it himself. Using the tip of his dagger, he pushed the pearl inside the bucket, making sure not to touch it. He didn't want to alert whoever was inside of his existence. Victor quickly set up the camping cooking set he kept in his ring for dungeon exploration. He lit some fire and put the bucket on it and let it simmer as he sat down. It was time for him to prepare. He took a bunch of pills and then began to draw some weird symbols on his chest while waiting for the pearl to absorb all the wine. After a while, making sure that the wine was all absorbed by the pearl, he put out the fire. Then after waiting for it to cool down, he took a deep breath, and began to do some wired movements with his body that ended with him hitting his chest, causing himself to spit a splash of purple blood on the pearl. Seeing that the pearl had successfully absorbed the blood, he collapsed with a pale face and weak body. His breath was short, and he knew that he would take a while to heal. The three-horned demon was in a deep sleep when he felt it. Someone came at last. A new soul, a weak soul. Opening its eyes, it noticed the others around it felt it too. The old man in the corner opened his eyes too, though he was frowning. The demon wondered if the old man would kill this one to let its energy enrich the pearl, or would he leave it as a pet like the rest of them? Soon, the soul, so weak that it was almost transparent, appeared inside the dark room. It was of an old man with white purplish hair. It looked at itself and chuckled as it metamorphosed into a younger version of itself. Can it do that? Sometimes I forget how old my soul was, but this allows it to be big enough for splitting. The young man said as his clothes changed from an old librarian robe to that of a suit. A napkin appeared in his hand. He wrapped it around its neck as if preparing for a meal. You have knowledge of soul arts? The old man who was watching asked with a harsh voice. You were the one who took my pearl? He asked, no anger in his voice. Yours? It is now mine. Find a keeper's. The young man said, oh, but it will return to being mine very soon. It always does. You should have just taken the pearl as a defense artifact. Perhaps you could have lived a few more years. The old man said, with an amused voice, but no smiles could be seen on his haggard face. I just wanted to find who was hiding inside. Now you did, and you will stay here for eternity. The old man said with a chuckle as if he was watching a good show to relieve his boredom. What? This thing is mine. I can leave any moment if I want to. The young man said, the moment you touched the pearl you were cursed. You were demonized. The old man said, what curse? I appraised this thoughtfully. It did not have a curse. The soul said, making the old man surprised. You have a master appraisal skill. Not bad. But sadly for you, the curse is not on the pearl, but on one of its powers. He said, enjoying outsmarting others. You can't do that, unless... The soul looked at him with shocked eyes. You are an artificer. You cursed a skill rune, then transferred it to the pearl. Then you erased the skill with a low-leveled talisman that had no authority to remove the curse, leaving a demonification curse that both existed and did not. No appraisal can find this. The young man with purple hair said, making the old man look at him differently. You are smarter than you seem. The old man said, truly astonished by the spot-on analysis. Maybe I should keep you as a pet. He added, so all I have to do is to use a talisman to dispel it. The young man murmured, totally ignoring the old man. Are you still dreaming of leaving this place? Your body was demonized. If your soul was still in your body you could have delayed this for years, but now you would only find a demon waiting for you outside. And without demonic arts to adjust your soul, it would perish in seconds. The old man patiently explained, making the young man's soul nod. True. Demons are very resistant to other souls invading their bodies for that very reason. Oh, so this was your trick. Disguise this as just a soul-nurturing artifact. Wait for the soul to enter it for protection after getting attacked. Take over the body. The soul said as it looked at the souls of the demons around. But that doesn't work on me. The soul said, making the old man squint as he inspected his barely transparent body. You split your soul. The old man said in surprise, yes, just a tiny sliver. I will just use this pearl to nurture it back to health. The soul said, smart, I confess, but you still have a problem. You see, after we destroy you, we will get out of this and take over your body. Your soul is now injured because of the severing. It can't resist us. The old man said, I never touched the pearl. The young man said, making the old man freeze. Never? Yup, I always found it suspicious. The young man said, smart. Too smart. But also an idiot. The old man laughed. What? You can't go back without touching the pearl? The old man said, so this part of your soul would stay here forever. The old man said, I can just dispel the curse. The soul said, I began to doubt your intelligence. The old man said, first, you can't dispel the curse. Not without an authority higher than mine. Second, even if you somehow managed to dispel the curse, by the time you do that this part of your soul would have already perished. Nice analyst. I just wanted to ask, were you the one who made this pearl? The young man asked, totally ignoring the old man's conclusions. Of course, I am the master artificer. Truthful. The old man said as he laughed loudly, making the demons around shudder. Oh. The soul said with a frown. I was right then. The soul said, about what? The old man asked, about how the souls inside here are too valuable to kill. I always wanted to be an artificer, but no one agreed to teach me. The soul said, and why would I teach you? The old man asked while being amused. You will not. I will just eat all of you here and slowly digest your energy and knowledge. The soul said, causing every demon around to laugh. Even the demon slug who didn't have a mouth was about to burst out laughing. Does that idiot know how many demons are inside here? The old man didn't laugh. Soul devouring. You know that lost heart? He asked. Yes. The soul said, I picked it up in a tattered book. Some idiot wanted me to sort the books in the basement as a punishment, and I found it there. The soul said as if it was remembering an old event. How about giving it to me? I might spare you. I may even teach you. The old man said as his eyes shone with greed. Why would I do that? I can eat you and get all your knowledge. The soul said arrogantly, you know that you are not the only one who can use soul arts. I can fight too, you know. You are just a sliver of a soul. The old man said, looking down on his enemy, I have enough power to finish all of you. Now lay obediently on your stomachs and get ready to be eaten. The young man said as a huge sword appeared in his hand. Why did it look like a meat-cutting knife? The old man howled in anger. He will beat this shitty guy into pieces, then torture his soul here to get the info he wants. Arrogantly, he made a move with his hand reaching for the sky. Nothing happened. He tried again. Nothing happened. He tried a third time with his face turning red. A wisp of smoke appeared and then disappeared. What did you do? The old man asked with horrific eyes that the demons had never seen before. I just simmered you a little bit, making you all soft and tender. The young man said, making the old man take a step back. Then I will blow my soul up with every one of my pets. You will get nothing. The old man howled. Nothing happened. Eat a dark you. The young man said, then licked his tender lips. Chapter 176. An accident. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Myra was shocked by the view she saw after gaining conscience. She was in a large room made of stone. This was like that dungeon in an ancient castle she was shooting a movie in. Except here, there was no window, and the only light source was those blue flowers that gave faint luminescence, barely enough to see the road around her. She clutched the spear in her hand tightly. It has been a long time since she left the family island. Her combat style was a little rusty, But if this place was full of snakes like they told her she would have to fight, why did her young master want her to come here? What was that blue vortex? And how did she get in here? They were all questions that she didn't know how to answer. Suddenly she noticed the blue shimmering screen to the side of her sight. Focusing on it, it slides to the front as if it were the UI of some VR game. Warning, you have entered a dungeon. Initializing dungeon awakening procedure. Welcome player. Analyzing input data finished. You have successfully awakened as a player. Your attributes have been automatically assigned by the system. Name, Myra. Level, 0. Class, Illusionist. Authority, 2. Strength, 15. Intelligence, 28. Agility, 18. Luck, 22. Charm, 35. Order, 10. Skills, Invisibility, A. Ventriloquism, B. Minor self-disguise, C. Setup complete. Myra was surprised at first, wondering what this was, but after a few minutes of trial and error, during which she considered this to be a candid camera prank, she realized this was real. That girl Margaret told her to prepare for an experience weirder than her wildest imagination. Looking at the screen, she really felt that this was a game. Why would she get this class? An illusionist. What does that mean? She frowned as she felt something hot in her pocket. Looking at it, she realized it was the disc Margaret gave to her on the bus. She said that this was a gift from the young master to keep her safe. It would get hot when an enemy is nearby. Myra clenched her spear tight in an amateurish defense posture and scanned the area around her. There was nothing. She wanted to throw the disc away as a scam, but some deep instinct inside her told her that it was not. Could it be mistaken? She didn't dare to relax. She took the snake repellent spray with her left hand and began to spray around her. Then something moved on the wall. Blended with the cracked mortar between two huge stones, there was a finger-sized worm. No, it was a snake with teeth half the size of its body. Myra didn't hesitate to step back and use her spear to strike at it. She missed and the snake lurched at her, but seemingly due to the repellent smell it backed off a little, giving Myra a chance to strike again. This time she hit it. The snake disintegrated in seconds, leaving a fingernail-sized red gem. After a few hours, Victor regained his consciousness. He sat up and looked at the pearl in the bucket. The battle inside was over. Now he just needed time to eat them. The remnants of the soul will not dissipate in the pearl. That's why he split his soul. He can't risk entering another coma for a few months this time. Not until he finishes with his setup for the future, that is. He coughed. Although the soul splitting had hurt him badly, in time his second soul would digest those demons and send some energy back to him, making his soul not only heal up but also get stronger than before. He needed to return to the brothel, but first, he needed to resolve the pearl's curse. He took a few healing pills, then stood up and knelt before the bucket. He bought a very expensive curse-dispelling talisman and activated it on the pearl. Error. Select target. A screen appeared. In his mind, he focused on the pearl's fourth non-existence effect. Truval's demonization touch curse SS was found. Requires 141 authority to dispel. Are you sure? Victor pressed yes. Curse removed. Victor checked the pearl again thoughtfully, making sure nothing was amiss. Then, still a little couscous, he stored the bucket with the pearl inside it in his ring. He will analyze it later once he digests that artificer's memories. Just in case. Wanting to leave, Victor paused for a second and looked at the room. Shall he harvest the walls? No, those materials might be a novelty now, but after the reckoning, people would complain about them all the time. He could try the same trick he used on Tom. Maybe some scion would discover this place. But Victor didn't dare to leave some of his blood here without a proper plan. Blood can be used to create some very nasty curses. Still, it was a pity to leave such a perfect scamming location. Should he use this place to make some profit? After some thought, Victor took out a storage ring. This one was one of many in the stack he stole from his family's treasury. A random B-ranked ring. Something many players would desire. First, he disguised his info and then bound it to him. So now, no one can look inside and discover that it was empty. That won't do. Victor took a photo of Venus, Lily's grandma, that he copied earlier from his ring and put it in the new ring, just in case. After that, Victor used his dagger to inscribe the number 3 in an otherworldly script on the ring. Whoever finds this might want to get numbers 1 and 2. They might pay a lot of money for the mysterious ring that can't be opened. Victor was always curious about who took the pearl in his previous life, and this was his way to find out and make some money on the way. Looking at his setup, Victor smiled and left the cave with some difficulty. It took him an hour and a half to return to the room where Alex had finished her dirty deed and was waiting for him. "Young master, are you okay?" Alex asked with concern when she saw Victor collapse on the floor's carpet with a pale face. "Do I look okay?" Victor scolded despite being out of breath. He overestimated his ability to swim under a waterfall in his current state. "Young master, what happened to you? Where have you been?" Alex asked. "Don't ask unnecessary questions. Do you see me asking you what you did to the girls? Now help me to the bathroom," Victor ordered. Alex was hesitant, but looking at Victor's state, she quickly dragged him to the shower and helped him with a blushing face. This was her first time. "You call yourself a man, damn it," Victor scolded. "Can't you stop getting shy? How are you going to get married if you keep acting like a wimp?" he added as Alex helped him wear his clothes and then walk back to the room with a blushing face. She didn't hear his scolding at all, as her mind was still occupied by what she saw inside. "Should I help you to the bed?" she asked after a few seconds. "No, you idiot," Victor said while looking at the filthy bed with naked girls sleeping in it in some very unnatural positions. "What did she do to them?" "Never mind, they deserve this for calling him a pervert pizza boy in the past. Let's leave. It is already 5:00 a.m. Victor said as he sprinkled an antidote to wake up the girls in the air, then unlocked the door and left with Alex. "Young master, leaving early?" The receptionist, who was still at her desk, asked with a hidden smile when she saw Victor's haggard state. This was not the first time she saw someone leave the brothel like this. Young men overestimate their skills. "Helpfully the girls didn't disappoint you?" she said. "Not at all." He coughed. "Young master, your bill," she said, not caring about his health and politely presenting him with a folded paper. He looked at it secretly and nodded, then gave the receptionist his family bank card, the one for business expenditures. The receptionist quickly completed the payment and gave Victor back his card with the receipt. "Come again, young master," she said, barely hiding her chuckle. "And next time try with fewer girls," she said as she watched him leave through the door. "Stop!" someone yelled as soon as Victor's foot touched the street outside the brothel. It was a group of young men led by a cocky, handsome guy with blue and pink hair. He was holding a hatchet in his hand. "Are you the one who took my room?" the young man asked, pointing the hatchet at Victor. "Room 31? Victor asked after a cough. "No," the man replied, not expecting that answer. "Then it's not me," Victor said as he headed to the car with Alex's help. She held her laugh professionally. Alex could only laugh loudly after starting the car and reaching the road. "Young master, you are so bad." "This must be that Master Chen. He didn't dare to make trouble inside and waited for you by the door," she said, giggling. "You are still in the mood to laugh. Look, that's how much your youthful night had cost me." "You better be thankful," Victor scolded as he handed Alex the receipt. Dampening her laughter immediately, her eyes grew larger looking at the 8 digits number. That was her past sect's expenditure for an entire year. Those guys are super greedy. She should have shoved that stick a little deeper. The one behind this brothel is a real big shot to get away with charging this much, she asked. "Unofficially it belongs to the Players' Council. On paper, it belongs to the biggest conglomerate in the world, which is the Player Council's front. So no matter who, player or not, no one dares to make trouble here, and they know what privacy means. So it can get a little pricey," he said. "Would the girls get any of this?" she asked with some concern. "Of course. About 40–50%, Victor said. "Do you want me to sell you here?" he asked, reading her dirty thoughts. "No," she said with blushing ears. She can't believe she thought of that. "Good. They only take pretty girls here, and no matter how many dresses you wear you can't work here," Victor said, "although I know a place that could make use of your talents." He added, "No thank you, I am fine as you butler, young master. Alex quickly refused. Would there be a problem with leaving the girls unconsciously? She asked, changing the subject. No, many young masters from players' families come here. They usually use some kind of memory-erasing artifact or talisman. People say things they shouldn't say when they are, you know, and many of them would also want to hide their uselessness. Victor explained. Then why didn't the young master use one of those? Alex asked. There are ways to return lost memories, but there are none if the memories didn't exist in the first place. Victor explained. Now go to the Golden Hotel and get me a room. I will sleep until noon. You should get some sleep too. We would have a good show to watch in the evening. Victor said as he relaxed in his chair and sent a message to Lily informing her that he will meet her at the hotel in the afternoon and to stay with his mother and protect her. She replied, his grandmother seemingly had an accident last night and ended up in the hospital, so his mother would be staying there with her. She would stay in the hospital too to protect her. Is she okay? What happened? Victor quickly texted, nothing major, apparently she fell. That's what she told the doctors anyway. Lily answered back. Chapter 177. Punishment. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Ruby wiped the tears from her eyes as she ran away from a swarm of snakes. Why was she here? Suddenly a firm hand grasped her collar and dragged her into a hole in the wall that was closed a second later by a small boulder. Is that how I taught you to fight? A voice that scared the shit out of her asked. It was her mistress, Alpha. Mistress. I panicked and dropped my spear. She said, waiting for punishment. You are lucky you found me. Alpha said, not punishing her. This is a safe room. Catch your breath and arrange your stuff. Were you bitten? She asked. No. Ruby shook her little head. It came close, but the spray on my body delayed them for a second, allowing me to run. She said, good. Theta would hate me if anything were to happen to you. Alpha said. What's your class? She asked. Class. A healer. Ruby said, earning herself a slap to the head. Never reveal your class to anyone. You can do that only with the permission of your master. Alpha scolded. A healer is rare, very rare. It's good for you. I was planning to leave you here and hurry to save the other idiots, but with you here, we may be able to avoid casualties. Alpha said. Ruby, who was a little unsure, nodded. She wanted to ask Alpha some questions about this place, but chose not to. After seeing the nasty expression on her face, Mistress Alpha was always upset about something. Damn that bastard Victor. The girls are not ready. She was muttering. Who is Victor? Her boyfriend? Ruby wondered silently. That same Victor woke up at 3:00 p.m. He didn't know how he reached this bed, but he was pretty much sure that Alex had to carry him as he must have passed out in the car. This was the presidential suite in the Gold Hotel that belonged to his grandfather. He worked here for a while. He even cleaned this very bed once. Sitting up, with some difficulty he stretched his arms and realized he was wearing pajamas. Oh, Alex was learning to be a good girl. He should quickly find a way to resolve her fate and let her join his harem. Suddenly his phone rang. It was his mother's number. Brother, it's me. A girl whispered in a hurry on the phone. Lara, why are you calling me? Where is mother? He asked. Esteemed mother is still with grandmother at the hospital. I took her phone and sneaked with cousin Marley to get to the party, she whispered in an aggrieved voice. Some people had just taken cousin Keisha away and locked us here in the hall. They are very scary, she said with a scared voice. I will be right there, he said. Things might come a little out of hand. Looking around, he didn't find his clothes. So he quickly took a suit from his ring and changed into it before leaving the room with some difficulty. His soul was not healed yet and Alex was nowhere to be found. Victor quickly made his way to the biggest hall in the hotel, the golden VIP hall where two men in black were guarding the door, with many security guards on the floor with broken limbs. Private event, one of them said, but stopped as Victor flashed his family token, causing the guards to quickly bow and open the doors for him. Those are his father's men. He knew that from the markings on their cuffs. It seemed like Iris was exacting her revenge on Lucas. He knew that from yesterday when he heard about Lucas hosting a VIP. When the families take revenge on someone, they don't hurt him alone, they might also destroy everything around him to make an example out of him. That might be a little bit cruel, But that's how they keep their absolute power. Victor was expecting his mother to come here with Lily to solve the situation and slap her family's face. But he made a miscalculation. He didn't expect his grandfather to. No. His grandmother to fall all of the sudden, causing Elena to have to stay with her at the hospital. Reaching the hall where many invited people were nervously standing and making pleading calls to their supporters and not knowing who those men were, he quickly found Lara, who ran into his embrace, making him sigh in relief. She was safe. "Why are you here?" he asked. "I am sorry. Mother commanded me to return to the villa with my cousins, but they insisted on coming here to see Cousin Keisha's boyfriend," she said, keeping her face down. He could see tears dripping on her to the floor. Not obeying orders in the family had severe consequences. "I will punish you later, but don't do it again," he whispered in her little ear as he hugged her while looking around. His little cousins were nowhere to be found, probably hiding behind their parents. She nodded while keeping her head down as she hugged him back, burying her head in his chest. Would he get that skill now? "Victor, how did you get in?" "Quickly take Lara and escape." His uncle Carl, who noticed him in the crowded hall, quickly ran to his side and warned. It was too late, as his other uncles and cousins surrounded him. "Nephew Victor, can you get us out too?" His aunt, who saw how her yet-to-be son-in-law groveled at his feet yesterday, asked, making her brothers and their wives look at her strangely. His uncle Larry wanted to say something when Victor completely ignored them and spoke to one of the guards. "Let the Carlson family leave," Victor commanded the guards dressed in black while flashing his token again. "Young master, the mistress had commanded that no one should leave before investigating everyone," one of the guards said. "Do you want to lose your head, you piece of shit?" Victor asked angrily, making the guard stop back as the captain, who came a little bit late, bowed to Victor, who frowned a little. The soul injury was causing him to lose his temper very quickly. "Young Master Victor, he is new, please forgive him." The captain apologized for his man, who bowed too, realizing that this young man must be very important. "Do you know them?" he asked, looking at Victor's uncles. This one was one of his father's bodyguards and knew Victor well as he served in the family mansion before. "They are my mother's family," Victor said, making the captain nod quickly and activate his walkie-talkie. "Let the Carlsons go," the captain said, making his uncles and cousins surprised. "Who the hell is this Victor?" "Go before I change my mind," Victor said, as he looked at their surprised faces. Although he wanted to enjoy some face slapping, he was not in the mood, as he wanted to return to his bed. "Nephew, my daughter Keisha." She was taken to the inner room. "Please save her." They said that they would cut her into pieces after she declared that she was Lucas's girlfriend. His uncle's wife pleaded suddenly, making Victor frown. Keisha was Lucas's girlfriend. Victor didn't like her at all, but she was his cousin after all. "Fine, I will go get her. Wait outside," Victor said with a sigh as he passed through the crowd of businessmen who didn't dare to make trouble. Lara was still holding his hand when he gestured to the guards to open the door to the VIP inner room. He would not let go of her. Entering the inner room, Victor quickly discovered that Lucas, with a few other young masters, were all on the ground with bloody whip marks on them. Keisha was there too. She was only hit twice, but she was already crying and cursing like a slut at her boyfriend for being useless. Mia was the one holding the whip, enjoying torturing them as Iris stood disturbed to the side. George stood silently behind her. This was probably his idea to show Iris how things should be done. "That's enough, Mia," Victor said, making her stop and look at him. "Surprised at him being here?" Oh, it's young Master Victor. Did you come to defend your bodies?" she asked angrily. "Mia, don't be rude," Iris quickly said. "Rude? Didn't you see what those guys wanted to do to you?" Mia yelled as she struck at Lucas with her whip, making him cover his head as a new red line appeared on his arms. "Do you know what they wanted to do to Iris? Yesterday she went to him, to give him a chance to prove that he meant well. That bastard intended to rape her with his buddies." Mia yelled angrily as she struck again. Maybe because she was a little agitated this time she struck at Victor. And by chance, she happened to hit Lara's shoulder by mistake, causing her to fall to the ground with teary eyes. "Who are you to tell me to?" Mia continued to yell when she suddenly stopped as a firm hand grasped her throat and lifted her into the air. It was Victor, whose eyes were bloodshot after seeing what happened to his sister. "Do you want to die, Beach?" he asked in a voice that made even George, who intended to intervene, shiver a little and stop. He only heard his master Theodore use this voice once, when he lost her. "Let go!" she yelled, but his hand only squeezed her neck harder, making her struggle helpless as she looked into his eyes and was truly terrified for the first time in her life. He was clearly very enraged. "Victor, brother, please let Mia go. It was a mistake. Lara is fine." Iris, who realized what just happened, regained her composure and quickly ran to Lara's side and checked her wound. It only left a skin trauma, but it was so painful that Lara began to sob against her will. "There is only one thing in the world that I can't forgive, and that is someone hurting my family," Victor said coldly as he walked to the glass wall overlooking the city to the side of the room and crushed it with one kick, which caused George to be shocked. Even he would have to kick it 2 times to break it, as this glass was bulletproof to protect this VIP hall. "It can even withstand a small missile." Victor extended his hand, holding Mia out of the window, letting her dangle with the street below her. "Do you know your mistake?" he asked coldly as she shook in fear in his hand. She had just realized how scary Victor truly was. This guy was not a young master, he was a monster. She didn't know what to say. "You should not hit people indiscriminately, you should respect your elders, you should be more modest. And most importantly, when I tell you to stop, you fucking stop." "Too bad you might not live to reflect," he said. "Victor, please let her go," Iris pleaded as she looked at George, who didn't dare intervene but got ready to grab Mia in case Victor really dropped her. "Brother, let Sister Mia go. She learned her lesson," a soft voice suddenly said. He was waiting for that. It was Lara. "Do you really want me to let go of her here? She would fall to her death?" he asked, jokingly, making George and Iris breathe in relief. He was not serious anymore. "Please bring her inside and let her go," Lara said with a blush as she held her shoulder painfully. "She has to apologize to you first," Victor said softly, looking back at Mia. I'm sorry Lara. I didn't mean to," Mia said just as Victor dragged her back inside and then softly dropped her to the floor. "Be more aware of your surroundings next time," Victor said softly as he approached Lara and checked her injury. "Nothing major." The truly injured one was him. For a second there he really lost his cool. He didn't expect this to happen, but he knew that this was the side effect of an injured soul. It makes him a little out of control. He should be careful not to kill anyone in the next few days. "Does it hurt?" he asked his little sister softly. "Only at the beginning. It's fine now," Lara replied with teary eyes. "Don't lie. Take this." Victor quickly fed her a healing pill and took one himself, making George's eyes pop open. A grand healing pill. What the fuck? One of those would cost him his entire salary for a week. And this bastard was taking them as candy. Where did he get them? "Young Master Victor, please help me. This is a misunderstanding." Out of nowhere Lucas, who was on the ground, woke up and began to beg. "You were happy to meet my sister? Now you don't want that?" Victor asked, regaining his arrogance. He knelt to the ground and took the whip that fell from Mia's hand, then gave it to the hesitant Iris. "You should do it yourself. Never give your man a dirty job that you are not ready to do by yourself," he said, making her look to the floor with embarrassment. "He is right," George said as he helped the little shaken Mia to her feet. Iris hesitated and was about to strike at Lucas and his gang when a girl screamed, "Cousin, help me." It was Keisha this time. Sorry, I totally forgot about this one. "Iris, this slut here is Keisha, my cousin. I will be taking her home for some domestic discipline." "You may continue," Victor said, grabbing Keisha's hair. She began to complain, but he ignored her. "Oh," Iris nodded in surprise as she watched Victor drag his cousin outside while she screamed. She remembered when he fought the demon that day for her. He really takes care of his family but makes sure not to show it. She smiled softly, then hid her smile as she turned around and looked coldly at Lucas. Those guys were about to do some very bad shit to her. Mia had lost her mind when George made them listen to Lucas's recorded instructions to his cronies. Victor and Uncle George was right. She has been using her father's authority until now without realizing her responsibilities. Now she must educate this bastard herself. Iris, I really didn't mean to. Lucas said as he shook. Slap. Ah, it was all Lucas's idea. One of his buddies said, ah, yeah, he was the one who wanted us to put you and your sister in a cage with the doctor. He didn't continue as Iris began hitting them using all of her strength as a player. Mia stood there watching. She was a little ashamed of herself. She really went a little overboard there, but this bastard Lucas made her remember her best friend who committed suicide after getting toyed with by some bastard young master. Glancing at the door, she remembered Victor's grasp on her neck. She softly put her hand touching his finger marks on her neck, not knowing what to think. Victor threw Keisha into her father's arms as soon as he left the room. They didn't leave the hall, they were waiting outside the door, watching the show inside through the doors that were intentionally left slightly ajar by Victor. Take her to the hospital, she might need a few stitches, Victor said as he walked out. He didn't want to risk killing one of them if they angered him. Nephew. His aunt wanted to say something, but Victor ignored her and left. The Carlson family looked at each other, then quickly followed him out as they didn't dare to stay here for one more second. When they reached the door, Victor was nowhere to be seen. Olga, just. Who the hell is Elena's husband? Bob finally asked. He really wanted to know why did that super VIP girl call Victor brother. I think his name was Theodore White. Do you know? She answered. What? Larry and Bob interrupted at the same time. No one told them that. Where is Elle? Victor asked Lara as he reached his room upstairs and collapsed on the bed, then popped another healing pill in his mouth. She is with Mother, helping Grandma enter the ladies' room. She was the one who stuffed Mother's phone in my pocket. Please don't punish her brother, Lara said as she sat beside her brother. She kept her face down. Oh, a smart girl. Don't worry, she did nothing wrong. And where is Grandpa? Wasn't he at the hospital? Victor asked. He said he had some urgent insurance tests to perform, she said, not noticing the smug smile on her brother's face. Insurance? Or was it endurance? Ah yes, that's it. She nodded, still not daring to raise her head. You know that I will have to punish you, he said. Yes, she answered. She broke the rules and disobeyed her elders. Eat this, he said, presenting her with a mushroom. This is your punishment. Victor said, you know that father will know of what you did, so either take my punishment or wait for his one. He added. Lara didn't hesitate and ate the mushroom. Her father's punishments were scary. The next moment she regretted her decision. Swallow it, Victor warned. She quickly did that with teary eyes. She must have chosen to let her esteemed father punish her. This mushroom punishment was way too cruel. What was wrong with this thing's taste? Can something taste this bad? Eat this candy. Victor gave her a piece of candy after 2 minutes. The punishment was over. This would help your shoulder heal faster too, Victor said as he ate one mushroom himself with a smile. Although this mushroom effect was minor, it would provide all the necessary nutrients for the body to repair itself. Brother, how can you eat that? Lara asked with disgust. You get used to it. Victor lied. He was disguising its taste. Now, where did that idiot Alex go? Victor asked casually, then stood up suddenly, causing Lara to flinch. That idiot can't sit still without causing a disaster, damn it, he yelled, then turned to his cute sister. Lara, I will have to go run an errand. You stay here and call Lily to come and pick you up. Her number is on Mother's phone. Oh, and don't tell anyone anything about what will happen next, he said as he headed to the window overlooking the city and began to look at the streets below as if searching for something. About what? Lara wanted to ask when her brother suddenly magically passed through the glass and floated in midair, then flew in a certain direction. Lara quickly ran to the glass window and stuck her face to it, watching in shock as Victor disappeared in a certain direction. Her esteemed brother can FLY, Chapter 178, Damn you Alex. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Archie really wanted to cry. but he had no tears. He always knew his luck was shitty. But why the hell did he have to partner with this slutty girl, Margaret? And on top of that, why did he have to be trapped with her in this place while being surrounded by snakes in all shapes and colors? He thought she was a normal slut when he first met her, the type that ran after big money. He encountered those a lot as a young master, and knew perfectly well how to control them. He was mistaken. She was not a normal slut but an evolved one, the type who found a big backer to cling to and evolved from a carp to a dragon. The backer this one found was one of the biggest, and she was not afraid to show it off. What are you thinking about, you sissy? Focus on the snakes. I will lure half of them as before. Kill the ones who stay here before I circle around and return with the others. She yelled at him as she ran away while wiggling her butt. And indeed about half of the snakes followed her, extending their split tongues in her direction and wiggling their bodies in a very strange way that he didn't understand. Or maybe he just didn't want to. The other snakes were distracted as they gave her a hateful look that allowed him to attack them easily with his spear and then practice his air blade on the last few. His class was a wizard, a wind wizard. The two black vans with a strange curved fan symbol were moving at an accelerated speed on the highway. Uncle, we are already far away. Why did you have to kidnap this guy? I told you, it is the other one who took my room. We should return and... Suchen complained. Idiot. This one is Alex Donner. I have seen him when I was visiting his sect with your father before. His uncle, Su Ming, rebuked as he touched his swollen eye and looked at Alex who was tied at the back of the van. This guy surprised him. He was a tough fighter and had a high level that is very strange for her age. Thankfully he was inexperienced and fell for his tricks, allowing Su Ming to overpower him and seal his powers. Who is Alex Donner? Isn't he just a sissy bodyguard? Why should I care? I asked you to come to take revenge for me. That guy stole my room, and my girls then lied in my face. Suchen said angrily. Idiot. You should stop spending your life in brothels and start to learn some useful things. Su Ming scolded. This one is worth a lot. Half of the world's powers want him. He never expected that today would be his lucky day. He was accompanying his idiot nephew to a VIP party in the Golden Hotel when Suchen noticed Alex who was shopping for some clothes in a nearby shop. Suchen got very angry. He quickly told his uncle the story about how they took his room and then lied in his face about him. If it were not for a waiter who tipped them off, they would have waited all day. He wanted revenge. Su Ming didn't really care, but when he carefully inspected Alex, he realized his true identity. What does that have to do with us? Aren't we banished from the sect? Suchen asked. If we hand him to the sect, your father might approve our return, Su Ming explained. What? Really? Suchen asked. He was kicked out of his sect at a young age due to him raping a female disciple and getting discovered. The scandal was so big that his father had to kick him out to save his life. He didn't even have the chance to attempt the sect's ceremony. It just so happened that Elder Ming also assaulted one of his disciples on the same day, so they were banished together. Yes, you would not have to be ashamed all the time. You can return and maybe get the future patriarch's seat from your stepbrother's hands. Su Ming said, and I don't have to waste my time looking after you. He thought in his heart. His banishment was not real. He was just sent to look after the patriarch's only son. What? Really? Is he that important? We should call them quickly. Suchen said in excitement. Su Ming nodded. He was so preoccupied with his gains that he forgot the most important thing. They have phones nowadays. Taking his phone and calling his sect, Su Ming discovered that he can't make a call. All he heard was random noise. This thing is useless, Su Ming said as Suchen tried his own phone. Nothing was working, not even his cronies' phones worked. I should sue the phone company, Suchen complained. Those bastards are charging me a lot for their flimsy services. No. Something is wrong, Su Ming, who was more experienced, said when he was interrupted. Young master. Elder. Something weird is happening with this guy. He is turning into a woman. One of the men on the back suddenly said, making Suchen and Su Ming look back at the tied Alex in surprise. Indeed, it was very slow, but his face and jawline were getting softer, as if he was slowly turning into a girl. A hot girl. She was glaring at them with tears in her eyes. Did you take anything from him? Su Ming jabbed his nephew, who began to drool, then asked him, some pretty rings. Are they magical? Su Chen asked as he began to fumble in his pockets. If I am not mistaken, this should be. Bang! The van in the front exploded, causing theirs to begin to derail as the driver lost control. Thankfully he was a professional, and managed to stabilize the van just as a bullet passed through his head and hit Su Chen in the shoulder. There was a scream when the vehicle that lost its balance hit the side of the road and it began to roll. Su Ming, who was shocked by the events, wanted to help his injured nephew but stopped. Carrying someone out of the car with a sniper round was a death sentence. And if this bastard died, wouldn't he be free to join the sect again? Wouldn't the future patriarch reward him for getting rid of his only rival? Just as the flipped van slid to a stop at the road, Su Ming, ignoring Su Chen's pleas, kicked the door that was now over their heads, then used it as a cover as he dashed out intending to escape. The assailant's target was either Alex or his nephew, and he was not ready to sacrifice his life for any of them. Whoever did this would not leave any witnesses. That's how families worked. Using the smoke caused by the explosion of the other car as a cover, he quickly ran to the side of the road, then ducked and began to crawl on his stomach when he was decapitated by a swift sword strike by a handsome young master. Victor shook his sword, cleaning it from blood, then looked at the flipped car where two men were crawling out with bloodied clothes. He shot them both in the forehead with his gun, then turned back to the middle-aged headless man on the ground and began to search him for valuables. He didn't have a storage ring, but a storage pouch of inferior quality. Inside it, there were some gems, an iron fan, and a few drugs. Nothing interesting. Victor sighed as he stored the corpse in his ring, then looked at the flipped van and began heading in its direction. When reaching it, he jumped to the opening created by the broken door and looked down at the situation inside. Alex seemed to have finished putting a ring on her finger. She had just taken it back from Su Chen, who was strangled to death. She used the rope tying her hands to do that. Not bad. Are you okay? Victor asked as he extended his hand to her. She nodded as quickly took it and climbed up. That bastard was really tough, at least 20 levels above her. She had a few broken ribs but nothing major, as he didn't want her to let her die. Thank you, young master, Alex said after Victor cut her ropes and removed the talisman restricting her power. She quickly adjusted her clothes, hiding her curvy body. The ring's effect would take some time to fully change her gender. Thankfully Victor was lazy enough to give her some time to retrieve her stuff from that bastard's pocket. Alex smiled softly as she looked at Victor. She was really scared, but she kept believing that he would come and save her. He really did. Looking at her smiling face, Victor froze. Damn, she is pretty. Young master, is there anything wrong? Alex asked after a few seconds when she noticed the odd silence and felt his fiery gaze on her. He never looked at her like this before. It made her feel wired. Absolutely beautiful, he said after a second before he spat on the ground in anger. Damn it. He cursed loudly. For a second there, he has just been charmed by her beauty. His injured soul was causing him trouble again. Scared. Who? Me? Ah, really? Alex blushed as she heard his words. Damn you, Alex. You are going to turn me gay someday. Victor cursed loudly again as he threw a grenade in the flipped van and then started heading in a certain direction while hiding his face. Alex smiled cheekily as she popped a healing pill in her mouth. I might really just do that, she said as she chuckled and ran after him, ignoring the explosion behind her. Chapter 179. Avoiding her. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Come here, you are safe, Theta told the frightened girl as the twins and two assassin girls cleared the area of snakes. Are you hurt anywhere? Theta asked the girl who was hiding in a small hole while fending off snakes for hours. The girl quickly shook her pretty head. She was okay, just a little frightened. She thought her suffering had ended when she escaped from the brothel. Clearly, that was not the case. Is this the last one alone? Mana asked as she finished the last of the snakes in the area. Yes, we are lucky this place is not that big. Theta nodded as she checked her map. Now we should clean this place up, then regroup with Big Sister Alpha at the boss's room, she added as she began to collect the gems scattered on the floor. Too bad Daria is not with us. We could have let her sell those things for us. Mina said, the young master might have other uses for them. Didn't you notice how the array seemed to be working using them? Mana replied, it's just that my ring is already half full of those low-quality gems. I don't want to carry them on my back. Mina complained as she stroked the storage ring on her finger. This was given to her by the young master. Although it was just a normal gift from him, she liked to imagine it as something else. After leaving the highway, Victor headed to the hotel while calling Georgia to tell him what happened. They needed to hide their tracks. Thankfully all the cameras in the hotel were disabled today because of Iris's revenge party, so the evidence cleaning would be pretty easy. George just told Victor to stay low for a while. Entering his room in the hotel, Victor was surprised to see that Lily was talking with Lara, whose eyes shone when she looked at him. Esteemed brother, you are back, she said as she ran to him, then jumped and hugged him. You missed me that much? He asked jokingly as he held her. Can you teach me how to do it? She whispered pleadingly in his ear as she hung from his neck, earning herself a slap at her pretty head as he put her down. After your ceremony. You are still too young for that, and don't tell anyone about this. That's an order, Victor warned as he rubbed her hair. Lily's ears perked. Young for what? She said, not really content, but not daring to argue. She had already been punished once today, and she doesn't want to taste that thing ever again. Even father? She asked a moment later. Not if you want me to teach you, he said, making her nod to herself. Lily, how is my grandmother? He turned to Lily and asked. She was carefully inspecting him and Alex, who was standing nervously near the door with a stupid grin. She is fine. Although she would leave the hospital today, she would need a wheelchair for a couple of days. She said casually, how was your night yesterday, young master? She asked curiously after noticing his pale complexion. I may have overtaxed myself. We will talk about this later, he said as he took a pill and swallowed it. Then remembering something, he got another one from his ring and gave it to Lily. Give this to Grandma secretly, it would let her heal faster, he said. You are not going back to the family villa? She asked as she carefully packed the pill. No, I am too tired for that, and I can't risk getting agitated by those idiots, he said as he took off his shirt and then threw himself on his grand bed. Lara blushed softly and averted her eyes, then looked again secretly. Her esteemed brother's body is so good, even better than her esteemed father, whom she might have accidentally watched as he trained. Not on purpose. Then you would stay here with Alex? Lily asked, a little annoyed that she can't sleep with her young master. Yes. Sorry Lily, but I really need you to protect my mother. She hates Alex, so I can't let him do that. The girls should finish the raid in 2 days. We can return to Vane City after that, he said, lying a little. He didn't dare to sleep next to this girl in his current state. Things might happen, and this idiot would not stop him. Your mother might want to stay in town a little longer. She told me to tell you. She said, father won't agree to Lara staying here, Victor said, tilting his head to look at his little sister who was secretly inspecting him. I will work something out. Tell her not to worry. I will talk to father. Now I just need some sleep, he said as he yawned, then buried his head in his pillow and closed his eyes, seemingly falling asleep. Lily wanted to ask him what he did yesterday, but seeing his tired face, she decided not to. After gently covering her young master, she dragged the reluctant Lara out with Alex, not forgetting to take his crumbled shirt with her to wash it. Where did you go yesterday? Lily asked Alex just as the room's door closed. Alex blushed and looked away, not answering. A brothel? Lily whispered, not letting Lara hear it. Alex hesitated for a second, then nodded, confirming Lily's guess. What did he do that causing him to be this tired? She asked with concern and a little tiny bit of jealousy. I don't know. Alex decided to answer truthfully after hearing Lily's concerned tone. Don't get me wrong. He left me with the girls and went secretly out for a swim. He returned at dawn looking like this, she explained after some thought, watching as Lily sighed in relief. I see. I will take Miss Lara back to the villa. Keep the young master safe, Lily said as she dragged Lara, who was busy eavesdropping, out of the suite. She didn't intend to ask about anything else. Not now anyway. She believed in her young master. But sometimes, She wondered why the hell did he need to do all those secretive things all the time. Can't he just tell her? She would be more than pleased to serve him. Today, she just had the very strange feeling that he was avoiding looking directly at her. No, that's impossible, this must be her imagination. Calvin returned home at noon. He was a little concerned about his wife and his future nightlife. What kind of pill did his evil grandson feed him? It took 3 girls and 7 hours to satisfy him. He was not annoyed, just a little bit scared of himself. Damn it. He cursed as he walked into a hallway and suddenly stopped as he noticed that Lara was sneaking somewhere with her little maid. What was her name? Elle? Never mind. He silently followed, wondering what those 2 brats were up to. They stopped in the backyard, and after turning around and making sure no one was around, Lara began to speak. I am sorry that I didn't believe you before, Elle. I saw it with my eyes today, she said. He flew? Elle asked excitedly. He passed through the window like a ghost and then flew away. Then there were some big explosions in the distance. He is just like those heroes in movies, she said. I told you. Did he teach you how? Elle asked. No. He refused, though he promised to teach me after the ceremony. But that will be a couple of years later. And told me not to tell anyone, she explained. Then why did you tell me? Elle asked as she flinched with concern. You are not anyone. You are Elle, and you already know, Lara said with a little mischievous smile. And you will not tell anyone, she added. Elle nodded quickly, as if fearing something. The girls then began to speak about some random little girls' things. Lara began to talk about her esteemed brother's muscles, and how his skin was very white. Elle was nodding with sparkling eyes. Calvin was not interested in his Brocon granddaughter's fantasies, so he made his way back to the living room where that veiled maid Lily was talking to his daughter. The young master had told me that he would talk with his esteemed father. He might let you stay here for a while, but he might have other arrangements for Miss Lara, Lily said. Nothing unexpected, but it's better this way. I don't want Lara back at the island anytime soon, as I keep having an ominous feeling that something bad might happen there. It's a mother's intuition, Elena said before noticing her father's shadow by the door. Father, welcome back. I am pleased that you remembered that you have a house around here. How was your test? She asked him with an annoyed voice when she noticed him enter the room. A success, he said as he coughed a little. How is your mother? He asked. Why don't you go and ask her yourself? Oh, maybe we shouldn't let you near her, Elena said as she glared at him. Her mother told her things. Nasty things. I will go and talk to her later, he said as his phone rang, saving him from a very embarrassing conversation. Looking at the number, he quickly headed to the study where he activated a special jammer and then answered. Calvin is here. This line is secure. General, there was an accident in your town. Is this your doing? His subordinate voice hesitatingly said. What? No. What happened? Calvin asked. An hour ago, there was a terrorist attack on the highway. 2 cars were blown up. Our analysis points to Victor Von Wise as the culprit. Your grandson, right? Anyway, he is the only known terrorist in town, and some of our men saw him talk to the victim in the morning, his subordinate said, making Calvin open his mouth in surprise. Victim? Did anyone die? 7 people from the Sue family. They are on the green list, and one of them is on the black list. The answer came. Is there any evidence? Calvin asked. None. Today is very weird, as most of the cameras in town are out of order. We traced it back to some strange activity in your hotel, but we couldn't get our men in, and we ignored it as it was a party hosted by your family. We believed this was a special operation, the subordinate explained, making Calvin suddenly remember. Yes, there was something like that about a VIP, but he was too busy in the morning and didn't care about that. No, it wasn't. What happened at the party? Calvin asked in concern. We don't know. About 20 people died for sure, as we saw the body bags getting transported out. Some guards' legs were broken and many people headed to the hospitals with their fingers bitten off by dogs. Very esteemed dogs according to their testimonies. General, you should probably ask your sons what happened, then tell us. the subordinate said with some embarrassment. I will see what I can do. Tell the other generals to prepare a meeting. I might have some new info, Calvin said as he hung up and looked out of the window. He was a little in shock. What the fuck happened today when he was at the brothel? Chapter 180. A New Day. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The next morning, Victor woke up at about 10 a.m. He had slept a lot and was feeling much better. He was no longer dizzy and was sure he could control his impulses way better. He tested them by imagining Lily in a very exotic pose. Oh oops. No. He was not completely healed yet. He sighed as he ran to the bathroom. This would take time. After taking a cold shower to calm his nerves a little, he began to check on his girls. He was worried about sending them to the dungeon without sufficient training. But he had reasons for that. If the girls were to enter the dungeons after years of training, they would end up with generic classes like warrior or archer. But now, with them fresh out of the brothel and wanting to forge a new future away from their past, their classes would reflect both their past and their lookout to the future. Most of them would have things suitable for intelligence gathering works. The girls were now resting and preparing to raid the boss. Alpha was giving them a crash course in boss battles with the assistance of Margaret and the twins, who were the only ones who witnessed a real boss battle among the group. Alpha, although had the knowledge of her ancestors, she was still a noob, as the only boss battle she witnessed was that poor boss Spider being drowned in poison by Victor. Victor nodded. The girls' progress was on schedule. Thankfully there were no casualties, just a few random injuries which were treated by that new healer girl. They didn't even need to use the healing pills he gave them. Hopefully, they would be able to survive the boss battle safely. Victor quickly changed to another blood slave, Tom. He was at school. Oh, today was a school day. Never mind. Victor shook his head. His existence there was just for shows. In fact, the members of the top powers and oligarchy have only one goal for attending the academies around the world. And it was not learning or forging friendships like the official narrative wants the world to believe. It is simple to crush the other students and let them realize the difference between the aristocratic families and the commoners, between full players and semi-players, and even between players and the unawakened. Players get automatically accepted while the unawakened to attend the academy has to be the best of the best. The academy was created not only as a place of training the players of commoner origins but also as a place to brainwash them into knowing their place in the world's hierarchy. Even the commoner teachers have to respect the elites like him. So not attending was okay for Victor and his cronies, but other students would be severely punished if they missed even a day. It is a very important lesson. Life is not fair. Tom was at the moment salivating at the new pretty transfer student, Lynn, who chose to attend the academy today, probably to be next to Victor, who at the moment was frowning as he didn't like the way Tom looked at Lynn, so he quickly issued a warning through the system that this girl was the sister of Linda, Victor's fiancée. Unfortunately, that didn't deter Tom, who kept giving her glances every now and then. He was even having some dirty thoughts about her with Linda on his bed. The system warned him again that she would kick his ass after school if he kept looking at her like that. He frowned for a moment but still didn't listen. It seems like as long as the system didn't punish him he would keep getting cocky. Victor sighed as he decided to give him a lesson on system credibility. He didn't want to use the system to order him to stay away from her, as that might make him begin doubting it. He had a better way. Victor quickly communicated with Lynn, who was a little upset that he was not at school today as she had dressed up, especially for him. Husband, why are you not here today? She asked, sounding a little upset. I had to go visit my mother's family. You should have told me. I really missed you. He professionally put the blame on her. I wanted to surprise you. My family had accepted your condition of a double wedding. She said, really, damn, I should have been at school today. He complained, making her smile sweetly, capturing the hearts of all the guys who were looking at her perversely in class and earning themselves a punishment from the slightly jealous teacher Isabella. As long as you come to see me tomorrow I will forgive you, she said, pouting. Of course, I will. By the way, I want to warn you about a certain guy in class. The one named Tom. The black-haired hot guy in the front. Victor quickly said. The one the teacher keeps looking at. Is he banging her? she asked, looking at Tom with a scowl that didn't discourage him from turning back every now and then to glance in her direction. Yes, he is a womanizer. The poor teacher already fell for him after he touched her ass once. And he is probably having some impure thoughts about you. I want you to teach him a lesson, Victor said, making her feel a little disgusted and confirming Victor's guess that Tom's fate had minimal effect on his blood slaves. No problem. Lyd didn't mind testing her strength. After leaving class, he would surely follow you. Take him to an isolated area and kick his ass. But keep it private and don't kill him or cause any permanent injury. Just let him know his place and tell him that you are only mine, he ordered her, making her smile again as her heart raced. She said with a blushing face, that her classmates didn't understand. Now I have to go. Take care of yourself, he said. You too, she said bashfully. Victor quickly broke the connection as his nose began to bleed. He ran again to the bathroom. Damn this soul injury. After a second shower, Victor relaxed as he took out some clothes from his ring. Yesterday he left his shirt on purpose for Lily to take it. He was sure she sniffed it a few times to make sure no girls touched it. Too bad she didn't realize yet that Alex was a girl too. After that, he took his phone and called his father. Victor, are you still in that stupid waterfall town? Theodore answered after a few rings. He seemed to be in a good mood. Yes, I wanted to try their brothel. I must have overtaxed myself, Victor confessed. That's normal. Back in the day, I took my friends on an expedition around the continent, where we tried most of the brothels and got so many unique diseases that we had to use an advanced healing pill to cure them all. Ah, that brings back memories, Theodore recalled. Anyway, I wanted to tell you that the von Rosens have given their answer. They would accept a double wedding. You have to go and propose to the new girl though. Her name is Lynn, Amelia's illegitimate daughter. I will do that tomorrow, when I return, Victor said. After that, you must go to New York City and propose to that Nova girl. You must convince them about the double wedding yourself though. When I mentioned it to them they were hesitant, and may demand some benefits. You deal with it, Theodore said. If you fail you can marry Lynn first, then that slut Nova after a month or two, he added. I will convince them. I am calling you about my mother. She wants to stay here for a few more days. Her mother had an accident, Victor said, and could hear Theodore's sigh from the other side. You know that I can't let Lara stay there, and I don't want to leave her on the island without her mother's protection. Your stepmothers might be a little mean sometimes, Theodore said. How about you keep Lara with me? I will train her and ... I think it would be better if we sent her to a school. She needs to learn some social skills sooner or later. Keeping her sheltered is not good, Victor suggested. I know, but I already tried that with Alice. She went to a damn all-girls boarding school and grew up to be a huge slut. Do you know how many lovers your elder sister has? 107. She has a fucking underground arena where she makes them fight for the right to court her. Even the fiancé the family chose for her was scared to propose. Do you want Lara to end up like that? Theodore asked. Victor could hear the annoyance in his voice. No. Victor suppressed his laugh as he continued, but that's way better than a naive girl that might be scammed by some dustbag someday. Don't you remember what happened to my cousin Polina? Uncle Patrick didn't allow her to even glimpse at men other than her family, so she ended up falling for the 40-year-old gardener who scammed her to steal one of the family's secret training manuals. Victor explained. That girl was only 16 when she ran away with her fake lover and ended up almost dead if not for the family agents saving her life. Too bad the family ordered her death for breaking the rules. Theodore was ordered to deliver the sentence. That's why he had a very edgy relationship with his brother. That was what they showed the world anyway. Victor only later learned that Theodore helped his brother and niece by faking her death. Unfortunately, the family discovered this, or they will 2 years from now, thanks to some idiot. Then they would kill her for real and punish Patrick and Theodore by demoting them. Victor should probably go give her a visit before she falls for that second idiot who would scam her again. That will not happen to her, probably. Lara is a sensible girl. Theodore hesitated. How about we let her try it for 1 semester? We will watch her secretly. If she gets off track we would pull her back for some education, Victor proposed. Oh, Do you have a suitable school in mind? Theodore asked, halfway convinced. Yes. There is an aristocratic boarding school near Vane City. How about we let her go there? We will start with letting her attend from my mansion, then we will allow her to live there once she is ready. Victor proposed. That might work. What about your mother? Are you comfortable with leaving her with those idiots she calls family? George told me some nasty things about them. Theodore asked. Don't worry, once they learn their place, they wouldn't dare to harm her. How about you leave her here until Luna gives birth? They can both return to the island after that, and the clean air around the waterfall is very beneficial for pregnant women. Victor proposed, making Theodore's eyes shine. If he left Luna here with Elena, he can make them bond before they go back to the island, earning both of them an ally to confront his other wives whom he long knew had already formed a team against Elena out of jealousy. And that would give him more free time. He had to accompany Luna a lot these days and he had an arm business party to attend. Fine. I will ask George to arrange things. I will wait for your news about the proposal, Theodore said as he hung up. Victor smiled as he put the phone away, then opened the door. He walked into the suite's living room where Alex was singing out of tune as she prepared some breakfast that didn't look edible. This suite had a private kitchen for super VIPs who can't order food for security reasons. Good morning, young master, she said with a smile. What are you doing? Victor asked. Nothing, Alex replied flusteredly, as Victor inspected some dark things that used to be eggs at some level of their evolution. What pig are you going to feed these to? He asked. They were for why? They are just tests for preparing some energy-enhancing drugs for my training. She quickly corrected herself. She was a little ashamed of her cooking. Oh, we have no time for that. Go get dressed. A man should not be wearing a pink apron. You almost made me assault you from behind, Victor scolded, making her heart skip a beat. We have to go buy a house, he added. A house? She asked as she took off her apron with a blush and then stored it in her ring. Yes, mother intends to stay here, so I have to go shopping for a house and some gifts for the girls, Victor said when suddenly someone knocked on the suite's door. Victor looked at the door then smiled evilly. Alex, we have important guests. Go open the door, he said as he sat on a sofa casually, reassuming his arrogant young master pose. Chapter 182, Real Estate Investment 101. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The real estate agency was the biggest in town. It was made for the service of the richest VIPs, as was evident from the grand entrance protected by muscular guards that would scare away anyone coming here to make trouble. On one clear day, a black extra-luxurious car parked in front of this grand entrance, and from within an arrogant young master wearing cool sunglasses stepped down after his somewhat pretty driver opened the car's door for him. Is this really the biggest agency in town? It seems somewhat lacking, the young master asked as he looked at the building in disdain, making the guards wonder if this one was a genuine customer or just here to make trouble. Isn't he a bit young to buy a villa from this place? Did his filthy rich parents send him to do their chores as commoner parents send their children to do unreasonable tasks? Yes, young master. We can't expect much from such a poor town. Although the owner of this place must be extremely cheap, I made sure to check it twice. The villa you told me about is being auctioned by this place, the driver explained in a rehearsed script, turning herself a glare from the guards. Whatever, I hope we get it quickly. This young master has better things to do, the young master said as he quickly headed to the entrance, totally ignoring the guards, who chose not to interfere. They are only here to show off their muscles. The cheap owner wasn't paying them enough to risk upsetting a real young master by mistake. Just as the young master stepped into the hall, he was greeted by a tall woman who wore a tall professional dress and adorned her thin white face with pointy glasses that fit snugly on her hooked nose. An archetypal mean real estate agent. Young master, welcome. I am the manager here. How can I help you? The woman who recognized the car the moment it turned the corner near the agency and could smell the expensive custom-made perfume on the handsome young master quickly bowed and asked, well, this young master is looking to buy that villa, the one on top of the waterfall. The young master said, ah, the golden villa designed by Frank Lloyd Wright. the manager asked. Yes, that's the one, the young master said as he smiled, causing the manager to be a little charmed. She quickly shook her head. He is younger than her children. Young master, this villa is set to be auctioned next week. We can't sell it directly, the manager patiently explained. Set your price, he said casually as his white-gloved driver took out a checkbook and handed it to him. Young master, I can't. You have to understand. The manager was a little troubled. I am not here to understand. Fine. Take me to the villa then, I want to have a look, he demanded. Ah, that is possible, but I need to ask my boss, she said just as the door of the boss's office opened and a stunning guy with purple hair walked out with the fat boss. Young Master Victor, congratulations on your purchase. The golden villa itself would be happy if it could feel. It would be smiling if it had a face. Your purchase of it is the sole reason for its existence. The boss bootlicked Victor openly like a dog. Yeah, I expect the documents to be sent to me this afternoon, as I have to leave town tonight, Victor said as he almost bumped into the young master standing stubbornly in front of him. Opened his eyes wide at the sight of this young master. Damn, why does he have to bump into this bastard here? It was none other than the one and only Sebastian Silver who was acting as a young master. Sure, he was putting on sunglasses, and his face appeared slightly different under disguise, but Victor easily recognized him. I thought the villa was not for sale, Sebastian asked loudly, as he glared at the embarrassed manager then at the boss, before finally stopping at Victor who was checking him in surprise before looking at his driver intensely. Semicolon. Hannah von Richter. Level, 15. Abnormal status, bloodline lock, 100% locked, poison touch curse. Class, alchemist. Authority, 5. Strength, 50, 640. Intelligence, 50, 723. Agility, 30, 710. Luck, 10, 24. Charm, 10, 30. Order, 25. Skills, self-heal, S. Perfect brew, S. Instant pill formation, S. Survivor, S. Alchemy, A. Plants preparation, A. Drug evaporator, A. Poison resistance, A. Sword arts, A. Staff arts, B. Dagger arts, B. Backstab, B. Perfect timing, B. Quick steps, C. Basic charm, C. Paralyze resistance, C. Burn resistance, C. Instant death resistance, D. Medicine brewing, D. Poison brewing, D. Formation arts, E. Augmented senses, E. Wolf's howl, E. Wood skin, E. Minor metal refining, F. Fate, Fate's power, A. Fate's direction, positive. Fate's design, rebuild your family to aid Sebastian. Total, A+. The boss waited for Victor's answer, but he quickly noticed that he was busy vulgarly inspecting the somewhat pretty driver to respond to Sebastian. He also took out his phone to send a few fake messages. The boss knew this trick. Victor was secretly filming her. She was not his type, but he quickly decided to help. The villa was not on sale, but young Master Victor owns this place now. He bought the entire company, the boss said, trying hard to please his new master. At first, he also refused to sell the villa to Victor, but at that next moment, after a brief phone call that Victor made, the previous owner of this place called him informing him that the new owner was sitting in front of him. This young master had just bought not only them but even their parent company, the real estate developer behind the villa. That's how you do real estate. I see. But I don't care. I want that villa, sell it to me. Sebastian turned to Victor and demanded arrogantly. No, that's impossible. I don't want my future love nest to be contaminated by your midget virus. What if my children grew up like you? No way. Victor insulted Sebastian, making Hannah, who stood behind Sebastian as his driver, glare at him with a frown. How dare he? You bastard. Do you want me to break you fucking? Sebastian began to threaten angrily. The manager who welcomed him began to retreat professionally. She was going to call the useless guards. Young master, your father wants you to return to the house immediately. The driver suddenly interrupted Sebastian's outburst after noticing the purple token hung on Victor's neck. But Hana, about the villa. Don't worry, certain things can only be gotten by those who are destined. We can only give up for now. She explained with a sentence that had a double meaning. Ah, well, I will forgive you all this time. If only my father didn't want me to go back. Sebastian said reluctantly, throwing a very dirty gesture at Victor before turning to leave. Wait, Victor shouted suddenly, stopping Sebastian. Your driver is pretty hot. Do you mind lending her to me? Victor asked, earning himself another glare from Hana, who should look quite normal now under disguise. No. Sebastian flatly refused and then turned to leave again. Wait. Victor shouted again. What now? Sebastian asked angrily. You look familiar. Did I see you somewhere before? Victor asked, making Sebastian flinch and then quickly leave the agency. I look like a lot of people. His sound trailed off as Hana followed behind him. Although Sebastian appeared in the Mantis battle videos, the recording was done from far away, and his face was blurry. Yet sharp-eyed people might recognize him, so his master had told him to keep wearing sunglasses while outside. Sebastian quickly entered the car's back seat and looked at Hana, who started the car. Elder sister, why did you give up this easily? He asked. He was telling that boss that he was leaving town tonight. We can just go there tomorrow, she said, taking off her driver's hat and letting his silky hair drop on her back. But we need to dig to get to your family's vault. Those idiots built that thing right over it. That's why we needed to buy the villa. We can just say that we are a renovation team sent by that Victor. You must not be impulsive and think things thoroughly, she scolded softly. Ah. Or we can just threaten him to give us the villa, Sebastian said. No, he is a Von Wise. And from the taken he was wearing an elite member. We better do this tomorrow after he leaves. We just need to empty the vault and adjust your disguise. If they found your identity we might get in trouble, she added as she drove off, while hoping that she could find a cure for her curse here. Maybe she would be able to touch him at last. She looked at the grumpy Sebastian in the mirror. Even under her disguise formula, he looked so cute. 5 minutes after Sebastian left, a guy wearing a dress walked out of the men's restroom, frightening the boss, who was wondering why Victor was waiting. Did they go? Alex asked. Yeah, thankfully you were busy in the toilet. Victor scolded. Young must try. Should we return to Vane City? She asked as Victor inspected her. Nah, your current disguise is passable. Just wear a wig and sunglasses. Now quickly drive me to the villa, Victor said as he gestured to the boss, who bowed and handed him the key. Didn't you want to go shopping for gifts? Alex asked as she followed Victor, who hurried outside, to the car parked at the side of the road. Later. My guts are telling me the villa has a secret, and I need to get there now, he said as he got in. At that moment, Victor's phone rang. It was Kai. Young master, we found who was the one who tried to attack you today. It was Malcolm Brown, the son of Alvin Brown, Lucas's brother, he said. Why does he want to kill me? Victor asked. Young master, Lady Iris had already cut Lucas and his father Alvin into fish food. This one was locked somewhere by his father after offending you. He got out, and seems to want revenge. You kicked his balls out of existence a while ago, Kai explained. Really? I don't remember, Victor said. He kicked a lot of balls out of existence, and can't remember each one. At a phone store in Vane City. You even killed the manager. After this guy insulted you, Kai explained. You mean that bastard was not a normal clerk? No wonder he was so cocky. I should have killed him, Victor exclaimed as Alex started the car. How did he find me? Victor asked. We don't know, young master. He had already died after you blew him up, so we can't ask him, Kai said as Victor hung up, cutting him off. Victor squinted as he looked at the road outside. Who was the one who wanted to kill him? It must be someone with access to his family database, which included all the other powers. Damn it. Sooner or later he will find out and cut that guy to pieces. Chapter 183, Many Spies. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When the girls entered the boss room, what awaited them was beyond their wildest imagination. It was a super cute little Lamia that looked at them with big watery eyes. They almost ran to her and squeezed her little cheeks. Get into formation and prepare for battle, Alpha commanded angrily. The girls hesitated, but their fear of Alpha pushed them to do as commanded. Though reluctantly, Team Blue, Beta, prepare to use firearms. Alpha said as the Lamia looked at her innocently, as if she didn't understand her. Stop, you can't hurt her. An idiot named Archie ran and stopped in front of Alpha, who was preparing a rocket launcher. He had his back to the Lamia and was stretching his hands wide as if to take the bullets for it. Look at her. She is not a danger. We can. He began to speak, earning himself a slap to the face that sent him head first into the sidewall and saved his life. Behind him, the Lamia, who realized her tricks didn't work, transformed from a little cute girl into a huge abomination that had a barbed snake tail that had thick sharp scales, a human torso with 3 pairs of sharp nailed long hands, and topped it off with a reptilian head that had many sharp teeth and razor-sharp pointy horns like an elk. It was like a monster made for nightmares. Half of the girls peed their pants at that very moment, but did not dare to leave the formation, as Alpha was scarier than this monster. Tom was miserable. His ass was literally kicked by a girl half his size, a very mean girl. Tom, what happened? Teacher Isabella asked in concern as he limped into the teacher's office, which was conveniently empty. I was sneak attacked by that evil girl. I only asked her to help me carry some stuff, Tom said in a sorrowful way. He truly only did that, as Lynn did not give him a chance to say anything else. What girl? Isabella asked. The new one, Lynn. That Peach's level is very high. Teacher, I am sure she is up to no good. Please punish her. I will talk to the principal. She lied, not intending to hurt Tom's feelings. She knew quite well that Lynn, like that hateful Victor, belonged to the oligarchies and was impossible to punish. I trust you, teacher, Tom said with a firm voice and a bright smile that made her want to. What is she thinking? Teacher, can you help me? That Peach. She pounded my body really hard. It is now all red and swollen and it hurts too bad. Can you help me apply some ointment? Tom suddenly pleaded hesitatingly, making Isabella waver, then nod. He helped her before, so that's the least she can do. Where is your injury? She asked as Tom took off his shirt, showing his amazing muscular sculpted body that had red spots where Lynn hit him. They don't look that bad, Isabella said as she inspected him with a blush. Not bad at all. Not there. Here, Tom said as he lowered her pants, revealing a butt swollen 3 times its normal size. Ah! Isabella blushed heavily as she squealed, but quickly regained her composure. She already promised to help. This is her duty as a teacher. Nothing weird is happening here, she convinced herself as she swallowed her saliva. Lay on your stomach, she ordered as she turned to get an ointment, making Tom smile evilly behind her back as he secretly made a victory sign in his hand, not realizing that a tiny gargoyle was flying outside the window holding a phone to record his dirty deeds. It was 11:30 when Victor reached the villa, a truly amazing brick building. It was built right on top of the waterfall, giving a great view of the prosperous town and amazing nature below. Victor never visited this place before, as he was not a VIP at first. Then this place was destroyed later before he returned here. Young master, is there really anything here? What are we looking for? Alex asked as Victor began to move around, not caring about the quality furniture. He was hoping to find anything interesting, but after a quick round, he found nothing. The building was great. His mother would surely love it, and his uncles would be so jealous they might commit suicide. But still, he found nothing. What am I looking for? I don't know. Victor said slowly with a frown. How is he going to find what secret this place holds? After searching for another hour, he gave up. He could find nothing. Even after using 3 treasure-finding talismans, he was pretty sure that this building was built atop some kind of treasure or a secret base. But digging it aimlessly would take days, and that Hana would surely notice and come with Sebastian to make trouble. Could his guts be wrong? Impossible. Whatever the Von Richter was hiding here, he wants it. Too bad Alpha was busy fighting that thing. Hopefully, she would finish by tonight and go out of the dungeon so that he can call her. He didn't want to reveal that he can communicate with her using telepathy yet. Let's go shopping, Victor said at last to Alex, who was watching her young master with interest. He looked very mysterious and cool when he was lost in his thoughts. Will you give up just like that? She asked him as she followed him out of the villa. No, I need to think about this. he said absent-mindedly as he sat in the car. Why does he need to work? He can just wait for Hannah and Sebastian to come here and reveal the treasure. They had surely heard him when he told the real estate agent that he will be leaving town. The problem is he didn't have any empty blood slave slots. And this might be risky as he had no way to fight Sebastian. No, he had won. Victor squinted his eyes as he looked at Alex, who was starting the car. She seemed to be talking to him. Young master. Any exact place in mind? There are a lot of shops around this town. Alex was asking him, not realizing that he was not paying her any attention. There are some antique markets in the old town, beside the main square. After that, we will return to my grandfather's house, he said, formulating a plan to return here tonight after faking traveling back to Vane City. Hopefully, he will not wait for more than 2 days. Or he would really start demolishing this building. The shopping was quick and uneventful. Victor bought a lot of gifts, and made a lot of random shopkeepers extremely happy, totally ignoring the eyes which were spying on him. He bought a lot of clothes for the girls and some jewelry, trinkets, and hairpins. He made sure to choose them to fit the girls' personalities, making Alex, who was tasked with carrying the boxes, somewhat jealous. Lastly, before leaving, Victor noticed something in one store and ran inside to buy it, causing Alex to open her mouth wide while wondering why her young master wanted this leather collar. It looked high quality, but still, it was a collar. It's not for you, Victor said as he sat back in his car. Some girl has been having some other thoughts lately, looking at another guy. So she needs reminding who her master is, Victor said casually, making Alex look away with a blush. She was imagining things, dirty things. What girl? When they reached the Carlson villa, his uncles were not there, and his grandfather was ignoring him as he played on his game console. Lily, who was happy to see her young master, wanted to hug him, but he dodged quickly and told her to guide him to his mother, who was waiting in an empty room, wanting to hear Theodore's decision. She didn't dare to phone him and ask by herself. Lily was somewhat annoyed, but she quickly followed his command. Father accepted. You can stay here for a couple of months, he said after he sat on a chair and glanced at Lara, who was eavesdropping from outside the window, forgetting to lower her head enough. But? Emily asked, knowing that it was not this easy. Lara will have to live with me, and Luna would come here to live with you. The air here is good for her and the baby's health, Victor stated, making her breathe in relief. Theodore's decision was better than she anticipated. Ah. Was this your idea? She asked, raising one eyebrow. Yes. Convincing father is easier when things come to Luna, he hinted at his mother. I brought you a house, but I didn't realize that it needed renovation, so I will ask Kai to get you one of the villas around here temporarily, Victor said. There is no need, Elena complained softly, but she was pleased by her son's care. It is necessary for yours and Luna's safety. George will send you a few maids too. I already called him, Victor added, making her nod. At least she would be close to her parents. She really wants to spend some time with them, and see her old friends around town. What about Lara? Will you be the one supervising her training? Elena asked as the little head out of the window crept closer. No, there were 2 heads, but the second one was smaller. L was the 2. We will be sending her to school, Victor said, making both Elena and Lara surprised. But Elena was worried. Her daughter has about 0 social skills. Don't worry, I will send Dell with her. She would be fine, Victor said as he held Lily's hand. She was a little worried because he didn't hug her. I will be taking Lara back tonight after dinner, he added as he walked out of the room. Is there a private place here? He asked Lily. I want to tell you something, he said. Let's go upstairs, she said, guiding him to a simple balcony that overlooked the surrounding area. He quickly activated his disguise ability. The day before yesterday I had an accident, he said. At the brothel? She asked worryingly. Did he get some STD? Is that why he didn't hug her? I left the brothel and went treasure hunting, he said as he smacked her butt, then quickly turned around, remembering to control himself. Ah, what happened? She asked. I split my soul, he said. What? She didn't understand. Well, you will not get it. But basically, I had to split my soul into two. I will need some time to heal," he said as he looked to the street, counting. "That's why I can't get aroused or angry. It's like the soul poison. My determination and control are very weak right now. That's why I was avoiding looking at you earlier yesterday. I am better now, but if I allowed you to hug me earlier, I might have done some very dangerous things in the hallway," he explained. Lily was somehow worried but also pleased. So he still likes her. What if? Don't you dare remove that veil. Do you want your young master to die? He scolded her, reading her dirty little mind. She quickly put her hand down. "I have a mission for you," he said, changing the subject and making her try to look serious again, but failing to remove the stupid grin from her face. Thankfully it was hidden. "What?" she asked. "You will be leaving the town today with Lara and Dell, acting as if I am with you. I will stay here, for a couple of days at most." "Alex with you?" She was somewhat jealous but did not know why. Alex was a man, damn it. And her young master was not gay. What if? "Yes, I can't keep you with me with all of those spies around you like flies." Victor interrupted her dirty thoughts with some annoyance. Thankfully those idiots were now watching a show of Lily groveling on the floor as he scolded her for not taking care of his mother enough. "When would those spies stop stalking me?" she said as she looked down. She really wanted to be with him. "How many do you see?" Victor asked, subtly changing the subject. "2. No, 3. she said. "5 agents are stalking you," Victor corrected her. "The one with the newspaper on the street, the one on the branch on that tall tree. The 2 couples are at the opposite villa and the drone behind the building to the north," he said, making her surprised. She missed so many. For a second there, I thought that kid hiding behind the trash can was one of them, she said, scolding herself for mistaking one. "That idiot is stalking me, not you," Victor said with an evil smile. Chapter 184, We Meet Again. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The girls were shaking in horror as they surrounded the monster. It had been hacked about 20 times but managed to regrow its hands and tails every time they were severed with great difficulty. "Don't falter and remember our plans," Alpha shouted, making the girls quickly stabilize. No matter how scary this thing was, their mistress was scarier. Mana, help me attract its attention again. Alpha yelled as she engaged the monster with her spear. The twins quickly began to attack in waves as Alpha tanked for them. "Team Black at 8.30 inches," Alpha shouted as an opening appeared and one of the assassin girls materialized near the monster and struck the opening, causing sparks to fly as her dagger cut open the steel-like scales, letting the monster growl. Mina quickly arrived at that point and used her spear to deflect the monster's sharp claws, giving the assassin girl a chance to blend in the darkness again. "Mana, give your sister an antidote pill. She was scratched." Ruby, heel Sky, her hands were damaged by the scales. And King Margaret, "These snakes are gathering again. Lead them away quickly." As Team Blue reloaded, Alpha gave orders as she rotated with the twins. They were the only ones with a suitable fighting class for tanking. A success. Theta, who was vomiting blood from her mouth, shouted suddenly. At last her gamble to make the monster reveal its weakness succeeded. She was wagering her health for that. The possibility of a weak point reveal was only 1/10. The next moment, the monster bent in a strange way, revealing a red scale that existed right where the scales met the human-like parts. It was hidden and protected deeply under other scales. This was the 3rd time they found it, as it keeps changing its position. "Camellia, how much time?" "No mistakes this time. Theta is already at her limit," Alpha shouted after she cut the monster's hand and watched it regrow. 5 minutes and 21 seconds. "A chance of 3.15.12 degrees up," Camellia shouted as the sound of firearms sounded near Margaret, who led the army of snakes toward a trap pit prepared by Beta and Eta. "Plan Q this time," Alpha shouted as she engaged the monster, who was howling in anger again, allowing Mana to rest and eat a healing pill. And like that, for the next 5 minutes, the girls rotated, injuring the monster. They were not sparing any effort, and it showed as the monster was getting tired too. Its movement slowed. 10 seconds, Camellia shouted. "Wind!" Alpha screamed as Archie in the corner began chanting. causing the dust accumulated from the dead snakes to blow in the monster's face. Alpha quickly popped 3 healing pills in her mouth, then threw her spear at the monster's tail, pinning it as Mana and Mina did the same. All of them took their swords after that and attacked it savagely, only revealing a small opening at a certain angle where a hidden hand struck a red jewel just as it momentarily appeared there. It was Myra, delivering her first and last strike in this battle. Boss defeated. Dungeon cleared. Congratulations. After a weird dinner with his grandfather and grandmother, and saying goodbye to his mother, Victor left the villa with Lily, Elle, and Lara, who was reluctant to leave her mother, who gave her a long list of instructions. Victor, not wanting his mother or grandfather to ask unnecessary questions, let Alex wait in the car while wearing his wig and sunglasses despite the fact that it was already dark. She was tasked with reviewing a stack of papers that he gave her. So after getting into the shaded car and saying goodbye to everyone, the car started, then slowly left the villa complex headed toward the highway leading to Vane City. That's what Sebastian saw. He made sure to follow the car on a children's bicycle until the highway just to make sure. He never realized that the one who was driving was Lily, and Victor, whom he was stalking, had used his camouflage ability to fake entering the car and was now making his way quickly toward the villa over the waterfall. Elder sister, he left town. Yes, I made sure to follow them. Yes. I am not a kid. I know. I will be there in a minute. After a brief call on his phone, Sebastian made his way toward the waterfall villa too, wondering what his elder sister wanted to get from there, and laughing at her calling him a kid. What would her reaction be if she knew he was much older than she believed? When Victor reached the villa with Alex, the first thing he did was to call Alpha. Anyone died? Are you all okay? He asked as soon as she answered, acting as if he didn't know. We are all safe. Some girls had some bruises, but we got a healer so things went smoothly, she said, surprised by his concern. Are you coming to meet with us? She asked. No, something happened. You stay at the mountain base for now. I want you to continue interrogating that idiot Klein and his men. Get anything you can on his master Troy. Victor said. I already got a lot of things. But you interrupted my work, making me go on dungeon raid? She complained with annoyance. How many levels did you get? He asked. 5. Babysitting is profitable. She replied. Your beloved Myra got most of it as she was the one who delivered the final strike. She is now level 10. She added with some annoyance. Oh, not bad. I will reward you with a kiss later, he said, making her spit to the side of the phone as the girls watched her and wondered who was she talking to. Now, do you know a girl named Hannah von Richter? He asked, making her squint her eyes. If her name is correct, she should be a part of my family, but we didn't get any info on the other seeds, so I can't tell you anything about her. She replied truthfully. Then do you know about a base in the Golden Waterfall town? He asked. Oh, there is one there, on top of the waterfall. The family had left such bases that we were instructed to open when the time was right. They need my family's bloodline to be opened though, she said, reluctantly, knowing that she can't lie to him. Give me its exact location, he said. As he watched the street below, hoping that he would have enough time to ransack that place. Suddenly, he saw a bicycle climbing the cliff, with a pretty girl sitting on the back and clinging to a kid who was driving it. Cheat. Young master. These are meant. Alpha was hesitant. Louise, I don't have time. Quickly he yelled, causing the hesitating Alpha to yield and gave him the location coordinates. It's 3 meters below ground, precisely at 339 degrees 54.22 inches 0068 north and 79 degrees 28.5.0016 apostrophe west. It can only be accessed by a von Richter bloodline. She warned again as she wondered how powerful was his identification ability to know even her real name. She never told anyone. I know, he said as he hung up the phone and ran to the location Alpha mentioned using the positioning system on his phone. It was below a big brick fireplace. Alex, stay here and hide. Stop everyone. No. If a girl enters this place, leave her to do whatever she wants. If that bastard Sebastian tries to enter, act as if you were following them, then engage with him and stop him no matter what. You may even kill him, Victor said, making Alex's face get serious. "I understand," she said as she watched her young master crawl into the fireplace. Then after carefully checking the positioning system on his phone a couple of times he disappeared, leaving one sentence: "Remove that stupid wig." "Don't kill him," Hannah instructed Sebastian, who professionally threw a small stone that rendered the lazy guard on the gate unconscious immediately. "Older sister, you are always a pacifist like that. You should be more decisive and kill your enemies. Master keeps telling you that," Sebastian said as he took a rope and tied the guard reluctantly. "I just don't want to shed unnecessary blood." "This guy is just a poor guard, not an enemy," she said. "He would be if he caught us," Sebastian interjected, as he looked at the guard's watch which he silently snatched. "This guard was not poor at all. He didn't stop us," she replied as she carefully entered the villa ground followed by her younger apprentice brother and watched the amazing scenery inside. "Those guys really know how to live," he said with an envious voice as he smacked his lips. He was raised in the sect where he had to live an ascetic lifestyle. He hated it. "You are still a kid. One day you may build a much grander place. And you must learn to be humble. This place is not suitable for people like us who pursue the material way," Hannah said righteously despite the slight desire hidden in her eyes. "Where to now?" he asked. "The terrain has changed, but I have the coordinates," she replied as she took an antique device that she borrowed from their master before leaving and began to search with it. "Can't you use your phone?" he asked. "Phones these days have GPS systems," he said. "The one on the phone is not accurate enough. We must find it from the first try," she replied as she headed to the fireplace, then checked a few more times, making sure it was there. "It is under this," she said as she wondered how to dig. "I can use a bomb," he suggested. "No, it would make too much noise." "Too bad you only know fire spells," she said as she took a green vial from her storage ring and emptied it inside the fireplace. "What is that?" he asked. "It's a very strong acid. It should go right through the ground," she said as she watched the ground starting to cave in. "Oh," he watched as Hannah left the room. "Where are you going?" he wanted to ask, but quickly realized why she left. The smell of this acid was too disturbing. After catching up with his elder sister, they waited for about 1 hour outside, enjoying the magnificent scenery in a romantic atmosphere. Or that is what Sebastian liked to imagine as he sneak peeked at his elder sister's smiling face. "It must be ready now." "Stay here," Hannah told Sebastian. "Why, older sister? Don't you trust me?" he asked with a sad face. I do. But this is a family secret," she said decisively, making him nod reluctantly. He knew how stubborn she could get. After making sure to tie her loose hair in a ponytail, she gave Sebastian a stern look, then made her way inside and looked through the new tunnel in the ground. She emptied a new bottle inside to neutralize the acid and then jumped. After a moment when the smell disappeared, Sebastian watched for a second, then an evil smile crept on his face. He counted to 100 and then started heading to the tunnel. Would his elder sister kick him out if he got inside? Of course not. She might scold him. But wouldn't they be sharing a secret after that? So that's what you were snooping for around all day. A voice that Sebastian would never forget sounded behind him, making him stop and then turn to look at young Master Alex, whom he presumed dead. "You!" Sebastian yelled angrily as he took out his staff, preparing for battle. "Yes, it is me. We meet again. I was right to follow you after seeing you following that stupid young master in town," Alex said as she walked closer, feeling refreshed. It has been a while since she acted as a young master. Although she hated it before, she missed those days. "How was that, Arachne? I heard you both had a great time," Alex asked casually as she stepped closer one more time, making Sebastian lose all reason and launch a fireball at her, which she was ready for. She was already close enough to kick his staff, making the fireball hit a nearby tree and burning it into ashes. This afternoon, Victor had already given her all of Sebastian's skills and ways to defend against them. Chapter 185, Cyan vs Dark Cyan. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Sebastian didn't expect Alex to kick his staff so quickly, but he prepared to cast another fireball when he felt a danger approaching, so he jumped back just in time to dodge a dagger that Alex threw at him. That was close. He didn't fear that dagger, as his body was eternal. Normal weapons can't hurt him and any injury would heal pretty fast. What he worried about was the black liquid dripping from it. He quickly readied his staff again and prepared to cast a firestorm spell, but Alex took another dagger and moved toward him, forcing him to stop and cancel it and just launch a fireball to keep Alex at a safe distance. Alex was dodging fireballs left and right, totally ignoring the villa that caught fire and began to burn around him. She quickly discovered that her current approach was useless, so she switched to the second tactic. She took out a large handgun and began firing at Sebastian, who flinched first and then stood still as the bullets slid past his skin, not even injuring him. His eternal body was bulletproof. Only highly ranked artifacts can hurt it. Soon, Sebastian noticed a problem. His eyes were not protected and that bastard was trying hard to hit them. And she was taking out a spear with her other hand. "Bastard!" screamed Sebastian as he closed his eyes instinctively, to discover that his ears were useless too. Those bullets were extra loud. The echo made it almost impossible to find Alex's location, but he could tell that she was getting nearer. Feeling a sense of danger, Sebastian quickly began to cast fireballs around him, especially toward the bullet's direction, allowing him to force Alex, who was a few feet away from him, to step back again, but not before taking out a gasoline tank and throwing it at him. Luckily or unluckily, one of Sebastian's fireballs hit it, just before it reached him, but the explosion still sent him a few feet away as his hair and eyebrows burnt along with the furniture, giving Alex, who was ready and waiting for a chance, an opportunity to hit him with her spear right in his crotch. The reason she chose this target instead of his heart was simple. She remembered Victor's instructions this afternoon, that Sebastian was a scion, almost impossible to kill. That made her worried a lot, but he assured her again that although they can't be killed, they can be defeated, as he did with Oliver. Didn't Lily castrate that scion? She can castrate this one too. Scions are castratable. Ah! Sebastian howled in pain, as the protection talisman he wore shattered, saving him from spending the rest of his life as a eunuch. The talisman was given to him by his master when he left the sect. It was supposed to be a life-saving treasure, not a manhood-saving one. And although the spear didn't penetrate his skin, he still felt the hit. A hit that sent his body staggering, and shook his very existence. Alex was using all her power. Alex was intending to double down and castrate him for good. But a flaming beam that fell between them stopped her and forced her back a few steps. Taking the chance, Sebastian jumped to his feet and retreated with difficulty, to be welcomed by a barrage of bullets again, causing him to protect his eyes with his hand this time as his staff fell away. Damn it! He could feel it. Alex was cornering him, and the wall behind him was already burning. Having no other choice, Sebastian used his other hand to take out a black jade from his ring and then break it after a moment of hesitation, causing a shockwave that deflected the silver spear Alex threw a movement to go. It was aimed at his stomach, meant to nail him into the burning wall behind him. Sebastian slowly put his hand down as his body began to puff up. His eyes, now open, were turning red. He gestured with his hand, making the staff that was on the ground float to his hand as Alex, who was intending to fire at him again, changed her mind and stepped away from him. "I can't believe you made me use this. You will have to pay the price. I will make you wish you were dead," he said in a calm voice that sent shivers down her spine, especially when he began to cast a spell with some very strange language. Alex's instincts were telling her to run, so she tried but failed as chains extending from the ground constrained her. She couldn't move as she watched Sebastian utter a series of words that didn't sound human as a wave of black smoke formed above her, drilling into her body. Alex could feel some dull pain in her crotch and blood began to seep from there, making Sebastian smile evilly. "This is your punishment for trying to castrate me." "No, you are the eunuch." "Ha!" he yelled and began to laugh like a maniac. "Younger brother, help." "No, monster." A girl's scream made Sebastian stop, then frown for a moment as if he was having difficulty regaining some reason. But after a moment he succeeded. He took a deep breath. He quickly looked at the destroyed room, searching for something. The hole was now under a pile of flaming rubble. The entire place was burning. He quickly lifted a slab of wood, ignoring the temperature, revealing the hole in the ground under the fireplace. Giving Alex one last look as if looking at a dead man, he jumped in without hesitation. Alex tried to move but couldn't. She just looked around as the flame approached her and her power was drained by something inside of her. That bastard didn't spare her life. Those chains were not normal. Was she going to die here? You can't get out of those chains of trick, asked Shadow. Some really nasty spell. If you didn't know how to dispel it, you can only be lifted by losing consciousness. Victor, who was covered in soot, stood beside her. Young master. How? Alex struggled to speak as Victor stuck a pill in her mouth. Relax. Just relax and you will be free. The caster is locked downstairs now, so you need to fall asleep for those things to break. Thankfully that idiot targeted your crouch instead of your heart. For revenge, I presume? Victor spoke as Alex lost consciousness. The moment the chains disappeared, Victor grabbed Alex and jumped out of the villa into a stone cliff far away from the fire, just in time before the roof completely collapsed. He carefully laid Alex next to the unconscious Hannah and then began to check her condition. The blood on her crouch was caused by that bastard intending to castrate her, but failing. Checking her pulse, Victor was sure this was just her aunt coming early, nothing bad at all. Sebastian's spell had caused that. Thanks to it, he was fooled. The problem was now those nasty things inside of her. Victor frowned as he took a dispelling talisman, intending to use it, then stopping after some thoughts. He quickly replaced it with a weaker one, then took the soul pearl and placed it on Alex's stomach, then activated the talisman on her head, causing the swarm of black gas that went in her to flow out, and instinctively enter the pearl. More food for him. Noticing that Alex's completion became better, Victor slowly brushed her silky hair and then popped a healing pill in her mouth. She needed a reward, but he will delay that for later. Victor looked back at the villa, which was now on fire. Sebastian was now locked under the rubble, inside the vault that Victor found underground. A vault that was built from an otherworldly metal that can't be broken easily or discovered. After Victor entered that place, he found it using the shifting ring. He discovered that it was a room-sized vault filled with all kinds of treasures, some really cool stuff, so he made sure to pack it all and check the walls for any hidden chambers, which he found one with an even better treasure that suited Alpha well. By the time Hanu unlocked it from the outside and entered, the vault was spotlessly clean, causing her to stop in shock, giving Victor the chance to prick her with a needle. The first one failed due to a protection talisman, but he always prepares another one from the other side, so when she flinched and stepped back, the second needle struck her and rendered her unconscious. After that, he quickly left as Sebastian was busy firing his fireballs indiscriminately around at Alex. Victor got hit once by a burning wooden slab that fell from above as a part roof collapsed when he was leaving. He had to put Hano at a safe distance and then hide and wait for the right time after that. And a chance came when he cursed Alex, so he screamed for help using Hana's voice, and waited for him to enter the vault that had the illusion of a collapsed Hana. He went straight after him and firmly closed the door that can only be opened by a von Richter bloodline. He also stuck a soul-repelling talisman on the door, just in case. Victor rested for a few minutes and watched the villa burn as the flame traveled from one room to another. Suddenly he frowned as he could hear sirens from afar. Time to leave. Victor quickly grabbed the unconscious Hana and Alex like potato sacks, then made his way down to the town where he found an abandoned building to place them and sit down for some rest after texting Lily that he would not return tonight. He was exhausted. It was 9:00 in the morning when Alex woke up. She felt some pain in her stomach, but it was not bad. "You are awake." Victor spoke, softly. "Ah, young master. What happened?" she asked as she looked at her blood-drenched pants. "That bastard Sebastian had a stone of dark souls. I didn't expect that. He should be suffering a big backlash right now." Victor added. "What is it?" she asked. "Some really nasty stuff. Dark wizards collect tortured and evil souls and then weaponize them. They will only leave the target when he is dead. Thankfully I managed to lure Sebastian inside the vault and trap him underground before he realized how crazy his weapon really is. He only attacked you physically, probably intending to torture you. If he used it on your soul, you would have been dead." "How did you save me?" She asked. I didn't, I just gave you one of my soul pills and made you enter a very deep coma, then used a dispelling talisman to kick those things out. Unfortunately, that bastard targeted your crotch with his attack, and when I arrived the damage was already done. I didn't dare to check. Victor said with a sorrowful sigh, making Alex look down with worries. There is a hospital near here, go check. I couldn't tell for sure. Maybe there is hope. Victor said as if he didn't really believe his words, pointing to a white building adjacent to their unfinished apartment. He chose this place for that purpose. I already gave you a healing pill, but you must ask the doctors, and prepare for the worst, he added with some worry. Then I will go. Alex quickly took out clean clothes and then ran away, totally ignoring the unconscious girl on the ground whom Victor was looking at. He never planned to kidnap her, he was preparing to fool her somehow, but he couldn't find a good way in time. So he decided to do this the simplest way possible, just kidnap her and then fool her later. Her alchemist class was very rare and very tempting for him. Now, what to do with her? He had some thoughts. But she will have to suffer a little. Chapter 186. Cell. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Alex returned to the apartment, Victor was busy stuffing Hannah into a big bag, appearing 90% criminal, 9% maniac, and 1% charming. Young master, what do you plan to do with her? Alex asked after watching for a few minutes in which Victor even used his foot to stuff the girl inside perfectly. That's the problem with martial arts practitioners, although it was not showing. Hannah had very firm muscles and a tall body that was not meant to be stuffed in a bag. What every sane man does when he gets a pretty girl, sell her. Victor said jokingly while panting as he zipped the bag up and looked at Alex, who was looking at him with disgust. Did the doctor find you a new one? Victor asked, changing the subject. Now what? Alex didn't understand. She looked at Victor and he looked at her. Then she got it and began to blush heavily. No, I didn't need anything. The doctor said I am just slightly injured. She added with a blush. She turned into a woman and walked into the hospital, where they did all kinds of tests. The result was that she was having an early period, nothing major. The doctor told her to exercise less and take care of her diet. Oh, then you are still 100% a man? Victor asked with an obvious concern. You can count me as one. She answered ambiguously after some hesitation while looking at the bag. She didn't want to end up inside one. Good, Victor said as he put his hand on his chest. I was afraid that I would lose my brothel buddy. Victor said, making Alex, just for a tiny second, consider the option of smacking his perverted head off. Let's go then, Victor said as he changed his looks under Alex's surprised eyes. He was now a pretty woman with long red hair. Where to? Alex asked as she put on a red-haired wig that Victor threw at her. Was he seriously going to sell the girl? She didn't like that at all, but she chose to remain silent. To some very dirty place, Victor said, making her shiver a little as she looked at the bag in his hand. Ababababa? The man said as he drooled. Sorry, I gave him the wrong dose. The girl apologized in panic as Alpha hurried to her side and checked on the man. The man bit his tongue, forcing the girl to stuff a fastener in his mouth. Oh, that is an interesting condition. The other one your sister handled died. How much did you give him? She asked. I used an entire leaf from sample number 32 added to a glass of normal wine. The girl said. She was shaking a little. Her mistress was making her do bad things. Don't worry about him. He is an enemy who came to kill us, and I already extracted all of the info he has. Now watch him and see if he can regain his sanity. Alpha said as she took out a notebook and began to write on it. Give him to Nora when she returns. The assassin girl wearing a headband. Let her try some torture methods and test his pain receptors in this state. She added as the girl nodded, looking at the drooling test subject with some pity. Those guys were the death warriors who attacked the mansion. After a quick and very efficient interrogation using the spirit wine, Alpha decided to test the herbs she found in the dungeon on them. The blue flower was not the only thing there, and all of them seemed to have some kind of effect on souls. Carry on, Alpha said as she wondered when Victor would return. She wanted to ask him about that girl Hannah he mentioned, but his phone had been off since yesterday. That place was dirty, literally, extra dirty. It was in the slums right next to a sewage outlet. It was as if no one bothered to clean this place since ever. It had that smell that stopped getting bad after reaching a certain limit and started somehow smelling good. It was a simple shop, made of stone carved in the rock of the riverside cliff. You see, every city in the world has one of those. Although Golden Waterfall is just a town, it is a major tourist attraction, so it also has a von Geldstadt shop. Victor spoke as he knocked on the door. This place didn't look like a shop. A burly man opened the door and looked at the two beauties at the door. No, that one was a guy dressed as a woman. The guard got nervous. "We are here to sell," Victor said as he noticed the guard was preparing to sound the alarm. "We don't buy stolen goods," the guard said loudly. "I only sell genuine goods." Victor whispered the other part of the password, making the guard relax a little and nod, then make way for them to enter. He made sure to keep an eye on Alex though. A shopkeeper welcomed them inside, then guided them to a spacious clean room that didn't reflect the atmosphere outside. There was no shop set up, just a couple of sofas and a sturdy table in the middle where Victor placed his bag and relaxed on the sofa as if this was not his first time here. "How can I help you, Mrs.? Names are not important. I want to sell a girl," Victor said, feigning an aristocratic accent. "Oh, what kind?" the shopkeeper asked as he eyed the bag, not touching it. "A player, an alchemist. Level uncertain, but not very high," Victor said, making the shopkeeper look at the bag with interest this time. "May I have a look?" he asked. Victor nodded, and carefully opened the bag to reveal the unconscious girl inside. "She is pretty normal," the shopkeeper said after appraising her beauty. "Nothing special." Victor nodded. While checking Hannah's storage ring, he found an ointment inside that she was applying to herself, to make herself ugly. "She is very pretty though, on par with Alpha. I am selling her for her abilities, not her body. I couldn't identify her background though, probably some rogue player. She will wake up in about 12 hours. Victor added, "I can't price her like this. You might need to take her to the headquarters to check her class and level." The shopkeeper frowned and said, "If she was pretty, he might take a risk, but she is not. I don't plan to sell her directly. I want you to sell her at the auction. I heard there will be one next week." Victor satiated. "Oh, that is doable," the shopkeeper said with some hesitation as Victor gave him a card with a bank account. "Just deposit the profits here. I am too busy to care for such stuff," Victor said casually. "I will," the shopkeeper said, with a slight smile as he crumbled the card in his pocket only to feel the edge of a very sharp blade on his neck. "No funny business, kid. Do this according to procedures, or I will make sure Colma hears of this," Victor said as he drew back his dagger, making the shopkeeper who was going to take the girl and then sell her by himself change his mind. Only a few outsiders knew about the name Colma, the punishment hall master of their family, and none of them were easy. I will make sure to do everything perfectly," the shopkeeper said as he quickly prepared a token for Victor with a series of numbers. This was a receipt. He cut the sleeping Hannah's finger and made her bleed on it. Victor nodded, then grabbed the token and turned, leaving the shop without looking at the bag or the shopkeeper. The disturbed Alex followed after him quickly. After that, they quickly borrowed a car and drove out of town and into the highway while keeping silent. Alex, who was doing the driving, was too annoyed to talk to Victor, not realizing that he was suffering from a backlash and was busy adjusting his breathing. At the moment he left the shop, his fate shield took most of the damage, but he was still little hurt. But he had a smile on his face. The backlash meant that Hannah's or Sebastian's fate was successfully changed. They didn't talk until they reached some small village, where Victor ditched the car and then took a random bus heading to Vane City with Alex. He was much better after stuffing his mouth with healing pills. "Do you think I was cruel?" Victor, who looked like an old man now, asked as he whispered in Alex's ear just as the bus started. "Yes," Alex replied, not caring about his intimate moves. "She was really disturbed. Don't worry, I plan to buy her back. If I took her home immediately, She would know what we did. She would hate us and would want to go get Sebastian back. I just want to distance myself from this and act as an ally for her and Sebastian, who would eventually escape. I don't want to antagonize their entire sect." Victor added. He was using his disguise on Alex too, turning her into a pretty woman. So the other few passengers on the bus were watching in disgust as that old bald man whispered in the young woman's pretty ears. "Really?" Alex asked, seemingly relieved a little. "Yes. Remember, Sebastian is a scion. He would get out sooner or later. So if one day he came knocking on the door, I would have to play innocent as you hide in the basement," Victor said with a smile, making her freeze a little. "I will go buy her at the auction next week, and I can pay a lot for her, as the money would just go from one pocket to the other. She might suffer a little this week, but no matter what, I will get her back. I am telling you this in case something were to happen to me. You have to get Alpha and go get her." He added. "Is she really that important?" Alex asked, no longer feeling sorry for Hannah. On the contrary, she was feeling a little jealous now. "Yes, she is an alchemist. And I really need this girl for a different reason too. She comes from the same family as Alpha," Victor said. "Family?" Alex asked. "Go ask Alpha yourself. Everyone has some secrets. I will not reveal anything," he said, making her look at him with interest. Would he keep her secret too? Chapter 187, 5 Secret Organizations. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor reached the villa at 3:00 p.m., where he met Lily, who threw herself at him with some wicked thoughts. Thankfully he managed to dodge just in time. But she was getting better at this, as if she were reading his mind. His soul had healed a lot since yesterday, and now he could control himself well enough to spank her without any major problems. But he could not risk anything more. Lara and Elle were watching TV in the living room. When Victor entered the room, Lara quickly stood up and bowed to him in a formal salute, then returned to the show that seemed more important than her esteemed elder brother. They were watching a show about a flying superhero with great interest. Are they really interested in flying, or just the bulging muscles of that guy? He didn't dare to ask. "Young master, you are back." Hilda, who was in the kitchen, quickly greeted him after entering the room. "Would you like to have lunch?" she asked. "I will take a shower and then leave for the base with Lily. Keep an eye on the girls. And Alex would stay here. Let him rest and only wake him up in case of emergencies. He was injured yesterday," Victor said, as made an okay sign to Alex, as if telling him, "I will be counting on you in the brothel next time." That's what Alex felt. "Young master, is it okay for Lara to watch TV like this?" "The family rules," Hilda suddenly asked. Lily said it was okay, but she had to make sure. "Did she finish her exercises?" he asked. "Yes," Hilda nodded. "She made sure of that." "Then it's fine. Just let her sleep early," Victor said, while thinking that this was now his opportunity to heal Lara's bloodline exhaustion problem. Maybe he should wait and let that alchemist Hana brew the blood-infusing pill after he gets her back. Although he learned alchemy before, he was a low-ranked one without a class. The class makes all the difference. Now there were more important things to attend to. "Alex, don't leave the mansion. I will disguise Lily as you. So make sure to sleep until the morning," Victor said, making Alex nod before looking at Lily. "Lily, you go get the car ready. And you are forbidden from approaching my room for the next 15 minutes. Victor warned, then hurried to take a shower. He stunk. Lily was a little annoyed but noticed how tired he seemed, so she didn't bully him any further. She had another target to bully. "What did you do yesterday?" she asked Alex, who was turning to leave. "Did you go to the place again?" Lily asked again. "No, it was different. We bought a villa then. We just..." Alex hesitated, as if she were feeling guilty for doing something evil. "You did what?" Lily asked, smelling something fishy. Her young master heard the smell of some girl that she didn't recognize. "I can't tell you. Ask the young master," Alex said as she ran away to her room. She also needed a shower. Ruby was sitting and watching the sunset from the top of the base, as they called it. It was just an old factory though. She glanced at her hand and wondered what the hell happened yesterday. What are players really? This was like a fairy tale. From saving her from the brothel to defeating that monster Lamia. She was still a little shocked. "You are here too?" A sound startled her. It was Theta accompanied by Myra. "Yeah, I don't want to keep messing with the guys downstairs. Why do I feel like we belong to an evil organization?" Ruby said with a sigh as the girls sat next to her. "Because we do." Myra said, "Alpha didn't tell you, but our young master belongs to one of the families who control the world from the shadows using their powers as players." She added, making Ruby look at her in shock, as Theta, who sat to her other side, nodded. "Such a thing exists?" she asked. "Yeah," Theta replied from the other side. "The one who kidnapped us belonged to that family too. In fact, the man who took me back then was the young master's dog cousin. And that fat pig Baron was just a butler in their family." Theta explained, making Ruby freeze a little. Maybe she was not saved, after all, just changed owner. "Don't worry, the young master is not bad at all. He is just a little sloppy," Theta said with some annoyance. She had betted some coins on whether he would be waiting for them outside the dungeon. She lost. "When would I be able to meet this young master anyway?" Ruby asked. "Maybe sooner than you think," Theta replied as noticed a car driving up the mountain. She quickly made a bet. He better not disappoint her this time. He didn't. Minutes later a large bell began to sound in the factory, or as Victor liked to call it, the base. It was to summon everyone to the main yard where a black car was slowly parking. Ruby hurried with the other curious girls and got in line under Alpha's commands. They were all watching as the car stopped and a veiled girl hurried from the driver's seat and opened the door, and a young man with silky purplish hair stepped down. Ruby had one thought in mind: he was hot. She saw men, all kinds of men in the brothel, but this young master was different. Her sisters seemed to have similar thoughts. "I told you," Theta, who was beside her, whispered smugly as Alpha ordered the girl to bow. They quickly complied, including Myra and the twins. This was the protocol. The only ones who didn't were Margaret, who was just employed by him, Alpha, who didn't bow to anyone, and Theta, who also had great pride after gaining her memory back. Victor didn't seem to mind. Oh, and Archie, who was still stunned by all the pretty girls around, was there too. The black circles around his eyes were proof that he was getting some new education, but the dirty look in his eyes proved that he still had a long time to go. "Relax," Victor said with a firm voice, making the girls stand up and look at him. "For most of you, this is the first time seeing me. My name is Victor von Wise, your young master," he said, as he looked at the girls. Then at Archie. "That applies to you too. Did you sign the contract?" Victor asked. "Young master, Archie didn't continue as Alpha handed the contract to Victor. "I made him do it," she said, making Victor nod as he glanced at it and then quickly stored it. "Good. You will now work for me," Victor said, making Archie nod. He might have paid with his freedom, but becoming a player was worth it. That bastard cousin of his would soon feel his wrath. "We will speak about what happened in the cave later. Alpha will give me a report about your performance." He added he didn't mention anything about players as the chicks were present here too. And the girls were ordered to speak nothing of this. It was a sort of training for them. "Now, I will go inside and call you one by one after a while. Mina, Mana, Myra, Alpha, Theta, and Margaret, follow me inside. I need to talk to you about something," he said, then strode quickly to the office inside as the girls watched. "Don't worry, the young master just wants to inquire about your class. Just answer truthfully if he asked you about anything, and try to impress him," Theta whispered to Ruby as she ran following Victor. Ruby nodded as they watched them go inside. Would she be able to be a part of his inner circle someday? "First of all, I am happy to see you all safe," Victor said as he sat down with the girls at the main office that the chicks prepared for him. It was pretty lavish. "This is the file about the girls' performance." Alpha quickly gave him a big file with every girl's reported class and skills. In addition to that, it had their evaluation from her perspective. "Oh, not bad. But I have more important things to discuss with you," Victor said as he quickly leafed through the file. "What?" Alpha asked as she took her seat beside Theta and crossed her legs. "I didn't want to rush things, but the situation is getting messier outside, and I seem to have been creating enemies at an accelerated rate. I keep having this ominous feeling that something very bad will happen very soon. So, he said as he squeezed Lily's hand. She also had such a feeling. The girls frowned a little. "You are my most trusted allies and followers, that's why I am telling you this," he added, making Myra feel a little shy but warm inside. She did nothing to deserve his trust. She didn't know that he spent a lot of time with her in his previous life, and knew many things about her. "I am going to establish 5 secret organizations." He went straight to the point, making the girls, especially Alpha, look at him with interest. "And I want you and the rest of the girls to be assigned to them depending on their class and gifts," he added as Lily started brewing him a cup of coffee using a brewer that was placed there by Chick 17. "Like the one I am creating?" Alpha asked. "Yes. Yours will be the first organization. It will be called the Fragrant Shadow, an information collecting organization. It is called that name for a few reasons. The first is that it would be mostly made up of girls. And the second reason is that it would be using the soul wine as its main weapon. It has a peculiar smell. And I already gave someone your contact with that name," he said, making Alpha squint her eyes. "Alpha, you will be the head of this. And its target is to collect info, sell into and build a network of spies around the world and all the families." Victor added. "Like that Archie?" Alpha asked. She didn't like the name Fragrant Shadow. It felt silent but deadly, like something dirty. "Yes, I want spies everywhere. We must get those guys who were thrown away by their families and use them to our advantage. I want you to be so fearful that no one would dare assault you for fear of their darkest secrets being disclosed. Everyone has a secret," he explained. Alpha nodded. "I want that girl, Camellia," she added. "Oh, why?" Victor asked in surprise. "That girl didn't seem interesting at all. Her class is analyst. She was a great help in the dungeon and would be a great help cross-examining the date we get," she explained, making Victor look at Lily. "She was Camellia's master." "You can have her," Lily said quickly. "Fine then. That's settled." Now to the second organization. It would be called the Purple Crow. It is an assassins organization that would be led by Lily. Now, due to a certain problem, Lily would not be able to manage it for now, so the vice leader Nora would be responsible for it. Victor glanced at Lily, who nodded. Those Von Krona spies were getting annoying lately, not letting her leave the mansion without her young master's disguise ability. She was wondering how her young master was planning to get rid of them. "You will have to populate its rank with all kinds of scum, and only the most trusted would be allowed into its secrets. And no one should know who the true master is," Victor added. "Don't worry, young master, my sister has already found quite a few bad kids who need education. We have already begun training them," Lily said. "Wait, your sisters left some criminal kids unsupervised and came here?" Victor asked as he turned to Lily. "Yup, we are training them using the oldest method in the book. We threw them in a cave with limited food, and we will let them fight it off. About 50% should survive," she added, making the rest of the girls shiver a little. Was her perception of death always this screwed? "Isn't that a little cruel?" Myra hesitatingly asked. She knew about the family's training. Her father told her. "But still, don't worry, those kids are bad. The kind that would slit your throat in your sleep to get the phone under your pillow. If they die, they deserve it," she said, making the girls relax a little. "Wouldn't controlling those scumbags be problematic?" Margaret asked this time. "Not if you implement a bomb in their bodies," Lily replied, making the girls shiver again as they looked at Lily with some fear. "Don't look at me like that. It was the young master's idea. Kai was the one who got me the bomb from the family's laboratory," Lily complained. "Okay, that's enough about that." Victor quickly changed the subject. The third organization would be called Golden Dragon. It will be headed by Arya. Victor said. "I want to be a part of this." Margaret quickly interrupted. "I didn't say what it was for yet," Victor exclaimed. "Isn't it a financial organization to build wealth and launder your dirty money?" Margaret asked, making Victor nod. "True, that's a part of their mission." "Then I want that. Using my body to attract snakes in the dungeon is enough fighting for me. I now want to use it to attract real money," she said with a seductive smile, causing Victor to look at the file on the table, hiding his unsettling soul. "Fine then. But you must know that Golden Dragon will be separate from my normal business. I will not be backing them directly, and no one must know that they belong to me." Victor warned. I am prepared, Margaret said. Do you want to get away from the family? Myra asked, a little surprised. Wouldn't young masters usually use their family's power? Yes. The family situation is very turbulent, and my position in the family might change at any moment, so I want to make sure to be able to have my own force before that, and this is better, as I really hate the fact that those guys are following my every move through my finances. He added, wouldn't making Miss Arya or Margaret the head of a financial organization sends a clear message that it is yours? Mano asked. It is a secret organization. Arya and Margaret should find some pawn to put in the management position. They would be responsible for the management behind the scenes. And I want the organization to engage in player merchandise trade too. Though at a smaller scale first, Victor said. If you are trusting me with all that money, I might get greedy and take the company for myself. Margaret quickly said with a cheeky smile. Then I would get greedy too and take your body for myself after that. He said, making her chuckle, and making the girls a little jealous of their open flirting, especially Lily, who considers Margaret her main love rival, not having met Lynn yet. That gave me an idea, Victor suddenly said, sticking the table with his palm. Maybe we will do a play where I dump you and you swear for revenge. Or even better, a little act of you stealing my money and dumping me if the family ever punished me. He added, making her nod. She didn't like it, but that would solve the problem of her connection to him. Then the fourth organization? Mina asked quickly to stop the flirting between them. The Master's Fist. It would be a criminal organization, responsible for recruiting criminals and smugglers. Its target is to provide hands for any client who pays well, especially the other organizations we created. Victor said, I will leave it in the hand of one of the chicks, until I get someone more suitable. He said as he looked at the girls. None of them wanted anything to do with that. Should he scam another girl? Ouch. Lily was pinching his arm. She read his dirty thoughts. Was his expression this obvious? And the fifth? Lily asked. It would be a free players guild, Victor said with an evil smile. Guilds would not appear until after the reckoning, but he plans to make one secretly earlier. Like in games, wouldn't that go against the Players' Council's rules? Alpha asked as her eyes sparkled. The Players' Council was her enemy. There are already a few hidden guilds. We will also keep it a secret for now. Just recruit trusted and rough players with no backing. Theta would be responsible for it with your sisters, as no one really knows that you work for me, and you might even be able to use this against your family. Alpha would help you find a suitable base. Victor said, making Theta frown a little, then squeeze her fist and nod. She was feeling useless lately, and it was about time she started working to get what should be hers. But how can we get enough money? The stuff you gave us and we stole from the brothel is already spent on the girls, buying this mountain, and expanding this place. We need more untraceable money. Margaret asked. We can steal a little more from that guy Troy when we get rid of him, maybe make it as a theft. And I already have a scheme to launder some money. The family might even cut me off a little after that. In a week or two Alpha will accompany me there. Victor replied mysteriously. After that, I will give you some projects to start. In a year or two, we should be rich enough to not worry about financing. He added, making Margaret look at him with interest, wondering what his plans were. What about us young masters? Don't you have some work for us? Mina asked after some hesitation. He didn't give them any missions. The two of you should just be personal maids. You can also warm my bed. Isn't that enough? He asked, making them blush. That was enough. I will also task you with taking care of this base and the mansion. Just supervise the work. He added. What about me? Myra asked this time after getting some courage. Other than also being my bed-warming maid, I have a plan for you. But it is still too early for it. But I will need you to be a great actress first. The best of the best. Arya should have already shown you the script I sent her. Victor said. She did. But young master, is it really okay to film something like that? I didn't know it earlier, but now that I am a player, isn't this new movie about a poor girl becoming a player and then fighting her evil boyfriend who became a demon in a dungeon? She asked, diverting the talk from the bedwarming maid thing. It was still too early for that. They have to hold hands first. And why does he keep avoiding looking straight at her? Was she still dirty from the dungeon? She had already showered twice. Her skin is already looking tender. Exactly. I want all people who become players to use your movie to explain to others what players are. I even have some nice candidates for the evil boyfriend. His charisma and luck would make this movie a success. Victor explained, making Myra and the girls frown, not really getting what he was talking about. You will know what I meant at the right time. He said, now, let's examine the girls one by one and decide which of you would manage them. He added, it was time to find what he had got. Chapter 188, Evil Class. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The first one to enter was Beta, who was a little nervous. You got back your memories? Victor asked. She nodded. My name was Doris. But if possible, I don't want to use it ever again. She said while keeping her eyes down. I don't mind. But the past is the past, just remember that. And if you have any unsolved problems, tell Alpha or Lily when you feel ready. Victor said with a soft smile. Those girls all had dark pasts. Now, what's your class? He asked, although he already knew. I am a sharpshooter. She replied, making him smile. Ever since Hilda began to train the girls in firearms, he had noticed that she was a little too trigger-happy, as if she found her calling, and that was quickly reflected in her class. That's good. I am dividing the girls into many teams. I will assign you to work with Theta to create a guild. Are you okay with that? Victor asked. Beta nodded quickly. As long as I stay with my sisters. She added with some embarrassment. That would be up to them. But I think it is a good idea for all of you to form the core members of this new guild, Victor said as he wrote something on the file in front of him, then took out a ring and gave it to her, making her freeze for a second. This is a gift for you. It is a storage ring like the one Alpha and Theta were using, Victor said, making her a little ashamed of misunderstanding. It is also a sign that you are mine from now on, he said, making her blush as she realized that she didn't misunderstand at all. She didn't mind as she quickly took the ring and put it on her finger. She wanted him to do it but was too embarrassed to ask, with the girls smirking at her. That's all. Unless you want to tell me something? Victor asked. No. Young master. She quickly bowed and left the room with a flushed face. She wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. None of the girls will. Ruby watched nervously as the girls entered the room one by one and then left with a blush and ring on their fingers. WTF. She tried to ask a girl she knew well, but that girl only blushed with a dreamy look, telling her that she would know once she entered. Would she also get a ring? If it were from that hot young master, she didn't mind at all. But can he really take care of all the girls? Was she really worthy of him? What was she thinking? Ruby. A voice called Ruby. Ruby, why are you so absent-minded? It's your turn. A girl who left the room with a broad smile poked her arm, startling her. It was her turn. She got a little nervous as she straightened her clothes, then pushed the door and made her way inside, where young Master Victor was sitting at his desk sipping on a hot cup of coffee. He looked dashing. Let's see. Ruby, right? Victor asked with a smile that made her little heart skip a beat. Yes, she said. Your class? He asked. A healer, she said as she noticed something wrong. He seemed a little injured. Was it her imagination? Can you tell me about your past? He asked. I don't know my parents. I was raised in an orphanage. I met Rob. Theta. We were sold to that baron, then I had to work at that place for 6 months when Mistress Alpha came and saved us. She quickly summarized. Oh, how many customers did you service there? Victor asked rudely as he inspected her. She should have been angry as he was using the same gaze those filthy men used, but she was not. A lot, she said as she looked down in shame. Don't get me wrong. I am just curious why you are lying to me, he said, making her freeze and then look at him, not daring to speak as the girls who surrounded him looked at her with some hostility. What does the young master mean? She asked, a little ashamed. An eldritch healer is a very peculiar class, he said as he gestured to Alpha, who was about to slit Ruby's throat, to step down. I didn't use it against any of the girls, I just healed them normally," she said as tears welled in her eyes as she looked down. When she saw her class and skills in the dungeon, she instinctively knew how evil they were. "It's okay. I know." Victor's voice sounded this time next to her. As in the next moment, she felt her head buried in the warm chest. "Just don't lie to us again, we are your family from now on," he said, making her eyes tear a little more, wetting his thin shirt, making it transparent, and revealing his firm muscles behind it. She quickly stepped back in embarrassment as she noticed that he smelled nice though. "Still no skill, huh?" he murmured as he appraised her. Name, Ruby. Level, 3. Class, Eldritch Healer. Authority, 3. Strength, 25. Agility, 25. Intelligence, 26. Luck, 13. Charm, 27. Order, 10. Skills, Status Absorb, A. Eldritch Heal, C. Minor Soul Absorb, C. Fear, D. Pain Tolerance, D. Flesh Eating, E. Charm, E. Sexual Arts, E. Spear Arts, F. Kissing, F. Dagger Arts, F. Minor Curse Arts, F. Fate's Status, Fate's Power, F. Fate's Direction, Neutralizing, Fate's Design, Undefined. Total, F. Skill, she asked, but he ignored her and changed the subject. "Are you feeling fine now?" he asked. She kept her head down, not realizing how overpowered her class might get if she were groomed the right way. "Don't worry, from now on you will work for Theta. Is that okay with you?" he asked as he glanced at Theta, who smiled sweetly at him. "Yes." She nodded. She liked Robin. She was her first and only friend. "Then take this. You are now mine," he said, as under the girl's envious eyes he took a ring and personally placed it on her finger, making her almost faint of happiness as she looked at it. She always dreamed of such a day when she was at that place. Not like this, but she didn't mind. "Now do you know what the Eldritch Heal means?" he asked softly, waking her up and making all the girls listen carefully, except Alpha, who knew what it meant. The system says it allows me to heal any damage on the target, but I have to sacrifice something of equivalent value," she said. "Exactly. A normal healer uses his mana, but that limits him to his level. You are different. You can use anything with energy, even living beings. Your level will affect just your speed," he said. "You must promise me though, never use your own health or soul for that," he added as he patted her head softly. She said as she enjoyed the feeling of his hand. "Take this," he said, handing her a bag of gems. "Try to use them in exchange for healing my soul. I was injured a few days ago," he said, making the girls look at him again. Is this why he felt strange today? Would you trust her like that? "She already lied to us," Alpha suddenly asked angrily. She knew quite well how scary Eldritch classes were. All of them had some pretty evil soul powers. "I trust her. She is already mine. She would never betray me. Would you?" Victor asked Ruby casually. The reason he didn't fear her was due to his authority. Any status skill affecting skill or curse would need his approval, so she can't hurt him. He was also very curious about her. What kind of suffering did she have to go through to get such a class? "Never, young master," she said with a blush as she felt a strange warmth in her heart. "Hopefully, he will not betray her too." Malcolm's bloodied fingers slid from the throat of the now dead boy in front of him. He didn't want to kill him, but he would never risk having mercy on his enemy again. "Never again," he sighed as he looked at the corpse under the dim light coming from the candle that was slowly burning on the floor. He first thought that the kids those evil assassins girls brought were like him, orphans who only got into crime life by sheer bad luck. But he couldn't be more wrong. Most of those are fiends in human flesh. They were the worst of the worst. He helped a girl who was bitten by a snake yesterday. But that bitch not only did not thank him, she almost stabbed him with a screwdriver when he finished bandaging her leg. Thankfully, the screwdriver hit the practice book in his abdomen, giving him a good chance to step away from the girl whom he left and ran away. She was 1 or 2 years younger than him. When did she have the time to get this evil? This morning the boy who was now dead at his feet tried to kill him too by tricking him. But he was ready this time when the boy tried to stab him and strangled him. This was his first kill. But after staying here for 3 days, He didn't feel remorse as he rummaged through the boy's clothes for food. He was starving. Thankfully he found a chocolate bar that the boy was saving. He quickly ate as he retreated to his hideout, a small hidden chamber in the cave that can only be entered through a well-hidden passage. He sat there, then took out a candle that he got from that kid in addition to the now damaged practice book, and began to practice the shadow steps explained in it. He will need this to survive. One of the girls gave it to him before throwing him in the cave. She told him that he was the weakest one here, and this was her gift for him as her first disciple. He didn't feel any compassion for her, but still, he needed to learn this. How long would the evil girls keep them locked up in here? What if they forgot about them? He really wanted to wait by the cave's locked entrance, but that place was the most dangerous spot. Chapter 189. Gifts. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. In order for Ruby to heal him, Victor went to the not-so-little bedroom connected to the office and took off his shirt. He silently thanked his late brother Nick for such a considerate arrangement, as he carefully sat on the bed. Victor wanted this done with the healing quickly, as he was beginning to have a hard time not looking at the hot girls entering his office one after another. Margaret and the twins wanted to watch the healing process, but Victor only allowed Lily inside to guard the door. Ruby blushed as she carefully sat beside him and looked at Victor's bare chest. Although this was not her first time seeing a man naked by a long shot, no one in her memory could compare to Victor. He was dashing. She carefully put her hand on a certain point above his navel where he instructed her and began to focus her healing energy as the bag of gems beside her became empty. The healing took 15 minutes. Unfortunately, despite having enough gems for energy, a soul injury was very demanding, and Ruby was only able to heal about half of it. In the end, she collapsed on Victor's chest and lost consciousness. That was to be expected, as Victor literally split his soul in half. Victor slowly sat down and then let the fainted Ruby lay in his place as Lily helped him wear his shirt back. "Did it work?" she asked. "Somewhat. Let her rest for a while. Let's continue the interviews," he said as patted Lily's head and then slowly removed her veil to test his self-control. He could look at her safely now, but not for long, as his self-discipline was now only comparable to a normal pervert like Tom. After 2 minutes and 12 seconds, Victor let go of her, then quickly turned and hurried to the office while wiping the blood off his nose. Lily carefully put her veil back with a chuckle. 6 hours later, the interviews were over. Victor looked with satisfaction at the chart in his hand. The 63 brothel girls, in addition to Beta, her sisters, and Camellia. A total of 70 new players were added to his team. Beta and her sisters all got fighting classes, which probably has something to do with their bloodline. The brothel girls had varying ones, just as he wanted. Some had generic ones like cook and maid, while others got some seduction, charm, and interrogation-oriented ones. He doesn't plan to let them serve any men though. He's a selfish boy who doesn't share his toys. In addition to that, there were 7 sorcerers and 5 tammers, which was not bad at all. Only 3 other girls were really interesting: Ruby, an eldritch healer, a dark paladin who had some interesting hobbies, and a curse witch named Dina whom Victor didn't like at all. She had a very dirty mouth. According to her, she cursed a lot at the men in the brothel and it became a bad habit. He was forgetting someone. No, not Archie. Victor turned and looked at Myra, who was competing with Lily, massaging his shoulders. Now that his soul was somewhat healed by Ruby, he can enjoy his hobbies again to a certain extent. "I totally forgot about you," he said as he took a ring and before she could comprehend what happened put it on her finger. It was a little different from the ones he gave to the brothel girls earlier, as if it were of a higher quality. "Ah, thanks," she said as she blushed. Why are things always reversed with him? She asked herself. Shouldn't they date a little first? Train your skills secretly and don't tell anyone that you became a player, not even your father, as he will report it to the family, Victor told her. Why? Myra asked. She didn't like hiding things from her daddy. They will ask unnecessary questions. And in case of a family emergency, I would have to get all the players under me to serve the family. They already know about the twins, Hilda, Arya, and Lily. That's already a lot of player servants for a normal heir. They know about Kai as well, Lily interjected. That guy can go and die for all I care. I don't care about men, Victor replied. What about me? young master? Margaret asked. I filed you as an employee, they have no power over you. And they don't know about Alpha, the girls, and Alex. You should know that. He quickly clarified. I didn't mean that. I meant my gift. Where is my gift? Didn't you bring me something from your trip? She explained, extending her slender hand as Lily squeezed his shoulder a little stronger too. She wanted hers too. Alex had already told her that they went shopping for gifts. Ah, I almost forgot. Victor said as he took a big bag from his storage ring and began to rummage through it. First, Margaret, this is for you. Victor said, giving Margaret a weird-shaped antique hairpin that had a big gem in it. This is? She asked, realizing something. Yes, it is an artifact. It is an escape artifact. It is called the Wing of Meir. The jewel takes about a week to recharge, which gives you a chance to use it once to escape danger and insta-traveled to a distance of 2 miles. When I saw it I thought of you when you were escaping from those horny goblins at the dungeon back then. He said with a smile, making her blush. True, this thing was extra useful if she bit more than what she can chew while fighting. Now, the next one is for both of you, Victor said to the twins as he took 2 identical bracelets. Those 2 are called Omega Switch bracelets. They can allow you to switch places in an instant. I thought they could be useful in battle in case one of you got injured, he said as they put them on with a smile. They are both A rank, but have the restriction that requires the 2 wearers to be about the same body build, so make sure that you stay slim. If one of you got too fat they will not work, he said, making both of them glare at him. Don't worry, we will get fat together. They spat at the same time and then began to chuckle. Suit yourselves, he sighed as he took a very old huge crossbow and threw it to Theta. She could barely receive it. This is? She asked with some annoyance as she had some difficulty holding it. It was as tall as she was. It's obviously a very old crossbow, he said, making her pout. It has a very low accuracy, he added, making her eyes shine. Thanks, she said. Using this thing she bet on massive critical damage in exchange for the accuracy rate. She was not entirely happy though, she wanted something more feminine. Take this too, I remembered you when I saw it, he said, giving her a cat-shaped hair ornament. It was not an artifact, but she smiled sweetly when she got it. She really likes cute stuff. Now, what is left is this. He took another thing and threw it to Alpha. I think it suits you, he said as she caught the metallic ball-shaped artifact with a frown. It had trace lines like some circuit diagrams on its brass-colored shell. It looked very mysterious, as if it was something from a video game. What is this? A bomb? She asked. You don't know? I got it from your family's vault, he asked. We don't have info about all the treasures our family got. That would require too much knowledge transfer from different people. That would hurt us as babies. They only teach us about the important treasures, she explained. This is an SSS-ranked treasure. Isn't that important enough? Your family was placing it with the rocks and minerals. They didn't know what it was. I guess they didn't have an appraiser with enough authority, he said, pointing to his eye. It is an eye? She asked. Yes, this thing is super amazing. It is called the Sky Eye. Something in its description about being one of the 21 immortal eyes, he added without care. What does it do? She asked as she licked her lips. For others, they might need to sacrifice an eye to try it, but for her, she was already missing one. Try it, he said. She hesitated as slowly removed the eye patch, making the girl gasp at the sight of the ugly scar left on her face reaching from her eyebrow to her cheek. That Titus was a monster. She didn't need to push the artifact in, as just as it was close enough to her eye socket it shone, and like mercury, it flew inside, making Alpha scream in pain and fall to her knee as she held her head covering her eye socket with her hand. The girls were a little scared, but watching Victor's calm face, they calmed down too and waited. It took 5 minutes for her to stand up again and open her new eye that shone with blue light as she looked around. She looked very menacing with it. The eye has 3 functions. First, it can let you look and survey anything around you in a sphere of 5 miles as if you were looking from the sky, Victor explained. The second is that it has A-level appraisal powers, and, well, I will not reveal your secrets. He stopped talking as she glared at him. This is for you, Myra, Seeing that Alpha sat down and began to test her new eye, Victor quickly took out a pair of earrings and gave them to Myra. "They are just normal earrings, but I thought they looked mystical and suited you well," he said, making her take them with a blush as Lily, who was still expecting her gift, glared at Victor. "And finally, my Lily," Victor said as he took a gold chain that had a golden pearl at its end, making Alpha look at it with great interest. "This chain is a protection artifact, but the most important thing is not it," he said as he put it by himself on the blushing Lily's neck. He had attached the soul pearl to the indestructible chain he got earlier from his family's vault. "The pearl is more valuable, much more," he explained, then said the next few words only in Lily's ear. "It contains half of my soul. It is already yours," he said, making her open her mouth in surprise. Then, blushing more, she stroked it carefully with a smile, making the girls wonder what this was. Before they could ask, they were thrown out of the room. "Now, you girls can go arrange your teams. I need to talk to Alpha privately. Oh, and take Ruby, who is eavesdropping behind the door, with you," Victor casually said, making all the girls look at the bedroom door, where Ruby, who woke up 30 minutes earlier, was supposedly hiding. Chapter 190, Wedding Planning. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor, Lily, and Alpha were the only ones left sitting in the office as the girls left. "What happened to that Hannah?" Alpha quickly asked. Although she never met her, she cared about her family members and was sure Victor would not let that girl escape his clutches. Lily perked her ears too. "Was that Hannah the owner of that unique smell on her young master?" "That's what I wanted to talk to you about," Victor said as he began to place a series of things on the table. "About 30 artifacts. I raided the vault in Golden Waterfall Town. Most of the things are just materials and pills. Those are the artifacts I found there. I want you to specify which ones you know about so that I can auction them." Alpha frowned. Why would he auction the good stuff? "She will play along for now. I know about 3, the truth glasses, the blood mace, and the 3-edged sword," she said, making Victor quickly put them to the side and store the other in a ring, then throw it to Alpha. "Use those to arm your girls," he said. "What about Hannah? And why are you planning to auction those things?" she asked. "I am planning to get that girl to join my harem team. I can't let her find out that I was the one who drugged her and raided her family vault," Victor explained. "You drugged her? You are going to scam her too?" Alpha looked at him with contempt. "What did you do? Gave her to some gang and now you will go play hero and save her?" she asked. "I thought of that possibility, but she would be a fool if she fell for it," he said. "I just left her to be auctioned off and would go buy her and launder some money in the process." "The auction is next week and you will accompany me," Victor said, making Alpha look at him as if she wished she could strangle him. He had just sold her cousin and was 100% cool about it. "Isn't that a little cruel, young master?" Lily was the one who asked this time. "I bet she would have done worse to me if I fell in her hand. And she is an alchemist. I need her. I can't let her go and save that bastard Sebastian," Victor said. "Sebastian?" Alpha exclaimed. "Ah yes. I almost forgot to tell you. That fool was with her too. Didn't I tell you before, that he is a scion with a fate to steal all of your family's heritage? That's what I believe anyway. How can a man end up with fateful encounters with 2 heirs of the most wanted family on the planet otherwise?" he explained, making Lily look at Alpha. What did he mean by most wanted family? He never told her a thing about that. Maybe she would ask him later, she thought as she touched the pearl on her chest. Sebastian, that scumbag, was fooling Hannah too, calling her elder sister. That guy must be at least 10 years older than her, Victor said, making Alpha frown. "What did you do to him? Wouldn't he be after you?" she asked. "He only fought with Alex, and as expected of a scion, despite being a lot weaker, he almost castrated her. Him. Thankfully I managed to trick him into the vault and lock him inside without letting him see my face," Victor said, making Alpha blink and then nod. "That is feasible. The family vaults are indestructible. Wouldn't he have some artifact to ask for help?" she asked. "The vault is pretty much impregnable without the right bloodline to open it. And I doubled down with an S-ranked sealing talisman. Even if that bastard died, his soul would be trapped inside," Victor explained, though not really sure if this would be enough. He quickly took his phone and texted Kai to build a resort on top of the ruins of the villa, and to make sure not to dig anything, just level the ground and build over it. Oh, and to make sure that the toilets would be in a certain position. No one would think of digging down a toilet. What are you writing about, young master? Lily asked. Just making sure that no one would dig up that vault for the next 20 years. Victor said as he pressed send. Are you sure? Kai replied. Just do it. Just make sure no one digs below 1 meter. Victor sent again as the girls watched. Alpha, if there is nothing else you want to ask about, you can go see how many of your girls were left. Margaret would probably take all the useful ones. Victor said, making Alpha stand up, shoot him a glare, then look at Lily and leave the room without a word. Don't blame her, she is just jealous of you. Victor said to Lily just as Alpha was closing the door, making her almost stumble. What kind of bullshit was that bastard spouting? She quickly shut the door with all of her strength, making the entire factory shake. Young master, you must stop teasing her like that, Lily said as Victor chuckled. Alpha is a unique kind of girl. She has been through a lot, so the best way to make her really like me is to keep myself always in her mind, he said. I don't think she is liking you, Lily interjected. Don't worry, I am just setting things right for now, he said with a smile. He had a certain theory he needed to test, and Alpha would make a great subject, but that is for later. Young master, what did you mean by saying that Alpha's family is the most wanted family on the planet? Lily asked. Well, I promised her not to tell. But if it's you, that's okay, Victor said. Her family is called the Von Richter. Have you heard of them? Victor asked. Lily shook her head. They did some very nasty things in the past. Alpha said they were framed. Anyway, the council declared them an enemy, and their family was uprooted, leaving just a few hidden heirs. So if anyone knew who Alpha really was, she would be in grave danger. Make sure not to tell anyone, Victor said seriously as Lily nodded. Now, I have some news. Some of them are bad, some are not, he said as he turned to look out the window. A few days ago I had a conversation with my father. He said that due to the family's situation I can't marry you as the main wife right now, Victor said with a sigh. I don't care about that, she said as she looked away while touching the pearl on her chest. According to his orders, I will be proposing to a certain girl tomorrow at school, he said, making Lily gasp and look at him. I understand. That's the young master's commitment to his family, she said casually, hiding her annoyance. Her name is Lynn. She is Linda's sister or cousin, something like that. That's the official story anyway, Victor said. Official? Lily, despite her annoyance, had to ask. Well, this is a secret that I shouldn't know, but Lynn is the real Linda, and that Linda who ran away was just a maid that took her place because she was sick, Victor explained, making Lily a little shocked. Can such drama exist in real life? Really? She asked. Yup. I met her before. She is a good girl who suffered a lot. I think the two of you will be good friends. And I will only marry her as a concubine, so you don't have to be worried about your position, he said, making Lily glare at him and then nod. She never cared about titles, as long as she can stay with him. I understand, she repeated. After that, I will go to New York City and propose to a second girl, he added again, making her freeze again, then squeeze her little fist hard until her knuckles turned white. A second girl. Young master, how many girls are you going to propose to? She asked with a little sour voice. My father told me about them when I met him a few days ago. He wanted a double wedding to boost his image. You heard him when he told me about her the other day. Her name is Nova. So, just 3 for now, he said, putting the blame on his father. For now? Wait. 3? I understand, she said as she looked down in grief. Her young master is a pervert, a bad big pervert. Why are you sad? This is good for you, he said, making her look at him with an angry frown, not knowing what to say. Was he making fun of her? That girl Nova didn't hear what father said back then. She cheated on her fiancé with some stupid guy, Victor said. Yeah? What does that have to do with me? Do you want her to cheat on you too? She spat with some anger. Not that. She will never accept to marry me, as she loved one is a scion who goes by the name Thomas Watson, Victor said, making Lily, who was looking out of the window, look back at him with wide-open eyes. "Tom, that peeping Tom?" she asked. "Yes, bad taste, I know." "Imagine what would happen if I told her that I know who her beloved is," he said. "You will blackmail her?" Lily asked. "On the contrary, not only will I help hide him from her family, but I will also help her meet and elope with him," Victor said. "If she believed you, she would do exactly as you tell her to." "But what is that good for?" "She will not fall in love with you." "Not very easily anyway," Lily interjected, getting a little angry again. "You missed the point, my dear Lily. I don't want her to love me. I want her to escape the wedding," he said as he caught Lily's hand and dragged her toward him and making her blush. "Escape? Why?" she asked. "Because the wedding will carry on with or without her. Many important guests are going to attend. It would not be a good thing for the families involved if the bride escaped," Victor said, making her frown a little. She was getting at something there. "You want to sabotage the wedding?" "No. If you made all the parties corporate." "You want to?" She froze as she looked at him in shock. Her young master is simply too evil. "It would be very risky, and the plan needs some things ironed out," he said. "I already told you, the only way to keep us together is marriage, and this is a great chance to let some members of your family bear witness to that." "So," he said as he got on one knee. "Will you marry me?" he asked with a bright smile. Chapter 191, Young Master Abuse. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was already a little late when Lily woke up the next morning. To her surprise, she was not the one hugging her young master. He was the one hugging her. Was he doing this on purpose? Probably not. He always keeps his cool. He is very cool. Super cool. She blushed as she remembered his awkward proposal last night. He was amazing. Too bad that after that he had to spend the rest of the night arguing with Alpha, Theta, and Margaret on how to divide the girls. Thankfully he allowed only her to stay with him for the night, saying that he still can't handle more than one girl. She liked it this way. "Young master." She slowly poked his sleepy face with her jade finger. He looked cute as he'd ruled. Her sleeping face made her realize that he was young. He always acts all bossy, but he was a few months younger than her. "What?" he asked, still lazily hugging her without opening his eyes. "We are late to school," she said in a soft voice. "Oh, let them wait. This young master is sleepy," he said as he hugged her tighter and went back to sleep. She smiled mischievously. Now that she has done her duty, she can enjoy his embrace without a guilty conscience. It was 12:30 when Victor reached the school and quickly headed to his class with Lily, Margaret, and the twins, who didn't dare to wake him up and insisted on waiting for him. The class was in session, and teacher Isabella was in full swing explaining dungeons. "Now, don't ever enter a dungeon in the wild without knowing its rank. Wait for an appraisal. You don't have to worry about raiding rights, as the discoverer enjoys 9.3% of the loot and mining rights no matter who." She was interrupted as the classroom door was kicked open by a lazy young master. "Sorry to interrupt," Victor said, then quickly headed to his seat with his entourage, who has also been skipping school for the last few days. Suddenly everyone discovered a problem. The new girl, Lynn, was occupying Victor's seat. No one cared before, as Victor was not here. Teacher Isabella expected a fight or an argument. She was wishing for one, Tom too. But nothing like that happened. "You must be Lynn," Victor said, "and you must be Victor," she replied as she watched him go on one knee and take a ring and offer it to her. "Marry me," he said under the eyes of his flabbergasted classmates and teacher. WTF was going on here? Was he really proposing? Right here? The girl gasped in shock as the boys looked at him with jealousy. "Okay," she replied with a big smile as she watched him put the ring on her finger without waiting for her answer. Tom was jealous, but not as much as his lovely teacher Isabella, who was still single despite her recent adventures with him. "Did you finish with your drama? I have a lesson to teach." Isabella, who couldn't take it anymore, scolded with some jealousy. "Not yet," Lynn replied as she surprised everyone and jumped from her seat into Victor's arms, hugging him, then kissed his lips. She had been waiting for this moment since that day in the basement. Lily was annoyed, and so were Margaret and the twins. Zoe, who was acting as if she didn't see a thing, was blushing heavily. She had already been informed of the coming engagement, but seeing it live felt different. Tom was cursing silently as his friend Peter was trying hard to learn from Victor. The rest of the girls in class were blushing as they watched from between the fingers that covered their blushing faces. Most of them were sheltered princesses who never touched a man before. Just when teacher Isabella was pondering if she should scold them, something happened that was beyond her wildest imagination. Everyone's imagination. Victor, who was acting all cool, suddenly hugged Lynn back, then pushed her to the floor in a very ambiguous position, and kissed her back harder. Everyone could tell that his hands were not honest at all. Lynn, who was very surprised, didn't resist at all. She smiled broadly, expecting more. Fortunately, Lily quickly realized what was happening and decided to start acting before it gets too late. She tried to drag him off first, but quickly realized that he was way stronger than her. This was the first time she experienced that. It was as if she was trying to drag a mountain. Having no other choice, she swiftly used her slender leg and used the nutcracker technique for the first time on her young master. Ah! An abrupt scream rang in the classroom as Victor rapidly regained his clarity and slowly stood up with difficulty, not forgetting to help Lynn stand up too, despite his pain. He dusted his clothes as he glared at Lily, who stepped back while looking at the floor. Thankfully no damage was taken due to his high level, but his crotch really hurt. He quickly acted as if he regained his cool, and looking at his classmates, "Sorry, my fiancée's beauty made me lose my cool for a second there," he said in a soft voice. "You may continue your class. I have an appointment," he said as he quickly left the room after gesturing to Lily, who didn't know what to do to follow him. The twins wanted to follow too, but Margaret caught their arms and shook her head, then looked at Lynn. "Nice to meet you, Miss Lynn. I am Margaret, young Master Victor's exclusive slut," she said, successfully averting the class's news of the week from Victor to her. The spy stood at the tree outside and watched carefully, ready to interfere at the slightest sign of danger. "Sorry, young master," Lily said as she kept her head down. "I didn't have another choice." "You were about to, she added as they stood in front of the men's room, earning herself a slap to the face that sent her hurling to the ground. "You don't have to say it," Victor said sarcastically as he took a healing pill. "This is a young master abuse," he yelled. "I will make sure you pay for this. How dare you hurt this young master's treasure? How dare you hurt your young master?" he yelled as he pointed at her. "Young master, She didn't know what to say as she began to cry. "Ugly beach. Wait here until I examine the damage," he shouted at her and entered the men's room. She collapsed on the floor crying. The spy put his hand on his dagger. He was going to castrate that young master for good if anything were to happen to the young mistress. Too bad they can't interfere. Just you wait, when the test is over, he will cut him to pieces. He never realized that this was all an act that Victor made him watch. Lily in fact was never crying, as Victor only spanked her butt and thanked her before entering the men's room. This time he nearly screwed up. Damn it. Despite Ruby's healing, the damage was more extensive than he expected. No kissing, for now, he quickly noted as he took a couple of healing pills and washed his face to cool himself down. Victor walked out of the men's room 15 minutes later and looked at Lily, who was acting all aggrieved and scared. "You are lucky. Little Victor was stronger than you," he said. "You are punished. You will clean all the toilets in the mansion for a month. How dare you spoil this young master's fun? Young master, you were losing control," she said, earning herself another slap that made her tears drop and the spies cry for their young mistress ordeals. "You dare argue with me? Too bad you are an ugly monster, or I would have let the men punish you a little. But those guys don't even want to eat from the dish you used." Beach. Victor cursed as he hurried to the class while she followed behind him, trying hard to suppress her laughter. The spy, seeing that their young mistress will not be in real danger, relaxed. Safe for now. When Victor returned to the classroom, Isabella was still lecturing. "As I told you, The moving dungeons are the worst kinds. They are very rare. Their entrance might disappear for a few months and years at a time. Sometimes they reappear in the same location and sometimes in other faraway lands. Some of them get cleared secretly and disappear. Others are still unconquerable after many years. There are only 2 of those though, and we can only know which is which using an appraisal. They usually have a very high. She was interrupted again as the door opened and Victor walked in with Lily, who had red swollen eyes. Lynn was not at his seat. She was occupying the next one, Margaret's. Margaret must have voluntarily given up her seat, as she seemed to have taken another seat to the side. Victor decided to reward her later. He thought of her as a normal opportunistic girl at first, but she kept proving herself to him. He must treat her better. Victor quickly returned to his desk as Lily returned to hers. "You can continue." He gave his permission to the furious teacher Isabella. Then, ignoring everyone as if nothing had just happened, he took out a pillow, put it on the desk, and went to sleep. Nothing like sleeping heals the soul. The classroom watched in shock. "Just like that? Really?" Lynn looked at him with a blushed face. It was her fault this time. After he left the classroom earlier, he contacted her telepathically and told her that his soul was injured and can't always control himself in front of pretty girls, so that she should avoid agitating him. She knew that she was supposed to be a little concerned for him, but she only felt proud. She made him lose control. She looked at Margaret after that. She had not only given up her seat next to him, but she also gave Lynn one important piece of info. That girl with him, Lily, was the main wife. This made Lynn decide to keep Margaret as an ally. A girl who knew how to take a step back to please her master was the strongest type. Now the problem was that Lynn was jealous. She looked carefully at Lily. After inspecting the way she looked at Victor, Lynn realized that Lily was the same as her, totally and unconditionally in love. No, she must never surrender. She must be the first wife. Wait, why does she feel like she has turned into some scum character from one of those ancient regal dramas? Chapter 192. Delicious. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When the class finished, Victor, who couldn't sleep due to the pain in his crotch, casually acted as if he woke up and stretched his arms as Lily professionally wiped his drool. Lynn, who was watching, was a little jealous. She said nothing, as she knew that she must act as a lady and can't appear too clingy to Victor despite her desire to do so. She also has a mission to summon a demon to monitor that peeping Tom. She slowly stood up and bowed slightly to Victor as a virtuous noble lady greeting her fiancé, then left the classroom while blushing after hearing his words and watching his mischievous smile. "You will get your punishment later," he whispered. Of all the people who watched the accident earlier, she was the strongest. She could have easily subdued him when he assaulted her, but she did nothing. She even assisted a little by unbuttoning his shirt. It was not her fault though. She didn't know that his soul was injured and couldn't control himself. She thought he wanted to demonstrate his love in public. Poor Lynn, growing up listening to stories told by lonely maids, made her common sense a little weird. "Should I give you back the pearl?" Lily asked Victor as she frowned while watching Lynn leave the classroom. Her smell was familiar. "No, it will not be that effective. My injury was already mostly healed by Ruby, the rest can only be left to heal by itself." Young master, but earlier, Lily wanted to ask. "That is different. It's more like being used to having an extra hand or leg than losing it. When I get aroused, I instinctively try to use a part of my soul that is no longer excited to resist. This kind of injury just takes time and training. So I will just have to flirt with enough girls while restraining myself," he said as he spanked Margaret's butt. She was listening attentively to him. "Ouch," she complained in a sexy moan that made the few boys who didn't leave yet look at her with burning eyes. "You girls are responsible for keeping me in check from now on," he said with a chuckle as he left the classroom. His entourage quickly followed. Outside there was a girl dressed in a normal student uniform waiting. Monica. She has been waiting for the last couple of days, but he never came to school. So she was spending some time with Tom, who apparently had additional private lessons after school because he is a very special student, and would spend some time with her before his lessons began. "Young Master Victor," she said as she began to breathe heavily. "What's wrong with her getting like this every time she meets him?" "Oh Monica, I really missed you these past couple of days. I was visiting my grandfather and thought of you every day. He truly did, when he saw her through Tom's eyes. Ah! She looked down and blushed heavily. This is for you, he said, making her look back at him, to notice the red exotic collar in his hand, which he swiftly tied around her neck. Now, no one can steal you away from me. You are mine, he whispered in her ears, making her feel a very strange sensation as her face turned hot, and her breathing increased rapidly. She could even hear her heart beating through her ears. Young master, I wanted. She stopped as she felt something was wrong. I need to go to the ladies' room. I need to tell you something. Please wait for me. Her voice trailed off as she ran off in a certain direction while the girls stood watching in shock. What's wrong with her? She looked as if she was in heat. Young master. What's wrong with her? Mana asked with some concern. It's obvious, she can't handle our young master's handsomeness anymore. Margaret chuckled, although she was curious why would Victor have such an effect. Does he have seduction skills like her? It's her bloodline. We are very compatible. That's all you need to know, he commented as he slowly walked to the parking lot, taking his time and ignoring Tom, who just watched the incident from behind a nearby wall. He was biting hard on his teeth. He almost had that beach. Why did this damn Victor return at this time? He could only go and vent on teacher Isabella. She was about to fall. They have already crossed second base. When they reached the parking lot, Victor casually sat in his car with the girl waiting for Monica, who was taking her time. Young master, did you meet Lynn before today? Lily asked, making Margaret and the twins look at him. Why do you ask? Victor squinted as he looked at her. Well, her scent. I smelled it on the young master before, Lily said, blushing. What? Victor asked in surprise as he looked at her. Why didn't you tell me? Who else did you smell? He asked, stressing on the last word. Everyone. Every time the young master leaves he returns with the scent of a new girl on him, she said while puffing her cheeks, not knowing why her young master was overreacting. Margaret, have you ever smelled something like this? Victor asked, keeping his eyes on Lily. Never. The young master always smelled the same to me, she said, shaking her head. What about the two of you? He asked. The same, they answered. The young master smelled good, but that's it. We have a problem then, he said as he inspected Lily, who was getting nervous. The first possibility is that my disguise skill is not working on you, which is absurd. The second possibility is, he frowned, smell the pearl, he told her. Lily nodded, then took the pearl from under her cloth and smelled it. It smells like the young master. With something fermenting? She asked, making a shiver run through his back. Dear Lily, how do you describe my smell? Victor asked after some hesitation. Sweet. Delicious, like a very richly fermented wine, she said with a blush as she kept her head down, not seeing the horrified expression on his face. How about Lynn? He asked. Oh, strange. Like some kind of exotic food, she replied with a frown. The girls? He asked again. Most smell nice, but everyone is different. Only Arya and Myra have unique sweet smells. But nothing compared to the young master's, she said, getting a little scared from the way he was looking at her. Since when were you smelling things? He asked. Since I met you, she said, blushing again. I see. This was my fault. I forgot how these things worked, he said as he relaxed and used his appraisal skill on her for the first time in a while. It confirmed his guess. What does it mean? She questioned. What you are smelling are souls. Your progenitor is a soul-eating mythical creature. Your bloodline is on the verge of awakening. It is already at 41%, he said with a frown. Victor had miscalculated. He didn't need to fear for a premature blood awakening, as he could freely control his blood flow by various techniques, so he unconsciously ignored Lily's situation. Lily was stunned. It seems you have been a naughty girl. I need to punish you tonight, he said, making her blush heavily as she kept her head down. We don't have time. Damn it. I will have to speed things up, it seems, he added with a concerned look. Time for what? Margaret asked, as the twins also perked their ears. I plan to improve mine and Lily's bloodlines, but it must happen before they fully awaken. Lily, Try to stop smelling things and try to use your skills less in the coming days. And you will sleep in your own room from now on. We will talk later, he said, making her a little startled just as a girl ran in his direction. She was Monica, who caught up with them after a full 15 minutes. Young master. My father wants to meet you. He told me to invite you to have lunch at our mansion, she said as she caught her breath. She was not out of breath. Damn it. Oh, I don't mind that. Do I have anything on my schedule? He asked Lily, who was pouting. Other than my punishment tonight, you are completely free, she said coldly, annoyed by Margaret's perverted smile. She was going to take her place in bed tonight. Wishful thinking. The young master would need a girl who can resist him in case of emergency, not make things worse. Then let's go. Lily, you take the car home with the twins. Margaret would accompany me in Monica's car, he said, making Lily freeze, then nod after looking at him. She had caught his eyes, and he was casually looking at a spy that was reading a newspaper. Who reads newspapers nowadays? One day she would kick all of those von Kroner's spy asses. She would show them what a nutcracker really was. But for now, she can only wait for the wedding. She smiled sweetly as she touched the pearl on her neck. Master, I have a new report. The spy knelt in front of James Trove 3. Speak, he ordered as the spy removed her mask, revealing her pretty face. Master, today Victor von Wise proposed to Lynn Cross and then assaulted her in front of the class, she reported with hatred in her voice. What? That kid is really to my liking. Ahem. What a shameful behavior. What does that have to do with the young lady? He quickly asked. She kicked his balls, trying to stop him. The spy replied, and that damn Victor got really angry and slapped the young mistress's face, causing her to bleed from her nose. Just that? He asked. He would have done much worse to anyone who dares do such a thing to him. Victor went to the men's room and after checking on himself, he punished her by cleaning his mansion's toilets for a month. The spy said, Oh, it seems that Victor has a soft spot for our young lady. James squinted his eyes. Do I need to do anything? She asked, ready to castrate someone. No, just watch for now, he replied. When Lynn returned to her home, her mother Amelia was waiting for her in the office. Mommy, the maid told me you wanted to see me, Lynn asked as she relaxed on a chair. You are late, Amelia said, with a soft voice. If she was that maid Linda, she would have hung her by her ears by now. But she can't do that to her sweet Lynn. Yeah, I wanted to walk around the school. Lynn lied. She was filming Tom's Adventure in Wonderland. Oh. That's okay, Amelia said with a sigh. Her daughter was locked up for so long, so it was natural for her to be a little adventurous. I heard that Victor proposed to you, she said. Her spies had already reported everything that happened in class. Yes, Lynn said, flashing her ring in front of her mother, who only looked at it casually and nodded, not realizing that this storage ring would cost half of her family's worth to buy. I am sorry we had to put you through that. I didn't expect him to assault you. Although we were the ones who spread the news of him being a pervert, we didn't expect them to be true, she said as she gave her daughter a sorry look. It's okay, Mommy, I will do anything for the family, she lied again with a straight face. She couldn't wait for him to assault her again. I know, honey. We keep letting you make sacrifices, but one day, the family will know your true worth and come begging for you, Amelia replied, not knowing that her words were predicting the future. Chapter 193, Monica. 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor sat in the back seat, next to Monica, as Margaret enjoyed her time driving the red convertible. She should have bought one of those. She would do that later. Originally, Monica wanted to drive herself, but when Victor sat in the car, she quickly realized that the driving task was impossible as she would not be able to focus on the road. How is your work at the company? Victor asked Monica as the wind went through his hair, making him look more dashing than he was already. Everyone there is very nice to me, and Miss Aria has assigned me a few singing and dancing teachers. They said that you would be writing songs for me, she said with a slight blush. Yes, you will make an amazing idol. I can't wait to see you perform, he said, making her smile slightly. Is your father still bothering you? He asked, ruining her good mood. When he heard that I was now working for you, He was very glad. However, a few days ago he started bothering me again, asking me how close we were. I might have told you that we are very close," she said with a blushing face. "Oh, I don't mind, you are mine, so technically we are very close," Victor said. She added, "That's when he told me to get you to meet him as fast as possible." She said, "I see," Victor said. After that, he just watched the road as Monica gave Margaret directions to her father's house. According to the information Victor got from Chi, Monica's father is Dave Davis, the head of DD Industries, a big company that specializes in many fields like medical machine manufacturing and weaponry. He married 2 times. His first wife, Monica's mother Kate, died after giving birth to Monica, her only child. Dave married another woman after that who gave him a boy. So Monica's position in her family was really bad. Although she was the eldest child, she was the one most ignored. In her father's eyes, she was just a chip to make some connections. The trip didn't take long, as Monica's house was in the center of the city, in one of the most expensive areas. They soon stopped at the door of a big complex that had more guards on the door than the entire occupants of Victor's mansion. Victor would need 71.3 seconds to kill all of them if needed. "Oh, Miss Monica, your friends are with you." The middle-aged guard at the door looked at the car. "Please wait for a second. Michelle just went to pee." He is the one responsible for opening the door, the guard said with some obvious disdain. This was her brother's, the young master's, commands, to bully her, and he was happy to comply. Monica lowered her head in shame, not knowing what to say. They always find ways to humiliate her like this, but she didn't expect them to do it when Victor was here. "Is this how you treat me after inviting me to dinner?" Victor said loudly, making the guard flinch as he noticed him for the first time. Was this boy always sitting here? Why did he think he was a she? It must be the light playing tricks on him. "You are?" the guard asked. "Fuck you. Why should this young master answer you? Do I work for you? Do I owe you anything? Isn't it that fucking Dave the one who asked this young master to come for lunch?" Victor began to yell. "If it were not for Monica sleeping with me and begging me in a sexy way, then promising me that we would do it again in her room, I would have never come." Victor began to yell, making Monica beside him as bright as a tomato. Now she can't escape his clutches. She began to breathe heavily again. The guard hesitated as he watched. What should he do? Should he call the boss? That would be stupid, as he would scold them for delaying a guest at the door. After some thinking, he decided not to risk it. If this bastard was lying, it would be very easy to teach him a lesson. "Ah, right. I have a spare key. I remember now," the guard said as he put the key in the device near him, making the gate slowly open. "You must go check that mind of yours. Forgetfulness is a clear sign of dementia. Be careful, peeing your pants comes next. Maybe you should find other guards." Victor began to speak to Monica as the car entered. The guard just glared at him but said nothing. If the master ordered them to kick him out, he would make sure to break a few bones of this arrogant kid. The car slowly stopped at the house's entrance. It was a 4-story extra-modern house with long glass windows and floating concrete balconies. Contrary to the von Weiser's family houses, it gave the image of a nouveau riche, especially with the big golden DD hanging from the 3rd floor to the 1st. Dave was a gangster in his early days, but one day he got lucky and married Monica's mother after saving her life. She was the last remaining heir to a big weaponsmith company which he inherited after her untimely death. The rest was obvious. He rebranded the company under his name and began a business empire using his crime world connections. But the question remains, did he kill his wife, or was her death natural? Victor wanted Kai to dig the body, but to his surprise, it was cremated, which made him more suspicious. He will always take care of his girls, and since Monica was now his, it was his duty to take care of all her problems. Margaret, who slowly opened the car door for him, knew exactly what he was thinking when she saw his eyes darting from Monica to the mansion with an angry gaze. This Dave Davis better be careful. One wrong word and he might end up as a green goo. Victor quickly dragged Monica and Margaret inside the house, acting arrogantly as if it were his own. Inside, a butler was standing in waiting. "Master Victor, I presume?" he asked. This one was not stupid, but the big scar on his face didn't make him look any friendly. "Yes, The one and only. A little girl told me that your master wanted to meet me. Victor replied, spanking Monica's butt and realizing that she was not wearing underwear anymore. Oh, this way please. The butler said as if he just saw nothing. He guided Victor to a dining room. The meal seemed to have already started. Dave Davis, the fattest man in the room, was busy flattering a young man while his very inappropriately dressed wife and son smiled as they ate. Master, this is young Master Victor. The young lady's friend. The butler said, gaining his master's attention. Dave was startled. He didn't expect Monica to bring Victor today. He asked her to get him 2 days ago. Not today. Well, it's better to finish this deal then. Before he could say a thing, the young man who was sitting at the table beside him stood up slowly and used a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. You are Monica, I presume. I am Clint, your fiancé, he said, speaking to Margaret. I am not Monica. She replied. Monica is the one with the collar. She added, making the young man freeze and look at the short girl who was sticking to that young master. She was hugging his arm with her entire short body as if she were pole dancing on it. Dave also looked at his daughter with some displeasure as his son inspected Margaret. Monica, this is young Master Clint. We didn't know before, but your mother had a marriage agreement with his family. While young Master Victor is your friend, sticking to him like this is not appropriate, he said as he inspected the choker on her neck. Did she wear this thing this morning? Monica was surprised by her father's words and wanted to step back, but Victor didn't let her. What do you mean, fiancé? Monica is mine and this is final, Victor said, then grabbed a chair and sat on the table, then pushed Monica to sit next to him as Margaret also helped herself to a seat near him. Young Master Victor, from the Von Wise family, I presume? The young man spat, not caring about Victor's origin. He just glared at Monica. Yes, who else? And from which hole did you crawl? Victor asked rudely, as Dave sat down, and gestured to his arrogant son to stay out of this. This was not their battle, and although he preferred to sell his daughter to Clint if Victor proved to be stronger, he didn't mind leaving her with him. I am from the von Geldstadt family. My grandfather is an elder, he said proudly. Oh. Your grandfather's hole then? I always thought children came from their mothers, Victor asked, making Clint frown, not getting what Victor meant. After a few breaths, his face flushed red in anger. How dare you make fun of me? He yelled as Victor helped himself to some food. Monica is already mine. Look, she isn't even wearing underwear today to serve me. You should have seen her in the car, Victor said, lifting her skirt, making her blush as she quickly pushed it down and glared at him, then looked down. She had to take it off at the bathroom earlier. Clint froze. This was not according to his master's plan. Shouldn't she be a virgin? That doesn't matter. Damn it, Master Clint, sit and eat. We should discuss such things slowly. Young Master Victor really loves my daughter. She might be happier with him, but still, she might get really happy with you, he said, making his son, who didn't understand, frown and whisper something to his mother, who smacked his head. Clint and Victor clearly understood him. He wanted them to bid on her. Clint was angry while Victor smiled as he appraised Clint. Clinton von Geldstadt, level 0, class authority 1, strength 22, agility 17, intelligence 11, luck 7, charm 16, order 10, skills minor dagger art C, scheming E, haggling E, equipment, storage ring F, fate's status, fate's power D, fate's direction negative, fate's design, killed by Thomas Watson, total D. Victor was surprised. This semi-player was a stepping stone meant for Tom. He could imagine Tom coming for dinner one day and being disregarded by her family, then slapped everyone's faces and fought this young master over Monica, who only wanted Tom. Victor was wondering what to do. Why would this young master really want to marry Monica? He didn't even recognize her earlier. Does he really have an agreement with her mother? Didn't her mother die in childbirth? And who gave Clint the courage to confront him? Should he reveal his elite sign? The meal was eaten in silence as Victor and Clint glared at each other. Monica's brother was pervertedly eyeing Margaret, who made sure to nudge Victor every 2 minutes and feed him something from her dish, making Monica do the same. Clint was jealous. super jealous, but chose to remain silent. He had his backer, and things would definitely go his way. Dave had already taken some benefits from him, and he can give other things, or reveal some debt and blackmail Dave. After the meal finished, Monica's stepmother ordered her to help wash the dishes. She was helping the maids, of course. This was her punishment. Her stepmother always punishes her for no reason. Dave glared at his wife and then asked Victor and Clint to accompany him to his study for some private talks. It was time to bid on Monica's future. Chapter 194, Monica, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The study was extra lavish as expected. From the dark wooden floor to the gold-framed photos of Dave handshaking many presidents and dignitaries sprinkled all over the room, as if to show the world how important Dave was. Victor didn't care about that. He was interested in a black slab of granite being used as a base for a golden-rimmed vase displayed in one corner. Inheritance stone SS requires awakened butterfly bloodline. This must have belonged to Monica's mother. To her family. Monica probably belonged to an ancient family that lost its power. It was similar to the one Wendy got. Declining ancient families tended to store their secrets in those stones in case the family could revive one day. Victor realized that as he sat down on a leather sofa, letting Margaret sit beside him, and began to act like a slut as Clint sat on the opposing side with Dave, who was wondering whose side he should pick. He was right when he didn't dispose of Monica as a baby. He expected her to be a beauty like her mother, a beauty that can be sold for a lot of benefits. Let's make this clear. I have this letter here. It was written by Lady Kate 20 years ago to my late mother, who was her best friend, promising that if their firstborn babies were of the same gender they would be siblings, and if they were of opposite genders they would be a husband and wife. Can I see the letter? Victor asked after hitting Margaret's hand away. She began to act naughty. Clint gave the letter to him with a confident smile and watched as Victor read it while nodding repeatedly. It was very convincing. I don't care, he said after finishing, shredding the fake letter in a blink of an eye. What are you doing? Clint angrily yelled. He intended to stand up and make trouble, but was caught by Dave, who gestured to him to calm down. The letter was not important. He had the final say in this matter, not his dead wife. What is the meaning of this, young Master Victor? Dave asked. Just making my point. Monica is mine. My friends are already envious of jealousy. What would they say if I lost her to a shrimp that climbed out of his grandfather's hole? Victor said, making Clint angrier. But Dave's confident hand catching him, made him keep his cool. Master Victor, do you have something to prove your love for her? Dave asked, making Clint quickly pull his hand that Dave was still holding. He was getting really pissed. You bastard, I already gave you one of the Army's new weapon development deals. Clint barked at Dave, who just glared at Victor as if asking, can you beat that? Victor had other thoughts. He was wondering, would this bastard consider Monica this important? He was now sure that something was fishy. The letter was a very good imitation, but it could never escape his eyes. It was recently made. He could easily see that. Oh, let's see. I have a new construction project in New Waterfall City. A huge resort with toilets overlooking the city. How about I give it to Mr. Dave? Victor asked, making Dave look at him for a few seconds. Toilets? Never mind. Oh, I am not that into construction. Young Master Victor, your offer is not that interesting to me, Dave said, wanting something better. Clint looked smug at Victor. He was also challenging him. He was sure that he can easily outbid this Victor with the help of his master. Before Victor could say any more, the door knocked and Monica shyly walked in with a bottle of vintage wine with a few glasses on a gilded tray, giving Victor a good idea. Let's drink something and cool our heads, Dave said, watching that Victor was hesitating. This is a 1754 Wyron wine. It was produced in the last years of the Principality. A truly great drink that can only be drunk over great deals, Dave said proudly. What kind of garbage is that? Victor scolded. Keep this sheet water to yourself. Margaret, get me the bottle I wanted to give Master Dave. Let him taste the true taste of aristocracy, Victor said, making Margaret, who also felt the weirdness of the situation, blink. She quickly put her hand in her bag and used it as a cover to pull a soul wine bottle from her ring. This is? Dave asked with narrowed eyes as he looked at the strange bottle. He could have sworn that the wine shimmered for a moment there. He slowly licked his lips. He had only two hobbies, wine and women. Due to overtaxing himself in his youth, he could no longer do women, so only wine was left for him. And he had never seen a wine like this, which made him very curious. "This is one of the most amazing wines that ever existed. Monica, prepare the glasses," Victor ordered as he looked at Clint. "How about this? Let's drink and cool our heads, then see what you can give me." "Give you?" Clint asked. "Yeah, for a certain price. I might be tempted to reluctantly allow Monica to escape with you," he said, making both Clint and Dave realize that this one was a snake more venomous than both of them. "He also wants benefits." Monica was surprised. So he didn't care for her after all. Would that Tom do the same? She hid her sadness and stood to the side, waiting for their decision. "I heard that the von Geldstadt family would host an auction in a few days," Victor said as he sipped some wine from his glass. Margaret did the same too. Her eyes became dreamy for a second. "Yes." "Would young Master Victor need some treasure from it?" "Master Clint might be able to help you," Dave said as he tasted the wine. Wow, this thing was amazing. Clint was annoyed by what Dave said. He was expelled from his family and couldn't even get a cockroach from the auction toilets, let alone a treasure, but seeing the look on Dave's face as he drank the wine, he tasted it too. Not bad, but not amazing either. For a semi-player from an aristocratic family that specializes in trading, this was pretty normal. Unique, but normal. Could that strange taste be poison? He didn't care as he didn't fear any poison as he had 3 S-grade pills in his ring. They were given to him by his master just in case. Clint slowly sipped on his drink and began to feel a little drunk. His head was a little heavy. He also began to feel a little foggy, so he stealthily took an antidote pill that didn't work at all. "Oh, then how about you two answer some of my questions?" Victor asked suddenly. "Please go ahead, young master," Dave said as his head also began to feel a little foggy. "Master Clint, why do you want to marry Monica?" Victor asked Clint as Margaret slowly stood up and blocked the door to keep away from interfering with the target's interrogation, and so that no one could enter the room in case of any incident. "My master told me to do so," Clint said proudly as he relaxed in his seat. "So you don't like her?" Victor asked while gesturing to the frowning Monica to sit by his side. "She is pretty short but too short for me. I like tall girls. I am short too, you see. I usually wear those elevated shoes to appear taller," Clint confessed, pointing to his shoes. "I don't like short girls either." Dave suddenly interjected. "If it were not for Kate's money, I wouldn't have even looked at her in the street, let alone fake a kidnapping operation then rescue her to get her heart," he confessed as Monica put her hands on her mouth and gasped in shock. "What the fuck was going on in here?" "You didn't have to suffer a lot staying with her though?" Victor asked with concern. "No, I used the opportunity of her being weak after birth and strangled her." "That bitch deserved this being all bossy," he said, making Monica gasp, looking at Dave who was patting his belly with a greedy smile. She looked at Victor after that. What was going on here? Victor pointed to the wine, making her realize something. "There is something in the wine." "A truth serum." "After that, you married your current wife?" Victor asked. "Nah, we were already married. The whole operation with Kate was her idea." "A very smart woman," he said as he began to do dirty things while thinking about his wife. Victor ignored him. Now he had a good idea of how the soul wine worked. It simply numbed the soul, making people stop thinking about the consequences. Though it might not work if someone questioned others directly, so he should ask in a roundabout way. Like Margaret manipulated the poor villagers to sell the mountain. It works to limit the drinker's sense of danger and loosen all the limiters on their tongues. Victor didn't know its side effects and didn't care. No one would leave this mansion alive beside him and his girls today. "But why are you so harsh on Monica? I heard you prefer your other son, despite his incompetence," Victor said. "Incompetent he might be, but he is my son." "Monica was never my daughter. That bitch Kate was pregnant when she married me. She used me as a shield," he yelled angrily. "She thought I didn't know, but I was the one tricking her. Now I will sell her daughter to the highest bidder." Dave chuckled coldly as if Monica was not sitting in shock opposing him. "Would you do the same to Monica?" Victor asked Clint. Probably, but I might not even get to touch her. My master wants her to breed a few warriors out of her, but he promised to allow me to have her once. Not that I am into that, but I would love to see her squeal under me. He he he. Clint laughed as Monica's eyes turned red, only to feel Victor's arm hug her waist tightly. Your master sounds amazing. Victor paused, allowing Clint to continue on his own. Yeah, Master Swartwood is one of the 5 elders of the Dark Chamber. My granduncle Culmer introduced me to him about a year ago after that accident. He said they might help me get a better position in the family, comparable to that of Charlotte and that bastard Alfred. My master also promised that once we get the Von Blue lost bloodline he will make me a full player. He said, nearly causing Victor to yell in surprise. Dark Chamber? He didn't expect that the von Geldstadt family would be infiltrated like his own. Now really, was your master the one who gave you that ring? Victor asked. Yeah, it's a storage ring. Amazing, huh? He said proudly. Wow. Can I see it? Such a treasure. Victor asked with an amazed expression. No, my master told me not to let anyone near it. Clint said stubbornly. Where did you meet your master then? Victor asked. I can't tell you that. Clint exclaimed. Failure again. I see. How is your position in the von Geldstadt family? Victor asked to change the subject after seeing the frown on Clint's face. He shouldn't corner him as the wine was not very effective on players, and the deep secrets should be made to float on their own. Those bastards wanted me to be a normal clerk after my ceremony. Damn them. But I had revenge. I stole the family's heirloom secretly when they punished me for cleaning the ancestral hall after throwing up during the ceremony. He said, making Victor gasp for a second time. What heirloom? Did you show it to your master? Victor asked with a whisper as he bowed closer to Clint as if he would keep his secret forever. Clint chuckled as he looked at both his sides, making sure no one was listening. Dave was listening though, but he didn't care. No. He smiled sneakily. Not even the family knows about this, but while I was cleaning I knocked over a very ancient vase, making it shatter on the floor. The elder scolded me and went to call the cleaning crew. At that time I noticed a jewel that was flung to the side. It was hidden in the vase and only appeared when it shattered, so I quickly stuck it in my pants before I was thrown out of the hall. Damn him, for just a damn vase, I was kicked out of the family. Luckily my granduncle covered for me and gave me some money, then introduced me to the Dark Chamber. When I return to the family I will get my revenge, then marry my pretty cousin Charlotte and do her 10 times every day. Clint slowly drowned in his filthy desires. Victor didn't care about that. He was checking the jewel in Clint's hand which he had unconsciously taken out of his ring. Amber of Vermex. Controls the weather. Require energy as gems. Area and energy depends on authority. Requires 1 order point per use. Sheet. This was an X-ranked artifact. Victor had never heard of it. Maybe not even von Geldstadt knew of its existence. No, he read once that Tom met a goddess and convinced her to control the weather to save a village from drought. He read that in his published autobiography book 4. It was not a goddess, after all. Just an X-ranked artifact. Tom would use this power multiple times later. Each time he would call loudly for the goddess's favor, reminding her of their time in bed together. He must realize how precious this thing is and make that trick to hide it and increase his reputation at the same time. You bastard. You didn't tell me that you were kicked out of your family. Dave, who heard the last sentence, got angry suddenly and pointed at Clint with the awl in his filthy hand. Why should I tell a greedy man like you? You only want to sell your little beach, and I only want to scam you. Wait, why am I telling you this? Clint replied. He was getting angry, but his mind was clearing out. I bet he wants to get all your money and then kill you. Victor quickly told Dave in a scared tone. Be careful, he has a knife. Victor suddenly warned and pushed the confused Clint on Dave. Victor was never in the position they perceived him to be in. He had already circled the room twice as he questioned the 2 fools while using his disguise to make them think he was sitting and drinking. Even Monica never realized that he was never at her side. Dave was startled seeing Clint jumping on him like this. Fearing the supposed knife, he could only use the awl in his hand to stab Clint, who turned into a green goo a moment later under Monica's surprised eyes. She didn't see the goo, She just saw Clint attack Dave and Dave taking out an awl and stabbing Clint in his heart. Monica gasped as she saw her father commit murder, but that only lasted for a second as Victor silently knocked her out. Then laid her slowly on the couch before looking at the confused Dave. "That awl is really pointy. You should check it for damage," Victor told Dave, who looked at the weapon in his hand in shock. "When did he get this pointy?" He touched the tip with his finger and turned into a green goo too. "Wouldn't killing them get us in trouble?" Margaret, who was watching the show from the side, asked Victor. "I was planning to let someone else do it, but I really needed this thing. And I am not afraid of trouble," he said as he slowly took the ring and the jewel from Clint's severed hand. He cut it at the moment he threw him at Dave. After quickly inspecting the ring, Victor stored it in his ring with the jewel after placing a talisman on it. After that he carefully stored the awl in his ring. He was the one who placed it secretly in the drunk Dave's hand a moment earlier. Victor didn't want proof that he was the killer. The von Geldstadt family might suspect something, but without proof, they can't do a thing as his family would protect him. And Clint was kicked out, so they had no incentive to make trouble. As for the dark chamber, they would not be sure he did it too. But Victor just wanted them to make some moves. The scariest enemies were those in the darkness, and he wanted them to show some trail. Chapter 195, Monica. 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. "Why didn't you kill him yourself?" Margaret asked. "Victor could have easily beheaded both Dave and Clint in second. Did you want to fool Monica?" She raised an eyebrow. "Not exactly. The one I want to fool is the ones behind Clint. You heard him, he is a von Geldstadt, that's why," Victor said. "Is that supposed to mean anything?" she asked. "Oh, sometimes I forget how knowledgeable I am," he needlessly bragged as he carefully removed the vase and then stored it with the slab in his ring. "He will keep it until Monica is ready." Margaret didn't care a lot, as she thought that Victor liked the vase. It had pretty dancing girls drawn on it. The von Geldstadts don't let others know of this, but their bloodline originator is a Cyclops. They have a very annoying blood skill that allows them to find out who the killer of one of them is by conjuring the last image of their killer, or the last one before their death. I don't really know how it works. Anyway, I wanted the last image client saw to be that of Mr. Dave stabbing him, Victor said, making Margaret open her eyes in surprise. "Oh, but no blood was left," she said. "All the aristocratic families save samples of their offspring's blood when they are born. It would be used to curse them in case they betrayed the family. It can also be used to conjure some useful rituals. They would use that," he explained. "Oh, now, what then?" she asked, looking at the ground now filled with a green disgusting matter. She didn't expect such a bloody, no, a goo scene after a meal. Luckily Monica was spared this sight. "We will kill everyone here and make it as if Dave killed Clint and then ran away with his gang after hiding the body," Victor said, "including the servants and the ones outside. I don't think they are good people, but they don't deserve to die," she said. "Dave was a gangster, and he only trusted his gang. But fine, I will spare them this time. However, Dave's wife and son need to go, or Monica would not get to inherit her mother's legacy." Victor said he stored what was left of Dave and Clint in a random empty ring. After that, he opened the door and walked out with Margaret while using his disguise not to be seen or heard. Dave's son was arguing with his mother. Red hair. "Why can't I take her?" he asked. "Meaning Margaret maybe? She is with that young master Victor. Do you want to die?" His mother scolded with a soft voice that Victor and Margaret could hear perfectly as they were standing right in front of them. "But she is so hot I barely held myself at the table earlier. I promise not to ask for another one. At least for a few months. Please help me get this one. I will treat her carefully and make sure she lives a little longer," he said as he licked his lips, sending a shiver through Margaret's back. What exactly was this sick bastard planning to do to her? "Didn't you say that last time? You got bored of that previous girl after 1 week and gave it to your father's men. Don't think I don't know the perverted games you guys played. The servants had to clean the blood stains off the floor for the next 2 days and my expensive wool carpet was ruined, you know," his mother scolded. "We will be more careful and do her in another place this time, please." he asked as he clung to his mother. Fine. But even if you got my approval, how are you going to take her from that young master Victor? My brother might not want to help you kidnap her. He is very picky about his targets. His mother reluctantly said, I will take a few men and... He didn't continue as his head had already separated from his body. His mother followed shortly. It was Victor who was so angry he couldn't control himself and executed them both. Why did you do that? I wanted to listen to what he wanted to do to me. Margaret complained with a smile. Although the bloody scene was not appropriate for such behavior, she was happy with his response. She heard him talking to Lily about how he couldn't control himself when he gets agitated. And this proved that he really cared about her. Don't worry, I am sure your imagination is darker than any of his filthy thoughts, Victor said as he took out a powder pouch and sprinkled some of its contents on the body, which began to disintegrate at a visible rate. This was a corpse-eating bacteria. Standard family operation requirement. It would disintegrate after finding no more food. Go kill all the guards outside. I will take care of the servants. Or do you want to defend them now? He asked. No, I will do it. Margaret hesitated, then nodded with determination. Those guys deserve to die. Strengthening her resolve, she took off her clothes and prepared to walk out. What are you doing? Get dressed. Victor said angrily, I am the only one who can enjoy your beauty. Didn't I tell you that before? He ordered. They are going to die anyway, at least let them die a little happy. She replied, they don't deserve it. Use the new method. He replied, oh, fine. She said as she walked out. She wanted to smile, but thinking about what she was going to do she couldn't. Maybe just a little. Don't leave any evidence. He reminded her as he watched her go out. She needed to learn how to kill without remorse now that she was his woman and one of his major hands. Otherwise, she would suffer a lot as a member of an aristocratic family. The other girls need to learn this too. But now was not the time for that. He was intending to burn the mansion when he first learned the truth. But after getting Dave's amazing confessions he decided to leave it. He only needed to kill everyone in here. He felt no sympathy for the servants and the butler. Those guys were gangsters. As a scum himself, Dave trusted no one but his own kind. After a quick cleaning, Victor called Kai after sending him the recording of Dave confessing to murdering his past wife Kate, Monica's mother. Make it as if he ran away with his family and money. And destroy all the cameras around here, Victor instructed. Wouldn't that make whoever you are hiding this from more suspicious? Kai asked. Yeah, but they will have no proof. Victor replied and intended to hang up. Wait, young master, I have some news about Troy. Kai suddenly said, making Victor pause and listen to Kai's news before hanging up. He will take care of that idiot later. Now he must solve Monica's problems. Now all of this fortune would be hers. Victor would give her the choice of whether she wanted to follow him or live as a normal girl. If she chose to become a player, he would give her the inheritance stone. Otherwise, he has ways to crack it open, but that might damage it to some extent. Victor felt sorry for Monica. Being a toy for fate. She was destined to be saved by Tom, who would awaken her as a player, and maybe what would fate gain by making her Tom's woman? Could her existence be vital to his growth, or would she lead him to some treasure? Victor didn't know. He decided to scan the house carefully while killing the few unfortunate servants that didn't take the day off. The menacing butler was the last to be killed as Victor caught him doing dirty things with some maid in his room. Couldn't he wait for the night, or was Margaret too stimulating for him too? Margaret returned 15 minutes later and threw herself on a couch. Finished already? Victor asked. Are you okay? He added as he saw a cut on her hand that she was bandaging. Yeah, it was my fault. Those guys are scum, they can't even treat a lady. She complained. Take this healing pill. I don't want any scars on you. How many did you kill? Victor asked with some concern as he pushed a healing pill inside her mouth. He had to pull his finger back quickly as she began to lick it. Slut. I killed no one, she replied. I just lured them to the guards' dormitory, then lifted my skirt a little, telling them that I wanted to give one of them my first time. Honestly, men lose all reason when they are near a woman. She said. And? Victor asked. Those guys killed each other. The last one died of his wounds after his opponent who was stabbed by him bit him to death. He didn't let go even after his friend cut his heart out. she said with disgust. That's proof that you are worth dying for. Victor complimented. Who injured you? He asked. I cut myself with the glass bottle when I broke it. This brain-fogging agent is really crazy. She said. I didn't think it would be this efficient either. But it only revealed their true nature. They must have been criminals. If they were innocent they would have fought with slippers. Victor said. I can't believe that this stuff is the same as the soul wine. She said. Yeah, I just converted it into a spray. Combining it with your charm ability makes it really deadly for men. Maybe I should make an aphrodisiac addition. He contemplated. He must test the other plants found in the dungeon. All of them had a crazy psychedelic effect. Do you want to unleash mobs of horny criminals in the streets? She asked. Maybe. He replied. We are finished here. Did you clean the bodies? Victor asked, changing the subject as he carefully carried Monica. Her body was light. Yeah, she replied. So, is she a new sister? She asked. Yup. Victor said as he walked to the car, not caring about the trouble that would follow. Would you be able to handle all the girls when you finish with that bloodline thing of yours? She asked curiously. You will have to test that yourself. He said, kicking the house door open with his foot. What was that jewel? You immediately killed Klein the moment you saw it. Margaret asked again as she followed him out and then helped him put Monica in the back seat. She was very curious about it. She saw how his eyes changed when he looked at it in the room earlier. It was her first time seeing him give anything that didn't have boobs this look. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Victor said, taking out the jewel and handing it to Margaret, who found nothing interesting in it. What is it? She asked. This thing is cool, too cool even for me. He added with an evil smile. This thing would allow him to play many tricks. Chapter 196. Cheat. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Victor returned to the mansion, he was greeted by a group of very curious girls. He said nothing, only instructing the twins to take care of the unconscious Monica and to give her a room in the mansion for now. Young master. That fool, Archie, is getting impatient. He kept bothering me wanting to see you since I returned. Lily, who decided to ask Margaret what happened later, said she was getting a little jealous as she watched the twins carry his latest prey, Monica, upstairs. She was also checking Margaret, who was sucking on her injured finger while giving her a smug smile. Where is he? Victor asked, spanking her butt, making her glare at him. He could easily read her mind. In the separate building with the chicks. I sent him there to keep him busy. Lily replied. She wanted to smell Victor for any traces but didn't dare to after he warned her not to. Let's go see him then. Where is Alpha? He asked. She left in the morning. She might have gone to arrange her base. Lily replied. Call her. I want her with me the day after tomorrow in the auction. So she better return here by tomorrow evening. He said as he walked to the separate building. It had been a while since he last was there. When Victor approached the building, the chicks who were stationed there were doing push-ups while yelling their stupid mottos about the chicken master and some other stupid things that they came up with to please him. He was not pleased. Where is the idiot? Victor asked. Ah, young master. Which one? Chick 41 inquired. Archie, Victor replied. Oh, he is cleaning the toilets. Mistress Lily made us do it, and we passed the mission to him. He said as he avoided Lily's murderous gaze. Get him to meet me, Victor said as he entered the building and began to check its situation. It was not that bad despite the fact the 15 men were stationed here. Victor could bet that Hilda made them clean this place regularly. Young Master Victor, you are here at last? Archie, who was a little aggrieved, ran into the hallway. He didn't smell good. I heard you wanted to see me? Victor asked as he used his disguise skill to remove the smell. Ah, how long does the young master intend to keep me waiting? My Marley is waiting for me. She calls me 3 times every day. Archie complained. Oh, didn't I warn you about her? That slut is nothing good. Victor said. Marley is a good girl. Archie defended her angrily. If it was someone other than Victor who said anything about Marley, Archie would have fought with him. Good in some things, bad in others. I am just warning you. Anyway, I have some news. Your cousin Troy will be attending the auction. Victor said. The auction? Archie asked. It's a player's annual auction in Tetraquark City. Usually, many precious things can be found there. I will be attending too. Victor explained. You want me to go there? Archie asked. No, I want you to return to the capital and reveal to your family that you became a player. Tell them you stumbled upon a treasure on a stall. So go shopping around the city tomorrow and buy all kinds of stupid things, just for show. At the same time I will send Lily and the girls to raid Troy's mansion. Victor said. I will be the one taking out Troy at the auction. Victor added, making Lily look at him with annoyance. This means she will not accompany him again. Damn it. Damn those spies. Oh, if you will kill him, why raid his mansion? Archie asked. Simple. His men wanted to raid mine, and I need some money. Wouldn't my family suspect you? Archie asked. They might, but Troy has many enemies and I will mislead them, and by the time you become the young master of the Wyron family, I trust that you will find a true culprit that is not me, Victor explained, making Archie nod with a smile. I understand. So can I return to Golden Waterfall Town now? Archie asked. Go, but don't tell Marley a thing. If my plan leaked I will kill you myself. Victor warned, making Archie nod quickly. After that Victor continued to inspect the building and then returned to the mansion to spend some quality time with the girls. When Monica woke up it was 9:00 p.m. She was in a strange room. She remembered what happened at noon. She saw her father killing that Clint, then she must have passed out. She slowly remembered what her father said as tears slowly dripped from her eyes. It took her another half hour to calm down. She decided to be strong. No matter what, she must discover what happened to her mother back then. Looking around the lavish room, she began to wonder, where was she now? Where was her phone? It was in her pocket, but there was no signal. She looked out of the window. It was dark outside, but she could see the city lights on the horizon. Was she in some rural area? How did she reach here? Was she kidnapped by a terrorist? Oh right, Victor was a terrorist. Was it him? She slowly sat up and checked her body. She was still wearing her clothes from the morning. Where was her underwear? She panicked. Oh right. She took it off herself at school. She blushed when she remembered that. She slowly lowered her feet to the carpet-covered floor and stood up, then headed to the room's door and opened it slowly. It was not locked. Taking a peek at the empty corridor, she silently walked out and headed to a stair she could see. After a few steps, she heard the sound of girls' laughter downstairs. There was a sound of some guy too. It was Victor. That made her calm down a lot. So it was him after all. She put her hand on her neck checking the collar. It was still there, which made her blush as she got herself together and slowly stepped down, then headed to where the sound came from. The voices were coming from behind a closed wooden door. Victor was talking to some other girls with the sound of some balls knocking each other. She realized that they were playing billiards. Young master, is it true that you are getting married? A girl asked, making Monica pause and then listen carefully. She decided not to go in for now. She had heard that he proposed to someone at the school and was meaning to ask him about that, but completely forgot when she saw his charming face. Yes. Victor replied in a confident voice. Don't worry, I will marry all of you sooner or later. And I only date nice girls, so you don't have to worry about your new sister's personalities. He added. Monica could hear the sounds of girls giggling from inside. Even me, esteemed brother? A little girl asked. Did she call him brother? Was she his sister or was this a role play? Monica wondered. If you keep learning dirty things from Mel, I will tell father though. You can't joke about such things in the family, or they might really kill me. Victor wanted to make the girl shut up. Young master, when are you planning to marry? Monica heard a soft guy's voice ask with some jealousy after that. This must have been her imagination. After I proposed to the second girl, Victor replied. A second? A sound of astonishment. Monica knew this voice. It was Aria. Yes, it is a double wedding. Father insisted. He lied. I already have a good date for the wedding, about a month later, but I will need to do some checking before confirming it. He continued as if it was normal to marry two wives at the same time. Are you not going to marry Sister Lily too? The little girl asked again, probably trying to please him after discovering that her joke was not appropriate. Monica wondered, wasn't Lily that veiled maid? Father is against it, So I will marry Lynn and Nova first. That's the plan anyway. You don't have to worry about such things. From tomorrow you will have to attend a school with Elle. He said, changing the subject. What, really? The girl sounded excited. Yes, we will talk about this tomorrow. So go to bed early today and stop thinking about unnecessary things. Victor said. Monica, you woke up. Come in. Why are you hesitating behind the door? He exclaimed, making her realize that he must have discovered her. She slowly opened the door and walked in with some shame. Good girls don't eavesdrop. It was a big room with a big billiard table in the center. Victor was playing with some girls. No, not some, but a lot of pretty girls. Monica was surprised. She knew Victor was a pervert as he always had girls around him. But there were more than 10 in this room. And they were all in swimming suits. What was going on here? There was a guy too. Isn't he Victor's driver, Alex? He was sitting to the side looking at the girls with a very jealous look on his face. Was he jealous of Victor? Monica stood at the door a little shy when Margaret called her. You woke up. Come play with us. She quickly invited her as the girls looked at her. Why didn't you tell me that Monica was here? Arya, who was also playing, asked Victor, who was busy cheating. Monica felt that way from the way he was smirking. You didn't ask. There was some trouble at her house today, so she will be staying here for a while. Victor said as he struck the cue ball, which in turn knocked the all balls on the table one after another into the pockets. The girl quickly looked at the table with interest as Arya was gloriously defeated. Now let's continue our game. Beto, it's your turn. Look closely and focus. He said and challenged another girl. You must be wondering what our perverted young master is doing? Margaret suddenly asked, guessing her thoughts. Monica nodded as she watched the game unfold. Victor was setting the balls himself. He said that he wanted to train himself to resist temptations. So we were helping him while playing a game. And we were trying on our new swimming suits for a sea vacation too. Margaret giggled, making Monica frown. What kind of training is this? Let me tell you a secret. Our young master is still a virgin. Don't tell anyone. Margaret whispered in Monica's ear. That's a lie. Monica exclaimed in a soft voice as she looked at Victor, who was challenging another girl this time. She was tempting him with her body as she lay on the table to make her strike. It's the truth. He has to resist sleeping with girls. He has his reasons. You must ask him yourself if you want to know why. Margaret said, now we are betting with him. He is cheating, you see. Whoever beats him or can tell what he is doing exactly will get to be his hug pillow tonight. Margaret added as she squinted her eyes as Beto lost the round pretty quickly. Monica was surprised. Shouldn't the guy be the one begging the girls to sleep with him? Why is it the other way around here? Why are they competing for that? Not that she would mind. But is it really just a hug pillow? That's all for today. I think it is time for dinner, Victor suddenly said, ending the game for tonight, making the girl complain. They couldn't tell how he was cheating. No girl could get any points at all, while he would pocket the balls he wanted 90% of the time. How was he doing it? The girls considered telekinesis or motor-controlled balls, but he denied them. Lily considered him using his illusion to control the ball's path with his hand, but that would be too easy, and the path would be unnatural. Monica looked with a frown at the table. That last shot, he pocketed the last 3 balls in order, leaving only the white cue ball on the table. It was a very precise shot. Monica, you want to tell me something, right? You girls go ahead and help Hilda set the table, Victor suddenly said. The girls and Alex nodded and then walked out, leaving Victor, Theta, and Monica alone. Theta, do you want anything? Victor asked as Monica eyed her curiously. Wasn't this girl a little young for him? Theta slowly approached Victor, then stood on her toes to reach his ear and whispered a few words, making him nod with surprise. I am all yours tonight, my lady, he said, making her blush as she ran away following the other girls. Monica frowned. The girl had just said that there were no balls, and that her gambling failed. What did she mean? Does he have no balls? Is that why he is still a virgin? Did you want to ask me about something? Victor suddenly asked, making her return to earth. What was she thinking? She hesitated for a second, then looked at his handsome face. What happened after I passed out? She asked. She was wondering since she woke up. Oh, nothing. I recorded all your father's confessions, and after he accidentally killed that idiot Clint he got so scared and tried to silence me too. But after I kicked his ass he promised that as long as I let him go I would never hear from him again. He should have already escaped into a faraway country with his entourage by now. Too bad you were so shocked that you passed out, Victor said. My men already checked your house, it is empty. And I can't let you sleep there, so I brought you home. You are mine anyway, he added as he opened the door intending to leave the room. Oh, she said, then stayed silent for a moment. Don't worry about him, I will help you clean things up no matter what happens, he said, making her think of another thing. I heard that you will be married soon. She asked. Yes, just a formality, you will still be mine. And I will marry you too, one day, he said, making her blush. She wanted to refute him, but seeing his handsome face she couldn't. That was the line she wanted to hear. Wait, are you really not sleeping with the girls? Do you have? She suddenly asked with a blushing face. Why was she asking? She didn't know. I am perfectly fine, but yes, I can't touch women now. Don't tell anyone. I am doing some martial art training that requires me to stay a virgin. But you don't have to worry. When the time comes I should be ready, he said with a cheesy smile as he left the room. Ready? She hesitated. What did he mean? She blushed. Was he telling the truth? She was not worried. Maybe a little. She gave the billiard table one last look before leaving the room. Wait, where was that white cue ball? In a golden room, on a golden bed, surrounded by two golden girls, a man with a golden mustache that matched his gold-rimmed glasses was enjoying his time when he was interrupted. His butler broke into the room while sweating. Master. Terrible news, he said. What? Tobias Geldstadt asked with annoyance. The young master, Clint, his destiny jade, in the family's archive, had broken. He is dead, the butler said after some hesitation. What? Who did it? Tobias sat up, pushing the girls to the side. We still don't know. Clint had no family surveillance since getting kicked out. He should have been in Vane City, the butler reminded him. Then ask the elders to perform the last memory ritual. Tobias rode. Master, we can't do that. Young Master Clint is no longer in the family, the elders would not approve of such expense, the butler said. Damn it, Tobias screamed, scaring the girls. Call my uncle for me. Tell him I will go meet him in an hour, he said. Even if the family did nothing, he will make sure to find the culprit and bury him with his son. He didn't know that he would not even get to bury Clint, who was now just a green goo in a jar. Chapter 197, School. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The next morning Victor didn't go to the academy. He headed with Elle and Lara to their new school. He wanted to take Lily too, but she had to go check on the first batch of assassins, and taking Margaret was not appropriate for such occasions, so he could only take Theta, who spent the last night hugging him. In 2 or 3 years she would be a killer, but at this time she was just cute and snuggly, but not very stimulating. So last night was safe. From his perspective at the very least. Esteemed brother, would Elle also be able to study with me? Isn't she too young? Lara suddenly asked with some worry on her face. She was very excited to come to school, as she always dreamed about it when she secretly watched the drama discs her mother kept. But she was worried about her new best friend not being able to attend with her. She will struggle a little at first, but she will be okay. She is smarter than she looks, Victor said as he looked at Elle, who nodded with some determination, not realizing that he was making fun of her. Hilda had informed him of some very interesting things that she found. Elle was a simple genius. At first, Hilda discovered that she didn't know a damn thing. No writing, reading, or basic mathematics. The villagers didn't care about her or her education, as she was just another orphan thief in the village. So Hilda began educating her from the beginning, and to her surprise, she discovered that Elle could understand new concepts very quickly. They were able to go through 6 years of educational materials in only 1 week. Victor was suspecting that this has to do with the incident of her falling into a wine barrel as a baby. Something changed in her, something that even his appraisal skill was not picking. something to do with her soul. He made sure to send Margaret to ask around the village for info about the incident. It was right after she was born when her mother died. An accident happened in the winery where they were testing a new herbal mixture and Elle ended up falling into one of the barrels that were deemed a failure. Victor really wanted to know what that barrel contained, but no one knew as those guys didn't keep records. Victor decided to let Elle accompany Lara to school as an assistant, and at the same time, he asked some professionals to prepare a condensed advanced course for her to study. He told Hilda to give it as a punishment when Elle does any sneaky things, which she does all the time. Although he wanted someone like Elle to serve by his side, she was still a child and had no experience. Intelligence was not everything. Keeping her with Lara was good too. His little sister is too naive and sometimes needed someone with a more evil character to help her. You two remember to keep the family secrets and protocols. If anything gets leaked, I will not be the one who punishes you but the family," he said, making Lara nod, and Elle copied her quickly. They reached the school pretty quickly as it was near his mansion. In fact, his sister Alice studied here too. That's when his father built his current mansion for her when she begged her daddy for a palace to stay in with her friends. Of course, she never used the mansion as due to some logistical problems its construction got delayed until she was no longer interested in it. Now back to the school. It was an aristocratic boarding school for the elites. Lara would keep sleeping in his mansion at night and would be driven here in the morning. The guard at the door didn't dare to stop the luxurious car and quickly opened the door after giving the sissy driver a curious look. The school director was an old man with a long white beard and thick eyeglasses. He was waiting for Victor near the door where the car stopped. He was informed of the super VIP coming today. "Young Master Victor, I presume. You look exactly like your esteemed father." The old director quickly approached Victor and shook his hand. "Yes, and you must be Master Alan. My father told me that you were the one who taught my sister Alice. He spoke fondly of you," Victor said, making Alan freeze for a second. He didn't want to remember that beach, the darkest blemish in his history as a top-ranking educator. She visited the school a year ago to donate some money. He didn't expect her to be driven inside in a palanquin carried by four macular barely clothed men. Many young aristocratic girls were corrupted beyond redemption when they saw her grandeur. Their parents even demanded explanations about their daughter's new hobbies. After that, he read the news concerning her to discover some very dark materials that would only be suitable as a background story of some porn movie. He had to burn his poor laptop after that night of research. "Yeah, Miss Alice was special. I will not repeat the mistakes I made with her," Alan confirmed after a few seconds, then gestured to Victor and the girls to follow him inside, not allowing them to see the expression on his face. "I hope so. Now those are my sisters, Lara and Elle the young one," Victor said, making Elle shiver a little. She didn't expect him to call her a sister. Sure, she asked him to do that at first when she met him, but she knew that he was scamming her when he accepted, as she was scamming him too back then. "Oh." Alan looked at the girls with surprise. He only heard about one, but being a professional he didn't ask. "I see. But isn't young Miss Elle a little young for the level of education we administer?" he asked. "She will adapt. Just make sure that she sits next to Lara," Victor added as he looked around the school building. The education in the Warren Principality is divided into 3 levels with 3 years each. After finishing this compulsory education, the successful students would enter various academies to pursue further intensified education for a year or 2, and after that, they would undergo a test to compete for a place in various universities and colleges. This school was a 3rd-level educational facility, one of the best around the Principality, catering to the needs of the elite in a secure yet modern environment. "Will the young ladies sleep in the dormitory or would they live outside and attend school from home?" Alan asked as they walked through multiple old decorated corridors where young girls carrying their books gave them some curious looks. The girls were giving Victor other looks though. Most of them seemed to have awakened something in them when they saw his dashing face. Alan didn't know, or he would have regretted bringing Victor inside. "They will be staying in my mansion near here as they still need additional family education. However, I would prefer if you set aside a room for them," Victor said. "Lara might like to stay here sometimes." "I will work on that." Alan nodded as he invited them to his lavish office and took some papers after asking them to take a seat. Victor quickly handed him Lara's and Elle's fake registrations. Lara White, and Elle White. I see. Alan said as he filled the documents. Ages 14, and... He looked at Victor. Elle is 12, Victor explained as he rubbed Elle's hair. I see. 14 it is. Alan said as he wrote some more imaginary data. Both of them would be attending the first year. Alan added after finishing with the documents. Yes, and I will be leaving 3 men here. They will be responsible for her protection. You know the drill. Victor said. Will they be attending class too? Alan asked nervously. Usually, guards and servants are forbidden as the school is fully protected, but for the aristocratic families, their wishes are commands. Nah, they would stay downstairs in the car. I would prefer to keep Lara's identity a secret for a certain extent. Victor explained that he didn't fear for his little sister's safety as he had already given her and Elle protection amulets and ordered them not to take them off at all. That's good. Will the girls start today then? Alan asked, making Lara get a little nervous. Yes, Victor said as he put his hand on her shoulder encouraging her. Then I shall call someone. Alan said nervously as he pressed a button in his office and talked to his secretary. Call Miss Lang for me, he said as he smiled at Victor who was busy appraising the valuables in the office and counting the small cameras hidden around. They were put here by the various powers who sent their children here and other forces who planned to kidnap them. He could also spot some cameras that were placed next to others as the good hiding places got too crowded. Alan was amazing to survive until now, but that was proof that he had no black laundry, none that was exposed until now at the very least. Miss Lang entered the room 3 minutes later. She was a young pretty woman with a heroic air around her. Victor didn't care at all. He didn't have a teacher fetish. Not after what that beach teacher Isabella did in his past life. She treated him well at first as he was acting like a normal student, but after she got wind that he was from an aristocratic family she made him her bullying target, and the family didn't protect him as he was just a semi-player and was not considered anything better than a servant. Alan coughed a little as he watched Victor's ugly expression. This is Teacher Lang. She is new here, but one of the best graduates last year. She is an expert in education and world history. She would be the young lady's teacher, Alan said, making Victor return to the present and look at the nervous Miss Lang who was getting her instruction from Alan. Miss Lang, those 2 are Lara and Elle White. They will be attending your class from now. As I explained yesterday, make sure to treat them well, as they were homeschooled before, he explained to his daughter. Yes. His name was Alan Land, and she was Laura Lang his daughter. They hid it well though, but not from Victor's eyes. I will take care of them, Director, she said professionally with a smile as she asked Lara and Elle to follow her after giving Victor a fleeting glance. Damn, he is hot, she thought. I will leave Lara in your care. My father is very protective of her, so make sure she is fine. As for Elle, she might make some trouble. Feel free to punish her as you see fit, Victor added a moment after the girls left, making Alan wonder at his double standards. Then I will take my leave then, Victor added, then turned and left with Theta who kept looking around until they left. Brings back memories? Victor asked. Yeah, my old school was similar to this one. Those were not happy days, she said, then stopped talking. Don't worry about such things. Do you want to go with me to the auction tomorrow? We will be leaving tonight when Alpha returns, Victor suddenly said, changing the subject. It is in Tetraquart City, right? She said after some hesitation. Yes. Your family has a branch there, he said. They are no longer my family, and yes, it is a small branch where some hateful insects live. I will go, she said with some clear determination in her eyes. Good, Victor said. There would be some fun gambling there, Victor added with a smile. Are you planning to do something bad? She asked with a grin that didn't exist a moment earlier. Yes, he told her honestly. Who is going to participate? She asked. Me, you, Alpha and Margaret, and a few chicks for security, Victor replied. What about Sister Lily and Alex? She asked. She knew that Victor usually likes to take one of them with him. Lily is busy. I already sent her on a mission. As for Alex, he is a wanted man nowadays, and on such a grand occasion with many participants, He might get identified. Victor explained. Oh. She said, then watched the road. Why did you create the illusion of the balls yesterday? Did you enjoy tricking the girls to play with some imaginary balls? If it were not for my gambling skill not finding the target when I set it to a certain ball, I would have never suspected such an illusion. Theta asked. She couldn't ask at the mansion as the girls were still debating how he did it, not knowing that all the balls were an illusion. I told you before, you should always use your skills to a certain degree as they level up when you do that. And you also get more proficient at using them and might discover new uses. Victor said, I see. She pondered. I was meaning to ask you, what is the subclass's entry in my menu? She asked again after a few minutes. It's empty, right? He asked. Yes. She replied, a subclass is simply an additional class. There are 3 ways to get those, as a reward for a super crazy mission, or as a very rare class book. He explained. And the third method? She asked. It's harder than the other 2. Simply you upgrade one of your skills enough for it to be a class. He explained, making her surprised. It is super hard, and there are conditions for that. He added before she could ask. The skill must be SS rank at the very least, and it might require a catalyst that is usually unknown until someone discovers it and reveals it to the world, Victor said as he drove the car. I only know a few of those. For example, a cooking skill usually has an F or E rank. But if you get so good at cooking that you have an SS rank and you happen to create an SS rank dish with S ranked materials, you will get a chance for a Grand Chef subclass. He explained. Is that why you are working on your skills? She asked with twinkling eyes. Ah, yes. He said, not wanting to tell her that he was just having fun yesterday watching the girls move around and lean on the table in swimming suits. As for skills upgrade, that was another matter, as he had no idea how to do that for his skills except for the merchant skill, which should naturally give him a merchant subclass once it was used for a few years. Chapter 198. Ranks. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After getting Lara to her new school, Victor took the girls back to the academy, as he had nothing better to do. When he entered late, as usual, Isabella was busy giving class and chose to totally ignore him as he went to his desk. Now, as I was saying, the system has a power ranking for all entities like artifacts, skills and even classes. Isabella continued as Victor gave Lynn her morning kiss under the class's astonished eyes, then returned to his desk and put his head on a pillow that was prepared by Margaret. Lily was nowhere to be seen. Objects, skills, and pretty much everything in the system range from F rank to an A. The closer to A the better it is, and every transition from one letter to the next means a qualitative change. So a B-ranked sword can crush 1,000 C-ranked ones. She explained. Teacher. But I have a BB grade ribbon here. Madeleine, the succubus tamed by Tom, said, pointing to a ribbon on her hair. It was a gift from Tom. When an object gets better but his advancement is not enough to reach a higher rank, the letter repeating effect happens. She explained. But it is very rare in F to D objects, as even a small advancement would make them reach a higher ranking. I have seen a AAA object once and it was the limit of what a normal object can be. She added, what about S ranks? Tom asked. S ranks are reserved for objects and skills that are very strong. I never saw an S object, as certain powers keep them locked up and only give them to their own heirs. She said with resentment in her voice as she glared at Victor. There are also S-ranked skills. Those skills usually are very strong and very hard to defend against. They usually depend on authority too. She added, can things change their ranks? Another girl asked. Yes, in theory, everything can level up, but in practice, we only observed this in skills and artifacts. It gets harder the better the rank. I am expecting all of you to upgrade your main fighting arts skill to at least C before you graduate. She pointed out, making them complain a little. Upgrading fighting skills are hard as it requires a lot of training before clearing a dungeon to show the effects. Can classes level up too? Another girl asked. Classes usually get a plus sign next to them. I have never heard of a rank change. Might be possible, but remember, it requires a qualitative change. How can that happen to a class? she said, making the class ponder on her question. What about ranks higher than S? Peter asked. I heard of an SSS. But that's the most proven, Isabella said. But the teacher I heard about them is historical. They say she had an X-ranked future prediction class. A gossip-loving girl interjected, making her few friends who also came from minor aristocratic families laugh at her. This only exists in fairy tales, but they might exist. If I guessed correctly, it was a legend from 500 years ago, Isabella asked as the girl who was blushing now nodded. Well, since many of the students here haven't heard of these, I might as well tell you about the legendary ranks then. Those only existed in legend though and were not proven, Isabella said as she watched her students listen closely. She wanted to laugh as if any of them would even glimpse at an X rank if it existed. There are 3 other ranks in the literature. She began to explain. X, R, and N. X is the strongest. It means that the holder can affect the state of the world itself. She explained, like how certain powers can predict the future and at the same time change it. There is another mention of an X-rank skill in an old tale where a monster had a skill called Core Eater that lets a player eat other people's powers. It is also very overpowered, so the system gave it an X rank. Of course, in that tale, the hero defeated the monster by feeding him a cursed self-destruct skill and forcing him to activate it. She added as the students nodded, most players' families had that same fairy tale book to scare naughty children. Tom, who came from a commoner origin, was one of the few who never heard of this, so he decided to inquire about it from Miss Isabella later in the night. He will make her tell him that fairy tale while she, Tom, stop drooling and pay attention. Teacher Isabella struck his desk and scolded him as she blushed lightly. She was sure that he will take his revenge on her later at night. Now. Where were we? Ah yes, a rank. It only appeared once in the records. It's a tale about a fisherman who got an rank pot from the bottom of a lake. Legends tell that an evil spirit was locked inside of it. Some fairy tale stuff. If you are interested, you can find the book in the players section of the library, she said, making many students decide to go check it. Victor, who didn't sleep, was pondering on the ranks, recalling what he knew from his memory. He knew what R stood for. It was restrain. An R rank can only be given to artifacts, and it almost always contains something locked away in it. Some things that the world itself wished to remain hidden, and no dungeon could contain them. They usually held nasty things with nastier curses. Finally, the N rank. We also don't know. It was only mentioned in the tale of the greedy blacksmith who kept upgrading his evil sword with the blood of children until it reached the N rank. After that, it could not cut a thing despite its sharp edge. And the blacksmith was killed by a brave child who challenged him. She sighed. It is usually a tale of how evil deeds would never bear good results, she explained. Victor knew better. All rank is given to objects and skills that are super strong but can't affect the world at all. It's like a curse of effect nullification. He didn't know how such objects got created, but he had his theories. Now, enough of that. Let's discuss Dungeoneer dynamics. Isabella changed the subject as her voice trailed off in the background while Victor closed his eyes. He decided to doze off after that. He had to go to Tetraquart City in the afternoon and would probably not get much sleep in the night, so he decided to take a nap. Will you tell me that fairy tale later? A soft voice whispered in his ear. It was Margaret, who took the liberty to borrow the absent Lily's seat. I might need to tell it to our baby when he is born, she added, making sure that the eavesdropping students in the front hear her. We can let the servants tell them, as you will be busy making other babies, Victor responded without opening his eyes to watch the jealous eyes of his schoolmates. Lara returned home at 5:00 p.m. and was surprised to find out that her esteemed brother was nowhere to be found. According to Hilda, he had to travel to attend some auctions. Lara was annoyed. She wanted to tell him about all the new friends she made and how Elle broke some nosy boy's nose after he laughed at her when she told the entire class that she will be a hooker in the future. Lara and Elle finally learned what that word meant, and that made them both very embarrassed. Her esteemed brother should have told her instead of laughing it off every time she asked. Thankfully the headmaster let her go after some scolding, but Elle had to run around the school twice as a punishment. Elle didn't mind. Lara had noticed recently that Elle had much more endurance than her, especially when she accompanied her in her morning sword training. It made Lara very embarrassed and forced her to work harder as she didn't want to appear like a loser in front of her new younger sister. "Let's go do our homework," she told Elle, who quickly nodded while wondering if she should tell her young mistress that she already did it before leaving school. It was only some random partial differential equations that she happened to have read about in some book in the mansion's library. She heard that the chicks filled it with all kinds of books to make their young master look extra smart. She did not realize that the teacher had given the students some college-level problems to make the arrogant young brats more humble and to test their thought processes. In a dark room, Tobias von Geldstadt was standing next to a tall man with one eye and a scar that looked way scarier than it really was. He was Kolmar von Geldstadt, the punishment hall master of the family. "Uncle, please help me find who is the bastard who killed Clint." He was killed doing a mission for you." He bowed deeply. "You mean it is my fault?" Kolmar asked coldly. "I never meant that." Tobias shook a little. "I see. Clint was in Vane City, and I already know who killed him. I already performed the last memory ritual. It was a man called Dave Davis, a big arms dealer." Kolmar said slowly, taking his time. "I want him dead." Tobias screamed as he squeezed his hands, which still had traces of gold. "No, stay out of this," Kolmar said. He was wondering if his nephew washes his hands. "The master had issued an order for me to investigate this," he explained. "Investigate? Does this need the master's intervention?" Tobias asked, a little surprised. He didn't expect his son's mission to be this crucial. "There might be some complication that involves the von Wise family, so I will have to make sure." Kolmar patiently said, "So you better keep out of this for now and wait for me to summon you." He repeatedly looked at his nephew, who shivered a little and stepped back. I understand," he said, "but I hope that uncle makes sure to cut that Dave to pieces." He added, "I will see what I can do." "No one kills a Black Chamber member without a punishment," Kolmar stated with a gloomy voice. Chapter 199, Tetraquad City. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The private jet landed at Tetraquad City's international airport at precisely 9:30 p.m. A minute later, young Master Victor stepped down, followed by three pretty girls, Alpha, Theta, and Margaret. Then four muscular chicks carrying the luggage. They were wearing t-shirts with chick and a number on them. The airport security didn't dare to stop the entourage when they noticed the purple token on Victor's chest. They quickly pushed the other travelers to the side to make way for him as the girls in the crowd took their phones and began photographing him while squeaking. They were wondering about many things, like what kind of celebrity he was, and how can a young man be this charming. Victor helped their fantasies by winking at them and waving while Alpha and Theta covered their faces with their hands. They were not comfortable with their pictures being taken. Margaret, on the other hand, made sure to grab Victor's arm and walk in a seductive manner, making some men in the crowd bend down to grab their imaginary keys. Victor didn't mind the exposure. On the contrary, he wanted people to take him as a pervert, so he kept his hands busy around Margaret's body until they reached the car, which was prepared for him by the family agent in the city. "Young Master Victor, call me Paul. I am the family agent responsible for your visit." A young man with a cold demeanor, in a black suit, greeted Victor while trying hard to hide the perverted look on his face when he peeked at Margaret. Victor quickly recognized him. His name was Paul von Wise. He was a semi-player in the family, working as an agent for the family just like he did in his past life. At that time Victor came here on a mission, and Paul was also the one responsible to accommodate him, but at that time he treated him really badly as he was just a semi-player. And he also made him do some chores for him. This guy was an asshole. What made Victor really hate him though was the fact that he was the one who told Rex about Victor's relationship with Myra, who ended up dead because of that. Victor, although held a grudge, didn't plan to kill him. He will just show this bastard his place and then make his life a living hell. Paul's burning gaze as he watched Victor's hand go all over Margaret's body and the way she moved in response was enough to make him jealous for the rest of his life. "Take us to the hotel. This young master needs to feed his girls," Victor said arrogantly, ignoring Paul, who was really dying of jealousy. especially after he inspected Margaret completely and realized that she was 100% natural and underwear-free. "You heard him. Don't waste our time, this mistress can't take it anymore," Margaret repeated arrogantly. "Ah, young master, wait until later." "I will." "Ah," she moaned again as Victor's hand spanked her butt. Others might have not noticed, but she did. For a split second when Victor saw Paul, his eyes sparked with anger. Paul squeezed his fist tight. He didn't fully understand what feed meant, but it made him jealous. He didn't dare to show it though as he guided Victor and the girls to the extra luxurious car that was waiting for them. The chicks would follow with the luggage in a second car. Alpha and Theta were a little taken aback by Margaret's and Victor's little play. Alpha chose to ignore those perverts, while Theta watched and learned with a little blush. Although after falling in Titus's hands she learned such things, her former education as a proper lady didn't allow such behaviors. So after regaining her memories she became a little conflicted. The car reached the hotel 15 minutes later and Victor asked Paul to wait in the lobby as he may need him to buy some condoms and might have other jobs for him. Paul wanted to curse at him but chose to remain silent and nod respectfully. Victor was an elite heir after all. "Young master, why do you want to make that guy jealous?" Theta asked just as they entered the presidential suite. "He is a scumbag, feel free to order him around and make his life miserable," Victor said as he gave the room a quick sweep with his phone, making sure it contained no bugs. It was clear. After that, he relaxed on a couch as Theta brought him some refreshments. "What are your plans now?" Margaret asked a few minutes later. "The auction is tomorrow night, aren't we a bit early?" She added, "You girls stay here tonight. I will go out for some business 2 hours later," Victor said, making Margaret, who was getting ready for some action, a little deflated. "An hour later? Why don't you go now? It's not like you got tired on the plane with the massage Theta was giving you." Alpha asked coldly. "Yeah, but it won't be good for my image if I finish quickly," Victor said, making Margaret chuckle while Alpha glared at him. It took Theta a few seconds to get it and blush. "But I want to go shopping too," Margaret complained. "There are no honest stores open at this late hour," Victor replied, then paused, realizing that she was messing with him. "That's right. You want to go to some brothel, don't you?" she asked while acting like a detective with her hand under her chin. "No, it's a nightclub," Victor confessed. "I need to meet some old friends there, so I can't take you." He added, "You're going to scam someone, is that why you made us come here early?" Alpha asked coldly. She was right. "Yes, something like that, and wear some underwear, you might catch some cold," he scolded her, then relaxed on his chair while looking at the night view of the city. Tetraquad City was a newly emerging financial center on the continent. 20 years ago it was just a desolate valley surrounded by 4 rocky mountains on one side and the sea on the other. That was until the von Geldstadt family decided to develop here. The other families quickly followed after realizing the city's important location as a hub for goods transportation. It also featured one of the most amazing white sand beaches. Victor was intending to get the girls here for some vacation but decided to delay this until the wedding was over to give Lily and the assassin girls a chance to raid Troy's mansion. And he needed to go propose to Nova after the auction. In his last life, Victor first came here about 6 months later after his ceremony. He was on a family mission. That's when he met one of his closest friends and the main cause of his expulsion from the family. Hopefully, nothing will go wrong this time. An hour passed just like that and Victor was poked awake by Theta. He must have fallen asleep. "Young master, it's time," she said before getting surprised by her reward as Victor kissed her lips. Victor chucked at her blushing face as he ordered the girls to help him change his clothes to the most flashy suit he had, a black suit with golden linings and buttons. It was as if he was trying hard to tell the world how rich he was, but was finding it hard to find suitable words. Margaret wanted him to wear one of the purple suits Lily kept buying for him, but he firmly rejected her proposal by spanking her butt before leaving the room. He wanted to appear like a rich young master tonight, not a rich pimp. And she was still not wearing underwear. When Victor reached the lobby, Paul was waiting for him while flirting with a pretty receptionist. Although he was forbidden from exposing his background, He was a natural playboy and knew how to scam little girls. Victor didn't care. He just arrogantly ordered him to prepare the car before forcibly grabbing the receptionist and kissing her as Paul, who acted as if he saw nothing, left the hallway. The receptionist didn't mind at all. Victor was both handsome and rich, checking every box on her checklist. She wished she could be pregnant from that kiss. Paul said nothing as he drove the car, but Victor knew he was dying of jealousy inside. Victor didn't want to upset him on purpose. He was not a pity person who got revenge on every small thing, but he simply couldn't let this bastard enjoy his time. And he was having fun doing this. Their destination was the Silver Lining nightclub at the edge of the city. Few knew about this place as it was not one of the most luxurious nightclubs in town, but it offered certain services for certain individuals who could afford them. Reaching the nightclub, Victor arrogantly got down from the car and ordered Paul, who wanted to go in with him, to stay in the car and keep it warm. Paul was really annoyed but didn't dare to voice it as he watched two of the burly men calling themselves chicks follow Victor. He didn't realize that they were following them in the other car. The bouncer at the door quickly let Victor and his men cut the line and enter. He saw the car and had good eyes that could easily recognize people of culture. That's what he wanted people to think. But the truth was that Victor professionally stuffed some money into his pocket, enough to make it bulge and to make his scarred face reveal an ugly smile for the first time in 3 years. Victor strode inside proudly as he owned the place, making sure to touch every scantily dressed woman around him like a pervert as he made his way toward the club owner's office. The owner, calling himself Leopard, was just a super big gangster, nothing important. At first, he wanted to show his strength. But after some education, Victor offered him an irrefusable offer. Leopard quickly ignored his bruised cheeks and agreed to the deal, then bowed respectfully to Victor, who quietly left and headed to the bar and sat down, waiting for someone. Many pretty girls tried to approach him, and Victor didn't refuse. He casually surrounded himself with girls as he drank slowly while making sure to pay for the girls' drinks. The bartender didn't even ask for his ID. He didn't dare to. Victor was acting a little drunk while spanking some perverted women's hands when the guy he was waiting for entered the club in a low-key manner without any guards or escorts. Gary von Geldstadt, level 18, class Merchant plus, authority 4, strength 35, intelligence 30, agility 24, luck 20, charm 27, order 15. Skills, System Store Access, Level 5. Player Market Access, Level 2. Mathematical Mind C. Energy Shield, D. Poison Resistance D. Dagger Arts D. Sword Arts C. Acting E. Equipment, Higher Protection Rune A+. Lower Storage Ring A. Steel Burning Dagger A. Magical Ledger B. Fate's Status, Fate's Power, D. Fate's Direction, Slightly Negative. Fate's Design, Untimely Demise. Total, D. Chapter 200, April. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Gary von Geldstadt was Charlotte's elder brother and was one of the top heirs in the von Geldstadt family. He was the one responsible for the auction this time around. He was also one of Victor's close friends whom he met by chance at this very nightclub. They became friends before knowing each other's backgrounds, as Gary didn't show his identity and preferred to stay low-key. And Victor was forbidden from revealing his background. It was later when Gary saved Victor's life from some gangsters that they learned the truth about each other's identities, and that made their friendships stronger. Who would have thought that Gary, who was one of the top heirs of the von Geldstadt family, would die of poison one day? Victor casually drank from his glass as he watched Gary's status. From it he could tell that he was not poisoned yet. Victor didn't know when Gary was poisoned in his past life, but in this one, he must make sure to stop that. In that timeline, Gary was poisoned after getting demoted in his family because he failed the fight for the true heir position to his sister Charlotte, who accused him of trying to kill her and arranged for him to be kicked out of the family. Usually kicking someone out of the family was very difficult, but Charlotte had the punishment hall elder on her side. That's what Gary told him back then. Victor witnessed it all. Gary's descent from greatness to a lowly beggar. He wanted to help out but ended up with the same destiny, unable to prevent Gary's death even after trying so hard. After Gary was poisoned, Victor tried to ask some experts in his family for help, but they refused to interfere with the business of the von Geldstadt family, so he decided to ask someone else. His lovely fiancée Linda. That was a big mistake. Linda didn't disappoint him. She secretly came with him and checked on Gary's health, then told Victor that he was suffering from a strange poison and that she needed some time to check her family archive. Little did he know that she needed time to weave a net of schemes for him to fall into. A week later, after he begged her for an answer, she reluctantly told him that she was only doing this because he was her future husband and that he should destroy all evidence of their conversations. He wept in her filthy arms back then as he promised to destroy all evidence. He was a fool. Getting the info he wanted, Victor thought that he knew what Gary suffered from. According to Linda, he was suffering from something called the dragon scale syndrome. The only cure was an ultra-rare dragon flower that grew inside one of his family's islands. The Forbidden Island to be precise. Victor was disturbed, but after seeing Gary's suffering he decided to risk it all, so he called one of his big brothers, Max, who was conveniently in town at that time. Max told him that he can't enter the Forbidden Island, but that he can help him go in there, but he must swear an oath that no matter what, and even if he was caught, he would never tell a soul that he got help from him. Victor naively agreed, and with Max's help, he entered the island, smuggled into a cargo ship, and was able to steal a stem of the dragon flower successfully, then returned to Tetraquart City where he gave it to Gary, who got better. Temporarily at least. The cure didn't work and Gary died a month later. That's when all hell broke loose. The punishment hall elders came for Victor, who was still grieving for his friend. His crimes were stealing one of the family's secrets and leaking them to their enemies. Those were some big crimes. Victor was in trouble as Gary's remains were cremated and he had no way to prove that the grass was used as a cure for his friend. Thankfully, a certain girl who was faithful to Gary until the last moments kept some of Gary's hair as a memento, and it contained a trace of the herb. Thanks to her, Victor avoided death, as the elders didn't want to investigate his other crime of infiltrating the Forbidden Island, as it implicated too many people who took a bribe from Max to facilitate his infiltration. Opening that case would disturb the delicate balance in the family, so Victor was simply kicked out of the family in the end. After that, Victor made sure to investigate what happened despite his problems, and to his surprise, he learned that the one behind it all was Charlotte, Gary's sister. At that time Victor didn't know why she hated him, but now he knows that it must be to him busting Titus's operations back then too. He must have unknowingly jeopardized her position in the family, and she knew how to hold a grudge. He didn't know if all the parties in this scheme were cooperating or if the entire thing was just his bad luck. He was more inclined to believe the former though, and now he believes that the scheme was way deeper than he initially thought. Victor slowly stood up, excusing himself and telling the women surrounding him that he had to go to an important meeting, then swiftly headed to a VIP lounge that the leopard had prepared for him. Inside there was a pretty soft girl in a waitress dress that featured a relatively small skirt. She was shaking in fear while trying hard not to show it. She looked about 20 years old and had long black hair that framed a beautiful face that was 31% on the Lily scale. "You are that April? I heard many things about your beauty," he asked arrogantly as he sat down and looked at her, taking his time. She glared at him as she squeezed her fists. He was handsome, but she didn't care. Maybe a little. But she will not go down easily. I will not do that. If you dare touch me, I will call the police," she yelled, but knew in her heart how empty her threats were. She didn't have a phone and knew quite well what kind of place this was, as she had been working here for a while now. "You owe a debt to Big Leopard, and I just bought you. Feel free to call whoever you want. No one can save you today," he said as he laughed loudly just as the door of the room was busted open by a heroic young man in a white shirt. "Let go of April," the young man yelled just as Victor slapped his face, breaking his jaw, then kicking his filthy crotch out of the room. "Do you know that guy?" Victor asked. She didn't answer. That young man was a young master who was annoying her lately, but she didn't like him at all. She thought that Big Leopard was protecting her. But now she knew better. He was just waiting for the highest bidder. "Now, where were we?" Victor said as he licked his lips, making her remember the situation she was in. "Don't come near me," she threatened as she stepped back. "Don't worry, I will be gentle," he said as he stepped forward, licking his lips. She didn't continue as the door burst open again. This time it was the same guy but followed by a police officer. "Officer, it's him. He is assaulting Big Sister April." The young man who is still holding his crotch told the officer, who appeared to be a little drunk. April was surprised, but the next moment, she formulated a plan. This young master was not useless after all. "Officer, he is forcing me, please help," she begged, making the cop look at her with burning eyes. She was hot. No one told him that such a hot girl worked here. "I will take the room and the girl." "You can," the cop said as he licked his lips, then froze, nearly biting his tongue off, when he saw Victor's purple token. "Please enjoy your stay here, young master," he said as he sobered up 100% and bowed before leaving the room, not forgetting to drag the young man away with angry eyes. He didn't dare to look at the flabbergasted April again. No decent policeman would dare come here. Only perverts like this one. Victor chuckled as he gestured to the chick outside to close the door. They were ordered to act only if a fight began. April didn't know what to say. She had been working here for 4 months, but nothing like this ever happened, as Big Leopard, who was the boss here, had promised that she could repay her debt by working just as a waitress. That was until 10 minutes ago, when he made fun of her and told her that he had just sold her to a new master. She was a fool to believe him. According to Big Leopard, her new master was really great and had many connections, and she better serve him well. She didn't believe it. But after seeing the look on that cop's face, she realized that he might have been telling the truth. "No, she will not go down easily. I heard that you are a virgin, so don't worry. The entire club would hear your beautiful voice as you become a woman," Victor said pervertedly, making her shiver a little as he put his hand on her shoulder and squeezed it a little. At that moment she swung a wine bottle that she was keeping behind her at his head, intending to knock him out. Too bad he grabbed her hand professionally and threw the bottle away, then pushed her onto a couch and grabbed her dress, intending to tear it off just as the door was kicked open for the 3rd time.